Born into a family of shamans, Qin Feiyu awakens his third eye at the age of 18. While managing a supernatural affairs office, he glimpses malevolent spirits through this newfound vision, unwittingly becoming entangled in a world-altering conspiracy that challenges the very fabric of his understanding. Chapter 1. The Haunting Call. My name is Qin Feiyu, and I am 22 years old. Having recently graduated from university, I did not rush to submit countless resumes like my peers, nor did I don formal attire to attend various company interviews. Instead, I chose to establish a paranormal affairs office in a modest, somewhat remote street within a less developed small city. At first glance, the name may evoke the notion of a ritualistic fad, which is not entirely untrue. My family has long been rooted in this tradition. My father, mother, and grandfather all made their livelihoods through such practices. Thus, I was immersed in this vocation from a young age, mastering all the skills associated with it. A pivotal event occurred on my 18th birthday, one that would alter the course of my life forever. As I extinguished the candles on my birthday cake, an intense, searing pain surged through my eyes that I writhed on the ground. Akin to the Monkey King under the curse of the monk Tang Sung, the sharpness of the pain gradually subsided and eventually vanished. I glanced around and perceived a profound difference in my surroundings. From that moment onward, I began to frequently encounter peculiar entities, or rather, spirits. Upon learning of my experiences, my family expressed their astonishment and informed me that I had been chosen by the King of Hell, bestowed with the heavenly eye, which meant that I would be more susceptible to encountering unclean entities than others. If such occurrences were to befall an ordinary individual, they might find themselves utterly bewildered and terrified. However, having grown up in an environment steeped in the supernatural, I possess a unique perspective on the existence of my own mystical insight. Rather than perceiving it as something extraordinary, I am inclined to contribute more fervently to my family's noble pursuit of the spiritual arts. I chose to establish my paranormal affairs office on this secluded street primarily due to the palpable aura of mystery that envelopes the area. As an aspiring young individual striving to elevate the practice of the supernatural into a more recognized sphere, this location is exceptionally conducive to my ambitions. Today marks the inaugural day of my office, and rather than following the customary practice of adorning the entrance with floral tributes or setting off firecrackers, I opted for a more understated approach. After all, our profession is distinctly different from others. This moment, it is the witching hour, and I find myself languidly seated at my desk, smoking a cigarette while watching the ring on my computer. Despite it being my first day, not a single customer has graced me with their presence to inquire about the supernatural, which inevitably dampens my spirits. Having finally finished the ring, I rose from my seat, stretched languidly, and cast a glance at the clock on the wall, which indicated that it was already 11 o'clock. That it seems that on the very first day of opening, business is non-existent. I might as well close up and retire for the night, I murmured to myself as I made my way to the entrance, intending to pull down the shutter. However, just as I stepped outside, a man seemingly emerged from nowhere and collided forcefully with me. Ouch! I exclaimed in surprise, feeling the sting from the unexpected encounter. Excuse me, are you still open? I have an urgent matter. The man who had collided with me was the one speaking. I lifted my gaze to scrutinize him despite his impeccably tailored suit. The pallor of his complexion suggested distress. His face bore dark circles beneath his eyes, and his crisp white shirt was visibly dampened by perspiration, while his tie hung loosely around his neck. Upon realizing there was potential business, I promptly assisted him to a luxurious leather sofa, which I had procured at great expense for accommodating clients. I swiftly poured him a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table before me, then settled into my seat, gently inquiring, "Sir, what brings you here?" The man drained the glass of water I'd set before him, then took a deep breath, his expression tinged with anxiety as he addressed me. Do you believe in ghosts?" His question caught me off guard. It appeared he'd encountered something truly terrifying. I replied, "Of course, otherwise, why would I operate a paranormal affairs office? Given that, I suppose I can share my experience with you. When I recount the events that have transpired to others, they often think I am jesting." He exhaled heavily before continuing. "All right, you may speak now. What exactly happened to you?" There's a ghost that Call me." The man's voice trembled, and a look of sheer horror enveloped his visage as he uttered those words. "That a ghost called you?" I echoed, my brow furrowed in disbelief as I repeated his statement. "Yes, that indeed." The man inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he slowly began to speak. "I am a salesman for a company. My daily task consists of comparing several phone numbers and some basic personal information provided to me, and then contacting customers to introduce our services. One day, while I was dialing these numbers, I stumbled upon a peculiar one. Upon connecting, there was no response on the other end. Assuming it was a malfunction, I tried again, only to be met with silence once more. On my third attempt, however, a cacophony of noise erupted from the receiver. Mere seconds later, amidst the chaos, a woman's piercing scream echoed through the line. Initially, I thought it was a prank, and in my indignation, I shouted into the phone. Yet, soon after, a haunting and somewhat ethereal voice emerged from the other end, as if it were conjured directly in my mind. She said, "In 7 days, I will come for you." And then the call was abruptly terminated. First, I dismissed it, but ever since that day, precisely at midnight, my phone would ring without fail. Upon answering, I would hear that terrifying voice, and as the days passed, her words grew increasingly ominous, with the time frame dwindling to a few days ago. I was still indifferent, but eventually I could no longer bear it. So I turned off my phone. However, at this juncture, the terror etched on the man's face intensified, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. I reached for a tissue on the table and handed it to him. My curiosity piqued. "But what happened next?" I inquired. The man hastily took the tissue from my hand, wiping his forehead in a frantic manner. After a moment of struggling to swallow, he continued, "Yet, despite my phone being turned off, it still receives calls. Even if I remove the battery, it can still be reached. Regardless of whether I answer or not, the call automatically connects, and I am forced to hear her terrifying voice through the speakerphone. I even smashed the phone to smithereens with a brick, yet when I awoke the next day, the device remained unscathed at my bedside. At this point, the man's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and I realized that he had indeed provoked a malevolent spirit. However, a crucial question lingered. Regarding the 7-day deadline the ghost had mentioned, how many days remained until today? "What day is it today?" I quickly inquired of the man. "Today is the very last." Before he could finish his sentence, his pocket erupted with the sound of ringing. At the sound of the ringtone, the man jolted, extending a trembling hand to retrieve his phone and presenting it to me. I swiftly took the device. Casting a glance at the clock on the wall, it was precisely midnight. I pressed the answer button and held the phone to my ear. A cacophony of noise erupted from the receiver, followed by a chillingly anguished female voice that said to me, "I am coming for you." Now, as soon as the words left my lips, the call was abruptly terminated. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable chill swept through my office, followed by the flickering of the lights, which ultimately extinguished altogether. She has come," the man exclaimed, his voice laden with despair. To avert such calamities, I had previously installed emergency lights within the office. Although they lacked the brilliance of the main lights, they still managed to illuminate a corner of the room. Furthermore, endowed with a heightened perception, I could perceive my surroundings unimpeded, whether it be day or night. When my gaze fell upon the man, trembling in fear on the sofa in the shadowy corner, my body jolted in shock, for unbeknownst to me, a woman clad in a crimson dress had materialized beside him. Her pallid visage bore no expression as her hands, akin to sharp blades, reached menacingly towards the man's throat. "Get away," I bellowed at him. Although the man could not see the apparition beside him, he reacted instinctively to my voice, swiftly making his way toward me. The specter, thwarted in her intent, lifted her gaze to fixate on me with a chilling stare that a shiver coursed through my body. Despite having witnessed myriad supernatural occurrences in my youth, facing a ghost in such proximity was an unprecedented experience. In that moment, I felt the various esoteric skills I had acquired were utterly impotent against the formidable spirit before me. The female specter swiftly advanced towards my direction, prompting me to urgently grasp the man's hand as we fled towards the door. However, upon reaching it, we discovered that it would not budge, despite my certainty that I had not locked it prior. It was evident that the ghost within the room was responsible for this predicament. What do we do? Help! The man cried out in despair, pounding on the locked door. In a moment of desperation, I quickly retrieved a talisman from my pocket and hurled it at the specter. However, it had no effect. The talisman merely passed through her ethereal form and fell to the ground, while she paid me no heed. Focusing solely on the my mind raced as I analyzed the situation. The ghost's intent was clearly fixated on him alone. With this realization, an idea struck me, albeit one shrouded in uncertainty. Nevertheless, time was of the essence, and I could not afford to hesitate. I swiftly produced a small knife from my belongings and made a quick incision on the man's fingertip, collecting a drop of his blood. Without delay, I plucked a strand of his hair and placed both the blood and hair upon a piece of talisman paper before darting towards the sofa. At that moment, the specter was now less than a meter away from the man, her sharp claws poised dangerously close to his neck. With utmost speed, I affixed the talisman, imbued with his blood and hair, onto a cushion on the sofa. Turning back, I witnessed the ghost's claws mere centimeters from the man's throat. "Catch it quickly and shield yourself," I exclaimed as I hurled the cushion towards the man. Upon hearing my command, the man swiftly grasped the cushion and, in the very moment he placed it behind him, it suddenly erupted with a loud bang. Instantly, the lights in the office illuminated brightly, and the ghostly figure that had lingered behind him vanished without a trace. Overcome with fright, the man collapsed onto the ground, while I, exhausted, fell back onto the sofa. Gasping for breath, a sense of relief washed over me as I thought to myself, "It seems my talent for this supernatural endeavor has proven to be somewhat effective." Phew. Chapter 2. The Man Who Runs Relentlessly. Am I saved? The man's face radiated with an exhilarating expression of survival as he rushed to the sofa, grasping my hand with fervor. "Thank you, oh great one, for rescuing me." The sensation of a large man's grip was peculiar, and as I attempted to extricate myself, I hurriedly explained, "The female specter should no longer pursue you. The cushion I tossed to you earlier served as your surrogate doll. In truth, the doll provides a more realistic semblance. However, it has become evident that the specter's thought process is rather ambiguous. Thank you. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. This sum of money is intended as your remuneration. I hope it suffices." The man produced a thick envelope from within his coat and pressed it into my palm. As I accepted the envelope, the substantial weight hinted at a minimum of 5,000 yuan inside. I was taken aback. To earn such a sum on my first day of business was astonishing. No, this is too much," I hastily insisted, attempting to return it. "Absolutely not. If it weren't for your intervention, I would not be here to spend any money at all. You have rightfully earned this." The man resolutely refused to accept the envelope back. "Very well," I conceded. "This is a protective amulet I crafted. You should carry it with you at all times. While it may not banish spirits, it will certainly help you encounter fewer such incidents in the future." I tucked the envelope into my coat and handed him the amulet. The man accepted it with a look of deep appreciation, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Having bid farewell to my first customer, the clock read 2 in the morning. After enduring a whirlwind of events, I found myself utterly fatigued. I made my way to the entrance, intending to pull down the roller shutter and find some solace on the office sofa for a brief slumber. As I approached the door, a man unexpectedly dashed past me. Though I merely caught a fleeting glimpse, his appearance struck me with curiosity. As a descendant of shamans, keen observation is paramount. The figure of the man, running at such an ungodly hour, piqued my interest. It is a rarity for individuals to jog in the dead of night. Furthermore, he was drenched in perspiration, his clothing clinging to him, and his face bore an unmistakable expression of exhaustion laced with a hint of fear, as though something were in pursuit of him. Could it be that a villain chased him? Yet, despite his prolonged presence before my door, I had seen no one in pursuit. Such an enigmatic figure. I decided to dismiss these thoughts and succumb to my fatigue. Shaking my head, I muttered to myself. With a clatter, I pulled the door shut and, weary, reclined on the sofa, drifting into slumber. I know not how long I slept, but when I finally roused, I stretched contentedly and rubbed the sleep from my eyes. Glancing at the wall clock, I was astonished to discover it was already 1 in the afternoon. My stomach emitted a series of protestations. a soft chuckle escaping my lips as I made my way to my desk. From the box of instant noodles I had prepared since the inception of my office, I retrieved a cup, tearing open the packaging and seasoning sachet. After filling it with boiling water from the dispenser, I placed it upon the coffee table. While I awaited the noodles to soften, I figured I might as well open the office door, despite having already delayed my operating hours. As I pulled up the roller shutter, I was taken aback to find a man standing resolutely in my entrance. His visage struck a chord of familiarity within me, as though I had encountered him before. "Excuse me, is it still business hours?" he inquired, his demeanor somewhat anxious. "Ah, yes, indeed. Please come in," I responded, pleasantly surprised by the immediate prospect of a customer. "Have you not eaten yet?" he asked, glancing at the noodles on the table. "Well, I got a rather late start today," I admitted, scratching the back of my head. "You can't just have instant noodles. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal at the new restaurant nearby. Their dishes are exquisite," he urged with enthusiasm. "Oh, no need for that. I can manage just fine." I hastily waved my hands in refusal. "Please, I insist. I feel rather uneasy here. I can only express myself freely at that place," he replied, a hint of shyness in his tone. Upon hearing the man's words, I mused inwardly. This man certainly has high demands. Hasn't it been a while since the aura here felt somewhat oppressive? Nevertheless, considering his invitation to dinner, I decided not to dwell on these trivial matters. In the restaurant, before the dishes had all arrived, I eagerly grabbed my chopsticks and began to indulge, for my hunger was quite unbearable. The man beside me remained silent throughout. When I had nearly finished my meal, I suddenly recalled the pressing matter at hand. I hastily wiped my mouth, cleared my throat with a hint of awkwardness, and inquired of the man, "May I ask, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Upon hearing my question, the man hesitated momentarily before he slowly began to speak. "I have been cursed." The mention of a curse sent a jolt through me, prompting me to ask urgently, "What kind of curse?" A flicker of fear crossed the man's eyes as he began recounting his tale. The man who had invited me to dinner was named Feng Zhen, an ordinary migrant worker. After laboring diligently for over half a year, he had been looking forward to receiving his salary to pay for his child's tuition. However, the foreman informed him that the funds were not yet available, and thus his payment would be delayed, without providing a definitive timeline. After anxiously waiting for more than a month, Feng Zhen could no longer endure the indignity of being a leader among his fellow workers while they awaited their wages. He, alongside his group of migrant brothers, stormed into the foreman's office to demand payment. Yet, the foreman continued to use the excuse of unpaid debts to dismiss them. Consequently, Feng Zhen and a few others resolved to camp out in the foreman's office as a form of protest. At the inception of this endeavor, numerous laborers volunteered to participate. However, none could withstand more than 2 days. Those residing in the foreman's office departed one by one, their expressions wrought with anxiety. Feng Zhen inquired about the cause, only to be met with the assertion that the foreman's office was haunted. Naturally, Feng Zhen dismissed such superstition and resolved to investigate himself. Yet, on the very first night in the foreman's office, he was startled by an eerie sound of weeping emanating from within, gradually drawing nearer. Despite his bravado, he found himself cowering beneath the covers in fright. The first night passed without incident, but on the evening of the second day, as he lifted the edge of his blanket, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a ghastly, pale female face on the ceiling. The sight sent a chill through him, causing beads of cold sweat to form. Yet the thought of his child's tuition fees spurred him to endure. However, on the third day, as he lay asleep, he was startled to find a note on his makeshift bed. It read, "At 2 o'clock sharp, you must run ceaselessly until dawn, or you shall perish." Initially, Feng Zhen presumed it to be a mere scare tactic employed by the foreman, but the truth proved far more sinister. As the clock approached 2 in the morning, Feng Zhen was jolted awake from a deep slumber, only to discover that the note he had discarded in the trash now lay ominously beside his pillow, illuminated by the ghostly light of the moon. Fear gripped him as time ticked relentlessly forward. As the clock approached the stroke of 2, an inexplicable chill enveloped Feng Zhen from behind, as if some ominous presence was drawing near. The air was pierced by the haunting laughter of a woman, sending shivers down his spine. Overwhelmed by fear, Feng Zhen succumbed to panic and dashed away. his mind racing with the dread that halting even for a moment would lead to his demise at the hands of the specter that pursued him. Exhaustion gripped his body after an extended flight, yet he dared not relent, for he feared that any diminishment in speed would seal his fate. The only hope of evading this peril lay in running until dawn. After hearing Fang Zhan's harrowing tale, I recalled the weary man I had seen running frantically just the night before as I prepared to close the door. A frown creased my brow. The peculiar nature of Fang Zhan's curse weighed heavily on my mind. Is it possible that your foreman dabbles in some dark arts? I find him highly suspect, I mused. Do you suspect he cast this curse upon me? Yet he always appears inebriated, hardly the type to engage in such practices, Fang Zhan reflected. Oh, I see, I nodded, silently contemplating the possibility that someone might be aiding him. Mr. Qin, could you assist me in lifting this curse? Fang Zhan's gaze was filled with a glimmer of hope as he looked at me. It is difficult to say at this moment, I replied honestly, for to unravel a curse, one must first comprehend the origins of its creation, and at present, I remained in the dark regarding that cause. It seemed I was destined to bear this curse for a lifetime. Fang Zhan, upon hearing my words, lowered his head in disappointment, his gaze fixated on the calloused hands. Lost in thought, I realized he had misunderstood my intentions, so I quickly patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, do not worry. Tonight, I shall accompany you to your foreman's office. Once we uncover the reason behind this, I will certainly help you break this curse. Really? Thank you so much, Mr. Qin, Fang Zhan replied, his expression brightening as if hope had been rekindled. Let us save the expressions of gratitude for later. You have barely touched your meal while I indulged. Now, your priority is to eat heartily and replenish your strength, so that I may assist you more effectively, I said with a smile. All right, Fang Zhan responded, and he began to eat voraciously, devouring the food before him. At that moment, my own hands clenched into fists. It has always been evident that migrant workers are a marginalized group, their arduous labor contributing significantly to the city's development, all for the sake of earning a meager wage to support their families. Yet reclaiming what is rightfully theirs often proves to be a daunting challenge. Clearly, Fang Zhan's curse is likely rooted in his foreman. My mission is twofold. Not only must I aid Fang Zhan in breaking this relentless curse that compels him to run, but I must also devise a means to help him reclaim his deserved wages. As twilight descended, Fang Zhan led me to a nearly completed building, and my destination was a brightly lit room on the first floor. This was the foreman's office, rumored to be haunted. Chapter 3. The Man Who Never Stops Running, Part 2. After greeting the old man at the gate, Fang Zhan and I proceeded towards the foreman's office. Upon entering, a faint chill manifested before my eyes, a detail that Fang Zhan, evidently, failed to perceive. As I scanned the surroundings, a subtle smile crept upon my lips, and I thought to myself, it appears there is indeed something amiss, aligning closely with my initial suspicions. Foreman, I did not expect you to resort to such tactics to delay wages. It seems I must engage you in a little game. What about you, Master Qin? Have you made any discoveries? Fang Zhan inquired, noticing the smile that played at the corners of my mouth. Indeed, I have made some intriguing observations. However, I am now fully confident in my ability to help you break your curse, I replied with a grin. Really? Fang Zhan looked at me with an expression of disbelief. Rest assured, the matter is firmly in my hands, I said, patting my chest with confidence. Time passed swiftly, and before we knew it, midnight had arrived. Almost simultaneously, an eerie laughter echoed from within the room. Upon hearing that laughter, Fang Zhan immediately became tense, drawing closer to me in a state of trepidation. His voice quivering as he said, Master Qin, that laughter? I gestured for him to be quiet and walked directly to a wall, deftly retrieving a talisman from my pocket. With a few swift strokes of my hand, I affixed it to the wall. In no time, another talisman materialized beside mine, the laughter evidently emanating from this newly revealed talisman. I tore it down, and the eerie laughter ceased instantly. Producing a lighter, I ignited the talisman, and with its flickering flame, I lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before addressing Fang Zhan. The source of all these strange sounds is merely this talisman. Clearly, someone has stored the sound within it and concealed it upon the wall. As for their intent, I suspect it is merely to frighten those of you who seek to demand wages from the foreman. So it seems this is all the foreman's doing. Fang Zhen grasped the source of the unsettling laughter, his fists clenching in indignation. This matter is related to him. Yet the one behind this may not necessarily be the foreman, for, as you mentioned, he appears to lack such capabilities. I leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke. Elaborating to Fang Zhen, could it be that the foreman has enlisted someone with such abilities? Fang Zhen speculated. Is highly probable. I nodded, inwardly resolving that if this were indeed the case, I must identify that individual and administer appropriate retribution. While our practices may involve exchanging monetary compensation for alleviating calamities, we must never become complicit in malevolence. At that moment, the lights in the office flickered erratically before plunging into darkness. Suddenly, a pale visage of a female ghost materialized upon the ceiling, her eyes devoid of pupils, filled instead with an unsettling expanse of white. Fixating upon us with an unwavering gaze, I felt no fear. Instead, I swiftly produced a talisman and hurled it at the spectral face. Upon contact, the talisman emitted a sharp hiss, and a surge of azure flames erupted forth. The ghostly visage let out a chilling wail, vanishing into the fiery inferno, and almost instantaneously, the office lights illuminated once more. "Great, Master, you are remarkable," Fang Zhen exclaimed, astonishment etched across his features. "Not at all. That was merely an illusion crafted by someone at the ceiling's height, intended solely to instill fear," I elucidated. As the clock neared the stroke of 2, only minutes remained until the curse Fang Zhen had mentioned would commence, and he bore a countenance fraught with anxiety. I gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not fear. I am here." "Thank you, Master Qin," Fang Zhen responded, his expression gradually softening, seemingly comforted by the assurance I provided, bolstered by the demonstration of my abilities on 2 prior occasions. At long last, the clock struck 2 in the morning. The note that Fang Zhen had mentioned to me mysteriously appeared at the head of the bed on the floor. I hastened over, retrieving the note to examine it closely. It was quite ordinary, merely a commonplace piece of paper, devoid of any suspicious markings. At that moment, a voice filled with trepidation emanated from Fang Zhen. "Master, I feel a chill on my back, and their SA sound." I swiftly turned to face him, my body jolting in surprise, and I couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, don't be tense, it's nothing, haha." Seeing my sudden mirth, Fang Zhen looked at me with a perplexed expression, yet his anxiety remained palpable. "Master, please don't laugh. I don't want to die. Rest assured, I shall come over immediately." I discarded the remaining cigarette onto the ground, extinguishing it with my foot, and made my way to Fang Zhen's side. At that moment, hovering behind Fang Zhen, more precisely at the nape of his neck, was a diminutive ghost, no larger than a chihuahua, resembling a cute guinea pig. It was energetically blowing air onto the back of Fang Zhen's neck, from the white vapor escaping with each breath. I surmised that the temperature must be near freezing. Despite its unsettling task, the little creature's chubby cheeks, puffing out while blowing air, were undeniably adorable. As for the peculiar sounds that Fang Zhen had heard, they were likely a manifestation of this little spirit's innate ability, capable of inducing auditory hallucinations. The truth has now become clear. The foreman's office is not haunted at all. In reality, the foreman merely orchestrated some tricks within the office, and Fang Zhen himself was not under any curse. Instead, someone had inscribed an invisible note that would reveal itself after a designated time. And they had also summoned a charming little ghost, willing to serve in exchange for food, to create mischief. I extended my hand and captured the guinea pig-like spirit, which wriggled and struggled in my grasp. However, it was futile. I enclosed the little creature within my spirit-collecting pouch and nestled it against my chest. "Master, it seems I no longer feel the chill behind me, and that strange voice has vanished. Could it be that my curse has been lifted?" Fang Zhen inquired, his face reflecting curiosity. "Indeed, your curse has been dispelled. You are now free from any troubles," I affirmed with a nod, refraining from elaborating on the reasons. Revealing the truth would surely infuriate him. "Thank you, Master. I'm truly grateful," Fang Zhen exclaimed, visibly excited, as he rummaged through his pocket and produced a crumpled wad of money, predominantly consisting of change. Without even glancing at the bills, he pressed them into my hand. Master, I am uncertain if this amount is sufficient, but I promise to make it up to you once I receive my wages. I accepted the money and swiftly returned it to his pocket, smiling as I remarked, the payment has already been settled. How could I possibly accept it twice? Upon witnessing my actions, Fang Zhen appeared momentarily taken aback, inquiring with uncertainty, Master, when did I ever pay you? Have you forgotten? The meal you treated me to yesterday afternoon was, in fact, my remuneration, I replied with a smile. Yet, how could such a modest sum for a meal possibly compare to this matter? Besides, I was merely treating you. I had no intention of linking it to this situation. Fang Zhen insisted, as he reached to retrieve the money and attempt to return it to me. Fang Zhen, I called out, raising my voice unexpectedly. Startled by the sudden intensity of my tone, he gazed at me, momentarily at a loss. Taking a deep breath, I spoke slowly. I recognize the arduous nature of your work, and, as I have previously mentioned, your invitation to dinner suffices as my payment. Moreover, did you not express your pride about your child attending university? When you spoke those words, I could see the unmistakable gleam of pride upon your face. If you insist on giving me this money, I shall accept it, but you must keep it as a reward for your child's education. Use this to purchase something your child requires. Would that be agreeable? Upon hearing my words, Fang Zhen appeared momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, he nodded emphatically, offering me an exceedingly sincere smile. I waved my hand in farewell and exited the foreman's office, fully aware that lingering any longer might inadvertently wound his pride. I had clearly observed the glimmer of unshed tears in his eyes as he smiled at me. 2 days had elapsed since the incident involving Fang Zhen. As I leisurely inhaled my cigarette in the office, a courier gently rapped on the door. Upon my nod of acknowledgement, he delivered a letter to my desk. I picked up the correspondence, noting that it was from Fang Zhen. Upon opening the envelope, I extracted several photographs. Examining them, I discerned that one featured Fang Zhen alongside a young man whose features bore a striking resemblance to his. The backdrop of the image was a renowned university in H City, leading me to conclude that the young man was undoubtedly Fang Zhen's son. The remaining photographs depicted Fang Zhen's family of 3 smiling together in their hometown. Their joyful expressions elicited an involuntary smile from me. It was evident that Fang Zhen had received his rightful wages, while I had, on the day I departed from the foreman's office, subtly manipulated matters with the foreman as my target. As for the repercussions, that was something the foreman would have to experience himself. However, I could assure that the chilling and sinister effects would undoubtedly surpass those he had inflicted upon Fang Zhen by a factor of 10. After carefully placing the photographs back into the envelope and storing it in my drawer, I had scarcely completed this task when a striking woman abruptly kicked the door open with a resounding bang and, visibly furious, glared at me, exclaiming loudly, "Return, my little rascal." I found myself momentarily taken aback by this unexpected scene, pondering inwardly, little rascal? When did I ever take your little rascal? I did not even know you. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and my expression turned serious as I spoke with a hint of icy detachment. So it was you all along. Chapter 4. The tracking symbol. Upon hearing my words, the woman hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you know me?" "I do not know you, yet I am aware of your deeds. Is it what you desire?" I retrieved a small spirit resembling a guinea pig from my spirit pouch. Upon witnessing my action, the woman displayed a look of urgency, attempting to snatch it from me. I quickly withdrew the little spirit. "You must return it to me." The woman, incensed by my action, turned pale. "I shall not return it. What will you do about it?" I was already acutely aware that the supernatural events surrounding Fang Zhen were attributed to the woman before me. "If you do not return it, I shall report you to the authorities." The woman, exasperated, stamped her foot and suddenly pointed at me. "Huh, report me then. There is a telephone on the table. Feel free to call. I am quite curious to hear what you will say," I replied with a hint of amusement in my gaze. You. The woman glared at me, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Enough of the jesting. I shall pose a few questions. If you provide satisfactory answers, I shall return your little rascal to you." My heart always softened for women, particularly those of striking beauty. "Fine, ask away. What is your name? And how did you acquire such skills in this mystical practice? Is it a familial tradition?" I inquired. "My name is Lan Mingchen. My family possesses no such talents. I learned from individuals my father hired. Lan Mingchen replied, her expression still tinged with indignation as she regarded me. After pondering, I realized that this young girl must come from a wealthy background, for individuals involved in folk rituals typically do not divulge their family secrets. However, judging by her ability to intimidate Fang Zhen, it seemed she had only scratched the surface of her potential, lacking any profound knowledge. Why do you assist the unscrupulous foreman and withhold the hard-earned wages of the laborers? I inquired, fixing my gaze upon her intently. Lan Mingchen appeared somewhat uneasy under my scrutiny, lowering her head slightly as she replied, I have only just begun to learn a bit, and I wanted to try it out. I intended to collect the gimmicks I used today, but upon arrival, I discovered they had already been removed. I traced my connection with Xiao Taoqi to find my way here. Understanding her sincere response, it dawned on me that she was merely a novice testing her skills, and Fang Zhen had unwittingly become her victim. I nodded gently, opened the spirit-gathering bag, and handed Xiao Taoqi back to Lan Mingchen, saying, all right, here you go. You may leave now, and I hope you refrain from using these abilities to cause trouble in the future. Lan Mingchen joyfully accepted Xiao Taoqi, gently stroking the little spirit, which nuzzled affectionately against her. As she cradled Xiao Taoqi, she leisurely surveyed my supernatural affairs office, showing no intention of departing. Why do you linger? I asked, intrigued by her presence. I believe you are far more skilled than the master my father found, so Lan Mingchen suddenly displayed an expression of great interest. It is my first experience being gazed at so intently by a striking beauty, and I cannot help but feel a flutter of unease within me. However, I must not allow this to show on my face. I feigned composure in reply, so, what does that mean? It means I have decided to stay and learn from you. Suddenly, Lan Mingchen leaps in front of me, her face alight with excitement. Overwhelmed by the captivating fragrance emanating from her, I instinctively take a few steps back, clearing my throat to mask my embarrassment. I cannot accept you. Please abandon that thought. Why not? Lan Mingchen presses on, undeterred. There is no reason. I simply will not. Her persistence seems to momentarily disconcert her as she retreats to a nearby sofa, lowering her head in silence. Observing her demeanor, I ponder whether I may have been too harsh. However, the prospect of accepting a disciple without due cause does not sit well with me. My qualifications are insufficient, and I harbor no desire to take on a student. My master mentioned that the city is currently unsettled. Lan Mingchen suddenly states, her gaze still cast downward. Her words send a jolt through me. Her master must be a shaman hired by her father. The notion of unrest in the city resonates with me. I have sensed an increase in the surrounding malevolence lately, which I initially attributed to mere imagination. It appears that something significant is indeed occurring in the city. Where is your master now? May I meet him? A week ago, my master informed me of an urgent matter that required his departure, and he has yet to return, filling me with an unsettling premonition. Lan Mingchen lifted her head, her beautiful eyes gazing at me. A week ago? Was that not precisely when I first sensed the surge of malevolent energy in the city? Could it be that her master ventured forth to confront some supernatural occurrence and ultimately failed? I cannot shake the feeling that this possibility looms large. For those who commune with spirits often tread perilously close to dire consequences. Do you know where your master has gone? I inquired, furrowing my brow. He did not disclose that information to me, but since you operate a paranormal affairs bureau, I entrust you with the task of locating him. What do you say? Finding someone? Very well. It would certainly be easier if you possess something that belonged to your master. I would not decline Lan Mingchen's request. Firstly, I accept all matters pertaining to the supernatural that I can manage, and secondly, I am convinced that her master possesses knowledge regarding the recent escalation of dark energy in the city. All right, I shall be back shortly. Lan Mingchen declared as she rose and strode purposefully towards the door. I couldn't help but shake my head, thinking to myself, what a whirlwind of a girl she is. Returning to my seat, I found myself lost in contemplation. Whether it was mere coincidence or something more profound, ever since I established this office, it seemed that supernatural occurrences in city had become increasingly frequent. For reasons unknown, The atmosphere in city had grown progressively heavy with an unsettling presence. A persistent sense of unease lingered within me, as if some dreadful entity lurked nearby, prompting memories of my father's words to resurface. Feiyu, being chosen by the King of Hell to open your third eye is both a blessing and a curse. Ultimately, the outcome will depend on your own destiny. Even I cannot assist you. The path ahead is one you must navigate yourself. To be honest, when I first heard these words from my father, I was momentarily taken aback, as if I had been struck by a curse. While I engage in spiritual practices, I remain skeptical about the existence of the King of Hell. If such a figure exists, then logically, there must also be deities. Might I someday encounter the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? As I drifted further into these musings, someone dashed into the room. Given the commotion, it could only be Lan Mengchen. Before I even lifted my gaze, a foul odor assaulted my senses. To my dismay, Lan Mengchen had tossed a sock onto my desk, its color and stiffness indicating it had not been washed in at least a month. I searched high and low in my master's room and only managed to find this. She exclaimed, clearly unable to tolerate the acrid stench, her delicate features nearly contorted in disgust. I cast a sidelong glance at Lan Mengchen while pinching my nose. Had it not been for my quest to locate her master, I would have certainly reported her for possessing biochemical weaponry. From my pocket, I retrieved a talisman and deftly folded it into the shape of a small dog. After pricking my finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the dog's head, it stirred to life. Lan Mengchen, witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily rendered speechless. Ignoring her astonishment, I allowed the small dog to sniff the scent of a sock. Moments later, the tiny creature suddenly transformed, pointing an arrow-like direction toward the northwest. We had a lead. I informed Lan Mengchen, then swiftly tossed a fire spirit talisman at the sock, which promptly turned to ash, thereby eliminating the source of the foul odor. However, the stench lingering in the office remained stubbornly persistent. Now, I found myself seated in Lan Mengchen's vehicle, advancing in the direction indicated by the arrow. The tracking talisman I had crafted from the paper had a range limitation of 20 kilometers, capable of sensing the direction of Lan Mengchen's master. This indicated that her master was still in city, presumably not far away. Did your master exhibit any peculiar behavior or utter any strange remarks before departing? I inquired from the passenger seat, gazing at Lan Mengchen. Peculiar? I recall my master mentioning something about it must appear, and then he fell silent. I was quite curious at the time, but he merely frowned and refused to respond. Lan Mengchen recounted, lost in thought. It must appear? I softly echoed Lan Mengchen's words. Yet my mind remained blank. It appeared that only by locating her master could I unravel these mysteries. After approximately half an hour of driving, the tracking talisman in my hand, which had transformed into an arrow, suddenly ignited with a whoosh and vanished in a blink. What on earth? Lan Mengchen, seated beside me, exclaimed, slamming on the brakes. Instantly, I felt a surge of inertia pushing me forward, had it not been for the tightening of my chest as the seatbelt restrained me. I feared my head would have collided with the hard surfaces within the vehicle. Sister, could you please be more cautious? The spontaneous combustion of the tracking talisman indicates we are very close to your master, within a maximum radius of 300 meters. I inhaled deeply and shot a glance at Lan Mengchen as I spoke loudly. I thought something had happened to my master, she replied, looking at me with a face full of grievance. Seeing her pitiful expression, I could not bear to chastise her further. Instead, I unbuckled my seatbelt and pointed toward a small grove to the right front of the car, saying, "Let us go into the woods." Once we exited the vehicle, I stretched my limbs, with Lan Mengchen quickly following suit behind me. "Is your master truly within this grove?" she inquired softly from behind. "Yes, if all goes well. Your master should be right here." At this moment, I find myself engulfed in a sense of trepidation, for I can perceive a dense, ominous aura emanating from the woods. Although it is well past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, this oppressive gloom nearly obscures the sun, suggesting the presence of something profoundly terrifying within the forest. Suddenly, my peripheral vision catches a glimpse of a figure stirring amidst the trees. Upon being noticed, it swiftly retreats, and it appears to be the form of a child. Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed towards the location of the apparition, calling out to Lan Mingqian behind me. Quick, follow me. While it may be reckless to pursue without understanding the nature of the entity, I refuse to succumb to fear. If it is indeed a child wandering in this foreboding woodland, it could be perilously dangerous. Yet, should it be a phantasm designed to ensnare the unsuspecting, I, hailing from a lineage of spiritual practitioners, shall not be intimidated. Chapter 5. The abandoned village apartment. He and Lan Mingqian sprinted swiftly into the woods. Yet the outline of that child flickered past us with remarkable speed, always pausing ever so slightly just as we were on the verge of losing him. It felt as though the child's silhouette was deliberately waiting for us to catch up. Breathlessly, Lan Mingqian, who was trailing behind me, remarked, "Indeed, it seems this child may not be human. He could very well be a spirit, perhaps luring us closer." I nodded in agreement, resolute in my pursuit of the enigmatic child. Since it's a spirit, why should we chase after it? Shun Mingqian exclaimed, her voice tinged with fear. "Do you still wish to find your master? The tracking talisman indicates that your master is nearby. Perhaps this child could lead us to him." "Very well," Lan Mingqian replied, attempting to steady her emotions. I couldn't help but smile wryly. It appeared that the young girl had yet to hone her skills in the art of spirit summoning. The fundamental lesson of summoning was to cultivate courage. Without bravery, how could one confront malevolent spirits? We continued to follow the child's shadow, and just as I began to feel winded, the child's figure vanished, revealing before us an open space enveloped by the surrounding trees. Strangely, in this clearing stood a 3-story apartment building, exuding an even denser aura of malevolence. The words "abandoned village apartment" inexplicably surfaced in my mind, and at that moment, the apartment radiated an overwhelming sense of dread. How could there be an apartment here? It feels so eerie, with an unsettling atmosphere. Lan Mingqian gasped, bending over. I inhaled deeply and slowly replied, "You stay here and wait for me. I will check it out and return." At that moment, the ominous energy emanating from the apartment was the most potent I had sensed since awakening my third eye. The recent pervasive gloom in City A undoubtedly stemmed from this building, and my intuition hinted that Lan Mingqian's master was likely inside. Since my supernatural affairs office had accepted her request, I was determined to fulfill my duty. This building was exceedingly strange, and I certainly could not allow this naive girl to accompany me on such a perilous venture. No, please. What if that mysterious child, neither wholly human nor ghostly, comes looking for me? I'm terrified. You must let me follow you. Upon hearing my words, Lan Mingqian's face turned pale, and she clutched my arm tightly. Rather than leaving her here to face other dangers, it seemed wiser for her to accompany me. Moreover, with her grasping my arm, I felt reluctant to utter any words of refusal. "Here, take this. It can ward off evil spirits. Remember, once we enter, you must stay close to me." I removed a string of peachwood beads from my right wrist and handed them to Lan Mingqian. "But if you give me this, how will you ward off evil?" she asked cautiously, donning the beads on her own wrist while looking at me with concern. "Look, I have another one. Consider it a matching pair." I raised my left wrist, shaking it gently to show her. Before Lan Mingqian could finish her sentence, I strode directly towards the entrance of the apartment, for I was about to confront a terrifying ordeal. At the very least, I hoped to lighten the atmosphere and alleviate some of the tension. Lan Mingqian, without hesitation, hurriedly followed in my wake. Upon reaching the door, just as I was about to push it open, the door creaked open as if equipped with a sensor, startling Lan Mingqian into clutching my clothing tightly. I, too, felt a pang of anxiety as I cautiously stepped inside the apartment, clutching several fire spirit talismans in my right hand. Should any reckless spirit choose to attack, I would ensure their swift obliteration. Upon entering the apartment, the door closed automatically behind us, yet no malevolent entity emerged to assail us. I scrutinized the surrounding environment. The decor of the apartment was rather ordinary, furnished with all the essentials, and the lights were indeed illuminated, though I wondered about the source of the electricity here. Suddenly, a thud echoed from above, prompting Lan Mingqian and me to exchange glances before dashing towards the staircase. Upon reaching the landing of the second floor, I spotted a middle-aged man, his complexion ashen, crouched there. Master, Lan Mingqian suddenly cried out, rushing towards him. Xiaocheng, what brings you here? The pallid-faced man exclaimed, his expression shifting from joy to despair upon hearing her voice. I brought him to find you. He is someone who can deal with spirits, just like you, Lan Mingqian said, pointing at me. At this moment, I remained silent. For the subtle changes in Master Lan Mingqian's expression indicated that there must be an exceedingly formidable spirit lurking here. Moreover, I had instinctively glanced back and realized that the steps we had descended upon our arrival had vanished, replaced instead by a staircase leading up to the 3rd floor. You have noticed, haven't you? The middle-aged man remarked, casting a fearful glance in my direction. Indeed, esteemed elder. I am Qin Feiyu, and I humbly request you to enlighten me about this place and your reasons for being here. I inquired earnestly, my gaze fixed on the middle-aged man. He scrutinized me intently for a moment before slowly responding, You may call me Uncle Li. To speak candidly, this location was originally cursed. My ancestors united to seal it, and every so often, someone is dispatched to inspect it. This year, it has fallen upon me to oversee it. However, just yesterday, I sensed something amiss. Upon my arrival, I discovered that the seal had vanished, and an apartment complex had inexplicably materialized. Master, did you not mention 7 days ago that you had pressing matters to attend to? Where then did you go before yesterday? Lan Mingqian queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. It is likely that Uncle Li intended to visit this apartment upon his departure. I interjected, Time here flows differently than it does outside. I displayed my wristwatch to Uncle Li and Lan Mingqian, revealing that the second hand was racing at an astonishing pace, completing a full rotation in merely 8 or 9 seconds. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Li and Lan Mingqian exchanged a glance of mutual concern. Just as I was about to pose some questions to Uncle Li, he suddenly shouted, Run, it's coming. Following the direction of his gaze, I was startled to see a blood handprint appear at the end of the corridor, then another, and soon it multiplied into a dozen, all advancing ominously toward our position. Our only escape route lay behind us, leading to the staircase to the 3rd floor. I quickly urged Uncle Li and Lan Mingqian, Let us head to the 3rd floor. We dashed toward the staircase, the menacing blood handprints closing in on us with alarming speed. Just as they were about to catch up, we reached the 3rd floor, where the blood handprints halted at the last step, ceasing all movement before gradually fading away into nothingness. Master, what was that? A ghost? Lan Mingqian's face was pale, her eyes brimming with fear. Xiaocheng, I too am unsure of what that was. Uncle Li sighed in response. Can you tell me what curse your ancestors sealed away? I asked, my gaze fixed intently on Uncle Li, sensing he was withholding the truth. Earlier, I had inquired with Lan Mingqian about any peculiar behaviors exhibited by her master. She had mentioned that he, Uncle Li, had ominously stated that something would appear, and then we encountered him here. It was evident that Uncle Li harbored knowledge about that entity, and it seemed he was ensnared by it in this place. I am not entirely certain about this. It is simply an ancestral tradition, suggesting that malevolent entities dwell in this place. Uncle Li averted his gaze from mine. I nodded, perhaps I was being overly suspicious, yet it seemed as though Uncle Li was concealing something. Master, how do we escape now? What is the origin of the bloody handprints on the 2nd floor? Moreover, where have the stairs to the 1st floor vanished to? Xiaocheng, I am also unclear at this moment. The oppressive energy here is overwhelming, rendering even talismans ineffective against these entities. Uncle Li replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Talismans are ineffective? This revelation sent a chill through me. What manner of evil could be so formidable? Suddenly, I felt a chilling sensation at my neck. My body jolted, and I instinctively turned my head, only to be met by the ghastly visage of a woman, her face as pale as death, clad in a flowing red dress. Surely, it was the very specter who had been whispering behind me moments before. Without thinking, I hurled a fire talisman at her and swiftly sidestepped. However, I was left dumbfounded as the talisman merely ignited a fleeting spark upon her garment before extinguishing entirely. Uncle Li and Lan Mingqian, observing my reaction, were momentarily stunned. Yet, Uncle Li quickly regained his composure, seizing Lan Mingqian's hand and urging her to flee deeper into the corridor. I immediately followed suit, glancing back at the red-dressed specter. The sight nearly caused my heart to leap from my chest. The horrifying specter, with her ghostly pale cheeks, displayed a sinister, chilling smile before drifting swiftly towards us. The three of us sprinted to the end of the corridor, where we encountered a dead end, save for a room labeled 306. "Quick, let's go inside," I shouted. However, the door was locked, and Lan Mengchen, who was leading the charge, couldn't unlock it. Uncle Li rushed forward and attempted to break down the door with his body. Once, twice, yet it merely rattled. Just as the vengeful spirit was about to pounce upon us, Uncle Li's third forceful attempt finally yielded results, and the door swung open. Lan Mengchen and I swiftly entered, shutting the door behind us. The three of us instinctively held our breaths, waiting for several seconds, but the door remained undisturbed. A sense of puzzlement washed over me. Could it be that my fire talisman was ineffective, and a mere door could thwart a ghost? I observed that the room was somewhat dim, and although the lights were off, my celestial vision allowed me to see through the darkness. Thus, there was only one explanation. Something was obstructing my sight. My head mechanically tilted upwards, and I was confronted by a ghastly, pallid face, its features grotesquely inverted. Yet I recognized it as belonging to the previous apparition clad in red. At that moment, the specter must have been suspended in mid-air, inverted and gazing at me. Her long, flowing hair evidently shrouding my vision. Chapter 6. The haunted prison. My body was abruptly yanked, and then a floating bagua mirror materialized at the spot where the female ghost had been suspended upside down. From the mirror, a beam of white light erupted, illuminating the hanging specter. Simultaneously, accompanied by the ghost's piercing wail, her form began to wane, ultimately vanishing into thin air. With a resounding crash, the bagua mirror shattered, and the room's lights were turned on by the bewildered Lan Mengchen, who was uncertain of what had transpired. "Are you all right?" Uncle Li swiftly appeared by my side, his eyes shimmering with an eerie green glow, which soon faded from view. I expressed my gratitude to Uncle Li for his timely intervention. Though the loss of his talisman was regrettable, I surmised that he had sensed my distress and pulled me back just in time, followed by the fleeting glimpse of his emerald pupils, a testament to his quick thinking. "What just happened? The ghost has vanished? How could your treasured talisman be destroyed?" Lan Mengchen inquired, her expression one of confusion. Once the threat had subsided, Uncle Li began to elucidate the events of the previous encounter to her. After listening attentively, her delicate face turned pale. "Are you perhaps a natural-born seer?" Uncle Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached me. "Indeed, I hadn't anticipated that you would discern it so swiftly. I sincerely apologize for the destruction of your talisman," I admitted, not concealing the truth about my ability from Uncle Li. "As long as one remains unharmed, the damage to the spiritual tools is of little consequence." "Did you awaken your celestial eye at the age of 18? Uncle Li inquired with a hint of urgency. "Indeed. Why does Uncle Li seem so concerned about my celestial eye?" I asked, curiosity piqued. "It is said that those who possess a celestial eye are endowed with peculiar abilities. Not merely the capacity to perceive spirits, but also other extraordinary powers," Uncle Li replied with a serious demeanor. "What other abilities might there be, Master?" Lan Mengchen, seemingly having forgotten her earlier fright, approached with an inquisitive expression. I too regarded Uncle Li with a puzzled look. Had my family conveyed to me that awakening the celestial eye involved more than merely being chosen by the so-called king of the underworld? Uncle Li observed the two of us, and a flicker of embarrassment crossed his weathered face as he spoke slowly. "I'm uncertain what these peculiar abilities entail. After all, in my many years of existence, this is the first time I have encountered someone with an innate celestial eye. We must explore this mystery ourselves." "Very well. It appears that matters concerning the celestial I will have to be resolved by me alone in the future." Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I turned to Uncle Li, asking swiftly, "Uncle Li, my talismans are ineffective against female spirits. How is it that your spiritual tools can combat them? These are ancestral artifacts, passed down through generations, and were utilized by my forebears in the sealing of this place. Their effectiveness is thus not entirely surprising," Uncle Li replied with a measured tone. After listening, I nodded. It appeared that Uncle Li's ancestors possessed knowledge on how to deal with the spirits here. However, Seeing Uncle Lee in a state of disarray akin to ours, and with his talisman damaged, it seemed he, like me, was utterly powerless against the phantoms that haunted this place. For the moment, we found ourselves in a semblance of safety, so I took the opportunity to examine the room. It was modest in size, approximately 20 square meters, furnished with a bed and some simple furniture. Yet, within this eerie apartment, it was evident that this room was not intended for human habitation. What manner of construction was this? What entities had been sealed away by Uncle Lee's ancestors? Regardless of what lurked within, our primary concern was to escape this accursed place. Approaching the window, which was of a sliding type, I exerted a slight force and managed to open it. Immediately, a chilling gust swept in from outside, causing me to instinctively shrink my neck in response to the cold. Peering out, I was met with an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, as if the outside world were a bottomless abyss. Quickly, I closed the window. It seemed that leaping from it would not be a feasible escape. Moreover, Uncle Lee's talismans offered no remedy against the spirits that plagued us. For the first time, I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness in the presence of these apparitions. As I pondered our predicament, an abrupt, rustling sound emanated from the doorway, suggesting that something was attempting to enter. A glance exchanged between Uncle Lee and me conveyed our shared tension. Under the bed, I whispered urgently to them, and in a swift motion, I dashed to the bed and crouched down, swiftly sliding beneath it. At the same time, Uncle Lee and Lan Mengchen swiftly followed my lead and squeezed in alongside me. Fortunately, the bed was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the three of us beneath it. With a creak, the door swung open, and peering through the edge of the drag bed sheet, I glimpsed a figure entering the room. No, it was not merely a person, but rather a humanoid monstrosity. A shiver ran down my spine, for it possessed a human form, yet bore no conventional facial features. Instead, a long gash extended from its forehead to its chin, oozing repulsive slime that dripped onto the floor. I couldn't help but glance back at Lan Mengchen and Uncle Lee, only to find their faces equally etched with tension. Lan Mengchen was covering her mouth with her hand, likely fearing she might lose control and scream. Turning my attention back to the grotesque figure, I observed as it entered the room and carefully closed the door behind it. It seemed to notice the damaged lock, pausing momentarily to survey its surroundings. Although its visage was marred by a single scar, it appeared to possess an uncanny awareness. A sense of dread washed over me. Could it be that this creature was intelligent enough to realize there were others present in the room? The abomination then turned its head towards the door, placing its hand on the doorknob. To my astonishment, when it withdrew its hand, the lock we had forced open seemed to restore itself to its original state. I was taken aback. What manner of creature was this, capable of such extraordinary feats? The humanoid monster languidly stretched, then ambled towards us. No, rather, it seemed to be advancing towards the bed. I hastily tucked one corner of the bedspread. Suddenly, I felt a jolt as the mattress sagged beneath the weight of the creature. A glance exchanged with Lan Mengchen and Uncle Lee revealed their shared confusion, mirroring my own. Could it be that ghosts, too, require rest? We remained beneath the bed for what felt like a dozen minutes. If the specter truly sought slumber, it ought to be sleeping by now. Cautiously, I lifted a corner of the bedspread to observe. In that moment, a chill coursed through my body upon encountering a featureless visage staring back at me, marred by a deep scar that writhed slightly before gradually parting, revealing two rows of serrated teeth reminiscent of a shark-ass. Run. Without a backward glance at Lan Mengchen and Uncle Lee, I shouted, then swiftly hurled several talismans into the creature's gaping maw, regardless of their efficacy. As we scrambled out from beneath the bed, I witnessed the humanoid monster savoring the talismans I had cast, as if they were a delectable treat. What in the world is this? I suddenly realized that this scenario surpassed my understanding of the supernatural. The door wouldn't budge. Uncle Lee's voice echoed from the direction of the door. A chill coursed through my heart as I realized that the entity before me, a humanoid monstrosity, was orchestrating this entire ordeal. Clearly, upon our entrance, it had discerned our presence, and its earlier pretense of slumber was a deliberate ruse. All of this indicated that this creature possessed a certain degree of intelligence. A peculiar thought suddenly materialized in my mind. Consequently, I cleared my throat and boldly addressed the being. I apologize for intruding upon your domain. Please grant us a path to safety. As I uttered these words, I fixed my gaze upon the creature while stealing a glance at Uncle Li and Lan Mengchen, only to find them staring at me with expressions of utter disbelief. However, an astonishing scene soon unfolded before us. The humanoid monstrosity erupted into a fit of eerie laughter from its cavernous maw, followed by a voice that was ancient and frail. You are the most intriguing little fellow I have encountered in quite some time. I exchanged glances with Lan Mengchen and Uncle Li, observing their astonished visages, as if they were silently questioning, is this truly possible? It appeared my hypothesis was indeed correct. From the moment we stepped into this apartment and scrutinized its layout and myriad details, I had sensed that this place resembled a prison, yet not one meant for the living, but rather for the spirits. Each room on every floor likely housed a ghost, with a guardian spirit overseeing each level. The bloody handprint we encountered on the second floor must have belonged to its guardian, while the spectral figure in red we previously encountered was likely the overseer of the third floor. The intelligent being before me, then, could only be the warden of this peculiar prison. These events unfolded when I was a teenager, inspired by a comic book I stumbled upon on a hillside. At that time, I had already encountered numerous ghostly phenomena alongside my family, and I found it utterly absurd to believe the illustrations within that comic. How could there possibly exist a prison dedicated to confining spirits, especially one overseen by the spirits themselves? Hey kid, your talismans are quite delectable. Do hand me a few more, the humanoid creature before me remarked. Ah, certainly. I hastily retrieved a stack of talismans from my pocket and offered them to the creature. Without hesitation, it seized the talismans and stuffed them into its fearsome maw, chewing voraciously. The three of us observed as it consumed every last fragment of my talismans. All right, kid, your talismans are indeed tasty. Ever since you entered this apartment, I've sensed every action you've taken. I'm aware of your desire to depart from this place. As a token of gratitude for your hospitality, I can allow you to leave, but in return, you must assist me in locating a certain item. Upon uttering this proclamation, the creature's mouth suddenly widened to an alarming extent, and in an instant, it loomed ominously before us, a palpable aura of death enveloping our surroundings. Chapter 7. Sadako, the monstrous figure's gaping maw, unexpectedly formed a cavernous black hole, reminiscent of a doorway, and in an instant, a formidable force drew the three of us within its depths. After a tumultuous whirl, I found myself upon a dimly lit expanse of earth, accompanied by Uncle Li and Lan Mengchen, who had succumbed to dizziness and collapsed. Suddenly, the ancient voice of the creature reverberated around us, declaring, to escape, you must assist me in locating a particular book. Once you find it, cast a talisman, and I shall sense your presence and transport you back to your realm. I hurried towards Lan Mengchen and Uncle Li. Uncle Li had regained his composure and managed to stand, while Lan Mengchen struggled to adjust. Gently, I helped her to her feet. Thank you. Are we truly inside that monster? What kind of book are we supposed to find? Lan Mengchen's face was pale with apprehension. This cannot possibly be within the creature's belly. It resembles more of an interdimensional space. Furthermore, if the book were indeed in its innards, why would it require our assistance to retrieve it? Uncle Li shook his heavy head, furrowing his brow in contemplation. I nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Uncle Li's perspective. Yet I remained perplexed about the nature of the book the creature sought, its significance to the monster, and the reason it could not procure it itself. Uncle Li was right. My thoughts were in disarray, and all of this had far exceeded my understanding. I could only manage a wry smile and shake my head in resignation. Young man, Uncle Li approached me, his gaze fixed intently upon me as he inquired, do you possess knowledge of the origins of that creature from your earlier conversation? Well, this information stems from a comic book I stumbled upon during my childhood, I replied. Subsequently, I recounted the narrative from that comic regarding the imprisonment within the ghostly prison. How intriguing. Such matters indeed exist, Uncle Li remarked, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. The ancestor of that master must have been the one to seal that prison. Yet, for reasons unknown, the seal has been broken, resulting in the emergence of that apartment. Now, We find ourselves ensnared by that so-called warden's monstrous presence, compelled to retrieve a book. Once we procure the book, we shall be permitted to leave. Lan Mengqian interjected with her analysis. At long last, you've demonstrated some wisdom, I teased from the sidelines. Oomph. I was never foolish. Lan Mengqian shot me a glare in response. However, there is one aspect you have overlooked. I furrowed my brow and continued. Even if we acquire the book that creature desires, it does not guarantee our safe return. Why is that? Lan Mengqian asked, her face reflecting confusion. Consider this. That creature is not human. Its moods are capricious. The very act of transporting us here suggests it is bound by some restriction. I cannot assure you that upon fulfilling its request for the book, it will honor its promise to release us. After all, one must always remain vigilant, particularly when dealing with a monster. After speaking, I glanced at Lan Mengqian and Uncle Li. The former appeared to be enlightened, while the latter, like me, seemed to have reached the same conclusion and nodded in agreement. I waved my hand at them and continued, let us proceed. After all, lingering here will lead us nowhere. We must first locate the book. Both Uncle Li and Lan Mengqian nodded in assent, and thus the three of us began to wander aimlessly across the desolate terrain. Indeed, this place possessed an eerie quality. The surroundings were barren, illuminated only by a faint moonlight, yet when we looked up, the moon was nowhere to be seen. My phone yielded no signal, as if we were severed from the world. After walking for about 10 minutes, an old two-story villa loomed before us, startling in its presence. It looks rather sinister. Should we enter? Lan Mengqian inquired softly from the side. Let us venture inside. We may indeed uncover the book sought by that creature. Uncle Li remarked. I nodded in agreement with Uncle Li's suggestion, and we approached the villa's entrance. At the forefront, Uncle Li extended his hand to push the door open. With a creaking sound, the door swung ajar, and an overwhelming musty odor assailed us. All three of us began to cough. Evidently, the villa had been long abandoned. Despite the bizarre circumstances surrounding the sudden appearance of this villa, we had no choice but to muster our courage and step inside. Upon entering the villa, one is enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. Uncle Li and Lan Mengqian cautiously navigated their way through, while I, endowed with the gift of foresight, could discern the surroundings within a radius of 2 to 3 meters. The interior of the villa was adorned with cobwebs of various sizes, and the furniture appeared to have aged, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. I approached a candelabrum in the living room, retrieved a candle, and ignited it with a lighter I produced from my pocket, passing it to Lan Mengqian. I then lit another candle and handed it to Uncle Li, ensuring they could perceive their environment amidst the shadows. Thank you. Why don't you use a candle? Lan Mengqian inquired with a hint of curiosity in her gaze. Oh, I possess relatively good vision. I can see even in the absence of light, I replied with a smile. Xiao Chun, this lad has the celestial eye. Allowing him to see in the dark, Uncle Li interjected, elucidating the situation to Lan Mengqian. Wow, the celestial eye possesses such abilities? Lan Mengqian et gleam, her admiration evident as she regarded me with envy. I managed a wry smile, for I would gladly trade this gift to spare myself the daily encounters with wandering spirits. It seemed that the area posed no immediate threat. Since the creature required our assistance in locating a book, I suggested we split up. You two explore this floor thoroughly, while I shall ascend to the second floor to expedite our search. With that, Uncle Li took the candle and made his way toward the staircase leading to the upper level. As I watched Uncle Li depart, a flicker of doubt crossed my mind. In this unfamiliar place, would it not be safer for all of us to remain together? Yet, Uncle Li insisted on acting alone. Perhaps I was overthinking the situation. After all, he had previously sacrificed his ancestral artifacts to rescue me. Feiyu, look over there. There, a television. Lan Mengqian et gleam, pointing at an old television set perched atop a kitchen counter. I never expected anyone to be watching TV in this space. Feiyu? This was the first time Lan Mengqian had addressed me so warmly, indicating that she now regarded me as a friend. I mimicked her tone and replied, Mengqian, those watching television here may not necessarily be human. They could very well be ghosts. Stop scaring me. Lan Mengqian shot me a disapproving look. I chuckled softly and, noticing a bookshelf beside the television, felt a surge of excitement. I hurried over, wondering if the book that creature sought might be hidden among the tomes. Approaching the bookshelf, I leaned in closer, observing it filled with tomes inscribed with incomprehensible characters. I casually picked up one volume and flipped it open. After perusing merely a few pages, my heart surged like tumultuous waves, for the illustrations depicted what appeared to be a ritual. The first page portrayed a horde of skeletal soldiers wielding shields and spears, encircling a group of individuals. The second page illustrated these skeletal warriors severing the heads of the captives, laying them upon the ground, and using their blood and corpses to form a bizarre magical array, while a figure cloaked in black commanded them. The third page suggested that the array had begun to manifest its effects as the skeletal soldiers raised their weapons in what seemed to be a celebration. By the fourth page, a strange, indistinct creature began to materialize at the center of the array. Just as I was engrossed in this eerie spectacle, I felt a sudden tap on my shoulder from behind. Startled, I turned around to find Lan Mengchen, her face etched with concern as she pointed to the side. Following the direction of her finger, I was astonished to see the old television set had inexplicably turned on, the screen flickering with static. As if affected by some interference, the picture suddenly sharpened, revealing a desolate landscape where a dry well stood at its center. The image began to flicker once more. A dry well? Wait, why does the scene feel so eerily familiar? Suddenly, I recalled a film I'd watched long ago, The Ring. Just as my suspicion was confirmed, the flickering ceased, and a cascade of long hair appeared at the edge of the well, revealing a woman clad in white, her disheveled locks cascading as she emerged halfway from the depths. "Ah, it's Sadako!" Lan Mengchen beside me screamed in terror. I too struggled to control my emotions, yet I refused to believe such things. If the ghost from the island truly appeared, it would be utterly absurd. However, the next scene nearly made my heart cease. For the woman in white from the dry well suddenly teleported to the forefront of the screen, and a skeletal hand emerged from it. With a loud bang, the villa's front door slammed shut. "Damn it, run!" I grasped Lan Mengchen's hand tightly and sprinted towards the second floor. "Feiyu, is that woman Sadako?" Lan Mengchen inquired breathlessly as we dashed. "Who knows? This ghost from the island has crossed borders to reach us. Let's find Uncle Lee first." Upon reaching the staircase on the second floor, Uncle Lee must have heard our commotion as he beckoned us into a room and swiftly closed the door behind us, whispering, "What happened?" "Master, it's Sadako." "Sadako?" Uncle Lee asked, puzzled. "She's a female ghost," I replied hastily. The creaking sound grew nearer, and I knew the ghost outside was approaching us in a grotesque posture. No matter where we were, it could sense our presence. I quickly surveyed our surroundings. Aside from some furniture, there was little else. I moved to the window, where I had a clear view of the villa's backyard, when suddenly something caught my eye. The backyard of the villa is an expanse of open land, upon which stands an ancient, desolate well. Its appearance is reminiscent of the well from which Sadako emerges. And what stirs my excitement even more is the faint glow emanating from within. This light reveals a book mysteriously suspended in the depths of the well. Chapter 8. Soul Refinement Technique. Look over there. There's a book. I exclaimed loudly to Uncle Lee and Lan Mengchen. They hurried to my side, and Lan Mengchen, a hint of surprise in her voice, remarked, "Could this be the book that the monster is seeking?" To my astonishment, Uncle Lee's gaze turned covetous upon spotting the book in the dry well. He suddenly shattered the glass and leapt from the second floor of the villa, making a beeline for the book in the well. "Master!" Lan Mengchen shouted anxiously. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of doubt crossed my mind. Uncle Lee's reaction seemed excessively fervent. Before I could ponder further, the door behind us was suddenly flung open with a resounding crash. Turning to look, I beheld Sadako, her body contorted grotesquely, crawling towards the entrance. "Jump!" I urged as I grasped Lan Mengchen's hand, propelling us both through the shattered glass. Upon landing, I instinctively tilted my body to cushion her fall, but the jarring impact nearly caused me to spew blood. "Thank you," Lan Mengchen said gratefully as she helped me to my feet. I glanced back to see that Sadako had reached the window and was preparing to jump down. "Kid, how about the book? Let us run," Uncle Lee called out, approaching us with a book clutched tightly in his hands, his face radiating excitement. "Uncle Lee, Since we have the book, shouldn't we throw out the talismans to have that monster send us back? I said slowly. How can this book be given to that monster? Upon hearing my words, Uncle Lee immediately appeared displeased. However, he seemed to realize that his reaction was overly intense. And he continued, "We are still uncertain whether giving the book to that creature will allow us to escape. I believe there are secrets within the book. Let us examine it further before making any decisions." "Indeed, Master is right. Let us heed his advice, Feiyu," remarked Lan Mengchen, who was supporting me, expressing her agreement with her mentor's words. "Very well, let us first distance ourselves from Sadako," I nodded in acquiescence, for I too was exceedingly curious about the contents of the book. We ran ceaselessly in the direction from which we had come, losing track of time. And when we glanced back, Sadako's figure had vanished from sight. "All right, we are temporarily safe. Let's take a moment to rest," I suggested. Uncle Lee and Lan Mengchen nodded in agreement, breathless from our exertions. "Young one, the light is too dim for me to discern the contents of the book. Could you assist me in reading it?" Uncle Lee approached me, turning away from the seated Lan Mengchen, who was resting on the ground. "Of course, Uncle Lee." I found Uncle Lee's behavior somewhat peculiar, yet my curiosity about the book's contents was overwhelming. Upon receiving the book handed to me by Uncle Lee, I felt its considerable weight. The volume, now devoid of any radiance, appeared to be crafted from some form of animal hide. As I ran my fingers over its surface, I sensed an aura of historical gravitas. Turning to the first page, 3 bold characters caught my eye: soul refining technique. This revelation piqued my curiosity. Could this tome elucidate the methods of this so-called soul refining? Why had I never encountered such a concept before? I cast a glance at Uncle Lee, who seemed oblivious to the significance of those characters. When our eyes met, he rubbed his own and remarked, "What does it say?" "My vision seems a bit blurred." "Uncle Lee, it states soul refining technique. Are you familiar with this term?" I inquired, gazing intently at him. "Not at all. Perhaps you should leaf through it further to uncover the steps of this so-called technique," he suggested. Yet, I noticed a flicker of unease in his pupils before they returned to normal. "Very well, Uncle Lee." His reaction set my mind racing with possibilities. I turned a few pages and continued. There are illustrations of skeletal soldiers wielding weapons, encircling a group of people. I shared the content I had previously glimpsed on a bookshelf in the villa with Uncle Lee, who listened intently while observing the book in my hands, nodding repeatedly. Witnessing this scene, I suddenly stepped back a few paces. "What's the matter with you?" Uncle Lee asked, a look of confusion crossing his face at my unexpected movement. "Uncle Lee, can you truly not discern the contents of this book? These pages are clearly inscribed with words. When I mentioned illustrations, you nodded in agreement. Even if your eyesight is impaired, it is inconceivable that you could confuse text with images," I stated, fixing my gaze upon Uncle Lee. Upon hearing my words, he hesitated momentarily before swiftly darting to Lan Mengchen's side. With his left arm, he encircled her neck, while his right hand, unbeknownst to me until that moment, brandished a handgun pressed against her temple. Lan Mengchen, startled by Uncle Lee's sudden action, dared not resist and exclaimed, "Master, what are you doing?" You are quite astute, aren't you? I did not expect you to deliberately test me. Indeed, I cannot perceive the contents of this book. Only those endowed with a natural heavenly eye possess such capability. However, even though I am blind to it, you must relay the entirety of the soul refinement technique to me verbatim, or I shall allow this woman to perish before your eyes. Uncle Lee, typically benevolent, now bore a menacing countenance, glaring at me with fierce intensity. His abrupt transformation took me by surprise. Although Lan Mengchen and I were not particularly close, I could not permit an innocent woman's demise due to my actions. "Uncle Lee, let us converse civilly. After all, Mengchen is your apprentice, and I assure you that I will convey the contents of this book to you in full. Now I comprehend that your true purpose for being here is indeed to acquire this book." I prepared to steady Uncle Lee, simultaneously clarifying my thoughts on the matter. Uncle Lee had come here in search of this book, and upon discovering my innate ability to perceive its contents, he forsook his own magical artifact to rescue me. Eventually, he arrived in this space and finally located the book, which compelled him to recklessly leap from the second floor of the villa to retrieve it. His inability to discern the book's contents led him to concoct a feeble excuse, seeking my assistance, which I ultimately saw through, resulting in this current predicament. It seems that this so-called soul refinement technique possesses immense power, inciting Uncle Lee's palpable impatience at this moment. She is not my disciple. My sole motivation lies in monetary gain. At last, I have uncovered the soul refinement technique that my ancestors have long sought. Now I can act as I please. Ha ha ha. Upon uttering these words, Uncle Lee suddenly tilted his head back and laughed unabashedly, his expression reflecting a madness I had never witnessed before. Master, upon hearing Uncle Lee's words, the captive Lan Mingchen felt her eyes welling with tears, shimmering with emotion. Witnessing this scene, I felt a pang of sorrow. While I may not fully comprehend the true magnitude of the soul refinement technique, can one truly gamble with a life as a mere pawn for such endeavors? Boy, stop stalling and quickly read the contents of the book, Uncle Lee urgently bellowed at me. Very well, I shall read it to you now. Please remain calm, Uncle Lee. I hurriedly sought to soothe Uncle Lee's emotions, genuinely fearful that his agitation might lead him to harm Lan Mingchen. As I lowered my head to the book, I flipped through the pages while reading aloud to him, my own heart astonished by the marvels of the soul refinement technique. It truly seemed akin to a superpower. But was it truly real? How could I, someone who had only recently encountered the supernatural, find it hard to believe? Yet Uncle Lee listened, his face alight with excitement. As I neared the conclusion, a grave realization struck me. If I divulged all the contents of the book to Uncle Lee, would he spare Lan Mingchen? After all, he had obtained what he desired and had already severed ties with us. He possessed the capability to eliminate us and claim the book for himself, potentially commanding the monstrous figure to transport him back. The thought made beads of sweat form on my forehead, and my reading pace began to falter. Boy, read faster. Don't waste time, Uncle Lee bellowed, having keenly sensed my hesitation. I'm just a bit dizzy from reading, I thought to myself, realizing how cunning this old man was. Suddenly, my body jolted as I noticed that the spirit we had previously evaded, Sadako, was now advancing toward us. My position afforded me a clear view of Uncle Lee holding Lan Mingchen captive across from me, completely unaware. A thought swiftly materialized in my mind. As I continued to peruse the book, I cautiously stole glances at Uncle Lee's back. The speed of Sadako was astonishing. Within mere seconds, she had approached Uncle Lee. At that moment, he seemed to sense something amiss, turning his head just in time for a rather intimate encounter with Sadako. A piercing scream escaped Uncle Lee, prompting me to rush over, grasping Lan Mingchen and urging her to flee. From my pocket, I retrieved a talisman and tossed it into the air. Instantly, I felt a powerful pull, followed by a whirlwind of disorientation, plunging me into darkness. When I finally opened my eyes, I found myself lying on a bed, with Lan Mingchen beside me, just awakening as well. The bed felt oddly familiar. Indeed, it was the very bed belonging to the humanoid creature. I quickly sat up and noticed the creature seated with its back to me, engrossed in some reading. Upon glancing down, I realized the book I had been holding was gone. Evidently, the creature was perusing the tome on soul refinement. Ah, you're awake, the creature remarked without turning its head. In light of your bringing me the book, I shall allow you to leave. Simply open the door and you may go. Oh, and before you depart, do leave me a stack of talismans. I have a taste for them. I was momentarily taken aback by the creature's words. It seemed rather true to its word. However, its peculiar appetite for talismans was a blow to my pride, for these were my tools for exorcising spirits. Yet they had become mere delicacies for this being. Very well, I replied. I placed all the talismans upon the bed of the humanoid creature, then hastily grasped Lan Mingchen's hand, and we proceeded to the door without looking back. As I flung open the door and stepped outside, both Lan Mingchen and I were taken aback. The scene before us was none other than the path we had traversed upon entering the woods. Lan Mingchen's vehicle remained at the entrance, yet upon glancing back, we discovered that the room of the humanoid creature had vanished, leaving only the dense forest behind, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Let us depart, I said softly, casting a glance at Lan Mingchen, who appeared utterly exhausted. She replied, her voice weary, as if she had expended all her strength. The events that had unfolded weighed heavily upon her mind. Once seated in Lan Mengqian's car, I reached in the inner pocket of my coat and felt around. Yes, it was still there, the envelope I had tucked away from the pages of that tome on soul refinement. Chapter 9. The Legion of Spirits. Lan Mengqian escorted me back to the office, stating her discomfort before departing. I opened the door to the office and stepped inside. Settling into my chair, I exhaled heavily, glancing at my phone. It was just past 4 in the afternoon, 5 days since we had embarked on our search for Uncle Li. Time had seemingly flown by in that other realm, leaving me with the impression that only a few hours had elapsed. Ruffling my somewhat disheveled hair, I lit a cigarette, bringing it to my lips for a deep inhalation before releasing the smoke slowly, allowing my mind to wander back to the events that had transpired. I meticulously unraveled the sequence of occurrences. It became evident that Uncle Li's true objective had always been the soul refinement technique. The knowledge of the book's whereabouts likely stemmed from ancestral wisdom. The words he had previously uttered were undoubtedly mere fabrications to deceive both Mengqian and myself. It seemed plausible that his forebears had long sought the soul refinement technique, unaware that I possessed the heavenly eye. Uncle Li might have intended to retrieve the book and enlist someone with the heavenly eye for interpretation. However, my early detection of his schemes, coupled with his impatience, ultimately led to his demise at the hands of Sadako. Yet, the reason behind that humanoid creature's desire for the soul refinement technique remains a perplexing mystery to me. Fortunately, my memory is quite sharp, and given that the book is not overly extensive, I still retain a clear recollection of its contents. I have also discerned the method of employing the soul refinement technique. Contrary to what its name suggests, this technique is not about crafting souls. Rather, it involves a ceremonial approach to cultivate spirits into controllable puppets. Naturally, the potency of such puppets is contingent upon the strength of the spirits being refined. If Uncle Li were to acquire such a technique, a man of his frenzied disposition might conjure something truly terrifying. As for that humanoid creature, should it master this technique, it could potentially create formidable puppets through its own capabilities. Could it be that this creature aspires to become a dark overlord, seeking to dominate the world? The thought caused me to shake my head. Indeed, even without puppets, its innate abilities would render it unconquerable by humanity. Suddenly, I recalled the final lines on the last page of the soul refinement technique, an advanced mode suggesting that puppets fashioned from spirits could be further refined into corporeal forms, endowing them with the gift of immortality. My body jolted violently as I comprehended the intentions of the humanoid monster. It sought to escape that prison and enter the realm of the living. Memories of a comic book I had discovered on a hillside during my childhood resurfaced in my mind, detailing the notion that any spirit confined within the ghostly prison was forbidden from leaving, lest it be scattered to the winds. However, possessing a corporeal form altered everything. If that humanoid creature truly obtained a body, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the mortal world. Yet, the process of crafting such a form was exceptionally arduous, compounded by the swift passage of time within the ghostly prison. By the time the creature attained its physical form, I would likely have long since returned to the earth, an evident irresponsibility towards my descendants. It appeared that I must also employ this soul-forging technique to create some puppets, just in case that fiend emerged to wreak havoc. But what are the contents of the envelope intertwined with the soul-forging technique? I had yet to examine it. I retrieved the envelope from the inner pocket of my garment and scrutinized it closely before me. The design suggested it was a modern artifact. Upon opening it, I found a note alongside a badge the size of a coin. Setting the note aside for the moment, I held the badge in my palm, observing it intently. The material was sturdy, gleaming with a silvery sheen. Could it be made of silver? I pondered its potential value as an antique. Continuing my examination, I noted that the front of the badge bore 3 menacingly protruding skull designs. Flipping it over revealed an image of a closed-eyed figure, seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment, compelling me to lean in closer for a better look. At that moment, the pattern with its eyes closed suddenly opened them, and a beam of silver light surged towards me. Before I could react, a piercing pain shot through my left eye, and then I lost consciousness. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a realm of chaotic darkness, with no solid ground beneath my feet, as if I were suspended in midair. Instinctively, I shouted several times, but received no response. I was doomed. Had I once again entered a dimension akin to a parallel universe? Just as my anxiety peaked, a door materialized before me out of thin air. Driven by instinct, I approached it, opened the door, and stepped inside. Before my eyes lay a room brimming with plush toys, and suddenly, a Siberian husky bounded out, wagging its tail and greeting me warmly. A husky? I instinctively murmured at the sight of the unexpectedly appearing puppy. "Thank you for the name, Master," the little dog replied, spinning at my feet and surprisingly uttering human speech. You can talk?" I stared in astonishment at the amiable husky. "Indeed, Master. I have been waiting for you here for quite some time," the husky said, shaking its body and gazing up at me. "Why do you call me Master, and where am I?" I still found it hard to accept the notion of a talking dog. "It is because you activated the spirit emblem, Master. Hence you are my master," the husky replied, panting and looking at me. "Spirit emblem?" It appears that the reference pertains to those 3 skull insignias, and I inadvertently triggered it, leading me to this place where I became the owner of a husky. Although the entire situation seems rather peculiar, I find it within my capacity to accept, as I have long desired a dog, even if it is a husky, often regarded as the most reckless of breeds. "Well then, dear husky, could you assist me in returning to my previous location? I find it somewhat disconcerting to be seeking guidance from a canine." "Certainly, Master," replied the husky, shaking its adorable little head with apparent delight. In an instant, the scene around me shifted dramatically, and I found myself back in my office, where a husky was already present, wagging its tail joyfully. "Ahem, husky, may I inquire when you first entered that realm?" I asked. "I have no idea. I have been there since the moment of my birth, and today is the first time I've met a master," answered. "Aside from me, have you encountered anyone else?" I continued, gently stroking the husky's head. "Not at all, though I've seen many ghosts," the husky replied, clearly enjoying my affection. "Ghosts? Aren't you afraid of them?" I asked, somewhat astonished. "Of course not. I am unafraid. If you don't believe me, I can summon one for you," the husky declared. Upon uttering these words, it suddenly crouched down, raised its front legs, and barked twice at the empty space in the center of the office. Instantly, a faint green glow illuminated the floor, and a headless corpse with a gaping neck, spewing blood, materialized within the light. "My goodness, there is a ghost. Look at the talisman." Upon encountering the headless corpse of a man, I instinctively shouted and reached for my talisman paper, only to discover my pockets utterly devoid of it. It then dawned on me that I had given all the talisman paper to that monstrous figure. However, the headless corpse remained motionless, save for the incessant blood gushing from its neck, standing there in a daze. "Master, do not be alarmed. It is merely one of the spirits I oversee." "One of them? Have you taken charge of many spirits?" I exclaimed, my eyes widening as I stared at the husky. "Indeed, Master, several hundred. They are all quite obedient," the husky replied, circling the headless corpse a few times. "Very well, can you return it?" I said with exasperation, glancing at the blood-spurting headless figure, for if it continued, my newly purchased sofas would surely suffer. "Certainly, Master." The husky barked a few times, and the headless corpse vanished, leaving only a pool of blood on the floor. "Please clean up that bloodstain for me. Later, I shall take you out for a stroll." "Oh, and remember, do not speak when others are present," I instructed, tossing a towel to the husky. "Yes, Master." The husky leaped, catching the towel in its mouth, then, in a rather comical manner, pressed its right front paw on the towel and meticulously began to wipe the blood from the floor, being exceedingly careful not to stain its beautiful fur. Ignoring the husky, I retrieved the note from the envelope and began to read. "If you can perceive the words I have inscribed, it is a testament to your possession of a discerning eye and your selection as a chosen one. In my departure, I have crafted this spiritual emblem, encapsulating hundreds of spirits I have captured, awaiting your command. Additionally, I have fashioned a special steward for you. I hope you will nurture it well. It is my fervent wish that these offerings may assist you in navigating the impending calamity." The note conveys that the discerning eye refers to my celestial vision. Yet the meaning of chosen one eludes me. Why does the creator of this emblem refer to souls as spirits? The notion that these spirits will heed my command suggests that I am endowed with a formidable legion of souls. The steward mentioned appears to be a reference to a canine companion. Lastly, the impending disaster remains a mystery. Must I, a freshly graduated entrepreneur, assume the mantle of a world-saving hero? The influx of information momentarily overwhelms me, as if I have been entrusted with a formidable mission. The note unmistakably signals that unrest is on the horizon. As I ponder this, my canine companion unexpectedly leaps onto the table, wagging its tail and addressing me. Master, I have tidied up. Shall we venture out for some fun? I have yet to witness this world. I glanced at the pristine floor my companion had cleaned, a smile gracing my face as I gently patted its head. I mused that what is destined to return will inevitably do so. My stomach rumbled, reminding me that certain matters can wait until I am satiated. Come, dear friend, let's indulge in some skewers. Absolutely, master. By the way, what are skewers? Chapter 10. The allure of beauty. After closing the shop, I accompanied my husky to a nearby barbecue establishment, a favorite haunt of mine, where I had grown quite familiar with the proprietor, Brother Zhao. Zhao, please prepare 50 skewers of lamb, a couple of side dishes, and 2 bottles of Laozhan beer, I called out, effortlessly finding a cozy corner table as I observed the busy Zhao tending to the grill. Ah, Xiaoyu has arrived. Very well. I shall get started right away. Brother Zhao beamed at me with his round, dark face, responding cheerfully. Seated comfortably, my husky lay at my feet, its nose fervently sniffing the air, eyes fixated on the skewers that Brother Zhao was deftly flipping. Amused by its reaction, I couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed this little creature had spent an inordinate amount of time in that badge, rendering it particularly curious about everything around it. As I surveyed the surroundings, a woman's figure suddenly caught my attention. She appeared to be in her 20s, strikingly beautiful and clad in an alluringly provocative outfit. However, my scrutiny extended beyond her captivating exterior. I sensed an underlying aura of darkness emanating from her. If she were a specter, the aura would be too faint. Yet if she were not, such an aura suggested she might have recently encountered something sinister. Lost in thought, Brother Zhao approached my table, placing the skewers and beer before me with a smile. Brother, the skewers are ready. Enjoy. I'll join you for a drink once I finish up here. All right, Zhao, I shall wait for you. With a smile, I replied that having come to this city, I had occasionally dined here and had formed a camaraderie with Brother Zhao. In this unfamiliar place, the feeling of having a friend was indeed quite delightful. Xiaoyu, I noticed you were fixated on that woman. Have you taken a liking to her? Brother Zhao suddenly leaned closer and whispered to me. Oh, brother, not at all. I was merely admiring her, I stammered in response. That's good to hear. Let me tell you, such women are not suited for a stable life. Several of my male patrons have been enchanted by her, and they never returned. It's likely she has disrupted their families, Brother Zhao remarked with a disdainful glance towards the woman. Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of surprise wash over me, but soon it was replaced with understanding. Such occurrences are not uncommon in society. However, Brother Zhao is the type of man who is particularly devoted to his partner, which perhaps explains his aversion to such women. Thank you for the warning, brother. Hee. I replied with a grin. Brother Zhao, with his greasy hand, patted my shoulder before turning back to grill skewers. I couldn't help but let out a wry smile at the black handprint left on my newly changed white shirt. Brother Zhao truly has a carefree demeanor. Erha, come and try the skewers here. I deftly slid half of the skewer onto a small bowl and placed it in front of Erha. The Alaskan husky exhibited remarkable memory of my words, responding with a couple of eager barks before eagerly drooling over the meat skewers in its bowl. Observing its voracious manner of consumption, I couldn't help but gently pat its small head. Ignoring it for the moment, I took a bite of the meat skewer, the rich juice bursting forth in my mouth. I silently marveled at Zhao Ji's increasingly refined grilling skills. Subsequently, I uncapped a beer and poured it into my mouth, the icy liquid gliding down my throat, prompting a satisfied belch to escape me. Just as I was about to indulge in another hearty bite, a figure approached, and I was immediately enveloped by an alluring scent of perfume. The fragrance was neither overpowering nor faint. It was perfectly balanced. Moments later, a familiar silhouette settled across from me, none other than the alluring woman I had been observing earlier. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and she bore a hint of shyness, her cherry lips parting to emit a sweetly inviting sound. "Hello, may I sit here?" she inquired. I was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why she had approached me, and it appeared she had taken her seat without awaiting my consent. A glance at the surrounding male patrons revealed their envious gazes directed toward me. "Of course," I replied, feeling no reluctance at the prospect of a beautiful woman choosing to keep me company. "Thank you. I'm Zhou Lingling. I recently experienced a heartbreak and my spirits are rather low. Would you mind sharing a few drinks with me?" As she spoke, she subtly adjusted her posture, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of her alluring undergarments. Upon witnessing this scene, I could not help but feel a flush on my cheeks, pondering whether this woman was attempting to entice me. Although I do not consider myself a paragon of virtue capable of remaining unaffected, I held no particular thoughts regarding such audacious behavior from a woman. "Well, allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Feiyu, and I would be delighted to enjoy a drink in the company of a beautiful woman," I replied with a smile. "Ha ha, Brother Feiyu. You truly are a good person," Zhou Lingling remarked, her laughter enchanting and irresistibly alluring. "One cannot claim to be a good person. I am merely someone who knows what he desires," I responded modestly. "Is that so? Then, Brother Feiyu, do you wish to engage in any particular activities with me?" Zhou Lingling cast a flirtatious glance in my direction, her expression adorably captivating. Goodness, is this young lady genuinely trying to seduce me? While I consider myself somewhat appealing, I find it difficult to believe in such unexpected fortune, especially after what Brother Zhao had previously shared regarding her, coupled with her earlier lament of a broken heart. I was certainly not inclined to trust her words. "Of course, I merely wish to accompany you for a drink," I feigned ignorance. Silly boy." Zhou Lingling playfully rolled her eyes at my response. As we engaged in conversation while sipping our drinks, time seemed to pass swiftly. Moreover, the food was consumed at a remarkable pace. Observing the lingering appetite, I could not resist ordering 50 more skewers of lamb. During this interval, Brother Zhao, while delivering the skewers, repeatedly cast furtive glances my way. I understood his silent warning to remain unbewitched by feminine charms, and I could only manage a wry smile in response. "Xiaoyu, your little dog certainly has quite the appetite," Zhou Lingling remarked. Her cheeks flushed as she observed the husky voraciously devouring its food. "Indeed, I fear I may soon find myself impoverished by its insatiable hunger," I lamented, lightly nudging the gluttonous creature, which merely paused to gaze at me with bewilderment before resuming its feast. "Xiaoyu, I'm feeling a bit drowsy now. I think I've had too much to drink today. I should head home," Zhou Lingling announced as she rose to depart. However, the combination of her inebriation and precarious high heels caused her to sway dangerously to one side. I swiftly stood up and moved to her side, catching her just in time. Sensing my presence, she nestled closer and gazed at me with hazy eyes, slurring, "Xiaoyu, I think I'm a little tipsy. Could you please escort me home? My place is nearby." I felt a twinge of embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. "Xiaoyu, would you really let a young lady walk home alone at night? I beg you," she said, tightening her embrace around me, her eyes fluttering shut as if she had succumbed to slumber. Reluctantly, I realized she had me cornered. However, I was no ordinary person and resolved to take her home. After settling the bill and exchanging knowing glances with Zhao Ge, I called to the husky and began to assist Zhou Lingling on her way home. "By the way, where do you live?" I gazed at Zhou Lingling, who resembled a puddle of mud, and shook my head before inquiring. "In the Happy Community, Building 3, Room 303. Zhou Lingling mumbled in a daze. "The Happy Community, indeed, is quite nearby. Let's expedite her home." Before long, I supported Zhou Lingling to her doorstep, retrieving the key from her pocket to unlock the door. The moment the door swung open, a black cat leapt out with a startled meow, startling both me and the husky. Paying it little heed, I entered, turned on the lights, and gently laid Zhou Lingling on her bed, tucking her in as I prepared to leave. As I approached the door, Zhou Lingling's languid voice suddenly interrupted. "Brother Xiaoyu, are you not going to stay? I feel so scared." I offered a faint smile and turned around, only to freeze in place, for I was taken aback to find that, at some point, Zhou Lingling had removed her clothing, leaving only her intimate garments, revealing her nearly flawless figure. What are you doing? I stammered, though my gaze remained affixed to her form, as it presented an undeniable temptation to a young man like me. Brother Xiaoyu, do you think I'm beautiful? Zhou Lingling slowly approached, her previously drunken blush having dissipated, replaced by an expression brimming with allure. She extended her hand, caressing my cheek, causing me to tremble involuntarily. Goodness, this girl is trying to seduce me into wrongdoing. I cannot allow it, for I am a respectable person, I muttered internally, striving to maintain my composure. Brother Xiaoyu, you are rather reserved, aren't you? Zhou Lingling covered her face with a smile and then suddenly embraced me. For reasons unknown, I found myself captivated, unable to restrain the urge to caress the exquisite curves of her back. Shall we go to bed, Brother Xiaoyu? She inquired. All right. My mind suddenly felt clouded. As I lay beside Zhou Lingling, my consciousness began to drift, and she willingly positioned herself atop me. Just as we were on the verge of engaging in activities unsuitable for the innocent, the husky dog suddenly barked loudly. Upon hearing its voice, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over me, jolting me awake. I abruptly pushed Zhou Lingling away and stood up. Who are you? I shouted at her, my previous haze of confusion clearly a result of her manipulation. Zhou Lingling gazed at me, her smile vanishing, and an astonishing transformation ensued. Her once delicate features morphed into those of an elderly woman, aged and wrinkled, resembling a frail octogenarian. Not only did her face change, but her entire form did as well. At that moment, her mouth opened wide, and a crimson tongue, over a meter long, protruded, emitting a harsh, cackling laugh directed at me. Chapter 11. The complete human skin. Seeing Zhou Lingling in such a grotesque state filled me with revulsion, particularly given the intimate moments we had shared previously. I instinctively took several steps back, gripping a fire spirit talisman tightly in my hand, ready to hurl it at the old witch at the slightest hint of her movement. Brother Xiaoyu, are you afraid? She taunted, her expression sultry. Yet I found it increasingly difficult to suppress the turmoil churning within me at her current appearance. Stay back, or I shall make you regret it, I retorted, forcing down my disgust as I shouted at Zhou Lingling. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut on its own, causing me a headache. It seemed that these supernatural beings were fond of such theatrics. Hiv. You, my dear, possess quite the composure. Unlike other men who, upon seeing me, become utterly entranced and have their life force drained, Zhou Lingling remarked, her tongue extending a full meter as she languidly perched on the bed, regarding me with the predatory gaze of a hunter eyeing its prey. What? Those men you flirted with at the barbecue restaurant have all vanished? So it was you who drained them? I asked, furrowing my brow in disbelief, astounded by her ability to suppress her own malevolent energy that had lulled my vigilance. Huh, why should I divulge that? Besides, those wicked men brought their fates upon themselves, she replied, her long tongue licking her gnarled fingers as she glanced at me. Is this your excuse for harming others? Prepare to face your demise, old witch. I abruptly hurled the talisman in my hand towards Zhou Lingling. Caught off guard, Zhou Lingling could not evade it, and the fire spirit talisman detonated upon her chest, creating a gaping, inky black wound from which a foul, dark purple blood oozed forth, exuding a repugnant stench. Zhou Lingling let out a piercing scream of agony, yet almost instantaneously, she swiftly lunged towards me. Her tongue, originally a meter long, elongated suddenly, attacking me with ferocious speed. Unable to evade in time, her tongue coiled around my neck, and I felt a sticky, revolting fluid seeping upon my skin, tightening rapidly, inducing a sensation of suffocation. Master, I shall rescue you. Xiao Daogo. The husky at my feet barked vigorously, and a faint green glow flickered across the floor of the room. In an instant, a knight clad in armor, wielding a long sword, materialized before me. With a swift motion, the armored warrior unsheathed his sword, and with a decisive slice, Zhou Lingling's tongue was severed. Zhou Lingling shrieked in agony, violently crashing through the window and leaping out. I hurried to the window, but her figure had vanished without a trace. Sighing deeply, I leaned against the window, rubbing my neck, and turned to the armored knight summoned by the husky, expressing my gratitude. Thank you, dear husky, for your timely assistance. I realized that it was the husky who sensed the anomaly while I was ensnared by Zhou Lingling's enchantment, rousing me from my stupor with its barks. Had it not summoned the spirit wielding a sword from the spirit badge, I would likely have followed in the footsteps of those men who fell victim to her allure. My master, I am so relieved that you are unharmed. I was genuinely frightened that your neck might have been broken. Otherwise, there would be no one to accompany me for skewers. The husky circled around me, wagging its tail. Goodness, this dog is quite the glutton. But in light of its heroism, I shall pretend I did not hear that. Yet, within me, unease churned. After all, Zhou Lingling had escaped from my grasp. No one could assure me that she would cease her machinations, and, undoubtedly, more souls would fall prey to her seductive power, drained of their vitality. Regrettably, I had allowed her to flee. Zhou Lingling is unlike any specter I have encountered. She is not one of those mindless spirits, but rather a being with distinct thoughts and control, evidently a far more sophisticated entity than the lesser ghosts. I pondered how many others akin to Zhou Lingling exist in this world, and if they're not dealt with promptly, the consequences could be dire. Casting a glance at the husky, a spark of inspiration ignited in my mind, and I swiftly inquired, "Husky, can you detect the scent of that old witch?" "Indeed, my master," the husky replied, lifting its head and shaking it. "However, just now, her scent has vanished. I cannot fathom why. The scent has disappeared. Could it be that Zhou Lingling has concealed her presence? If that is indeed the case, she is truly formidable. Sigh, never mind. Let us return to the office and discuss it later." The events that transpired can be regarded as part of the evening's activities. Upon returning to the office with my canine companion, I reclined on the sofa, feeling somewhat fatigued. I rubbed my temples and meticulously contemplated the occurrences of the past few days. Initially, I dealt with a series of ordinary haunting incidents. Then I met Lan Mengchen, sought her master, and ventured into the ghost prison. Subsequently, I became acquainted with the art of soul refinement, and the spirit command badge found its way into my possession. I acquired a dog capable of summoning spirits, and now I find myself confronted by the ancient with Zhou Lingling, who feeds off the vital energy of men. Is it merely a stroke of misfortune that leads me to encounter such supernatural events? Or has the world undergone some inscrutable transformation unbeknownst to me? Alas, let come what may. I shall rest for now and retire to sleep. The following morning, just as I finished my morning ablutions, I heard urgent knocking at the door. Hastily, I rushed to open it, only to be taken aback by the sight of a police officer in uniform. I was curious as to why the officer sought me out, for I presumed they would not consult me regarding supernatural matters, given their adherence to scientific principles. "Greetings, officer. May I inquire what brings you to my establishment?" I expressed my curiosity directly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liu Tianli from the police department. You may call me Captain Liu. I have come to seek your counsel regarding a matter of importance. However, prior to that, I wish to ascertain the authenticity of your abilities and whether they are not merely a fade. Liu Tianli presented his credentials to me, his expression grave. Upon glancing at his identification, I confirmed, without a doubt, that he was a police officer. However, I found myself momentarily taken aback by his words. It seemed he harbored suspicions regarding my peculiar abilities. Yet, I could hardly blame him, for those in his profession rely heavily on tangible evidence. Nevertheless, his visit today suggested he had encountered some enigmatic situation, and he sought to ascertain whether I could assist him, thereby testing my capabilities. Realizing this, a smile involuntarily graced my face as I addressed Liu Tianli. "Captain Liu, please take a seat. If there is any way I can assist you, I am more than willing to extend my utmost efforts." Liu nodded in acknowledgement, settling onto the sofa. He removed his police cap and handed me a note, stating, "I shall speak plainly. This is my birth date and time. Could you provide me with insights into my marital situation?" Receiving the note, I paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Captain Liu, you are currently married and have a child, a daughter, to be precise. Your family appears to be quite content." Upon hearing my words, Liu Tianli blinked in surprise and inquired, "Is this all derived from your calculations?" "Not quite," I replied. I deduced your marital status from the wedding ring adorning your ring finger. As for the inference regarding your daughter, it stemmed from the faint traces of pink doodles on the pocket of your shirt, indicative of a little girl's affection for her father. Moreover, your shirt is impeccably neat, suggesting that, despite your demanding career as a police officer, your partner likely dedicates time each day to press your garments. Hence, it is evident that your family is indeed very happy. Very well, Lou. If you have something to say, please speak candidly. Have you encountered any peculiar cases of late? I offered Lou Tianli a cigarette, lighting one for myself as well, inhaling deeply before addressing him. After hearing my analysis, Lou Tianli appeared momentarily taken aback, his previously stern demeanor softening into an expression of genuine interest as he regarded me for a moment. He then remarked, "It seems my younger brother possesses a keen intellect. However, I remain uncertain whether you truly possess the alleged mystical abilities." Clearly, he approached matters with great diligence. Reluctantly, I retrieved a piece of yellow paper from my pocket, instructing Lou Tianli to prick his finger and let a drop of blood fall upon it. I then dipped my fingers in ink, inscribing several symbols. Before shaking the paper into the air, it ignited swiftly, disintegrating into ashes, while a vision flooded into my mind. In the coroner's office at the police station, Lou Tianli was alongside an individual who appeared to be a forensic expert, examining a piece of human skin laid upon the table. Remarkably intact, the skin bore no visible wounds from head to toe. Upon witnessing this, a chill ran down my spine. Ghoul. In contemporary society, while the legend of the starving ghost is widely known among the populace, the tales of the ghoul remain obscure to many. In truth, there exists a direct correlation between the two. Those who perish from starvation often transform into vengeful spirits, known as starving ghosts, driven by profound resentment. These entities feast upon the carcasses of animals, while the ghouls are the most malevolent among them, resorting to cannibalism, devouring their own kind. Once their internal resentment reaches a critical mass, they metamorphose into ghouls, thereafter preying upon humans. Strikingly, these ghouls maintain a human facade, and those who fall victim to their malevolence are left with nothing but a complete human skin. In today's world, where the standard of living has significantly improved, one might wonder how such starving ghosts could still exist, let alone give rise to ghouls. However, the existence of these human skins is a testament to the horrors wrought by ghouls, indicating that a formidable new malevolence has emerged. With a gentle exhale, I turned to Lou Tianli and said, "Captain Lou, I'm already aware of your purpose here. If you seek my assistance, I implore you to take me to see that piece of human skin." Upon hearing my words, Lou Tianli displayed a look of astonishment, then nodded and replied, "Very well. Then please accompany me, but it is no longer a single piece of skin. There are now 5 corpses." Chapter 12. Ghouls what? The number of victims claimed by the ghoul has risen beyond 1. 5 lives have already been extinguished. A dull hum echoes in my mind. If we do not swiftly capture this ghoul, how many souls and city might it devour? By the way, my dear brother, I have yet to learn your name. Lou Tianli inquired while seated in the vehicle. I'm called Qin Feiyu, Captain Lou. If you do not mind, I shall refer to you as Brother Feiyu. Yes, that will be fine, Captain Lou. By the way, Brother Feiyu, where did you acquire such remarkable skills? Lou Tianli asked, his curiosity evident as he studied me. These are merely teachings passed down in my family, I replied with a smile. Ah, I see, Lou Tianli nodded, recognizing my reluctance to elaborate further and refraining from probing deeper. Captain, how long has it been since the first piece of human skin was discovered? I inquired, furrowing my brow. The first specimen was found about half a month ago. It was discovered by the public in a park. Initially, we thought it was some sort of prop, but upon examination at the station, we realized it was human skin. As he spoke, a grim expression settled on Lou Tianli's face. And where were the subsequent pieces of skin located? Captain, I pressed on. They were all found in secluded areas by riverbanks and within dense woods, he informed me. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked, by the way, Brother Feiyu, do you have any insight into the identity of this perpetrator? I nodded and recounted the origins of the ghoul to Lou Tianli. Upon hearing my account, his expression became exceedingly exaggerated, clearly struggling to accept the unsettling reality. Nevertheless, considering the bizarre nature of the case. He gradually came to terms with the truth. So, do you have a solution, Brother Feiyu? Lu Tianli, evidently inexperienced with such matters, inquired. There's indeed a method. But first we must locate the traces of that ghoul through the human skins. As I spoke, I felt a twinge of uncertainty, for I had never encountered a ghoul in my life. However, this creature was not akin to the humanoid monstrosities in the ghostly prison that merely consumed my talismans. Before long, guided by Lu Tianli's driving, I arrived at the police station and finally beheld the 5 human skins. When they were laid out before me, a profound shock enveloped my senses. The 5 skins, pristine and devoid of any bloodstains, displayed hollow features. One of them emanated a faint aura of Yin energy. I recognized it as belonging to a recent victim, still imbued with the scent of the ghoul. Quickly, I retrieved a piece of yellow paper, folding it into the shape of a small dog, and placed it upon the skin exuding the subtle Yin energy. However, as I retracted the small dog, it transformed in my palm into an arrow-like pointer. This was the tracking talisman I had previously utilized to locate Master Lan Mengchen's uncle, Li Shu. Lu Tianli observed my actions with keen interest, and by the time he glimpsed the arrow in my hand, his mouth fell agape in astonishment, and he queried with a hint of confusion, Brother Feiyu, what is this? I have located the position of the ghoul. Merely follow the direction of the arrow. Wait a moment, Brother Feiyu. I shall arrange for a few officers. Absolutely not, Captain Lu. This ghoul is exceedingly perilous, and an excess of individuals would only become a burden. I can handle this alone. I hastily interrupted Lu Tianli's plans. No, Brother Feiyu, I must accompany you. I turned to meet Lu Tianli's resolute gaze and reluctantly nodded in agreement. Beyond the police station, Lu Tianli drove me along the path indicated by the tracking spell. After approximately half an hour of travel, the arrow of the tracking spell abruptly ignited into a blaze and vanished. Brother Feiyu, what is happening? Lu Tianli inquired, astonished by the arrow's sudden incineration. This indicates that the ghoul is nearby. Let us disembark, Captain Lu, I replied, furrowing my brow. Upon exiting the vehicle, we found ourselves along a desolate stretch of road, with only a small, dilapidated motel operating nearby. Its facade was weathered, adorned with various tattered advertisements, and one window boasted a sign for a specialty in couples' health products. Upon seeing this, I began to comprehend the situation. No wonder there was a motel in such an isolated location. It appeared to be a case of false pretenses. Casting a glance at Lu Tianli, who was clad in a crisp police uniform, I felt a wave of anxiety. Captain Lu, the ghoul is most likely within that establishment, but your attire is rather conspicuous. It will be best for you to remain in the vehicle. Lu Tianli had evidently discerned the true nature of this establishment. He turned to me and said, "This is easily resolved. Just wait a moment." With that, he opened the trunk of the car and retrieved a set of casual attire. After a brief interlude, he returned to the vehicle, holding his discarded police uniform, which he placed in the trunk before approaching me. How does this suffice? Lu Tianli inquired with a smile. Observing his adept movements, I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for him. It was clear that he was always prepared for any situation, truly a commendable officer. Together, we strode towards the inn. Upon entering, we were greeted by a modest bar counter where a middle-aged woman, approximately in her 40s, was engrossed in a mobile game. As she noticed our entrance, she appeared momentarily taken aback, her initial wariness quickly dissipating as she smiled and addressed us. "Are you two here to rest?" Before Lu Tianli could respond, I interjected, "Indeed, the drive was quite lengthy, and I'm feeling somewhat fatigued." A friend mentioned that the owner of this modest inn, though simple, offers remarkably comfortable beds. Upon hearing my words, Lu Tianli seemed surprised for a moment, but then nodded vigorously, a rather mischievous expression emerging on his face. His unexpected demeanor nearly made me laugh. It was amusing to witness his typically serious disposition take on such a rogue-like appearance. With this, the innkeeper completely relaxed her guard and cheerfully remarked, "Oh, is that so? Then you two have come to the right place. Please follow me, and I will show you to your rooms." A middle-aged woman swayed her ample hips ahead of us, while we closely followed behind. Upon reaching a discreet door, she paused, opened it, and beckoned us inside. Once we entered the room, I surveyed the surroundings and discovered it was a private booth, complete with KTV facilities, though rather rudimentary. The lighting was dim, and as the woman activated the sound system, vibrant music filled the air. "Please wait a moment," she said with a slight smile before departing. Lu Tianli and I settled onto the sofa within the booth. I noticed Lu seemed a bit anxious, so I approached and patted his shoulder, leaning in a whisper, "Lu, try to be natural. The ghoul might be among the group of ladies that Madam will soon summon." Lu nodded in response, clearly unaccustomed to such situations, and I too maintained a serious demeanor. Before long, the middle-aged woman returned, leading a dozen alluringly dressed women, each exuding an air of sensuality. One particularly striking woman captured my attention, not merely for her beauty, but for the faint aura of malevolence surrounding her. I resolved to draw upon my previous encounter with Zhou Lingling, as this woman could very well be the ghoul, concealing her true essence. "That's the one," I declared, pointing at the enchanting woman cloaked in darkness. "Very well," the middle-aged woman replied with a smile, guiding the woman to sit beside me. She then turned to Lu Tianli and inquired, "Which one would you like, handsome?" I observed the anxious countenance of Lu Tianli and promptly remarked, "We only need one." The middle-aged woman, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of displeasure on her face. However, she refrained from further comment and departed with the remaining women. Now only Lu Tianli, the woman, and I remained in the private room, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. The woman broke the silence first, saying, "Esteemed brothers, this is my first time attending to two individuals simultaneously. How shall we proceed? Might we change locations and go to our car?" I suggested, for if this woman were indeed a ghoul, staying here would surely impose restrictions upon us. "Oh, how delightful! It seems both of you enjoy car escapades." She responded with a sultry smile, showing no signs of hesitation. Witnessing this, I couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Her flirtatious grin was strikingly reminiscent of the way Zhou Lingling had looked at me before. Stealing a glance at Lu Tianli, I noticed a look of enchantment in his gaze directed at the woman. Indeed, she possessed an uncanny allure. I mirrored Lu Tianli's expression of fascination and said, "Precisely. We adore car rendezvous, especially when it involves the three of us together." As I brought the woman to the car, I discreetly pinched Lu Tianli when she wasn't paying attention. At my touch, Lu Tianli's expression returned to normal, likely recalling how he had been somewhat entranced by this woman. A look of awkwardness crept onto his face. I whispered to him, "Continue the act. Take the passenger seat while I drive. I require a more secluded location." Lu Tianli nodded in agreement and settled into the passenger seat. As I drove, I spoke to the woman. "Brother will take you to a nearby field, where you might encounter a few passers-by. It should prove to be more exhilarating." "Oh, that sounds delightful, brother. I too enjoy a thrill," she replied, a seductive smile gracing her face. Witnessing this, my suspicion that she was a ghoul deepened. Those in her profession tend to be exceedingly cautious. It is rare to find one so willing to let a client dictate the terms. Before long, I discovered a deserted area and beckoned Lu Tianli and the woman to disembark. I maintained a distance between Lu Tianli and the woman. Observing our reaction, she laughed and asked, "What's the matter, brothers? Are you feeling bashful? Stop the charade. Your true identity has long been unveiled," I retorted, retrieving a fire talisman from my pocket. "What are you talking about, brother?" "I don't understand," she said, yet her eyes had already transformed into a cold, icy glare, her pupils gradually shifting to a blood-red hue. Chapter 13. The cycle of the five elements. Upon noticing the shift in the woman's gaze, Lu Tianli instinctively drew his firearm, aiming it at her head, and declared with righteous authority, "Place your hands behind your head, or I shall fire." The woman's reaction was to reveal a hint of scornful amusement as she gradually approached him. "I have warned you not to move. I'm about to pull the trigger." Lu Tianli's expression betrayed a hint of anxiety. "Do you truly believe this iron contraption will render me powerless?" She retorted with a derisive smile, swiftly maneuvering behind Lu Tianli. Bang! The resounding gunshot echoed, triggered by Lu Tianli's reflexive action. However, the bullet halted abruptly just a centimeter from the woman, plummeting to the ground. I distinctly observed that the sudden surge of dark energy emanating from her form had arrested the bullet's trajectory. Witnessing the bullet fall, Lu Tianli froze momentarily, and in that instant, the woman's expression shifted as she lunged toward him. A loud explosion erupted from her chest as a fire talisman, which I had precisely thrown at the opportune moment, detonated. Seizing the opportunity of her momentary pain, I swiftly pulled Lu Tianli aside. Why did the gun have no effect on her? A still trembling Lu Tianli inquired. Lu, remain back. Allow me to handle this. Only I possess the means to confront her. I urged him quickly. Young man, it seems you are not as simple as you appear. The woman's garment was torn as a result of my fire charm, revealing glimpses of her ample bosom in a manner that was particularly tantalizing. However, I found myself devoid of any inclination to admire her, for her visage had transformed into one of profound resentment. The sight of my talisman merely causing her attire to become ragged, without inflicting any significant harm, left me somewhat astonished. It appeared that this ghoul possessed considerable prowess. Had I anticipated this, I would have summoned my companion, the dog, to accompany me, for its howl could summon a host of inexplicable spirits to assist. Ghoul, should you fail to surrender, I shall ensure your utter obliteration. Regardless of the circumstances, I resolved to assert my dominance through sheer presence. Ha ha ha, young one, I see you are at a loss, the woman remarked with a sinister smile, having discerned my intentions. Ah, my ruse has been uncovered. Yet, I am not without recourse. Merely that the execution of my plans is somewhat intricate. I possess 1,000 methods to deal with you. I am merely deliberating on which to employ, I retorted defiantly. A ghoul is an evolved form of a starving spirit, not a trivial specter that can be easily vanquished. It seems my only recourse lies in deploying my formidable ghost extermination array, the 5-element rotation formation. However, this technique remains untested since my learning. It appears I shall have to attempt it now. With this thought in mind, I dashed towards Lu Tianli and leaned close to whisper in his ear, Lu, please lend me your gold ring. It will assist in diverting this ghoul's attention. Certainly. Although Lu Tianli was unaware of my intentions, he nonetheless cooperatively removed his ring and handed it to me. After obtaining the ring, I swiftly darted to the side of the vehicle. At that moment, Lu Tianli, in perfect synchrony, raised his firearm and fired a shot at the woman. He then shouted, You hideous creature, come here, I wish to challenge you one-on-one. Upon hearing this exchange, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Lu Tianli's method of providing cover was indeed rather unconventional, yet remarkably effective. As soon as the words hideous creature escaped his lips, a look of venomous resentment crossed the woman's face, prompting her to lunge toward Lu Tianli. He deftly evaded her assault, while simultaneously returning fire. Although the bullet posed no threat to her, I observed that some of the dense, malevolent energy surrounding her dissipated. It appeared that shielding against projectile attacks also consumed her sinister energy. Seizing the opportunity while the female ghoul was distracted, I swiftly commenced the assembly of my elemental rotation array. This formation, aptly named the 5 elements, signifies the necessity of the 5 fundamental substances: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The golden ring I had previously obtained from Lu Tianli represented the element of metal. For wood, I casually picked up a small twig from the ground, and for earth, I simply gathered a few grains of soil with my hand. As for water, I placed these items upon a sheet of yellow paper, then tossed in a fire talisman to symbolize fire. Finally, I spat a small amount of saliva onto the assembly. While somewhat unrefined, it sufficed to represent the elusive element of water. I then bit into the tip of my right ring finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the yellow paper, which I subsequently folded into a compact bundle. Thus, the rudimentary version of the 5-element rotation array was completed, which I dubbed the 5 elements grenade. In truth, the proper methodology would require arranging it into a formal formation, inviting the ghoul to enter of its own accord. However, the current circumstances left no room for such niceties. I harbored doubts regarding the efficacy of the 5 elements grenade, yet the unfolding situation brooked no hesitation. At that moment, Lu Tianli's firearm had run out of ammunition, and the female ghoul, with her mouth agape, was lunging toward him. I knew that if she succeeded in her advance, Lu Tianli's very flesh and bones would be drained in an instant. Abominable creature. Cease at once. I shouted at the ghoul before unhesitatingly hurling the 5-element grenade in her direction. The female ghoul was drawn to my loud shout, turning her head to face me. However, what met her was a ball of yellow paper. She appeared momentarily stunned, unsure of why I had suddenly thrown refuse at her. Without any attempt to evade, the instant the paper made contact with her face, a thunderous explosion erupted, and with a resounding bang, her head was obliterated. Simultaneously, her body lost balance and collapsed heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This hastily crafted 5-element grenade possessed such immense power. Feiyu, what kind of technique is this? It's incredible. Lu Tianli, confirming that the female ghoul was irretrievably dead, hurried to my side, panting and offering his praise. Captain Lu, it was merely a small trick to scatter her soul and spirit, I replied somewhat sheepishly. However, I must inform you that your ring is likely ruined. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianli's expression momentarily froze before he forced a wry smile. So my ring was caught in that explosion. Defeating the ghoul is of little consequence compared to the fear of returning home tonight. If my wife discovers that I've lost my ring, I imagine I'll be kneeling on a washboard. Hearing Lu Tianli's words, a smile crept onto my face as I patted his shoulder and said, I believe your wife will surely forgive you, for how many lives in the city have been saved because of your actions. Yes, I can only think of it that way, Lu Tianli replied, his brow furrowing in concern. What is wrong, Captain Lu? I inquired with a hint of curiosity. Although the ghoul had been eradicated, this case could not be disclosed to the public and must remain an unsolved mystery. After all, the common folk would hardly believe that such occurrences were the work of a ghoul. I nodded in agreement. Team Leader Lu's words held truth. Some matters, indeed, should not be shared with too many, and even if revealed, they might not be accepted. I trust that Team Leader Lu and his team possess their own unique methods for handling these cases. Declining Team Leader Lu's invitation to dine, I returned to my office. Upon entering, my spirited dog rushed towards me, exclaiming, Master, Master, you've been gone all morning. I can smell the lingering aura of the supernatural on you. Have you encountered something again? Observing this little creature's genuine concern warmed my heart. I gently stroked its soft fur and replied, It's nothing serious, just a minor situation. By the way, are you hungry? At the mention of food, my dog wagged its tail vigorously, extending its tongue as it responded, Master, my stomach has been growling for quite some time. Amused by the dog's eager demeanor, I chuckled and pointed to the floor, saying, All right, you can start by cleaning the floor while I prepare our meal. At your service, Master, it replied. With that, my dog skillfully picked up a towel with its mouth, dipped it in some water, and began to clean the floor with its right front paw. Taking a deep breath, I was ushered early in the morning to confront a ghoul. Fortunately, we managed to triumph without incident. However, I now found myself rather hungry. Regrettably, as I was alone in the office, I had not stocked up on any provisions. Thankfully, I had a box of instant noodles I purchased a few days ago. Skillfully, I tore open the packaging and soaked the noodles in hot water. Approximately 5 minutes later, I noticed my dog had finished cleaning the floor and called the little creature over. Come, dinner time. All right, Master. I placed the bowl of noodles on the ground for my dog to easily access, while I quickly devoured my own serving. Master, what is this delightful food? My dog exclaimed, engrossed in his meal. It's instant noodles. I couldn't help but chuckle at his reaction, reminiscent of my own, the first time I tasted them as a child. Just as we finished our meal, a familiar figure entered through the door, Lan Mengchen. At that moment, she was adorned in a light blue short dress and white sneakers. Coupled with her delicate features, an aura of purity emanated from her, momentarily leaving me in a daze. Don't stare too long, Lan Mengchen remarked. Her cheeks flushed as she pouted and shot me a glare. I cleared my throat to mask my embarrassment, refraining from responding to her comment. Instead, I directly inquired, Little Chun, have you come here to ask me to find someone again? Oomph. Is there anything else I would seek you for other than to help me find someone? Lan Mengchen cast a fleeting glance at me while seated on the sofa and remarked, You have a point. I scratched my nose and nodded in agreement. Wow, what an adorable dog. Suddenly, Lan Mengchen spotted a Siberian husky nearby and dashed over, crouching down to caress its head, while the dog reveled in her gentle touch. In truth, I wanted you to pretend to be my boyfriend, she murmured softly, her gaze lowered as she continued to stroke the husky. Chapter 14. The eccentric man what? Pretending to be your boyfriend? I found myself momentarily taken aback by the words that escaped Lan Mingqian's lips. Yes, indeed, she replied, lifting her gaze to meet mine, her expression one of resignation. Then, pray tell, why the charade? I inquired, scratching my head. Well, you see, my father had previously arranged a blind date for me. I felt no connection with the man, yet he has persistently pursued me. I thought it best to have you pose as my boyfriend for an evening, to dissuade him from his relentless advances, Lan Mingqian explained, her brow furrowing as she recalled the man's tenacious demeanor. Very well. Under such circumstances, I am willing to accept your request. However, I cannot assist you without recompense. You shall be responsible for cleaning my place for a week, I said, offering her a smile. You? Lan Mingqian's eyes widened in astonishment at my proposition, but she soon acquiesced. Fine, a week it is. Although Lan Mingqian had acquiesced, my mind was racing with thoughts. Tonight's dinner was no trifling matter. From the elegance of Lan Mingqian's demeanor and the considerable financial resources her father could muster to procure someone with extraordinary talents, it was evident that her family was quite affluent. Consequently, her father must have meticulously selected her suitor, ensuring he was no ordinary individual. If I were to impersonate Lan Mingqian's boyfriend this evening, I would undoubtedly offend that man. However, I remained unfazed, primarily due to the challenge of rejecting the affections of a beauty such as Lan Mingqian. Time flew swiftly, and before I knew it, evening had arrived. Lan Mingqian drove me to a hotel chosen by the man she had previously met. Upon alighting from the car, I was momentarily taken aback. The establishment before us was not simply accessible to those of wealth, for it was one of the most renowned hotels in City A, due to its exceptional service. Distinctive cuisine and high standards, reservations were required at least a week in advance. It appeared that the man pursuing Lan Mingqian was not only wealthy, but also possessed considerable influence. I quickly composed myself, suppressing my rustic demeanor, and entered the hotel with Lan Mingqian. As we stepped inside, I couldn't help but marvel at the opulence surrounding us. This upscale venue was truly extraordinary, resembling a palace from the West, with its resplendent decor and the staff exuding an air of refinement. Good evening. Do you have a reservation? A server promptly approached us, slightly bowing with a warm smile as he inquired. Lan Mingqian, with an air of familiarity, promptly informed the waiter of our reserved table in her name. She then tugged me along, following the waiter's lead, and leaned close to whisper in my ear, make sure to act the part, but remember one thing. Don't take advantage of me, or I shall dismantle your establishment. Heeding Lan Mingqian's warning, I flashed her an okay gesture, stifling a chuckle within as I mused that although Qin Feiyu might not be a paragon of virtue, I would never stoop to such antics. Ladies, please take a seat. Would you like to order now? The waiter inquired with a smile as he guided us to our table and presented the menu. Let us wait a moment, I replied, noticing that the man pursuing Lan Mingqian had yet to arrive, waving my hand dismissively. Order now. I'm famished. Lan Mingqian, with an assertive demeanor, seized the menu and began choosing dishes. By the way, what do you like to eat? I leaned in to glance at the menu, only to find an array of unfamiliar dish names, eliciting a wry smile. I could only respond, you decide. I'm open to anything. Well then, I shall place the order, especially since someone else is treating us, Lan Mingqian declared, her tone laced with irritation as she continued to select dishes, clearly exasperated by the man's relentless pursuit. After placing our orders, a few minutes later, a refined man wearing glasses approached us briskly, holding a bouquet of roses. Upon reaching our table, he momentarily appeared taken aback upon seeing me, but quickly regained his smile and handed the flowers to Lan Mingqian, saying, Mingqian, I apologize for being late. I was caught in traffic. These roses are for you, and I hope you like them. Lan Mingqian graciously accepted the roses, casually placing them on the table, uttering a brief thank you, before pulling my arm and introducing me to the man. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Qin Feiyu. Feeling the warmth of Lan Mingqian's embrace, my heart fluttered, and I promptly rose to extend my right hand toward the gentleman, saying, "Hello." The man, displaying generosity, maintained his smile and reciprocated the handshake, replying, "Hello, my name is Ma Jibin." After exchanging pleasantries, I resumed my seat across from Ma Jibin. The dishes had yet to arrive, and an awkward silence ensued as I pondered the commendable qualities of this man, wealthy, polite, and quite handsome. I wondered why Lan Mingchen seemed disinclined towards him, especially considering that Ma Jibin did not appear to be the type to persistently pursue someone. "Feiyu, may I inquire how long you and Mingchen have known each other?" Ma Jibin asked. Before I could respond, Lan Mingchen interjected. "We have known each other for 3 years and have been together for a year." I could only nod in affirmation, supporting her statement. "Oh, I see. Mingchen, congratulations. It truly makes me happy to see you so content," he remarked. After listening to all this, Ma Jibin sincerely offered his blessings. "Thank you," Lan Mingchen replied, leaning her head against my shoulder affectionately. Instinctively, I leaned back slightly, as I was still somewhat unaccustomed to such intimacy. Suddenly, a woman resembling a wealthy socialite at a nearby table shouted at the server beside her, "Are you blind?" "Apologies, madam. Let me clean that for you," the server said, his face a picture of fear as he repeatedly apologized to her. "Do you have any idea how much this dress costs? It's enough to cover your salary for a lifetime. Do you think a simple wipe can resolve this?" The affluent lady continued her tirade. Witnessing this, Lan Mingchen furrowed her brow and muttered, "TSK, nouveau riche." Though I was equally appalled, I found myself at a loss for a solution. However, Ma Jibin stood up and approached the wealthy woman, whispering something in her ear. Instantly, she ceased her shouting, her face transforming into a smile directed at Ma Jibin before she hurriedly settled her bill and left. After completing this, Ma Jibin returned to our table, wearing a smile, and expressed, "I apologize, Mingchen, for dampening your spirits." Observing this scene, I became increasingly convinced that Ma Jibin was undoubtedly a person of wealth and influence. Soon, the dishes were served, and, as we dined, we engaged in light conversation. Ma Jibin maintained a constant smile, conversing with us in a seemingly ordinary manner, devoid of any displeasure, which left me somewhat perplexed. I had anticipated that he might harbor ill feelings towards me, the faux boyfriend of Lan Mingchen. It appears I had overthought the situation. After our meal, the three of us exited the hotel, with Lan Mingchen heading towards the car, and I was following closely behind. At that moment, Ma Jibin suddenly grasped my arm, turning his back to the departing Lan Mingchen, looking at me with a smile. However, I discerned a chilling glint in his eyes, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him, sending a shiver down my spine. This was not the kind of hostility one encounters in ordinary encounters. It was the kind forged through countless battles. "I advise you to distance yourself from Lan Mingchen," he cautioned. "A person of your standing is unworthy of her affection. Here is a check for 3 million. Ma Jibin abruptly produced a check from his pocket and handed it to me. Observing his actions, I couldn't help but chuckle. The scenario felt rather cliché. Yet, I silently acknowledged that Ma Jibin was not as simple as he appeared. He exhibited remarkable restraint. As the old adage goes, the silent dog bites hardest. Moreover, the aura of menace surrounding him was not typical. One would expect a man of his wealth and influence to lack such an edge. It was evident that he harbored significant secrets. I remained silent, yet seized the check from Ma Jibin's hand, just as he believed I would comply. The check in my grasp suddenly ignited into a blaze, transforming into a pile of ashes that gracefully settled to the ground. Witnessing my actions, the corner of Ma Jibin's mouth twitched involuntarily as he glared at me and venomously declared, "You will regret this." Ignoring him, I hummed a tune and proceeded toward Lan Mingchen's car, fully aware that I had firmly established a grudge with this man named Ma. While Lan Mingchen played a part in this affair, the predominant force driving my actions was my dignity as a man. I could never show weakness. Upon returning to the car, Lan Mingchen curiously inquired, "What were you two discussing back there?" "Oh, nothing much, just a casual chat," I replied, choosing not to divulge the truth to her. "By the way, don't let his cultured demeanor fool you. He is certainly not a good person. My intuition is quite sharp." Lan Mingqian remarked as we exited the hotel grounds. I silently nodded in agreement. She was absolutely right. I casually inquired, by the way, what does Ma Jibin do? He seems quite wealthy and influential. His father is the chairman of Hongfeng Company, holding a 90% stake. I've heard that his father has connections in both legitimate and illicit circles, which is why my father wishes for me to marry into their family, Lan Mingqian explained. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Hongfeng Company? That company is the largest in City A and ranks among the Fortune Global 500, holding a remarkable 90% stake. In such an establishment, a single word can equate to a command. It is no wonder that Ma Jibin is so generous towards me. For him, 3 million is merely a drop in the bucket. What does Ma Jibin enjoy doing in his spare time? Are you aware of his interests? I continue to inquire. Why do you ask? You're not contemplating clinging to his coattails, are you? Lan Mingqian regarded me with suspicion. Am I that kind of person? I merely wish to gain insight into my rival. I jested with a smile. Bah, you pretend for a moment, and you're already getting into character. Lan Mingqian shot me a glance and proceeded. As for his interests, Ma Jibin does have a penchant for researching artifacts from ancient tombs. He mentioned it once during his courtship of me. Ancient tombs? Upon hearing this, a spark ignited in my mind. Could it be that the ominous aura surrounding Ma Jibin is connected to this? Chapter 15. The fetus stone upon returning to the office. I presented the skewers I had purchased from Zhao's barbecue stand to Ha. The moment this canine laid eyes on the skewers, his gaze sharpened, and he eagerly settled beside me, drooling as he devoured the treat. His gluttonous display elicited a stifled giggle from Lan Mingqian, who covered her mouth in amusement. Thank you for tonight, Feiyu, Lan Mingqian expressed sincerely to me. I waved my hand dismissively, smiling as I replied, there's no need for such formality. Friends ought to assist one another. However, will your father be upset? I couldn't care less. Why should I marry someone I do not like? Regardless of how wealthy or powerful he may be, Lan Mingqian pouted adorably. Her words momentarily stunned me, transporting my thoughts back to my sophomore year. That year, I encountered a girl from the finance department named Lin Chu. Previously, I had scoffed at the notion of love at first sight, but upon meeting her, I was utterly convinced. Lin Chu flowed through my parched heart like a refreshing stream, captivating me entirely. Eventually, through my earnest yet somewhat disdainful efforts, I succeeded in winning her affection. Like many a man experiencing love for the first time, I scrimped and saved, giving her the very best of what I had, ensuring she felt no discomfort. Yet, ultimately, it all unraveled after she declined an invitation, and I witnessed her stepping into another classmate's luxury car. In that moment, I clenched my trembling hands, forcefully striking the ground in frustration. To be honest, I did not blame her. I only lamented my own failure to find a woman who could truly understand me. What are you thinking about? Lan Mingqian's words drew me from my reverie. I raised my lips in a smile and inquired of her, do you have someone you fancy at the moment? What business is it of yours? She retorted, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush as she cast me a sidelong glance. Observing her demeanor, I felt a stirring within. This young lady, with her unintentional gestures, possessed an enchanting allure. No wonder Ma Jibin was so attentive to her. However, the thought of Ma Jibin made me furrow my brow. Having offended him today, I could only speculate how this unleashed hound might retaliate. At that moment, the raucous barking of Ha, who was voraciously consuming skewers, suddenly erupted towards the entrance. Witnessing this, my expression shifted. I understood that the visitor who had aroused Ha's vigilance was likely no friend. I quickly clenched a fire spirit talisman in my hand, pulling Lan Mingqian behind me for protection. As I turned my gaze to the doorway, a strikingly beautiful woman with revealing attire stepped inside. I was momentarily taken aback, instinctively preparing to cast my talisman, for it was none other than Zhou Lingling, the very one who had previously sought to ensnare my spirit and drain my vitality, only to be repelled by my hand. Wait, today, I am here to seek your aid, hoping you will save my life. I am willing to serve you for eternity, Zhou Lingling declared, her countenance adorned with a woeful expression upon witnessing my readiness to act. Her plea left me momentarily speechless. She wanted me to rescue her? Was she in peril from other rivals wishing to see her demise? To be honest, Zhou Lingling's transgressions hardly warranted sympathy. Yet, an unsettling intuition whispered that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. I coolly replied, "Why should I save someone who sought to bring about my end?" "No, you are a specter." Glancing back at the bewildered Lan Mengqian, it seemed she was utterly perplexed by our exchange. Suddenly, Zhou Lingling's complexion turned ashen, and she rushed toward me, her voice trembling with desperation. "Please, save me. It's coming." I deliberately maintained a distance as she approached, my gaze shifting toward the doorway. A sleek black cat sauntered in, its round, luminous green eyes emitting an eerie glow. The feline fixated on Zhou Lingling, its tongue flicking across its lips, as if she were its prey. Was this black cat the source of Zhou Lingling's terror? I found myself questioning this when suddenly my sidekick, the husky, lunged at the black cat. The two creatures erupted into sharp, confrontational cries, as if they were sworn enemies. The cat let out a piercing yowl, baring its teeth at the husky, before a viscous green liquid violently erupted from its mouth. The husky nimbly dodged, but the noxious substance splattered onto the sofa, instantly releasing a foul odor and corroding a large hole into the fabric. Witnessing this, I lamented the cat's formidable power while feeling a pang of anguish for my $3,000 sofa. "Husky, attack it!" I shouted without hesitation, obeying my command. The husky swiftly seized the opportunity, sinking its teeth into the cat's neck. The black cat let out a wail of pain, unable to struggle due to the grip on its vulnerable spot. Just as I believed the husky had secured victory, the cat suddenly began to writhe and, in an instant, transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, vanishing without a trace. Upon witnessing this scene, the three of us were momentarily taken aback. The husky, however, unwilling to relent, let out a couple of frustrated barks at the empty air before resuming its feast. "What on earth is happening?" I turned to Zhou Lingling, furrowing my brows to inquire. "That is a soul chaser, a terrifying entity that preys upon beings like us." Zhou Lingling trembled as she spoke. "A soul chaser?" Lan Mengqian echoed in confusion from the side. At the mention of this, a chill ran through my body. I recalled some information about soul chasers from my childhood. They are akin to the soul refinement technique, crafted by practitioners of Taoism who collect the souls of animals and subject them to brutal methods of refinement. They can be considered as nemeses of certain spirits. However, the creation of such entities severely damages one's moral standing, and the process itself is exceedingly arduous, accessible only to a select few. What could possibly motivate someone to create such a being, and under whose command is it pursuing Zhou Lingling? With these thoughts swirling in my mind, I suddenly felt a coldness wash over me. I turned to Zhou Lingling and exclaimed, "Why is this soul chaser relentlessly pursuing you? Have you offended its master?" My outburst caused Zhou Lingling's complexion to change. Under my penetrating gaze, she could not help but lower her head, softly sobbing, "Yes, I took a piece of his fetal stone." "Fetal stone? What is that?" I asked, momentarily stunned. "It is." Zhou Lingling paused, a pained expression crossing her face as she continued, "A substance extracted from the remains of stillborn and miscarried children." "Ah, such a malevolent thing exists?" Lan Mengqian gasped, covering her mouth in horror. I too furrowed my brow and continued to inquire. "Whom do you refer to? Moreover, what purpose does this serve?" Subsequently, Zhou Lingling divulged a shocking truth. It turned out that Zhou Lingling had been fatally struck by a vehicle, and at the time of the accident, she was 7 months pregnant. When Zhou Lingling regained consciousness, a masked man stood before her, presenting her with and instructing her to ensnare other men to collect their yang energy for the to absorb. He revealed to Zhou Lingling that her unborn child had perished in the collision, and if she aided him in gathering sufficient yang energy, her child could be resurrected. This led to the subsequent misfortunes that befell the men at Zhou Lingling's hands. The reason Zhou Lingling departed was due to a peculiar connection she felt, discovering the presence of her deceased child's essence within it, as well as unveiling the masked man's deceit regarding her child's revival. Given the masked man's formidable powers and the pursuit of soul-hunting beasts sent after her, Zhou Lingling was left with no choice but to seek refuge with me. While I comprehended the entirety of the situation and felt sympathy for Zhou Lingling, the fact remained that her actions had resulted in the demise of others. I requested that from Zhou Lingling, examining it closely in my hands. Lan Mengchen, curious, leaned in as well. The bore a resemblance to an ordinary pebble, yet it emanated a faint red glow. Astonishingly, I sensed a profound, inscrutable power within it, likely a mixture of the yang energy from those men and the inherent of the. I couldn't help but furrow my brow in contemplation, pondering the true purpose of this and the identity of the masked man who orchestrated it all. Please, I implore you, eliminate that man and avenge my child, Zhou Lingling exclaimed as she rushed towards me, clutching my arm with a pitiful gaze. I shook off her grasp and fixed my eyes upon her, stating first and foremost, your child had already perished in the womb by the time of the accident. Secondly, I am not a specter, but a mere mortal, devoid of the authority to take a life. Are you simply going to allow that man to continue his reign of terror upon others? Zhou Lingling shouted at me. Confronted with such a situation, as a responsible young man, I could not remain apathetic. I am willing to assist you, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Zhou Lingling inquired, lifting her face, her misty eyes fixed upon me. Once this ordeal concludes, you must relinquish all ties to this world and journey to where you truly belong, I replied slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Lingling hesitated momentarily, but eventually seemed to come to terms with it. Clenching her fists, she solemnly declared, very well, I accept your terms. Seeing Zhou Lingling acquiesce to my condition, I nodded in affirmation, while my mind raced with analysis. Given that the vengeful spirit that had pursued Zhou Lingling had fled, it was evident that the location of my Supernatural Affairs Bureau was compromised. From the fearful expression Zhou Lingling had described regarding the masked man, it was clear that he was not an easy adversary, possessing various hidden strengths. Yet, I could not permit him to continue wreaking havoc upon the innocent. What course of action should I take? With a creaking sound, the door of the Occult Affairs office swung open, revealing a balding, middle-aged man who entered. Observing this, I mused to myself about the nature of his late visit. Surely he had some pressing matter to discuss. Adhering to the principle of warm service, I approached him with a smile and inquired, good evening, welcome to the Occult Affairs office. How may I assist you today? The balding man stroked his shiny head, gazing at me with a smile as he slowly began to speak. Young man, I have been searching for you quite diligently. Taken aback by his familiarity, I hesitated before asking, do you know me? He chuckled, settling onto the sofa, casting a glance at the large hole in the upholstery, a remnant of the recent encounter with a soul-chasing beast. Indeed, it appears you have recently encountered some intriguing events, he remarked with amusement. Despite his roundabout approach, he seemed reluctant to reveal his identity, prompting me to express my impatience. If you don't disclose who you are soon, I may have to withdraw my assistance. Ah, you are quite the amusing fellow, he replied with a hearty laugh. Bring me some talismans to sample. I find myself rather curious after a few days without sustenance. With his eyes narrowed, he regarded me intently. At this moment, I exchanged a glance with Lan Mengchen, both of us reflecting astonishment in our eyes. Could it be him? Chapter 16. The master of the ghost, the bald man, flashed us a smile, continuing to caress his gleaming head. At that moment, my heart was a tumult of emotions. How could he have emerged from that ghostly prison so swiftly? As for his purpose in seeking me, it surely was not merely to request charms. This fellow was exceptionally formidable, and it would be prudent for me to exercise caution. With such thoughts in mind, I retrieved a stack of charms from my pocket and offered them to the bald man. He gazed at the charms with palpable eagerness, snatching them from my hand and eagerly chewing them, savoring every morsel. How should I address you? I inquired, feeling a twinge of unease as I watched him consume my charms. Call me Ming Chun, he replied, chuckling as he continued his peculiar feast. It has been several centuries since anyone has uttered that name. Greetings, esteemed Ming Chun. May I inquire as to the reason for your visit? I asked, astonished by his words. This ancient being must have lived for countless years. Oh, nothing of great significance. I simply returned to this realm out of boredom and thought I might stop by for a respite, Ming Shun replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Oh, welcome, welcome. I managed to respond with a strained smile. Being remembered by such an ancient entity was hardly favorable news for me, especially considering the mess that was Zhou Lingling. Sensing my wariness, Ming Shun cast a glance around and then addressed me, saying, "Rest assured, though I am not a virtuous individual, I am certainly not malevolent. I found myself in this hellish prison due to certain circumstances. Moreover, I find a kindred spirit in you, my junior. If you are willing to take me as your master, I shall impart to you all of my skills." Upon hearing Ming Chen's words, I was taken aback. What could this ancient being possibly teach me? After a moment of contemplation, I resolved to accept his offer and replied, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your generous offer. I am willing to become your disciple." With that, I knelt before Ming Shun and bowed 3 times. Although I harbored some doubts about the capabilities of this peculiar figure, I chose to become his apprentice, believing that he must possess knowledge of everything and have methods to confront the masked man. Furthermore, having a powerful mentor would provide me with a formidable support. Ming Chen looked at me with a smile, clearly pleased with my perceptiveness, and slowly said, "Indeed, while the ceremony may be somewhat simplistic, your sincerity is commendable. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple." "Thank you, master," I replied respectfully as I rose to my feet. Ming Chen waved his hand and approached the husky with keen interest, scrutinizing it intently. The husky, in turn, stared back with wide eyes. Suddenly, Ming Chen raised his hand to caress the dog's head, and the husky displayed an expression of pure enjoyment. Witnessing this scene, I was convinced that this enigmatic figure was not malevolent. Otherwise, the husky would not exhibit such docility toward a stranger. Ming Chen ceased his gentle stroking, turned his gaze towards me, and remarked, "You, my boy, are rather astute. This little one was brought out from my possession, was it not?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his observation, I replied, "Indeed, master, your wisdom is unparalleled. You discerned it instantly. This creature is indeed the one I retrieved from the layers of the soul-forging technique." To my surprise, Ming Chen did not express anger at my admission. Instead, he chuckled and said, "It matters not. This little creature was always meant for you. Could it be that you are the creator of this spirit talisman?" I inquired with astonishment. Ming Chen remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. This revelation left me utterly astonished, while Lan Mengchen, beside me, regarded me with curiosity. Ming Chen then shifted his gaze towards Wang Lingling, pausing briefly before murmuring, "It seems the world has begun to stir, just as I anticipated." Seizing upon this, I quickly asked, "Master, what is about to transpire in this world? And what significance does the note in that envelope hold?" Ming Chen turned his head towards me and replied, "You shall come to understand in due time. For now, let us not dwell on this. Do you have a place for me to rest?" Since Ming Chen chose to remain silent, I could only swallow my questions. Fortunately, my office possesses several rooms, so I arranged for him to be placed in one. After closing the door, I returned to the hall. Upon my return, Lan Mengchen immediately approached me, inquiring, "Feiyu, what was the essence of your conversation?" It felt as if the end of the world were imminent. After contemplating for a moment, I deemed it best not to disclose the details to her. Thus, I smiled and replied, "It's nothing really. Don't pry into it. It's getting late. You should hurry home and rest." Noticing my evasiveness, Lan Mengchen pouted and shot me a sidelong glance, saying, "I won't go home. I promised to help you tidy up for a week, so you must arrange a room for me. By the way, this adorable little dog must stay with me." With that, she walked over to the husky, affectionately stroking it, while the dog basked in the attention. Observing this scene, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards the dog inside. All right, I shall comply. My lady." After ensuring Lan Mengchen was settled, I found myself alone in the hall with Zhou Lingling. Although I felt some sympathy for her plight, I could not afford her any kindness, for the truth remained that she had harmed the innocent. "What about you? Are you leaving, or what?" "Regardless, I will track down that masked man," I declared as I settled on the sofa. Zhou Lingling gazed at me with a faint, bittersweet smile and slowly articulated, "If I were to leave, I would likely succumb to the pursuit of that soul-chasing beast before long. Therefore, I wish to remain, if I may." After hearing her words, I nodded in agreement. Her reasoning was sound. There was no alternative but to assign her the last available room. Once everyone had been accommodated, I adorned the office with protective talismans, ensuring that any malevolent entity daring to intrude would face dire consequences. Feeling somewhat fatigued, I resolved to defer any further matters until the morrow. With the arrangements completed, I resigned myself to spend the night on the tattered sofa, which bore a gaping hole. Reclining upon it, I gently massaged my temples and succumbed to slumber. In a state of drowsiness, I became aware of something moist and wriggling against my cheek. Startled awake, I beheld the sight of Ha, while beside me, Lan Mengchen wore a broad smile. I absent-mindedly wiped away the drool left by Ha, stretched languidly, and remarked, "You all seem to have risen quite early. By the way, where are my master and Zhou Lingling? I have no idea. They probably have not yet awakened." Lan Mengchen replied, waving her hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, a sense of perplexity washed over me. My master, Mingchen, and Zhou Lingling were not human and should not possess an inclination for oversleeping. I rose to stretch my limbs and made my way to my master's room. After knocking on the door with no response, I cautiously turned the doorknob. It was unlocked. Driven by curiosity, I pushed the door open, only to find the room utterly deserted, save for a note resting on the table within. I approached and picked up the note, which read, "Young one, I realize there are some matters I have yet to attend to, so I must take my leave for now. I shall return to seek you out in due time." Upon reading this, I couldn't help but smile wryly, having finally found an individual who had lived for several centuries. Yet he departed before I could unravel the mysteries that lingered in my heart. Alas, I shall have to resolve this on my own. "Where is your bald-headed master?" Lan Mengchen inquired curiously as she followed me inside. I handed the note to her, feeling a sense of helplessness as I exited the room and made my way toward Zhou Lingling's quarters. "Why does this bald fellow come and go so whimsically?" Lan Mengchen remarked in dissatisfaction, trailing behind me. I chose not to respond, instead knocking on Zhou Lingling's door. It opened promptly, but upon seeing her, I was momentarily taken aback. Lan Mengchen, who had accompanied me, gasped and quickly covered her mouth. Before us stood Zhou Lingling, her visage now resembling that of a woman in her 40s, and her figure had become somewhat plump. "I apologize for startling you," Zhou Lingling said with a rueful smile. "What has happened?" I inquired, furrowing my brow. Without the dark green liquid given to me by that masked man, I age incessantly, inching ever closer to my demise. Zhou Lingling explained slowly. "Feiyu, you must help her at once," Lan Mengchen urged with concern from the side. "Thank you, but it is not necessary. I merely wish to witness someone avenging my unborn child before I fade away," Zhou Lingling replied, her complexion pale, as she handed me the piece of fetal stone. Upon receiving its crimson glow flickered momentarily, as if something had stirred within me, leaving me momentarily taken aback. I then led the husky into the adjacent room and closed the door, crouching down to whisper softly, "Husky, can you sense anything within this stone?" The husky leaned closer, sniffing the before responding in a hushed tone, "Master, there's a child's spirit within, but it has yet to completely merge." A child's spirit? Could it possibly belong to Zhou Lingling's unborn child? I found myself moved, asking, "Is there any way to extract that child's spirit?" The husky nodded affirmatively, saying yes. "I shall assist you now." I placed thee on the ground, and the husky settled down, becoming eerily still, as though it had lost its own spirit. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the husky regained its motion, appearing as if it had expended immense energy, panting heavily. However, beside it lay the spirit of an infant, prone on the ground. The baby was a boy, gazing up at me with wide, expressive eyes, utterly adorable. My heart leaped with joy, for the resemblance between this little boy and Zhou Lingling was unmistakable. I swiftly embraced the boy and opened the door, just in time to see Lan Mengchen and Zhou Lingling glance in our direction. Lan Mengchen appeared somewhat astonished by the sight of the boy in my arms, while Zhou Lingling's body jolted in surprise. She then hurried to my side, excitement radiating from her as she took the boy from my grasp, affectionately caressing him. The boy nestled against Zhou Lingling, reveling in her warmth. "Thank you." Zhou Lingling expressed her heartfelt gratitude, her gaze fixed upon me. After uttering those words, The figures of Zhou Lingling and the boy gradually became translucent, ultimately fading into nothingness. Chapter 17. The bugs in the pimple. As the figures of Zhou Lingling and the boy faded into nothingness, Lan Mingchen instinctively grasped my arm and inquired with astonishment. What on earth is happening? It seems that Zhou Lingling's wish has been fulfilled, although she did not successfully avenge herself on the masked man. She has reunited with the spirit of her deceased child, I responded slowly. Are you saying that the little boy was her unborn child? Lan Mingchen asked, her eyes widening in disbelief. I nodded in affirmation. How did you manage to find her child? She asked, her curiosity piqued. I sensed a spiritual resonance within the fetal stone, prompting me to have Erha retrieve it. I replied candidly. Adhal, you mean that one? Lan Mingchen pointed incredulously at the dog, wagging its tail beside her. Indeed, I confirmed with a nod. It appears that this little creature possesses quite the talent. Lan Mingchen remarked, squatting down to affectionately stroke Erha's head, which the dog thoroughly enjoyed, wagging its tail in delight. Well, with Zhou Lingling's matter resolved, it concludes rather positively. However, I remain at a loss regarding the mastermind behind it all, the masked man. I currently have no means to pursue him and must await his approach, for I possess the fetal stone he desires. Though I am uncertain of his intentions, I am convinced he will not relent. Nevertheless, I shall adopt a resolute stance. Let the soldiers confront soldiers, let the water cover the earth. I shall not provoke others unless provoked. If one dares to offend me, I shall retaliate without hesitation. As I glanced at the time, I noticed it was nearly noon. A gentle touch on my stomach revealed a growing hunger. Observing Lan Mingchen still frolicking with the husky, I found myself shaking my head, pondering how I felt an odd sense of cohabitation with her. 2 individuals and 1 dog. Such a life seemed rather pleasant. Hey, what wicked thoughts are you harboring with that lecherous expression? Lan Mingchen turned her head to glance at me, casting a look of disdain. Nothing at all. I was merely contemplating what delightful lunch to invite the beautiful Mingchen to, I replied, scratching the back of my head with a smile. Consider yourself fortunate. I've been famished for quite some time. Let us dine at that rice noodle establishment on the main street. Their dishes are quite delectable, and I frequent it often. Lan Mingchen mused. Upon hearing her suggestion, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, fearing she might mention a 5-star hotel, which would be beyond my current financial means as an employee at the Supernatural Affairs office. Very well, that sounds splendid, I responded with a smile. After arranging for the husky to remain at the office, Lan Mingchen and I set off towards the noodle shop she had mentioned. As we walked, Lan Mingchen inquired, with your frequent encounters with these supernatural beings, do you not find it unsettling? At her question, I stumbled slightly, almost losing my balance, and with a wry smile, I replied, Dear sister, do I strike you as someone disturbed? Yet true abnormalities often remain concealed beneath the surface, she retorted, delivering a sharp comeback. All right. I shall refrain from defending myself. Consider me a weirdo then. It would be best if you kept your distance from this eccentricity to avoid any potential contagion, I quipped. I waved my hand and said, Look at you, I'm just teasing. You have no sense of humor. Upon seeing my demeanor, Lan Mingchen couldn't help but laugh. Covering her mouth, I shot her a glance, too apathetic to engage. Mingchen? Suddenly, a woman's voice called out from the intersection. Both Lan Mingchen and I turned towards the sound, and upon recognizing the caller, a joyful smile spread across Mingchen's face as she approached, saying, Xiaoqin, what brings you here? Xiaoqin responded with a smile. I came to buy some allergy medication. I've been getting a few pesky little pimples on my skin lately. It's quite bothersome. By the way, is this your boyfriend? With that, Xiaoqin turned her gaze towards me. No. Both Mingchen and I hurriedly shook our heads in denial. He really? Xiaoqin teased, noticing our synchronized reaction. Of course, I'm just joking, Mingchen exclaimed, playfully swatting Xiaoqin's arm. The playful tap, however, caused Xiaoqin to cry out in pain. That hurts. Seeing the genuine expression of discomfort on Xiaoqin's face, Mingchen grew a bit anxious and asked, Did I hurt you? I didn't hit you hard. Xiaoqin's face paled slightly as she slowly replied. You hit the spot where I have the pimples on my arm. I don't know why, but when I touch them, it feels like being pricked with a needle. Hearing this, I felt a pang of concern, while Mingchen inquired with genuine worry, "What kind of pimples are those? Why do they hurt so much when touched?" Xiaoqin gently pulled back her sleeve, revealing several orange, grain-sized blemishes on her forearm for Lan Mingchen to observe. I leaned in for a closer look, instantly affirming my suspicions. "What are these blemishes? They don't appear to be an allergic reaction," Lan Mingchen remarked, furrowing her brow. "I'm not sure. I just noticed a few on my arm over the past few days, and now there are some on my back as well. I visited a doctor, who suggested it might be eczema and recommended some medication that should gradually help," Xiaoqin said, forcing a smile, though a trace of concern lingered in her eyes. "Do you mind if I examine them closely?" I inquired softly as I stepped forward. Sure. Do you actually know about these things?" Xiaoqin asked, puzzled. "I have some understanding," I replied with a smile, then leaned in to scrutinize the blemishes on her delicate arm. After a moment of observation, I confirmed my initial thoughts. The orange spots on Xiaoqin's forearm were indeed the size of grains, some already fading to near transparency. With my keen insight, I could faintly discern something moving within the almost clear blemishes. "What did you find?" Lan Mingchen, noticing my serious expression, curiously inched closer. "There's something strange," I whispered to her, then turned to Xiaoqin and said, "Come with me to my office. If you wish to treat your blemishes effectively, I can assist you. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire." Upon hearing my words, Xiaoqin cast a dubious glance in my direction, as if to convey her disbelief. Could a mere pimple warrant such gravity? "Rest assured, Xiaoqin, there is a rationale behind his words. We should accompany him," Lan Mingchen remarked, observing Xiaoqin from the side. "Very well. I have no pressing matters at the moment," Xiaoqin replied resignedly. "Mingchen, please pack some rice noodles. And remember to take an extra 2 portions. I shall return home with Xiaoqin first." I handed money to Lan Mingchen, who shot me a disapproving look in response. Once I had settled down with Xiaoqin in my office, I initiated the conversation. "May I inquire whether you've encountered any peculiar individuals or odd occurrences lately? Does this pertain to the pimple on my face?" Xiaoqin retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Allow me to first address your pimple," I said, retrieving a needle and approaching her. What are you planning to do?" Xiaoqin asked, her demeanor tinged with apprehension. "This pimple has likely been present for 4 or 5 days now. During this time, have you noticed an increase in your appetite, feeling hungrier than usual?" I inquired softly. At my words, Xiaoqin's eyes widened slightly, and she responded, "Indeed, I've been feeling rather strange lately. How did you discern this?" Her admission only served to reinforce my suspicions, prompting me to ask further. "After using the restroom, have your bowel movements appeared somewhat dark and notably foul-smelling?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin's face flushed, yet she nodded vigorously. "Extend your arm and allow me to unveil the secrets concealed within your blemish," I instructed, directing my words toward Xiaoqin. Upon hearing this, a flicker of apprehension crossed her face, yet she obediently extended her arm. Firmly grasping her limb with one hand, I brandished a needle with the other, plunging it forcefully into a nearly translucent pimple, swiftly slicing it open. Instantly, a fragrant liquid oozed down her arm, and Xiaoqin, horrified by the sight of her own lacerated blemish, let out a terrified scream. At that moment, a small, flesh-colored creature reminiscent of a maggot writhed within the ruptured pimple, its mandibles firmly gripping the tender flesh beneath her skin. "What is happening?" Xiaoqin, being a young woman, could not suppress her tears. Yet she dared not withdraw her outstretched arm. I swiftly maneuvered the needle to ensnare the maggot-like creature and cast it to the ground, igniting it with a fire talisman. Turning to Xiaoqin, I said, "Now, you must divulge any peculiar occurrences or individuals you have encountered recently. Otherwise, I am at a loss as to how I might assist you. I cannot extract each one individually from your body, and even if I could, I would remain uncertain as to whether these entities could be entirely eradicated. Who knows how many there are, or how long they might lie dormant within you." Upon hearing my words, Xiaoqin's sobs intensified, and amidst her tears, she stammered it. "Must be that man who did this to me." "That man? Who is he?" I inquired hastily. Indeed, Xiaoqin divulged everything to me. It transpired that one mundane evening after work, she decided to visit a bar named Nightfall in City intending merely to sip on a drink and pass the time. However, she fortuitously encountered a strikingly handsome gentleman, whose eloquence and charm captivated her. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, leading them to indulge in copious amounts of alcohol. Eventually, Qin succumbed to inebriation, and upon regaining consciousness, she found herself disrobed in a hotel room, the man having vanished without a trace. Qin had grown accustomed to the contemporary social norm of fleeting romantic encounters. Yet, in the days that followed, she began to notice the emergence of small blemishes on her skin. Initially, she feared that the man might have harbored some affliction, filling her with trepidation. However, a visit to the doctor revealed no serious concerns, merely an allergy, which lulled her into a false sense of security. It was only upon meeting me that she comprehended the true severity of those blemishes. After absorbing this tale, I nodded in understanding. When confronted with such pests, I possess only the means to counter their immediate effects, lacking the capacity to eradicate them entirely. The only way to assist Qin would be to locate that elusive man. Chapter 18. Reluctant to part with beauty. Unable to trap the wolf, I gently bandaged the wound on Qin's arm with a plaster, then prepared a cup of water infused with a protective charm and handed it to her, saying, "Please drink this. It will temporarily suppress your acne. But to completely alleviate your condition, we must locate that man. Do you have any means of contacting him?" At that moment, Qin had placed considerable trust in me. She gulped down the water and, with a bitter expression, confessed, "I do not possess his contact information. Our meeting was merely a chance encounter at a bar, and I do not frequent that place often." "Very well, I shall find a way to assist you," I replied, nodding. "Please, you must help me," Qin implored, her anxiety rising as she recalled the insects tormenting her, gripping my arm and shaking it earnestly. "Do not worry. Now that you have come to my supernatural affairs office, I will not stand idly by," I reassured her, patting her shoulder to instill confidence. "Thank you so much," she said, reaching into her wallet to extract a stack of banknotes and placing them in my hand. Taken aback, I inquired, "Why are you giving me money?" I noticed a sign outside the shop when I arrived. "You must be someone skilled in the mystical arts. Since you operate this establishment, it is only reasonable that you charge for your services. As I am asking for your help, I must compensate you, though I am uncertain if this amount is sufficient," Qin stated earnestly. I waved my hand and returned the money to her, saying, "You are absolutely right. I do indeed charge a fee. However, since you are a friend of Mengchen, I shall not accept your payment. Here are a few talismans. Take them home and drink them steeped in water 3 times a day. They will temporarily alleviate your symptoms. Once I locate that man and find a solution, I will contact you at the earliest opportunity." "Thank you." Qin looked at me with gratitude as she spoke. At that moment, Lan Mengchen entered, carrying the packaged rice noodles. Upon seeing me, she could not help but complain, "Humph, you asked me to dinner and made me go on my own. There were so many people in line. I was nearly exhausted." I touched my head and smiled apologetically, saying, "I appreciate your efforts, Miss Mengchen. Humph, I shall not hold it against you." "Qin, you must be hungry. Let's eat together." Lan Mengchen waved her hand and placed the packaged rice noodles on the coffee table. "All right, thank you." I prepared a portion for Era, and the 3 of us sat down to enjoy the noodles. "By the way, what is going on with Qin? Have you been bullying her?" Lan Mengchen inquired, her gaze fixed on Qin, who wore a somewhat troubled expression. "I have not. If you don't believe me, you can ask Qin," I replied innocently while devouring my meal. "He hasn't bullied me," Mengchen, Qin said with a light laugh, seemingly in a better mood after hearing Lan Mengchen's words. "That is good to hear. By the way, is there anything peculiar about the acne on Qin's face?" Lan Mengchen continued to inquire. "I advise you to finish your meal before inquiring further," I remarked sincerely as I cast a glance at her. "All right, fine," Lan Mengchen conceded, refraining from pressing the matter any further. After our meal, I posed a few questions about Qin before allowing her to return home. At this moment, only Lan Mengchen, the Siberian Husky, and I remained in the affairs office. "Quickly, tell me, what happened to Qin?" Lan Mengchen could no longer contain her curiosity and eagerly asked. "First, I have a question for you. What is your relationship with Qin?" I inquired, looking directly at Lan Mingchen. She is the daughter of my mother's close friend. We played together often during our childhood, Lan Mingchen replied, momentarily taken aback. And what is the nature of this friend's character? Is she rather open-minded? I continued to probe. How do you know that? Does she have feelings for you? Lan Mingchen tilted her head, squinting playfully at me. Of course not. I merely wanted to ask. I quickly denied, shaking my head before revealing Xiaoqin's situation to Lan Mingchen. Upon hearing everything I had to say, Lan Mingchen's mouth fell agape, and it took her a while to regain her composure before exclaiming, "Then how do you intend to help her find that man?" I rubbed my temples and replied, "That poses quite a challenge. However, I have gathered some information from Xiaoqin regarding the man's appearance. He is elegant, possesses a refined demeanor, and stands approximately 6 feet tall. Well, it seems there are plenty of such individuals on the streets," Lan Mingchen remarked with a hint of resignation. "However, I have devised a plan, though it requires your assistance." I observe a hint of mischief in Lan Mingchen's smile. "Why do you look at me like that? How am I supposed to help you?" she asked, her gaze filled with a hint of apprehension. "Let us consider this. One must take risks to reap rewards. Therefore, I propose that you, the stunning beauty, approach this man at the bar. After all, it was there that Xiaoqin encountered him, and it seems he has a penchant for charming, attractive women. You, with your exquisite beauty, are undoubtedly the ideal candidate." I lavished praise upon Lan Mingchen, hoping to uplift her spirits and encourage her to assist me. Upon hearing my words, Lan Mingchen shot me an incredulous glance. Yet without hesitation, she replied, "All right, for Xiaoqin's sake, I am willing to help you. However, you must ensure my safety. Otherwise, I shall haunt you in the afterlife." With that, she glared at me with a fierce expression. "Rest assured, I will protect you from any harm," I assured her, gazing intently into her eyes. The intensity of my stare caused a faint blush to spread across Lan Mingchen's cheeks, and she pouted slightly, saying, "Humph, that's reassuring." It was now 10 o'clock in the evening, and Lan Mingchen and I had distanced ourselves as we entered the dimly lit bar that Xiaoqin had previously visited. To be honest, it was my first experience in such an establishment, and I found myself somewhat overwhelmed by the deafening music. However, the women dancing sensuously in the center of the dance floor did captivate my attention. Their ample figures swayed rhythmically, and I couldn't help but fear that these alluring beings might suddenly break free from their confines, exposing themselves before us. Glancing around at the men beside me, I noted their eager expressions, suspecting their thoughts mirrored my own. Nevertheless, my focus remained on Lan Mingchen. This evening, she donned a flowing white gown, her hair cascading elegantly around her shoulders, evoking the ethereal presence of a celestial being, particularly amidst the raucous atmosphere of the bar, where she appeared strikingly enchanting. I found myself momentarily entranced as I sipped my drink and gazed at her. Several men approached, attempting to engage Lan Mingchen, yet they were clearly not the type Xiaoqin had described, and she deftly dismissed them with a few words. 2 hours had elapsed, and it seemed the night would yield no results, especially since the man who had previously targeted Xiaoqin was unlikely to return to continue his misdeeds. Just as I was about to suggest leaving with Lan Mingchen, my body suddenly froze. A man entered the bar, and his resemblance to the individual Xiaoqin had described sent a rush of excitement through me. The man held a glass of red wine in his hand, strolling slowly as he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly in search of a suitable prey that matched his taste. When his gaze fell upon Lan Mingchen, he could not help but pause, and then gradually approached her, stopping about 3 meters away. I noticed that unlike other men, his face did not bear a lewd expression. Instead, it radiated a refined demeanor. He courteously offered Lan Mingchen a glass of red wine, and then stood beside her, engaging in conversation with a smile. As if she recognized the resemblance he bore to her ideal. Casually glancing my way, she caught my nod and resumed her cheerful dialogue with the man. I quietly observed their exchange for several minutes, noting that Lan Mingchen appeared to have indulged a bit too much, her cheeks flushed. They soon laughed and prepared to leave the bar. However, as Lan Mingchen passed by me, she did not glance in my direction, but rather gazed dreamily at the man beside her. A sense of foreboding gripped me, prompting me to swiftly follow them out of the bar. Once outside, in a darkened corner, the man suddenly halted, turning to face me, concealed in the shadows, and calmly remarked, "Come out. You've been following me for quite some time." Startled, I realized he had indeed detected my presence. I ceased my hiding, stepped forward, and smiled, saying, "Brother, your perception is quite impressive." With a hint of coldness on his face illuminated by the moonlight, he regarded me. "What is it that piqued your curiosity enough to follow me?" As I spoke, I glanced at Lan Mengchen, only to find her still entranced by the man beside her. Could it be that Lan Mengchen had become addicted to the art of acting? No, she must have fallen under some sort of beguiling spell cast by this fellow. Curious? Heh. The man shot me a cold smirk, attempting to turn away with Lan Mengchen in tow. "Hold on." As I uttered these words, I hurled a fire talisman at him. The moment he noticed the projectile approaching, he instinctively dodged to the side, while I swiftly positioned myself beside Lan Mengchen. I shouted into her ear, jolting her awake. She looked at me, bewildered, and asked, "What happened, Feiyu?" "I'll explain later. Just stay behind me." I had no time for explanations and instinctively shielded her. "Do you know them?" The man, realizing our conversation was a trap, abruptly turned to flee. "Daha!" I bellowed. In response, Daha sprang forth from the distance, racing towards the direction the man had escaped. With a powerful snap of his jaws, he clamped down on the man's leg, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, I rushed over to him, poised to inquire, when suddenly, I noticed the ground beneath me teeming with a writhing mass of flesh-colored maggots. Chapter 19. The gigantic maggot, what on earth is this? I couldn't help but exclaim as I tossed the fire talisman to the ground. Instantly, the flesh-colored maggots, writhing on the surface, convulsed in agony, and a nauseating aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. The man on the ground let out a horrific scream, followed by violent convulsions. His mouth suddenly stretched wide, astonishingly contorting to the point where a maggot, the size of an infant's head, emerged. This monstrous creature, with its menacingly sharp teeth, opened its maw and spewed forth a stream of green liquid in my direction. Startled, I swiftly dodged, watching as the vile liquid struck a nearby trash bin, which immediately transformed into a puddle of molten iron. I marveled at the potency of this substance, yet I refused to be intimidated. Drawing forth my prepared peach wood sword, I bit my finger and smeared a drop of blood on its tip, shouting, "Behold the sword!" The gigantic maggot, however, showed no sign of fear towards my peachwood sword. Instead, it clamped down with its grotesque teeth, and with a sickening crunch, my sword was shattered. Damn it! Witnessing the destruction of my sword, I couldn't help but curse, my mind racing in disbelief. What manner of creature is this? The peachwood sword, known to repel malevolent entities, had proven utterly ineffective against this abomination. With a sudden burst, a wave of green liquid from the colossal maggot surged toward me. I swiftly maneuvered to evade it, leaping to a safe distance, discarding the damaged peachwood sword aside. Subsequently, I hurled several fire talismans, 4 or 5 in total, towards the hideous creature. The giant maggot, unable to evade in time, was struck by 2 of them, resulting in a tremendous flare erupting on its face. The explosion expelled a nauseating green fluid, seemingly the creature's blood, from its visage. Consequently, the maggot ceased its assault, retracting violently back into the man's body, which returned to its original form. "Great deity, spare me," the man pleaded, his demeanor shifting from refined composure to desperate supplication as he knelt before me. "Who are you, and how could such a repulsive entity reside within you?" I demanded, my voice resonating with authority. "This is a secret recipe given to me by another. They claimed that nurturing this creature within me would produce a subtle fragrance that would allure any woman I desired." He trembled before me, not daring to rise. So that peculiar charm I sensed was indeed the result of that bizarre fragrance. Lan Mengchen approached, a look of realization dawning upon her. I nodded, my brow furrowed, as I inquired, "Who bestowed this malevolent recipe upon you? And are you aware that the women you have wronged develop acne infested with maggots?" Upon hearing my words, the man lifted his head, his face adorned with a look of astonishment, and then continued, "I am unaware of that. But the individual who provided me with the secret formula was someone I encountered in an internet CAF. In an internet CAF? Do you possess any contact information for that man?" I asked, momentarily taken aback. No, I merely stumbled upon him, he replied. Just as he finished speaking, the man suddenly let out a harrowing scream and began to writhe on the ground. Lan Mengchen, terrified, hurried over to my side and inquired, Feiyu, what has happened to him? I shook my head and replied, I am uncertain. Could it be that the parasites within him are causing this? Seemingly validating my words. The man's body abruptly swelled, his clothing straining against the expansion. In the blink of an eye, intricate fissures appeared on his skin, and with a resounding pop, his outer layer ruptured into fragments, revealing an enormous maggot exceeding 2 meters in length, nearly the size of a small pony, on the ground. Lan Mengchen recoiled to my side. I quickly grasped a talisman, bracing myself against this repugnant abomination. The colossal maggot emitted a hissing sound and began to slither away at an alarming speed. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and I swiftly called out for Era to pursue it. As I pursued, my mind wandered, contemplating that this grotesque creature must be the so-called progenitor, possessing a modicum of intellect to realize it could not match my strength and thus sought to flee. Surely, the remedy for the blemishes on Lan Mengchen's friend, Qin, resided within this colossal maggot. I followed the creature to an abandoned factory. Although it appeared cumbersome, its speed rivaled that of an Olympic champion, and I inevitably lost sight of it. However, the husky continued its relentless chase as I could no longer discern its form. Hey, how can you run so fast? Suddenly, I heard Lan Mengchen's breathless voice behind me. How did you end up following me? I turned to her, curiosity piqued. Are you foolish? Leaving a girl alone in the dead of night. What if a villain forces me into an embarrassing situation? Lan Mengchen shot me an exasperated glare. Her words momentarily stunned me, and I replied, that's true. But now I've lost track of that creature. Thankfully, the husky is still in pursuit. What should we do now? Lan Mengchen asked. Her brow furrowed. What else can we do? We can wait here by the gate. If the creature attempts to escape through here, we may catch it off guard. I said, exasperated. All right then. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, just as my impatience began to mount, the husky approached us, wagging its tail. I observed that the little creature was almost entirely covered in a dark green liquid, presumably a result of its evasive maneuvers during an encounter with that insect. Fortunately, the husky appeared unscathed, which led me to marvel at its seemingly indestructible nature. As the husky drew closer, I noticed it was carrying a dark green stone in its mouth. Upon reaching me, it placed the stone before my feet. Seeing the liquid still clinging to it, I could not help but inquire, did you retrieve this from the insect? The husky barked twice, aware that it could not speak with others present. Is the insect dead? I pressed further. It barked again. Nodding, I deduced that the insect had ultimately succumbed to the husky's pursuit and had been slain, allowing the husky to extract this stone, which I surmised to be the source of the insect's power. Wait, it can understand you? Lan Mengchen asked, her face a mixture of astonishment and curiosity as she leaned closer. This little one is quite perceptive, I replied vaguely, not wishing to reveal just yet that the husky could speak. Otherwise, her inquisitive nature would surely lead to relentless questioning. Really? Husky sit, Lan Mengchen murmured, issuing a command to the husky. The husky, embodying a dramatic flair, stared blankly at Lan Mengchen while wagging its tail foolishly. Well, it seems I was overthinking. It is merely a dog endowed with extraordinary abilities. Lan Mengchen waved her hand helplessly and said, all right, let us head to the affairs office first. I wrapped the dark green stone in talisman paper, for I do not possess the formidable physique of the husky to make contact directly. Upon returning to the affairs office, Lan Mengchen and I gazed blankly at the dark green stone resting on the table, which had already been cleaned more thoroughly than I could manage. After staring for quite some time, I remained uncertain about the nature of this object. Could it be the legendary inner core found within a monster? Is this not the very trope of cultivation novels? No, it must be something akin to a fetal stone. What I most desire to know is whether this object can prevent the recurrence of Qin's blemishes. Feiyu, do you think this stone can assist Qin? Lan Mengchen inquired, resting her delicate cheek in her hand as she looked at me. For the moment, I remained uncertain. I could not ascertain the utility of this object. I replied with a hint of resignation. By the way, that man mentioned that the secret recipe given to him by others led to the emergence of this insect. What could this possibly mean? Ever since I met you, I feel as though I've been encountering increasingly bizarre and terrifying occurrences. Lan Mingqian regarded me seriously as she spoke. Hearing her words nearly caused me to lose my composure, and I said somewhat disgruntled, "Do you really think I am a harbinger of misfortune? That is not what I meant. I simply feel that the current city seems somewhat different." "Indeed, you are correct. Something significant must have transpired, though we remain oblivious to it. For instance, the masked man mentioned by Zhou Lingling, as well as the enigmatic figure referred to by the recently deceased individual. I suspect that the man who provided the formula to that individual did not merely assist him, but rather sought to exploit him for some ulterior motive. Perhaps that enormous maggot was the ultimate result, only to be thwarted by the dog." Furrowing my brow, I analyzed the situation while internally cursing myself for seemingly offending yet another mysterious person of unknown identity. "However, I have faith in your abilities to resolve this matter, for you are indeed quite formidable." Suddenly, Lan Mingqian chuckled, looking at me earnestly as she spoke. Her expression stirred something within me, prompting a teasing remark. "Could it be that you've developed feelings for me? After all, throughout history, beautiful women have adored heroes." "Bah, not you. I merely offered a bit of encouragement. Don't read too much into it," Lan Mingqian retorted, spitting playfully in my direction before turning to the dog, saying, "Come on, Era. Let me clean you up. You're filthy." Era wagged his tail obediently, following Lan Mingqian as she departed, leaving me alone to scratch my head and wonder if perhaps she was feeling shy. Before I could ponder further, a figure rushed into the office. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Xiaoqin. Why was she seeking me at such a late hour? Could it be that her acne had undergone some alarming transformation? Seeing me there, the look of terror on Xiaoqin's face diminished slightly, yet she still appeared somewhat frightened as she hurriedly exclaimed, "Help me. My acne has all burst on its own." Chapter 20. The Little Fairy What? Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, I sprang to my feet and approached Xiaoqin. She quickly rolled up her sleeve, extending her arm for my inspection. Leaning closer, I examined her arm closely. Although the large pimples had burst, the insects within had vanished without a trace. A realization dawned on me, and I couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What's wrong with you? Why are you laughing? Does that mean I'm all right?" Xiaoqin looked at me, puzzled by my smile. "I need to ask you a question to confirm something. When did these pimples burst?" I inquired thoughtfully. "I believe it was about 20 minutes ago," she replied after a moment's reflection. Indeed, the timing of Xiaoqin's pimples bursting coincided with the moment that the giant maggot was vanquished. Just as I had surmised, this creature was the progenitor of the insects, and with its demise, its offspring had lost their connection, likely dissolving into liquid. I could detect an unusual fragrance emanating from Xiaoqin. "Now, what you need to do is return home, take a proper bath, and apply some healing ointment to the wounds to prevent scarring. And remember, it's wise to maintain a safe distance from strangers in the future." My final remark was a gentle reminder to her. "Am I really okay now?" Xiaoqin still seemed hesitant to believe it. "Yes, you can rest assured," I affirmed with a firm nod. Upon hearing my reaffirmation, Xiaoqin's expression finally relaxed, and with heartfelt gratitude, she said to me, "Thank you. I shall certainly remember your words. By the way, this sachet, when worn, can help you avoid encountering peculiar things in the future." I reached into my pocket and retrieved a handmade sachet, which I then presented to her. Xiaoqin graciously accepted it, inhaling its fragrance with evident delight, and expressed her thanks once more. I waved my hand dismissively, assuring her that it was unnecessary, and told her that if any of her friends encountered strange occurrences, they could seek me out. I also asked her to help spread the word, to which she readily agreed. After bidding farewell to Xiaoqin, before I could take a seat, Lan Mingqian approached me, accompanied by the now impeccably cleaned husky. "What's the matter? You seem quite cheerful. Have you perhaps found a remedy for Xiaoqin's acne?" Lan Mingqian inquired, her curiosity piqued. "She was fine as soon as she left. Her acne has cleared up," I replied. "Is that truly the case? How did you manage it?" Lan Mingqian eagerly rushed to my side, her excitement palpable. I recounted the entire sequence of events to her, and upon hearing it, she nodded in understanding, murmuring, So that's how it is. I stretched lazily and declared, well, the matter is resolved. We should all hurry to bed. It is getting late. Yes, indeed, she replied. The following morning, I rose early to procure breakfast and roused Lan Mingchen and the husky, prompting the three of us to share a meal. As we dined, I watched the husky lie on the floor, its face alight with excitement as it devoured fried dough sticks paired with soy milk. I couldn't help but chuckle, pondering why my master, Mingchen, had chosen to design the guardian spirit in the likeness of a husky. Nowadays, the internet predominantly labels huskies as notorious troublemakers. Fortunately, my husky possesses a certain intelligence. Otherwise, my office would likely descend into chaos. Noticing my gaze upon it, the husky turned its head and cast a puzzled look in my direction. Finding nothing amiss, it returned to its breakfast. Feiyu, would you accompany me to the mall after breakfast? Lan Mingchen suddenly inquired, lifting her head from her meal. Huh? I was momentarily taken aback, then replied, sure. What are you planning to buy? I wish to purchase a gift for that construction worker I frightened the other day. What was his name again? Lan Mingchen asked, taking a bite of her fried dough stick. His name is Fangzhen. It seems our young lady is quite capable, I teased. It's commendable to acknowledge one's mistakes. Upon hearing my jest, Lan Mingchen playfully swung a fried dough stick in my direction. Reacting swiftly, I bit down on one end of the stick, and for a moment, time seemed to freeze as we locked eyes, each holding onto the fried dough. Lan Mingchen seemed to realize that her actions were somewhat intimate, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. She playfully chided me before burying herself in her meal, while I chuckled and devoured the youtiao with delight. After breakfast, I requested Lan Mingchen to let the little rascal out to play with the husky in the office, and then I took her car to a large shopping mall in City A. Upon entering the mall, Lan Mingchen immediately sprang to life, eager to browse everything in sight, irrespective of whether she intended to purchase it or not. At that moment, I truly understood the plight of men accompanying their girlfriends on shopping sprees. However, the distinction was that Lan Mingchen was not my girlfriend. Although I found joy in our playful banter, I dared not hope for her to become my romantic partner. As we hailed from vastly different worlds, I from the countryside, and she, a petite princess of a large corporate conglomerate. Shaking my head, I internally scolded myself for pondering such matters, and then dutifully followed Lan Mingchen like a laborer, assisting her with her numerous bags. After nearly an entire morning of shopping, Lan Mingchen returned triumphantly laden with purchases, while I, utterly exhausted, slumped in her car like a husky, our destination set for Fangzhen's workers' dormitory. Soon, we arrived at Fangzhen's residence, carrying various bags. After taking a few steps, we spotted a familiar figure, Fangzhen, clad in work attire, engaged in conversation with several colleagues while enjoying a cigarette. Sensing our presence, he glanced our way, and upon recognizing me, his face instantly lit up with joy as he hurried towards us. Feiyu, what brings you here? And this must be your girlfriend. She resembles a fairy, Fangzhen exclaimed with a beaming smile. He then discreetly retrieved a crumpled pack of Furong Wong cigarettes from an inner pocket and offered me one with a hint of shyness, saying, I usually don't share my cigarettes with just anyone. Here you go, Brother Feiyu. Accepting the cigarette with a smile, I appreciated his genuine demeanor and replied, She is not my girlfriend. She has come to apologize to you. Apologize? Fangzhen asked, his expression shifting to one of surprise. I'm truly sorry for my previous prank that caused you distress, Lan Mingchen said, bowing deeply to Fangzhen, her face radiating sincere regret. Noticing Fangzhen still appeared puzzled, I quickly recounted the events leading up to this moment. Upon finishing my explanation, Fangzhen paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. I thought it was something serious. On that note, I owe you a debt of gratitude, Fairy. Ever since that incident, I've developed a fondness for running. Whenever I have the time, I go for a run, and now I'm in much better shape than before. My work efficiency has improved to the point where I can accomplish the work of two. Upon hearing Fangzhen's words, I could not help but exclaim that he seemed to be concerned about Lan Mingchen's lingering feelings of guilt, which prompted him to speak as he did. Fortunately, after listening, Lan Mingchen's expression softened, and she replied, Nevertheless, I must apologize. These gifts are intended for you, as a token of my sincerity. As she spoke, both Lan Mingqian and I placed our bundles before Fangzhen. Witnessing this display, Fangzhen appeared somewhat flustered and quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no, this is unnecessary. There is no significance in this matter regarding the little fairy. How could I possibly accept such gifts?" Noticing Fangzhen's insistence on declining, Lan Mingqian cast an anxious glance in my direction, seeking my assistance. Understanding her plea, I nodded and then smiled at Fangzhen, saying, "Brother Fangzhen, you have already referred to her as a little fairy. If you refuse her offerings, would that not thwart her noble intentions?" Taken aback by my words, Fangzhen momentarily found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. "Very well, you may keep them. Do as you wish with these items," I continued. "In that case, I shall accept them. Thank you, little fairy and Brother Feiyu." Fangzhen finally relented, breaking into a wide grin. Seeing Fangzhen accept the gifts, a joyful expression began to blossom on Lan Mingqian's face. Fangzhen then inquired, "Am I free to handle these items as I please?" Of course. Both Lan Mingqian and I responded in unison. Fangzhen, upon hearing this, broke into a smile and turned to shout at a few fellow workers in the distance. "Old pals, come over. A little fairy has brought gifts for everyone." After saying this, he turned back to us and whispered, "I can't possibly use all these items myself. It would be more joyful to share them with my old friends. My happiness is best when it's shared, haha." Witnessing Fangzhen's generosity, I couldn't help but marvel at how open-hearted and endearingly simple he was. Meanwhile, Lan Mingqian, somewhat flustered, distributed the gifts among the workers. Becoming utterly enchanted by their praises for the little fairy, I too couldn't suppress a smile as I watched. Ultimately, succumbing to their warm invitation, Lan Mingqian and I each took a humble bowl and squatted down to enjoy the communal meal of hearty stew, sharing in the merriment of conversation. After the meal, as we drove back to the office, Lan Mingqian, her face aglow with delight, remarked, "Brother Fangzhen and the others are truly hilarious. They always find joy in the simplest of moments." "Indeed," I replied, holding my slightly full belly. "And thank you," Lan Mingqian added softly. "What did you say, little fairy?" I feigned ignorance, mimicking the playful tone of Fangzhen and the others. "I said thank you," she exclaimed, casting me a playful glare as she drove. "No need for thanks, little fairy." I continued to tease her. "You must call me little fairy. I insist on calling out, 'Little fairy, little fairy.' If I shout again, I shall strike you." "All right, dear sister, I concede. Please drive safely. I have no desire to meet an untimely demise." Oof. After frolicking with Lan Mingqian, I fell into deep contemplation. What transformations await the city of A in the near future? What could Master Mingqian's words possibly signify? All these enigmas await my unraveling. Chapter 21. The copper mirror. While pondering, my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up to see that the caller was Li Ji, and I couldn't help but chuckle, for he was the leader of my college dormitory. I answered the call, laughing as I said, "Boss, it's been so long since graduation, and now you remember to call me? Come on, I just wrapped up my work." He replied with a boisterous tone, "I'm already on my way to City A, and thought I'd invite you for a drink and seek your counsel on a few matters." "Who are you trying to fool? I know your family background well. Have you started taking over your uncle's business?" I teased him. "You clever rascal. Right from freshman year, you've been sharp as a tack." "Indeed, my father insists I take over, but how can I shoulder an entire company alone?" "Never mind. I'll find you when I arrive, and we can discuss things in detail." Li Ji chuckled, playfully scolding me before hanging up. After the call, I couldn't help but hum a little tune. Lan Mingqian glanced at me with curiosity and asked, "What is up? You seem so happy." "My old dorm leader is coming to visit me," I replied with a grin. "It seems you share a strong bond," she remarked. "Of course. We have forged our friendship over the same instant noodles," I said, beaming. "Ugh, how disgusting," Lan Mingqian replied with a look of disdain. "What do you know? This is what we call brotherhood," I retorted, unfazed by her attitude. All right, she sighed, uninterested in continuing the debate. Time swiftly passed, and evening had arrived. I stood at the entrance of the office, awaiting his arrival. Before long, a familiar figure emerged before me, Li Ji, who had just alighted from a taxi, briefcase in hand. I hurried over, playfully patting him on the shoulder, and cheerfully remarked, "Boss, You must be exhausted from your travels. Not too bad, not too bad, he replied with a smile. I never expected you, Xiaoxi, to establish such a shop in this remote location. It's quite difficult to find. Li Ji stroked his slicked back hair, chuckling softly. Come on, boss, spare me the teasing, I retorted, casting him a sidelong glance. By the way, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Come, I know a splendid hotel in City A. Allow me to treat you. Li Ji draped his arm around my shoulder. All right, boss, I replied with a grin. Is your shop about to close, then? Li Ji inquired, gesturing towards the illuminated office. Not all, there are staff on duty. Everything is fine, I waved my hand dismissively. Ah, so you have employees at this little establishment, Li Ji laughed heartily. Well, sort of, I nodded, thinking that if Lan Mengshan were my employee, it wouldn't be too shabby. Without further ado, Li Ji and I made our way to the hotel. He generously ordered an array of extravagant dishes, prompting me to interject, Boss, ordering so much will surely lead to waste, and it's rather expensive. Fear not, Xiaoxi. I'm not short on funds at the moment. I have taken on all the engineering projects, Li Ji replied with a wave of his hand, a smile gracing his lips. Very well, since you insist, I shan't be polite, I conceded. As the wine flowed, I could not help but inquire, by the way, my friend, you mentioned over the phone that you sought my counsel. What is it that you require assistance with? Upon hearing my query, a faint smile of anguish crossed Li Ji's face as he replied, Ah, Xiaoxi, we were aware of your capabilities back in our university days. I have come to seek your aid. Taken aback by his words, I quickly asked, Have you encountered some peculiar predicament, my friend? Li Ji took a swig of liquor and confessed, To be candid, I have a project under my supervision, but recently an inexplicable occurrence has led to its suspension. Intrigued, I pressed on, What sort of bizarre event transpired? He recounted, While the workers were excavating, they unearthed a coffin. Driven by curiosity, they pried it open, only to discover not human remains, but rather a mirror. A furrow formed on my brow as I questioned, A mirror? How could there be a mirror inside a coffin? Li Ji echoed my curiosity, adding, Indeed, it perplexes me as well. However, those workers who gazed into the mirror have since exhibited signs of mental distress. Now, none dare to continue the work, fearing the emergence of more strange artifacts. His face was etched with sorrow. How do you wish for me to assist you, my friend? I inquired, looking into his eyes. I would like you to examine this peculiar mirror and assess the feng shui of the construction site. He responded earnestly. I can certainly examine the mirror, but I must confess I am not well versed in feng shui. I lamented, feeling a headache brewing, for after all, it was not my field of expertise. It's all right, Xiaoxi. I have faith in your abilities, Li Ji said earnestly as he patted my shoulder. Well, I shall give it a try, I replied with a nod. Yes, I have brought the mirror. Please handle it with care, he instructed, placing his briefcase on the table and retrieving a peculiar object wrapped in gauze. Is this the strange mirror? I inquired with curiosity. Li Ji nodded in affirmation. I cautiously took the object and began to unwrap the gauze layer by layer, while Li Ji shifted uneasily, positioning himself away from the mirror as if it posed a threat. When I finally removed the last layer of gauze, the mirror was fully revealed before me. To my astonishment, it was an ancient bronze mirror, heavy and imbued with history. I examined it closely. Despite its age, the surface remained smooth, reflecting my image clearly. Upon further inspection, it appeared unremarkable. How could such a mirror drive someone to madness? It seems quite ordinary, I remarked after my scrutiny. Is that so? Then how do you explain the insanity of the workers under my charge? Li Ji queried, his expression tinged with confusion. Yet he still hesitated to look at the bronze mirror. As I continued to examine the mirror, a fleeting silhouette of a woman flashed across its surface. Instinctively, I turned my head back, only to find no one behind me. Was the apparition emanating from the mirror itself? What is it, Xiaoxi? Li Ji inquired curiously, noticing my sudden movement. I just seemed to catch a glimpse of a woman fleetingly appear in the mirror, I replied, momentarily taken aback. Ah, this mirror indeed has an air of mystery, Li Ji asserted confidently. I nodded, pondering whether the fleeting silhouette of a woman in the mirror could truly drive someone to madness. Well, Xiaoxi, I shall leave this mirror for you to investigate thoroughly. It would be best if you could uncover a remedy for the mental issues afflicting my workers. When will you be available to come and inspect my construction site? I have ample free time recently, I responded, rewrapping the mirror in a piece of gauze. In that case, let's set off at once, Li Ji said eagerly. Now, how shall we get there? I asked, somewhat astonished. Of course, we shall take a taxi. The site is in B City, and it won't take long. Li Ji replied with a smile. All right then, I'm quite full anyway. After settling the bill, Li Ji hailed a taxi, and the driver, delighted to receive a substantial fare, sped us towards B City. Before departing, I called Lan Mengchen, asking her to look after the shop and take care of Erha. She readily agreed and reminded me to be cautious, which warmed my heart. Oh, Xiao Si, have you fallen in love? It sounds like a lady. Li Ji teased as I ended the call. No, just a friend of mine, I clarified. I lightly tapped Li Ji and remarked, well, we started as friends, but now I'm not quite sure what we are. I certainly do not possess your sordid tendencies. Hey, how can you speak like that? Where am I sordid? I prefer to call it being rather lewd. Choosing not to engage further with Li Ji, and having indulged a bit too much in drink, I bid farewell and fell asleep in the car. In my drowsy state, I found myself in a peculiar room, its walls adorned with countless identical brass mirrors. Curiosity piqued. I approached one of the mirrors for a closer inspection, only to be confronted by a face that was not my own, but that of a middle-aged man. Though the sight was somewhat eerie, I continued to scrutinize the features. His eyes were vacant, seemingly devoid of a soul. Noticing a lack of movement, I turned my gaze to the next brass mirror, which similarly reflected another man with equally hollow eyes. As I proceeded to observe the remaining mirrors, I discovered an array of faces, adults, children, men, and women. A sense of bewilderment washed over me at the sight of these images upon the brass surfaces. While I pondered the reasoning behind these reflections, the expression of a young girl in one of the mirrors suddenly transformed from lifelessness to one of terror. Her eyes wide open as she gazed fearfully at something behind me. Instinctively, I turned around, only to find a woman with disheveled hair standing 2 meters away from me, her back facing me. Startled by the silent apparition behind me, I called out, "Who are you?" The woman, upon hearing my voice, paid me no heed, remaining turned away. Standing behind me, just as I was about to approach her to discern her features, I was suddenly jolted by a tap on my shoulder. "Xiao Si, we've arrived. Don't fall asleep." Li Ji's voice resonated in my ear. I opened my eyes, somewhat dazed, realizing that everything that had transpired was merely a dream. Yet, why had I envisioned so many bronze mirrors and that enigmatic woman's silhouette? Could it be that the bronze mirror Li Ji had given me was to blame? But surely that couldn't drive me to madness. I shook my head to clear my thoughts. Accompanying Li Ji, we alighted from the vehicle and arrived at a construction site. As soon as we stepped through the gate, a person rushed towards Li Ji, panic etched across their face, whispering something urgently in his ear. Upon hearing, Li Ji's expression darkened considerably. "What has happened?" I inquired softly. "Someone has died." Chapter 22. The woman without a face. What is going on? I inquired, my voice tinged with anxiety. It is said that during construction, a worker, who was not wearing a safety helmet, was struck and killed by a falling object. Li Ji replied, his expression dark and foreboding. Clearly, a life had been lost on the site, and he bore the weight of that grim reality. "This seems to be more than a mere accident," I remarked, furrowing my brow, for I sensed a faint, ominous energy emanating from the site, with its most intense concentration at the very center. "Xiao Si, what have you discovered?" Li Ji asked, his tone laced with concern. "Indeed, I have seen something unclean lurking within this construction site," I nodded solemnly. "Where is it?" He pressed. "Right there." I pointed towards the source of the ominous energy at the center of the site. "Ah, that is where they unearthed a coffin," Li Ji exclaimed, surprise evident in his voice. "Yes, that is indeed correct. What shall we do now?" he asked, appearing somewhat bewildered. "Hand me a shovel. I must investigate what malevolent force is at play," I declared, looking intently at Li Ji. "Is it not dangerous?" he asked, concern etched on his face. "Fear not. Do not underestimate me," I replied with a reassuring smile. Having acquired the shovel, I ventured alone to the very heart of the construction site, where the dark energy was most potent, deliberately keeping others at bay for their safety. As I lifted my gaze, I noticed a large pit in the ground, presumably the spot where workers under Li Ji had previously unearthed the coffin. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, sending a shiver down my spine. It seemed that something sinister lay beneath. I spat into my palms and began to dig with a shovel. After less than 5 minutes, I felt my shovel strike something solid. With great caution, I continued to excavate, only to uncover a human hand, startling me immensely. Nevertheless, I pressed on, carefully digging until I finally revealed a corpse clad in ancient attire. The era to which it belonged was a mystery, yet my heart raced with astonishment. For the body had remarkably remained intact beneath the earth, its skin merely shriveled and gaunt, resembling that of an elderly man. Strangely, even his hair was still present, and I found myself apprehensive that he might suddenly awaken. The malevolent aura pervading the construction site emanated from this very corpse. I was perplexed as to why this body was so well preserved and yet not interred in a coffin, especially when a coffin containing a bronze mirror had previously been concealed above it. Xiaoxi, what have you discovered? Li Ji's voice echoed from a distance. Unable to contain his curiosity as he noticed my cessation of excavation. Come over and see for yourself, I assured him, confident that this ancient mummified body posed no threat. All right, he replied, and without further hesitation, he hurried towards me. Upon witnessing the dry corpse I had unearthed, his jaw dropped in astonishment as he exclaimed, "How is it possible that there's an ancient body here, and it remains uncorrupted?" I pondered aloud. Perhaps the corpse has been treated in some peculiar manner. How strange it is. By the way, did this incident on the construction site arise because of him? Li Ji inquired further. Indeed, it is highly likely. This individual must have harbored profound resentment before his demise, such that the malevolent energy has lingered for countless years. We should incinerate him promptly to dispel this animosity. Yes, you are correct. Let us burn him right here in this pit, Li Ji replied, gazing at me. That is precisely my intention. After I spoke, the divine beast produced a fire talisman and cast it onto the corpse lying in the pit. Instantly, flames erupted, consuming the lifeless body in a fierce blaze. It took nearly half an hour to completely reduce the remains to ashes, and the ominous energy surrounding the construction site dissipated. Is the construction site now safe? Li Ji asked, somewhat perplexed. We can resume work as usual, I replied with a smile. That's splendid. I certainly do not wish for my first project, arranged by the old man, to encounter any issues. You are truly remarkable, Xiaoxi. Upon hearing my words, Li Ji's face lit up with joy, and he couldn't help but flatter me. Spare me the flattery. You should promptly find me a place to stay. I still need to check on those mentally unstable workers under your command tomorrow, I said, delivering a light punch to this fellow, feeling somewhat fatigued. Rest assured, I shall arrange for a few young ladies to attend to your needs. How does that sound? Li Ji said with a mischievous grin. I decline. I have no such inclinations, I replied, unable to suppress a disdainful glance at him. All right, I understand. Upon arriving at the residence arranged by Li Ji, I placed the parcel wrapped in gauze, containing the bronze mirror, on the bedside table. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the bed. Coupled with the effects of the alcohol I had consumed earlier, my head began to swim, and I soon drifted into slumber. In a haze, I found myself once again in that room, filled with bronze mirrors. The walls were still adorned with the expressionless faces of the mirrors. However, this time, I did not catch a glimpse of the woman's silhouette. Why is it that ever since I beheld the bronze mirror, I have been plagued by dreams of this place? Could it be that this locale holds the key to the madness afflicting those labors? Intrigued, I scrutinized the bronze mirrors once more. Yet the faces remained as devoid of expression as before. As time stretched on, I realized that this dream seemed unending. I was enveloped in a room, surrounded by countless expressionless faces staring back at me. Gradually, I noticed the corners of those faces curling upwards into smiles. The space of the room appeared to contract, bringing those faces alarmingly closer. As the moments passed, the expressions of the figures in the mirrors grew increasingly bizarre, each face adorned with a chilling smirk, as if they were spectators at a performance. A sudden clarity washed over me. I understood why those workers had succumbed to madness. Might they, like myself, plunge into this peculiar dreamscape the moment they succumbed to slumber? If that were indeed the case, it would surely drive one to insanity. Imagine, if you will, a person weary to the core, drifting into slumber, only to find themselves surrounded in a dream by a host of unfamiliar, eerie faces, all fixated upon them from every conceivable angle. How terrifying that would be, a veritable nightmare, made all the more dreadful as these visages draw ever closer. Suddenly, the expressions of those faces shift to sheer terror. I swiftly turn around, and indeed, there stands the silhouette of that woman behind me. This time, I did not hesitate. I dash towards her. She senses my approach and gradually turns to face me. I suppress my mounting anxiety, and at last, the woman's form fully reveals itself. To my horror, she possesses no features, merely a stark, featureless visage. Simultaneously, the faces reflected in the surrounding bronze mirror erupt into raucous laughter. Unable to endure the cacophony, I instinctively cover my ears, for the amalgamation of so many voices is excruciatingly piercing. Startled, I bolt upright in bed, the sun having risen high in the sky. I wipe the cold sweat from my brow, a shiver of dread coursing through me. This dream was truly bizarre. Casting a glance at the bronze mirror still shrouded in gauze on the bedside table, I feel a surge of irritation. I seize it and hurl it to the ground. Yet astonishingly, the mirror remains unscathed. A series of knocks echoes from the door, accompanied by the voice of Li Ji. Shao Si, it's nearly noon. Are you awake? I manage a wry smile before approaching the door to let him in. Li Ji enters, holding beauty fast. Boss, this mirror is truly peculiar, he remarks. I couldn't help but exclaim, what is it? Have you also lost your sanity? Li Ji placed breakfast on the table and asked with a hint of anxiety. Almost choking on his words, I retorted, do I appear to be someone who has lost their mind? I then proceeded to share my dream with Li Ji. Upon hearing it, revealed a look of fear and remarked, what a terrifying dream. Could it be that my workers have also succumbed to such madness? I nodded in agreement, suggesting that it was indeed a possibility. So, little C, do you have any solutions? Li Ji inquired urgently. Not at the moment, but I intend to check on your workers shortly, I replied while washing up in the bathroom. All right, after you finish your meal, I will take you there. Li Ji nodded in response. After hastily consuming breakfast, I accompanied Li Ji to a psychiatric hospital in City B, guided by a nurse. We arrived at the ward where the workers were housed. Just before entering, I turned to the nurse beside me and asked, Nurse, could you tell me what state they are in? Have they uttered anything? They seem to have experienced significant trauma. Occasionally, they mutter words like mirror and soul, the nurse answered. Taken aback by her words, I pondered internally, repeating, mirror? It must refer to a bronze mirror. And soul? What could that imply? Could it be that this mirror has stolen their souls? Embracing this conjecture, I pushed open the door to the ward where 6 individuals lay in their beds. Their eyes wide open, devoid of expression, offering no reaction to the entrance of Li Ji and myself. I approached the nearest laborer, yet he remained unresponsive, as if ensnared in a state of emptiness. Hello? I greeted him, but it was as if my words fell upon deaf ears. He continued in his vacant state. I proceeded to another laborer, extending my greeting once more, only to be met with indifference. However, when I reached the side of the third laborer, a jolt coursed through my body, for this man's visage was familiar. He was one I had encountered within the mirrors of my dreams. Could it be that their souls were indeed ensnared within those mirrors? If that were the case, then each mirror adorning the walls of this room harbored a spirit. What compelled these mirrors to seize the souls of others? And what of the featureless woman within those reflections? Contemplating these matters, a wave of perplexity washed over me. At this juncture, there remained but one solution. I must return to that chamber filled with copper mirrors within my dreams. Chapter 23. The capture of your soul. What is the matter, Shao Si? Li Ji inquired, noticing my momentary daze. I pointed towards the man on the hospital bed, who appeared to be lost in thought. I have seen this man in that peculiar room within my dreams. Is that so? How can that be? You should not know him. How could you have encountered him in your dreams? Li Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Perhaps they are not deranged. Rather, their souls may have been seized by the bronze mirror. I mused, furrowing my brow. Soul? How can that be? Li Ji uttered in disbelief. How can one reclaim a lost soul? Perhaps I must delve once more into this dreamscape to find solution. I contemplated for a moment before responding. And how do you intend to enter? I located a foldable bed designated for the respite of patients' families, reclined upon it, and placed the bronze mirror upon my chest. Addressing Li Ji, I stated, I am about to enter a state of slumber. Please keep watch over me. Understood. Li Ji acknowledged my intentions with a nod. I closed my eyes, endeavoring to empty my mind of all thoughts. Gradually, my consciousness became hazy, and I surrendered to sleep. In the dream, I found myself once again in that room. However, I noticed that some of the bronze mirrors on the walls had fallen to the floor, while others remained precariously askew. I could not help but pause, bewildered by the unfolding scene. What could this possibly mean? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated my mind. Yes, in a fit of rage that morning, I had hurled the copper mirror to the ground. Could this be the catalyst for all that has transpired? And what of the faceless woman? The room is confined, devoid of doors or windows, encircled solely by copper mirrors. With a resounding crash, a mirror on the left wall inexplicably fell to the floor. I hesitated momentarily, then hastened over to retrieve it. However, as I beheld the surface of the mirror, I froze in astonishment. There was no visage reflected, only a smooth, unblemished surface. Grasping the mirror, I muttered to myself, what is happening? How can there exist a mirror without a face? Just as I pondered this enigma, the mirror in my hands vibrated violently, and abruptly, a faceless woman erupted from within, locking eyes with me. Startled, I instinctively dropped the mirror, yet she had already emerged, standing merely a meter away. In a reflexive motion, I reached for the talisman in my pocket, fumbling for it, only to discover my pocket was utterly vacant. It dawned upon me then, I was ensnared in a dream, rendering my talisman non-existent. What was I to do? Without a weapon, and trapped in this sealed chamber, how could I confront her? A faceless woman stood before me, her smooth visage devoid of any discernible features. An involuntary shiver coursed through me as I pondered the enigmatic origins of this bizarre figure. What was her purpose in seizing the souls of others, and why did she lack a face altogether? Suddenly, she moved with astonishing swiftness, enveloping me in her embrace before vanishing into a brass mirror. When I regained my senses, I found myself in a place I knew all too well, the campus of my university. Glancing down, I noticed a bouquet of roses in my hands. As I hesitated, a beautiful girl approached me. I was momentarily taken aback, for before me stood Lin Chu, my first love from my university days. Feiyu, look at you, so silly. Are these roses for me? How klitsch, she remarked with a playful smile, casting aside her hair that fell over her eyes. I was momentarily stunned, then handed the roses to Lin Chu and inquired with curiosity, Lin Chu, what are you doing here? Why have I returned to my university days? Upon hearing my words, a look of confusion crossed her face. She leaned closer, gently touching my forehead, and remarked quizzically, you're not running a fever, so why are you speaking so strangely? Don't you remember? Today is my birthday, and you promised to take me out for a delicious meal. Is it? I replied, a bit dazed. Of course. Never mind. You must have stayed up all night gaming with your dorm mates again, which is why you're a bit out of it now. Lin Chu analyzed the situation and playfully kissed my cheek. Feeling the warm moisture on my skin, I couldn't help but wonder within myself whether the events that transpired earlier were merely figments of my imagination due to my lack of rest. Why are you still dawdling? Quickly tell me where we're going to indulge in delicious food today, she urged, holding the flowers I had gifted her and happily inhaling their fragrance. Of course. We shall return to the place of our first meal, I replied with a smile. Wonderful, Lin Chu exclaimed, cheerfully linking her arm with mine. As I breathed in her familiar scent, I found myself entranced. It was a delightful feeling. Upon arriving at the restaurant where we had dined for the first time, I ordered several of Lin Chu's favorite dishes from the proprietor, and we settled across from each other at the table. Feiyu, I've decided that after graduation, I want to return to your city with you. Let us strive together, shall we? Lin Chu said, pondering for a moment before breaking into a smile. Really, Chu? Thank you, I exclaimed, my heart racing as I clasped her hands in mine. Of course, I would never deceive you, regardless of what the future holds. I am willing to always be by your side. Perhaps we can visit my parents together someday, she said with a playful grin. Yes, that sounds great, I affirmed with a firm nod. When the dishes arrived, Lin Chu picked up a piece with her chopsticks, blew on it gently, and offered it to me. Without hesitation, I opened my mouth wide and devoured it, prompting Lin Chu to cover her mouth and giggle in my eagerness. Chu, I suddenly feel as though I am dreaming, I remarked. Fool, you are not dreaming at all, Lin Chu retorted with a dismissive glance. Is that so? But I had mentioned meeting your uncle and aunt, and you had refused, stating that you did not wish for them to know just yet, I queried, filled with uncertainty. Oh, really? I must have forgotten, Lin Chu replied playfully. You also said that after graduation, you wanted to go abroad to gain some experience, I continued. Well, it seems I no longer wish to go, she countered. Chu, where's your left ear stud gone? I suddenly inquired. Lin Chu froze for a moment, then hurriedly reached up to touch her left earlobe, her face betraying a hint of surprise as she exclaimed, Ah, perhaps I misplaced it this morning while getting out of bed. It must have fallen onto the floor. My expression suddenly turned cold as I gazed at Lin Chu and said flatly, Chu, don't you remember? You never had your ears pierced during university. Upon hearing my words, Lin Chu stood frozen in place. I continued, Who exactly are you? You are not Lin Chu at all. At that moment, the expression on Lin Chu's face gradually grew icy, her features beginning to blur and ultimately vanish, revealing a faceless woman before me. Suddenly, darkness enveloped my vision, and when I regained clarity of my surroundings, I found myself back in a room adorned with copper mirrors, facing Li Ji. Shall see? Li Ji exclaimed in surprise as he looked at me. Who are you? I retorted coldly. Hey, have you lost your mind? I am your superior, Li Ji. Li Ji exclaimed with indignation. How can I prove that? Do I need to validate my own existence? Upon hearing my words, Li Ji raised his voice in disbelief. Then how did you end up here? I scrutinized Li Ji, uncertain if he had transformed into that faceless woman. I noticed you lying motionless for several hours. Fearing for your well-being, I intended to nudge you awake. However, upon contact, I found myself in this place. Is this what you refer to as a dream? How do we escape? Li Ji's voice trembled with anxiety. Suddenly, a sinister cackle echoed from behind me. I spun around to behold the faceless woman, while Li Ji, terrified, rushed to my side, anxiously whispering, Shao Si, is this the woman you spoke of? How frightening. At that moment, I was reassured that Li Ji had not morphed into the faceless entity. I addressed her, indeed, but I currently lack a method to confront her. What shall we do? Are we to remain trapped here indefinitely? Li Ji's expression darkened with concern. As of now, I have no means to deal with her, I replied, furrowing my brow. The faceless woman continued her eerie laughter, and the copper mirrors adorning the walls echoed her mirth. The cacophony of laughter from countless voices enveloped us, akin to the suffocating grip of Tang Seng's tightening curse. I felt as though my head might burst, and, observing Li Ji's anguished expression, I realized he too was enduring this jarring melody. Suddenly, a revelation dawned upon me. Why did this faceless woman not directly seize my soul? Instead, she ensnared me in an illusion, and after I shattered that deceitful mirage, she resorted to mere auditory intimidation against both Li Ji and myself, yet refrained from any tangible assault. Could it be that she possesses no offensive capability? Contemplating this, I clenched my teeth, enduring the piercing laughter, and charged towards the faceless woman, unleashing a powerful punch that struck her head. Remarkably, my blow sent her sprawling to the ground, and simultaneously, the cacophonous laughter ceased entirely. Impressive, Shao Si, Li Ji exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief at my formidable display. Impressive? You should come over and throw a few punches yourself. I beckoned him. I think I shall pass. I'm afraid, Li Ji replied, his face etched with apprehension. Rest assured, this specter is merely a blustering coward, armed only with tricks to confuse. Lacking any genuine harm, I reassured him with a smile. Upon hearing my words, Li Ji hesitated momentarily, yet soon approached and tentatively kicked at the woman, discovering her utterly unresponsive as she appeared to retreat in fear. This prompted him to erupt in laughter as he commenced his own frenzied assault of punches and kicks. After approximately 10 minutes of exertion, Li Ji, panting heavily, collapsed onto the ground, while I gazed at him in bemusement. This fellow truly possesses remarkable tenacity. Yet I pondered how he would ultimately escape this place. Chapter 24. The peculiar corpse having vented my frustrations, I found myself pondering how to return. Li Ji, after catching his breath, inquired with a hint of breathlessness. Upon hearing his words, my gaze instinctively shifted towards the faceless woman. Seemingly sensing my scrutiny, she began to crawl back a few paces, causing a flicker of hope to ignite within me. I called out to her, "Pray, can you comprehend my words?" To my astonishment, the faceless woman nodded in affirmation. This response elicited a smile from me, and I continued, "In that case, I require you to restore the souls of those you have taken over the past few days and return us to our rightful bodies. Should you fail to comply, I shall be compelled to destroy that copper mirror, for I believe it would result in your own demise." The faceless woman nodded once more, and then darkness enveloped my vision. When I reopened my eyes, I found myself back in the hospital room, where Li Ji was also awakening, a look of joy illuminating his face as he gazed at me. Ignoring him, I turned my attention to the migrant workers who had previously appeared dazed on their beds. They now wore expressions of bewilderment, and as if emerging from a dream, began conversing with one another. One among them recognized Li Ji and greeted him, seemingly oblivious to the fact that their souls had been taken. Seeing this, my heart eased. I turned to Li Ji and said, "All right, my friend, the matter is resolved. I shall take my leave now. Let the copper mirror remain with me to prevent it from causing harm to others in the future. The copper mirror is entrusted to you, and I feel at ease. However, there is no rush. I still wish to treat you well." Hee. Li Ji's mood has brightened significantly, and he said to me with a smile, "There's no need. The affairs office still has matters awaiting my attention. You should take good care of them here and give my share of the treat to the workers. By the way, the family of the worker who tragically lost his life at the construction site must be properly compensated. After all, those who come to work are not from affluent families." I gazed intently into Li Ji's eyes as I spoke earnestly. "Rest assured, shall see. Do you not understand my character?" Li Ji patted my shoulder and said seriously, "Of course I do. Well then, I shall take my leave." Upon returning to City A by taxi, I arrived at the affairs office. As I entered, Lan Mingchen hurried over, her face displaying a hint of concern. "Feiyu, are you all right? You seem a bit weary," she asked with genuine care. Feeling the warmth of her concern, I smiled and replied, "It's a bit unusual for the young lady to show such concern for me. I have a kind heart. If I see stray cats and dogs along the way that are hungry, I always buy them food." Lan Mingchen retorted with a playful eye roll. Well, I found myself at a loss for words in response to her playful argument. "Have you eaten yet?" Lan Mingchen inquired. "I haven't had lunch yet. But there's instant noodles in the affairs office." "I'll just go prepare a bowl," I replied, scratching my head. Consuming instant noodles is hardly advisable. This sustenance lacks nutritional value, Lan Mingchen remarked with a hint of reproach before hastily departing from the office. Watching her retreating figure, I found myself momentarily lost in thought. It seemed she had begun to express a greater concern for my well-being. "Master, you have returned." The voice of Era suddenly resonated from behind me. I turned to see a mischievous little creature resembling a guinea pig perched atop Era's head. Upon noticing my presence, it appeared somewhat apprehensive, burrowing its rotund body into the fur atop Era's head. This endearing display of shyness struck me as adorably foolish. "Indeed, Era, last night was quite uneventful, wasn't it?" I gently patted Era's small head. "Yes, it was rather calm, though the left in the office flickered unexpectedly last night for reasons unknown," Era replied, wagging its tail. "The flickered?" I murmured, furrowing my brow in confusion, unable to comprehend the cause. Not wishing to dwell on this further, I retrieved the copper mirror and placed it before Era, inquiring, "Era, are you familiar with this object?" Era sniffed the copper mirror intently before responding, "Master, there exists a space within this mirror, inhabited by a guardian spirit." Nodding in understanding, I deduced that the spirit to which Era referred must be the faceless woman. I continued my inquiry, "Era, can you summon her forth?" "Indeed, Master," Era affirmed. As I spoke, the husky called out twice to the copper mirror, and soon a faceless woman materialized before us. Upon seeing me, She trembled slightly. With a hint of helplessness, I reassured her, "Do not be afraid. As long as you cease your malevolent ways, I will not harm you." The faceless woman nodded at my words, yet she still maintained her distance. "Husky, please return her to your spirit badge," I instructed. The husky complied, calling out to the faceless woman, who then vanished. I picked up the copper mirror and placed it on the shelf in my office, contemplating that it should no longer pose a threat to others and could serve as a fine antique ornament. Having completed these tasks, Lan Mingchen returned to the office, carrying a large bag of prepared meals. "Here, eat first. Both Husky and I have already dined," she said. I quickly accepted the food and expressed my gratitude. "Thank you. Young lady, you are truly wonderful. I've noticed you look even more beautiful today." "Oh, spare me the flattery," Lan Mingchen retorted with a playful scoff. I chuckled awkwardly and opened the food packaging, devouring it heartily. "By the way, have you encountered any strange occurrences?" Lan Mingchen inquired curiously as she settled beside me. Between bites, I recounted the incidents involving the copper mirror and the construction site of Lijigo. "How intriguing. Why didn't you take me along to witness it?" she said, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. "Sister, do you think this is a visit to the zoo? If not for my exceptional wit, I would have been trapped in that bronze mirror long ago," I remarked with a hint of irritation. "Not to worry, you are here to protect me," Lan Mingchen nonchalantly replied. "Is that so? You're not my girlfriend, so why should I protect you?" I inquired, locking my gaze with hers. "Then I shall be your girlfriend," Lan Mingchen suddenly declared. Upon hearing her words, I couldn't help but spew my food, staring at her in a daze. "Ha! Look at your silly expression. I was just teasing you, dreaming of being my girlfriend." Lan Mingchen burst into laughter at my reaction. "TCH," I retorted, extending my middle finger in a playful gesture. Lan Mingchen disregarded my antics and approached the bronze mirror I had set up, examining it closely. After finishing my meal and tidying up the area, I made my way to the door to dispose of the trash when a familiar figure suddenly appeared. It was Lu Qianli, clad in police uniform. "Captain Lu, what brings you here?" I asked, surprised. "Is it not permissible for me to come and check on you?" Lu Qianli replied with a feigned serious expression. "Of course, come in." I welcomed him with a smile. Upon entering the office, Lu Qianli noticed Lan Mingchen and, intrigued, asked, "Feiyu, who is this?" "Oh, she is my friend. Here to help me with cleaning for a few days." "Hello, I am Lan Mingchen." She introduced herself. Lan Mingchen set down the bronze mirror and approached Lu Qianli, smiling as she spoke. "Hello, my name is Lu Qianli." Lu Qianli politely responded in kind. "Captain Lu, is there something you wish to discuss? I feel that your visit is not merely a casual one." "It's a minor matter," Lu Qianli said, casting a glance at Lan Mingchen before lowering his voice. "Captain Lu, please feel free to speak candidly. There are no outsiders here." Perceiving Lu Qianli's hesitation, I encouraged him. "Oh, then I shall be forthright. Yesterday, we discovered the body of a male victim in a park. Strangely, all of his internal organs had rapidly deteriorated. Yet the coroner found no signs of illness. His health had been excellent, and the organ failure occurred within mere minutes." Lu Qianli frowned, pondering. How could this happen so swiftly? Lan Mingchen, taken aback, inquired with astonishment. "That is why I sought the counsel of Brother Feiyu," Lu Qianli concluded. Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of helplessness wash over me and replied, "Captain Lu, I am not well versed in this matter. However, could you share some additional clues?" Upon hearing my words, Team Leader Lu nodded and continued. "We have investigated this matter and discovered that the deceased had dined at a hot pot restaurant every night for an entire week. Initially, we suspected the ingredients might be the cause, but after a thorough examination, nothing unusual was found. What is peculiar, however, is that this hot pot restaurant has been open for less than half a month, yet experiences a full house daily, with patrons willing to wait in line for 3 to 4 hours. At this, I was somewhat bewildered. What could be so delectable about this hot pot that captivated so many? After pondering for a moment, I said to Team Leader Lu, "I find this hot pot restaurant rather suspicious. I plan to visit tonight to see if there is something amiss. But without a reservation, you would need to wait half the day," Lan Mingchen reminded me. I had already anticipated Feiyu's thoughts, so I made a reservation in advance. "Tonight, the three of us shall go and indulge." Lu Qianli suddenly smiled, his expression enigmatic. "Impressive, Team Leader Lu. Truly resourceful," I exclaimed, applauding Lu Tianli's ingenuity, while Lan Mingqian looked at me with disdain. As night fell, the three of us arrived at the entrance of the bustling hot pot restaurant. Chapter 25. The overindulgence of hot pot. Upon raising my gaze, I was captivated by the name of the hot pot restaurant, which tantalized my taste buds. I mused to myself that the name was quite intriguing. As we entered the establishment, a warmly welcoming attendant approached us. After Lu Tianli conveyed our reservation details, the three of us were promptly seated at a table. Lu Tianli handed me the menu and said, "Feiyu, my dear brother, feel free to order whatever you desire. This meal is on me." I accepted the menu and glanced at the prices, finding them to be less daunting than I had anticipated. Consequently, I selected a few of my usual favorites for hot pot, while Lan Mingqian chose a few dishes she particularly enjoyed. Before long, the attendant noted our selections and, within 5 minutes, returned with a rather peculiar copper hot pot, setting it before us. Behind him trailed another server, who wheeled in a cart laden with various ingredients, presenting them to us. As I beheld the steaming hot pot before me, I felt a twinge of curiosity. This copper vessel bore distinct characteristics that set it apart from ordinary hot pots. Its surface was etched with strange inscriptions, and it featured a rather unsettling human visage. "What an alarming appearance for a hot pot," Lan Mingqian remarked, unable to suppress her astonishment. "Never mind that. I am eager to discover what delectable flavors this hot pot possesses that render it so addictive," Lu Tianli declared. He deftly picked up a thin slice of beef with his chopsticks, swirled it in the boiling broth for a few moments, and then, without any dipping sauce, placed it directly into his mouth. As I and Lan Mingqian gazed at Lu Tianli's expression, we observed him chewing the morsel of beef in his mouth a few times before he could not resist the urge to quickly pick up another slice. Repeating his previous actions, he swirled it in the hot pot and, without waiting for the meat to cool, directly popped it into his mouth, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. "Captain Lu, is it truly delicious?" I inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Feiyu, let me tell you, this is the best hot pot I have ever tasted in my life," Lu Tianli replied, his mouth still full of beef. Lan Mingqian and I exchanged puzzled glances before we too selected some ingredients and began to dip them into the pot, waiting for them to cook before savoring them. "Ah, the texture, the flavor. This is truly a taste I have never experienced before. It is a culinary delight," I silently praised. "So delicious," Lan Mingqian exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Subsequently, the three of us succumbed to the irresistible allure of the food, embarking on a fervent feast that culminated in the consumption of 6 additional plates of beef. At last, having polished off the meal, we instinctively patted our full bellies in unison. Indeed, the bustling business was well-deserved, for the flavor was simply exquisite, Lu Tianli remarked with a satisfied burp. "Yes, indeed," Lan Mingqian chimed in. "I too have never tasted anything so delightful." I expressed my thoughts, though a twinge of curiosity lingered within me. What secret recipe could this hot pot restaurant possess that ensnared one so enchantingly? Initially, I found myself suspecting whether some addictive substance, perhaps cannabis, had been secretly infused into the broth. Yet, Team Leader Lu had assured us that all ingredients had been thoroughly inspected, leaving no room for doubt. Still, an unsettling feeling gnawed at me. "What are you pondering, my dear Feiyu?" inquired Lu Tianli, noticing my contemplative expression. "Team Leader, don't you think this hot pot is perhaps excessively delectable?" I posed a question to him. "Indeed it is. However, isn't this establishment aptly named Captivating Your Taste Buds? It seems to live up to its title," Lu Tianli replied with a smile. "Absolutely. The name is remarkably fitting," echoed Lan Mingqian in agreement. "Captivating your taste buds?" I couldn't help but softly repeat the phrase, turning my gaze towards the oddly shaped hot pot. Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but I could have sworn I discerned a peculiar smile upon the visage of the figure atop the pot. Just as I was about to scrutinize further, a corpulent man with a shiny complexion approached us, somewhat sheepishly declaring, "Excuse me, esteemed guests, I'm the proprietor of this establishment. May I inquire if you have finished your meal?" "Yes, indeed, it was utterly delicious, good sir," Lan Mengxie replied with a smile directed at the hot pot owner. I apologize for the interruption, but the patrons waiting outside can no longer contain their anticipation. Thus, the hot pot owner said, somewhat abashed. Upon hearing the words of the hot pot proprietor, we were instantly enlightened and began to gather our belongings. Lu Tianli proceeded to the bar to settle the bill. I, on the other hand, moved closer to the owner and quietly inquired, Sir, the flavor of your hot pot is absolutely exquisite, and I am quite fond of its appearance. Might I purchase one? The hot pot owner beamed at my compliment. However, a flicker of anxiety crossed his face upon hearing my request to buy a pot. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, I apologize, but we do not sell our hot pots. This particular one was custom-made for us and is quite limited. Observing the owner's reaction, a hint of curiosity sparked within me. It seemed there was a secret surrounding his hot pot. With a hint of disappointment, I responded, Very well then. As we exited the establishment, Lu Tianli took the lead, while Lan Mengxian and I returned directly to the office. Upon entering, Lan Mengxian headed to her room to freshen up, and the exuberant Ha rushed towards me. It then struck me that Ha had yet to eat. Given the hour, I had no choice but to prepare a cup of instant noodles for him. Once the noodles were ready, I lifted the lid to place them before Ha, only to pause momentarily as a faint, unpleasant odor wafted towards me from the noodles. Could they have expired? That seemed unlikely, as I purchased them less than a month ago. Meanwhile, Ha gazed at the instant noodles with eager anticipation, wagging his tail in excitement. I hesitantly took a bite of instant noodles, only to quickly spit it out as I detected an unpleasant sour taste in my mouth. I had not purchased the pickled vegetable flavor, but rather the braised beef flavor, which indicated that the noodles had indeed spoiled. Master, why did you spit out such a delightful dish? The husky inquired softly, noticing that Lan Mengxian was absent. The noodles have gone bad. I replied with a hint of exasperation. No way. It tastes just like when I had it for the first time. The husky responded, looking utterly bewildered. Is that so? I questioned, placing the noodles before the husky, who then eagerly began to eat. Observing its demeanor, I pondered that perhaps I had indulged too much in hot pot, rendering me unaccustomed to instant noodles. Dismissing further thoughts, I closed the shop door, preparing for my evening routine. The following morning, I awoke to find Lan Mengxian had already procured breakfast, neatly arranged on the table, awaiting my arrival. Witnessing her assume the role of a diligent hostess, I couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth. I casually picked up a youtiao and took a bite, only to be met with a texture reminiscent of paper, utterly devoid of flavor. Mengxian, where did you buy this breakfast? It lacks any taste, I inquired with curiosity. Really? Lan Mengxian glanced at me with hesitation, then took a bite of the youtiao herself. However, she quickly spat it out, exclaiming, How strange. I've been buying from this place for the past few days. Yet today it tastes horrid. The husky devoured the deep-fried dough sticks with evident delight. As I observed this scene, a spark of inspiration flickered in my mind. I swiftly seized the soy milk purchased by Lan Mengxian and took a sip, followed by a mouthful of water. Ultimately, I arrived at an astonishing conclusion. It seemed that our sense of taste had malfunctioned, rendering everything tasteless. What's wrong, Feiyu? Lan Mengxian inquired curiously, observing my peculiar actions. Perhaps our taste buds are experiencing issues, I replied slowly. Really? I find it rather strange as well. This morning, while brushing my teeth, I felt an unpleasant odor in my mouth, Lan Mengxian remarked, frowning. It might be due to the hot pot we had last night. Do you remember the name of the restaurant? Captivating your taste buds. I fear our taste sensations may have indeed been ensnared. I couldn't help but smile bitterly at the thought. Can taste buds truly be captured? Lan Mengxian asked, her face a picture of astonishment. Before I could respond, Lu Tianli entered the office. His brow furrowed as he spoke rapidly. Feiyu, my friend, that hot pot restaurant has closed down. The owner vanished overnight, and curiously, all the copper hot pots in the establishment have been taken away. What? Is that true? I exclaimed, my eyes widening in disbelief. Moreover, ever since that hot pot meal, I've sensed an issue with my taste. Even this morning, I couldn't savor the century-old preserved egg congee that my wife prepared, which is usually my favorite. She even remarked that I've changed. A faint smile of resignation appeared on Lu Tianli's face. Upon hearing Lu Tianli's words, I could not help but stifle a laugh, deeming it inappropriate to express my amusement. However, it became increasingly evident that those who had indulged in hot pot were experiencing a decline in their sense of taste, likely due to the peculiar copper pots responsible for this affliction. Simultaneously, a twinge of concern crept into my mind. After all, the man Lu Tianli had discovered lifeless had succumbed to acute renal failure following a hot pot meal. Might we share a similar fate? Captain Lu, the situation has grown rather grave. We must hasten to the restaurant and investigate the items used by the proprietor. If we delay any longer, we may irrevocably lose our sense of taste, I urged. Very well. Brother Feiyu must be employing the tracking talisman once more. Come, let us get in the car. Lu Tianli responded, quickly grasping the situation. Lan Mengchen and I swiftly entered the vehicle, beckoning the husky to join us as well. Brother Feiyu, why did you bring the dog along? Lu Tianli inquired, his curiosity piqued from the driver's seat. Captain Lu, do not underestimate it. It proves far more effective than my tracking talisman, I replied, affectionately patting the husky's head. Lu Tianli's expression shifted to one of enlightenment as he promptly started the engine. Thus, the three of us embarked on our quest to reclaim our lost sense of taste. Chapter 26. The Spirit Altar in the Cave. Upon arriving at the now-closed hot pot restaurant, I forcefully pried open the door and beckoned the husky to follow me directly to the bar. As I opened the drawer, I discovered it completely devoid of money, clearly indicating that the proprietor had taken all the cash before departing. The lingering scent of the hot pot owner still permeated the air. I urged the husky to sniff around, and it responded with a loud bark directed at me, then quickly instructed Lan Mengchen and Lu Tianli, who were hastily approaching from behind, to get in the car, for the husky had detected a scent. The two momentarily froze before swiftly reacting to the situation. We climbed back into the vehicle, with the husky now occupying the front passenger seat. Each time the husky barked in a certain direction, Lu Tianli would turn the car accordingly. Following the husky's guidance, we arrived at a mountainous area on the outskirts of the city. It was only when we reached a point where we could no longer drive that Lu Tianli finally applied the brakes. We quickly exited the car, spotting a delivery truck not far off, to which the husky dashed and began barking excitedly. We hurried over and urged Lu Tianli to open the back of the truck. When the door swung open, we were taken aback, for it was filled to the brim with the hot pot utensils we had used the previous night at the restaurant. What sent shivers down our spines was the eerie fact that the faces we had seen on the hot pot were now inexplicably absent. What could this possibly mean? At that moment, the husky suddenly barked at us again before sprinting ahead, prompting me to signal Lu Tianli and Lan Mengchen to follow closely. After approximately half an hour of arduous trekking, just as our strength was waning, a cave revealed itself before us. The husky paused at the dark entrance, gazing back at us. Is it inside? I inquired of the husky, which responded with a couple of barks. Is that hot pot owner in there? Lu Tianli asked, his brow furrowed. Yes, it seems so, I replied. But why would he come to such a place, and why bring those hot pot utensils? Lan Mengchen questioned, her face etched with confusion. I do not know. The pressing matter is whether we should venture into this eerie cave, I said, looking at Lu Tianli and Lan Mengchen. I want to go in and see. After all, you will protect us, right? Lan Mengchen said, her eyes filled with trust. Lu Tianli nodded in agreement. I handed each of them a talisman for protection and was the first to step inside. The cave was engulfed in darkness, yet with my celestial vision, I had no trouble navigating it. However, Lan Mengchen and Lu Tianli struggled somewhat. Fortunately, I spotted an unlit torch on the cave wall. Using a fire spirit talisman, I ignited it and handed it to Lu Tianli. The cave was damp, and small insects occasionally scuttled by, causing Lan Mengchen to clutch my arm in fright. Sensing the faint fragrance emanating from her, I smiled and reassured her, do not fear, they are merely tiny bugs. Suddenly, Lu Tianli, walking ahead of me, emitted a peculiar sound and touched his forehead. What is it, Captain Lu? With a sense of curiosity, I inquired, this cave is quite damp, isn't it? There are even water droplets. Lu Tianli placed his hand, which had been resting on his forehead, before his nose and sniffed, his expression contorting into one of distaste as he exclaimed, how foul. It's also rather sticky. I glanced upward, intrigued, only to find a pair of eyes fixated on me. Startled, I stumbled backward and instinctively reached for a fire talisman. Seeing my reaction, both Lu Tianli and Lan Mingchen looked up as well. Lan Mingchen gasped, "What a colossal monkey!" Indeed, the owner of those eyes bore a striking resemblance to a monkey. It was unlike any found in a typical zoo. This creature was elongated in form, its feet resembling suction cups as it hung inverted from the cave ceiling, its eyes staring intently at us, while drool dripped from its mouth. It appeared that the liquid on Lu Tianli's forehead was indeed the monkey's saliva. Suddenly, the inverted monkey opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar, then lunged towards Lu Tianli, extending its claw-like limbs toward him. "Be careful," I shouted instinctively at Lu Tianli. Though he reacted swiftly, the monkey managed to shred the fabric of his shirt, leaving 5 shallow gashes across his chest. "Monster, take this!" I bellowed, hurling a fire talisman at the creature. A spark erupted from the talisman affixed to the monkey, followed by a piercing wail, before it swiftly darted into the depths of the cave, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Are you all right, Lu?" I hurriedly inquired, my concern palpable as I approached Lu Tianli. "I'm fine, just a minor abrasion," he replied, perplexed. "But why is there such a peculiar monkey in this cave? Could the monkey be an incarnation of a ghost?" Lan Mingchen asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "No, this monkey is likely a mutated breed. It bears no trace of malevolence. Otherwise, I would have sensed it upon entering the cave," I replied, furrowing my brow. Could it be that the hot pot owner was already slain by this terrifying monkey? Lu Tianli speculated, casting a glance at me. "That seems unlikely. The hot pot owner clearly had a purpose in coming here and must have been acquainted with this place," I analyzed. Just as Lu Tianli was about to speak further, Erha suddenly barked loudly towards the depths of the cave and then dashed ahead. Observing this reaction, we quickly followed suit. After running several hundred meters, the surroundings suddenly brightened, revealing a spirit altar before us, adorned with red candles. At the center of the altar stood a ceramic jar, upon which were intricately carved faces reminiscent of the earlier copper hot pot. I pondered, could it be that the faces of the vanished copper hot pot have found refuge in this ceramic vessel? But where has the hot pot owner gone? And what of the monkey? What purpose does this mourning hall serve? Why is this peculiar jar displayed here? A myriad of questions swirled within my mind when, suddenly, I heard Lan Mingchen's voice whispering in my ear, "Feiyu, that jar seems to have moved." "What? Moved?" Unable to contain my curiosity, I leaned closer to the jar. To my astonishment, a tremendous force emanated from within, pulling me inside, and I felt as though I were spiraling through an endless vortex. When I finally opened my eyes, I found myself in a vast tomb chamber, confronted by 3 pitch-black coffins. I scanned my surroundings, but Lan Mingchen, Lu Tianli, and Erha were nowhere to be seen. I could not restrain myself from shouting, "Team Leader Lu, Mingchen, Adhal, where are you?" After calling out several times with no response, I began to ponder if I had indeed become trapped within the jar. But why were there 3 coffins here? Suddenly, a creaking sound emanated from the coffin closest to me. My heart raced as I turned to look, and to my astonishment, the lid of the coffin began to open on its own. A hand reached out from within, prompting me to instinctively grasp a fire charm. At last, the coffin lid was fully removed, and a man sat up from within. My eyes widened in disbelief as I recognized him. It was the owner of the hot pot restaurant. Why was he in a coffin? Was he here to rest? Had he already passed away? That couldn't be. I had sensed no trace of malevolence from him during our meal the previous day. The hot pot restaurant owner turned to me, furrowing his brow in contemplation, before sneering, "Ah, so it is you, the one who dined at my establishment yesterday, hoping to acquire my pot." His memory was indeed remarkable. "May I inquire how I might exit this place?" I feigned ignorance with a smile. Once you arrive, departure is not an option. Since you have managed to track me down, it seems you are no ordinary individual," the hot pot owner remarked, his gaze icy. "Oh dear, I've been discovered," I exclaimed. "I merely wish to ask why our sense of taste seems to vanish after indulging in hot pot." While pretending to be curious, I quickly surveyed my surroundings, but found no apparent escape. "Regardless, you will inevitably meet your demise here. Allow me to enlighten you. All who have savored my hot pot lose their sense of taste to me. I shall possess the essence of your flavors, enabling me to create even more delectable hot pot until I have claimed the taste of every last one of you. The hot pot owner cackled maniacally, his face contorting grotesquely. What do you intend to do with other sense of taste? I cannot suppress my curiosity. By doing so, I will compel people to beseech me for sustenance, and I shall reign over them like a deity. A frenzied expression danced across the hot pot owner's visage. I believe you are not in your right mind, I declared candidly. Upon hearing my words, the hot pot owner cast a cold glance in my direction, then abruptly opened his mouth, releasing a foul odor that assaulted my senses. I had never encountered such a stench before, nearly causing me to faint. At that moment, a shadow darted before me. It was the monkey that had fled earlier, baring its teeth in a menacing snarl, and then suddenly extending its sharp claws. I could not evade in time, and 5 deep gashes were inflicted upon my left arm. I stifled a grunt and, in retaliation, hurled a fire charm towards the monkey, striking it squarely on the forehead. Bam! The creature's head exploded instantaneously, a warm liquid splattering upon my face. It's blood, I realized. Seems you possess quite an array of skills, the hot pot owner remarked with a derisive smirk before collapsing to the ground. I hastily tore a strip from my clothing to perform a rudimentary bandage on my wounded arm, all the while keeping a wary eye on the proprietor. I pondered, could this fellow be preparing to unleash some kind of toad technique? To my astonishment, the hot pot owner underwent a dramatic transformation before my very eyes, morphing into a colossal monkey-like creature with immense bat wings sprouting from his back, lunging towards me with ferocity. Chapter 27. The Sorcerer. Goodness gracious! I exclaimed, unable to suppress my surprise, and swiftly sidestepped. The hot pot proprietor, transformed into a colossal bat monkey, collided violently with the wall behind me, leaving a considerable dent. I gasped in astonishment. The damage was utterly catastrophic. Had I been struck, I would have likely been reduced to a mere pancake. Creaking echoed through the tomb as the other 2 coffins emitted sounds. I beheld the coffin lids being forcefully pushed aside, revealing 2 more monkeys. Unlike the one I had dispatched earlier, these creatures sported tufts of white fur atop their heads. Could it be that the monkey I had slain was their offspring? As if to affirm my suspicion, the 2 monkeys, upon spotting the lifeless body of their kin on the ground, had their eyes turn a deep crimson. They let out a piercing wail and charged towards me, while simultaneously, the monstrous incarnation of the hot pot proprietor turned to face me with a ferocious roar. I assessed the dire situation and realized I was effectively cornered. It seemed my fate was sealed. Just as I resigned myself to the impending doom, a bald man suddenly materialized before me. I could not contain my excitement and shouted, "Master, what brings you here?" The bald man was none other than Ming Chun, my recently appointed mentor. Without acknowledging me, he swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches at the 3 advancing beasts. In the blink of an eye, the creatures lay motionless on the ground, devoid of breath. "Kid, how is that arm of yours?" Ming Chun turned to me, a smile gracing his face. "Master, it is fortunate that I only require some time to recuperate. By the way, how did you come to know of my presence here?" I curiously cast a glance at Ming Chun. "I have concluded my affairs and followed your aura to find you. I did not anticipate you would be in such a locale," Ming Chun replied while stroking his bald head. "What is peculiar about this place, Master?" I inquired with curiosity. "This is the lair of vampires. Those 3 creatures we encountered were also transformed from vampires," Ming Chun remarked nonchalantly. "The vampire's lair? So that is what it is. However, Master, since you have slain them, how can I retrieve my lost sense of taste?" I asked somewhat helplessly. "Lost sense of taste?" Ming Chun inquired with a hint of curiosity. I then recounted the incident regarding the hot pot restaurant to him. Upon hearing my tale, he chuckled and said, "Do not be overly concerned. You will perceive the loss of taste merely as an interference from those vampires. In a few days, it will gradually return." Upon hearing Ming Chun's words, my worries dissipated. It seems that the hot pot restaurant owner, who had transformed into a vampire, had been deceiving me. "How shall we depart from here, Master?" I asked, looking at Ming Chun. "Come, support my shoulder," Ming Chun beckoned. Upon hearing the urgent call, I swiftly placed my right hand upon Ming Chun's shoulder and in an instant, I felt a disorienting whirl. When I regained my senses, I found myself once again at the location of the spirit hall where I had previously appeared. Simultaneously, Ming Chen's voice echoed in my mind, urging, "Kid, I await you at the office," after which his presence faded away. "Feiyu, where did you just go? What happened to your arm?" Lan Mingchen inquired, her voice laced with concern as she approached me, noticing the bandage on my left arm. "It's nothing, merely a battle well fought. The hot pot owner has perished," I replied, feeling a warmth in my heart from her genuine worry. "Perished? What transpired?" Lu Tianli asked, his curiosity piqued. Thus, I recounted the events surrounding the hot pot proprietor, deliberately omitting any mention of Ming Chen, for his absence indicated his desire to remain concealed. Upon hearing my account, Lu Tianli could not restrain his astonishment, exclaiming, "A vampire? If our senses were merely disrupted, then what of the man we found in the park suffering from rapid renal failure? Is there no connection to the hot pot establishment?" "Perhaps," I conceded with a nod. "If so, the trail has gone cold. It seems I must return post-haste to investigate further details," Lu Tianli remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Lan Mingchen and I returned to the office, while Lu Tianli resumed his investigation of the peculiar corpse. "Quickly, unwrap the bandage. Let me see your wound." Lan Mingchen retrieved some disinfectant and addressed me. "All right, young lady." I smiled at her as I presented my wound before her. She gasped, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the wound is quite deep. This won't do. I must take you to the hospital immediately, or it may become infected." Just as I was about to decline her offer, Ming Shun emerged from the inner room of the office, tossing a bottle of medicine my way and saying, "Apply this to your wound. A day of rest will suffice for your recovery." I accepted the bottle and expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, master." Lan Mingchen, taken aback by Mingchen's sudden appearance, remarked, "Ah, the bald uncle, you have returned." "Indeed. Yes, little girl, you are quite amusing," Mingchen responded with a smile, unperturbed by her moniker. Knowing there was no danger from Mingchen, Lan Mingchen stuck her tongue out playfully at him and proceeded to open the medicine bottle, gently applying the soothing liquid to my wound. As the liquid made contact, a wave of comfort washed over me, significantly alleviating the pain, prompting me to silently commend the remarkable abilities of this bald elder. Once the wound was bandaged, I hurried to Mingchen's side and cheerfully said, "Master, please teach me some skills. I have discovered that my abilities leave me vulnerable in situations I cannot comprehend, which could easily lead to peril." Mingchen regarded me thoughtfully, stroking his smooth bald head, and replied, "Ah, it is my fault for leaving in such haste. I neglected to inform you of certain matters." "What matters?" Curiously, I inquired, and beside me, Lan Mingchen leaned in as well. "It was regarding your heavenly eye." Mingchen gestured towards my eyes and continued, "Like you, I too am a possessor of the heavenly eye. This ability is not merely to perceive spirits. It bestows upon ordinary individuals an immense, boundless potential." Upon hearing Mingchen's words, my eyes widened in astonishment as I pressed further. "What kind of potential?" "Like this," Mingchen exclaimed, turning his gaze towards the glass of water resting on the table. Fixing his eyes upon it, he shouted with fervor, and a beam of golden light swiftly shot forth, striking the glass, which shattered into countless fragments. "Superman?" Lan Mingchen gasped in disbelief. "What is a Superman?" Mingchen queried, puzzled. "An incredibly powerful fictional character. By the way, master, could you instruct me on the utilization of the heavenly eye?" Witnessing Mingchen's extraordinary ability, I could hardly contain my excitement. "Very well," he replied. "I understand that you both have lingering questions about my origins. Today, I shall unveil everything to you." Mingchen addressed both me and Lan Mingchen. Subsequently, Mingchen recounted the events that had transpired in his life. After listening, both Lan Mingchen and I were left in a state of bewilderment for quite some time. It turned out that Mingchen was an ancient practitioner, much like myself, though in his era, he was referred to as a sorcerer. Among the sorcerers, those endowed with the celestial eye ability were most favored by the emperor, for they could divine the future and observe celestial phenomena, wielding immense power. Mingchen was one such practitioner blessed with the celestial eye. However, a young sorcerer later joined their ranks. Astonishingly, He too possessed the celestial eye ability. This brought great joy to Ming Chun, who imparted all his knowledge to the young man. Alas, the youth harbored insatiable ambition and, during a mission to vanquish malevolent spirits for the state, treacherously ambushed the unsuspecting Ming Chun, ultimately blinding him and consigning him to the ghostly prison, the very desolate village apartment that Lan Mingchen and I later sought out in search of her master, Uncle Li. The transformation of Ming Chun into his current state was likely a consequence of prolonged exposure to the malevolent energies within. It was only upon encountering me that he found the means to cultivate the soul refinement technique, ultimately liberating his physical form from that place. Master, who was the one that wronged you? I inquired cautiously. It has been so long that I have forgotten, he replied with a smile, suggesting that he had long since come to terms with the grievances of the past. By the way, Master, you mentioned that the world is about to change. What do you mean by that? I continued to probe. It is because the slumbering demon is about to awaken, he responded. Suddenly, Ming Chun turned to me and uttered those words. The slumbering demon? What is it? I cannot help but inquire. It is a demon sealed since ancient times, possessing boundless power. If it awakens, not a single human in this world will escape. Ming Chun gazed into the distance as he spoke slowly. Upon hearing Ming Chen's words, Lan Mingchen and I exchanged a glance. Although we were uncertain about the nature of this demon, it was evident from Ming Chen's tone that he was well aware of the formidable challenge it posed. Master, do you have confidence in confronting it? I asked. I lack certainty, and moreover, my physical form is on the verge of vanishing, Ming Chun said with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, my eyes widened in shock, and I quickly asked, your physical form is disappearing? What happened? A few days ago, while dealing with certain matters, I encountered a masked man. For reasons unknown, he suddenly attacked me with immense power. Before I could react, my body was severely damaged. If nothing unforeseen occurs, this body will not last more than 3 days. Ming Chun waved his hand dismissively. The masked man? Could it be the one Zhou Lingling mentioned? Why would he target Ming Chen? And I am aware of Ming Chen's abilities. Is this masked man truly more powerful than my master? Come, my boy, to my chamber. While I still have a few days left, I shall impart all that I know to you. Ming Chen beckoned, leading me into his room. After casting a glance at Lan Mingchen, I hastily followed Ming Chun inside, gazed deeply into my eyes. The process may be somewhat painful, yet it shall pass with endurance. The expression on Ming Chen's face grew solemn. I nodded slightly, then turned my attention to Ming Chun, only to witness a flash of golden light in his eyes. Instantly, my mind felt as if it had been shattered, inundated by a torrent of overwhelming information surging into my consciousness. I could not help but let out a heart-wrenching scream. Chapter 28. The dissolution of the flesh. It felt as though a century had passed before the explosive sensation in my head gradually subsided. I rubbed my temples and gazed at Ming Chun, only to be startled by his appearance. At that moment, I noticed intricate cracks forming across his face. Anxiously, I inquired, Master, what is happening to your face? Ming Chun lightly touched his cheek, and a piece of skin fell away, revealing the tender flesh beneath, an unsettling sight. He reassured me nonchalantly. There is no need for alarm. This is merely a consequence of transferring my lifetime of knowledge to you, which has overwhelmed my physical form, hastening its dissolution. What will happen if your body completely dissolves? I cannot suppress my anxiety as I asked. I will be utterly lost, my soul scattered. However, with your presence in this world, I can depart without any lingering attachments, Mingchen replied with a gentle smile. Is there truly no other way? Could you not use the soul refining technique to forge a new body? I remained unwilling to accept the reality of Mingchen's dissolution before me. That is not feasible. A body created through the soul refining technique can only be utilized once. A second transfer would result in complete disintegration of my essence. Moreover, I should have departed from this world long ago, Ming Chun said, his gaze drifting into the distance. Is there really no alternative? Furrowing my brow, I gazed at Ming Chun, only to witness the fragments of skin on his face cracking at an accelerated pace, followed by a substantial detachment. It appeared that Ming Chun could not endure much longer. In this moment of uncertainty, A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within me. I hastily dashed to the hall and seized the copper mirror that lay upon the cabinet, simultaneously calling out to the husky, who was frolicking with Lan Mengchen. "What is the matter, Feiyu?" Lan Mengchen inquired, her curiosity piqued by my frantic demeanor. "Save him," I exclaimed swiftly. "What?" Upon hearing my urgent plea, Lan Mengchen sprang to her feet, her husky in tow, as we rushed into Mingchen's chamber. Upon witnessing Mingchen's condition, Lan Mingchen gasped, "Bald uncle, what happened to your face?" "Master is on the brink of losing his soul," I responded rapidly, placing the copper mirror on the floor before Mingchen. Turning to the husky, I instructed, "Husky, transport master and me into the copper mirror." With a series of barks, the husky complied, and darkness enveloped me. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a room within the copper mirror, surrounded by numerous copper mirrors, yet devoid of any human faces. "Ah, this space is quite remarkable, my boy. Where did you acquire it?" Mingchen remarked, his scars astonishingly healed, his tone imbued with wonder. "Master, your face is fine," I exclaimed, taken aback by the sudden efficacy of my inspiration. "Well, it is not entirely unscathed. My soul has merely entered this realm. I suspect my physical form outside has been utterly shattered, yet you, my boy, have preserved my soul." It seems that Mingchen had not anticipated his survival, as a smile broke upon his face. "Very well, master, please remain here for the time being. Once I devise a solution, I shall return to escort you out." I bowed deeply to Mingchen, who acknowledged me with a nod, after which I summoned the husky to guide me away from the confines of the copper mirror's realm. "Feiyu, the bald uncle has transformed into sand," Lan Mingchen exclaimed, pointing a heap of sand on the floor. "It is nothing to worry about. Master S. soul has already been conveyed into the copper mirror. Now, we must seek a method that will allow him to depart," I replied, exhaling heavily. "That is reassuring. A solution will inevitably present itself." Lan Mingchen stepped closer and comfortingly patted my shoulder. I nodded in agreement, only to discover her wearing a mischievous grin as she gazed at me. "What is it? Why do you wear such an expression? You claim that the husky cannot comprehend human speech, yet it is evident that he understood our conversation just now. Did he not?" Lan Mingchen playfully twisted my ear, her tone faintly severe. "Oh, that hurts. Very well. At this juncture, I shall not deceive you any longer. The husky indeed comprehends human language and can speak. I refrained from disclosing this earlier to avoid startling you," I admitted, pleading for mercy. Upon hearing my confession, Lan Mingchen immediately released my ear and turned to the husky with excitement, embracing him. "You little rascal, after all this time, you were merely pretending." "Apologies, Sister Mingchen." For master instructed the husky not to speak in the presence of outsiders. The husky wagged its tail and addressed Lan Mingchen. Upon hearing the husky speak, Lan Mingchen grew even more excited and remarked, "It's all right. I won't be considered an outsider anymore. Am I to be regarded as an insider?" I gently touched the ear that Lan Mingchen had previously pinched and shot her a glance, saying, "Are you asking for a beating again?" Lan Mingchen extended her fist and made a few gestures, speaking with mock annoyance. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she leaned close to the husky's ear and whispered a few words. The husky nodded in response. "What secret did she share with you, husky?" I inquired, curiosity piqued. Sister Mingchen said to definitely not reveal any details about her bathing. The husky replied earnestly, "Hey, husky, you promised me you wouldn't say anything." Lan Mingchen's face turned crimson. "Sister Mingchen, I didn't mention any specifics. I didn't say anything about your figure," just as the husky was about to continue. Lan Mingchen quickly covered its mouth. Unable to contain my laughter, I realized that Lan Mingchen had recently taken to bathing with the husky, which undoubtedly meant the husky had seen her figure quite clearly. I couldn't help but exclaim, "I'm not that lewd. Oomph. I simply believe one must always be cautious." Lan Mingchen shot me an exasperated glance. After exchanging a few playful remarks with her, I suggested a break and sent her and the husky away, while I remained in Mingchen's room. With my eyes closed, I immersed my consciousness deep within my mind, and a method for cultivating mental prowess manifested before me. Upon successfully absorbing it, elation surged within me, for this technique promised to enhance my mental strength. With sufficient fortitude, I would no longer be ensnared by beguiling sorcery or deceived by illusions. Moreover, once my cultivation reached a formidable level, I could potentially emit tangible, offensive golden light from my eyes, reminiscent of the legendary figure of Jing Chun. Might I, too, one day possess fiery eyes like Sun Wukong? Contemplating this, I instinctively settled into a meditative position on my bed, embarking on my journey of introspection and cultivation. This method of cultivating mental spirit was indeed extraordinary. As I practiced, it felt as though my soul had transcended its earthly confines, granting me an exhilarating sense of celestial exploration. My entire being brimmed with comfort, and even the wounds I bore began to heal at an astonishing pace. I found myself lost in this euphoric process of cultivation. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room, accompanied by the voice of Lan Mengchen, inquiring about my activities. "What are you doing in there? It's already past 7 in the evening, and dinner is ready. Come out and eat." I opened my eyes, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of well-being, and perceived my surroundings with remarkable clarity. My vision had improved significantly. I could distinctly observe a spider traversing the table. I marveled at the wonders of this mental cultivation technique, astonished that only a few minutes had passed in my practice while the world outside had seemingly elapsed into the evening. "Here they come," I called out to Lan Mengchen outside the door. Rising swiftly, I opened the door and entered the hall, only to find the husky eagerly devouring its dinner. I couldn't help but chuckle. This little creature always seemed to embody the essence of a famished spirit during mealtime. "What have you been doing in your room all afternoon?" Lan Mengchen inquired, handing me a pair of chopsticks with a curious expression. "I have been practicing the mental techniques imparted by my master," I replied candidly. "How is your training progressing? Are you able to shoot beams of golden light from your eyes like the bald uncle?" Lan Mengchen asked, her curiosity piqued. "Well, I haven't attempted that yet." After saying this, I glanced at a book resting on the distant shelf, concentrated my mental energy, and then shouted loudly. However, to my embarrassment, the book merely trembled slightly and remained unscathed on the shelf. "Haha, is that all the power you possess?" Lan Mengchen laughed, covering her mouth in amusement. Don't be hasty. When I reach the pinnacle of my training, I will surely surpass my master," I argued, my face turning a shade of crimson from embarrassment. "All right, I shall wait and see," Lan Mengchen replied, still smiling. "I will make you regard me with newfound respect," I declared silently to myself as I took a hearty bite of my meal. Having just taken a few bites of my meal, the ever-diligent husky abruptly lifted its head with newfound alertness, turning its gaze towards the door, following the direction of its intense stare. I was astonished to see a spectral black cat, previously stalking Zhou Lingling, standing at the threshold. To my surprise, it clutched a note in its mouth. However, upon noticing the husky, an expression of trepidation crossed its face. It dropped the note on the ground and vanished in an instant. I hastily approached the door to retrieve the note and examined its contents, which read, "Tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, meet at the Peace Fountain Square. Bring the..." After reading, I furrowed my brow. It was evidently a message from the mask-wearing master of the spectral beast, summoning me for the purpose of reclaiming the in my possession. Although I had yet to encounter him, I was unequivocally certain that he harbored no friendly intentions. "What is going on?" Lan Mengchen had approached my side at that moment. I handed her the note, and upon reading its contents, she anxiously implored, "Don't go. You are no match for him." I smiled reassuringly and replied, "Do not worry. For now, he has shown no intent to harm me. If he did, he would have come directly to confront me." Lan Mengchen seemed poised to offer further counsel, but I raised a hand to halt her, for I had already resolved to confront this enigmatic figure. Besides, I held numerous advantages in my hand. I was curious to see how this masked man would react to me. Chapter 29. The power of nature, of course. I could not afford to be complacent. I quickly devoured my meal, and then said to Lan Mengchen, "You and Era take your time. I shall go prepare some items." Without waiting for their response, I retreated to my room. Grasping the copper mirror, I immersed my consciousness within it. In but a fleeting moment, I found myself transported into the realm within the mirror, marveling at the peculiar nature of this mental cultivation technique. "Young one, why have you returned?" In a meditative pose, Ming Chun sensed my presence and opened his eyes, regarding me with curiosity. Master, the masked man has requested to meet me tomorrow, I replied swiftly. What? He has come here? Ming Chun expressed his astonishment. Not exactly. It was a note delivered by one of his soul-chasing beasts. I came here to seek information about that masked man, as he has previously engaged in combat with you. I said to Ming Chun earnestly. Very well, he acknowledged. After a moment of contemplation, Ming Chun turned to me and recounted. It was when I returned that I encountered the man in the mask. At first, I found him somewhat peculiar, but I did not take it to heart. Suddenly, he threw a token at me, which transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking towards me with alarming speed. I was caught off guard and had to concentrate all my mental energy to resist it. Alas, the force of that lightning was tremendous, nearly shattering my spirit. The masked man did not launch any further attacks and vanished. The primary issue was that my crafted body could not exert even 1% of my true strength. Otherwise, that man would not have been able to escape. Lightning? To think it could be wielded with the forces of nature. I couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that the masked man was indeed formidable. It was that token that guided the elemental forces of thunder, though it was merely a consumable item. However, I cannot guarantee that the masked man possesses no other magical artifacts. Ming Chun furrowed his brow and continued. So, how can I accelerate the training of the mental energy techniques you provided? Currently, I can only emit a minuscule vibration from my eyes, unable to project the golden light as you do. I said with a hint of a wry smile. What? You can already materialize your mental energy? Ming Chun suddenly rushed to my side, placing his hands on my shoulders, his face alight with excitement. Yes, is there a problem, Master? I responded, puzzled by his reaction. When I achieved materialization, it took me 3 years. Ming Chen's expression turned to one of bitter amusement. Upon hearing Ming Chen's words, I finally realized that he was astonished by the rapidity of my cultivation. Why was I able to advance so swiftly? Could it be that I am an extraordinary genius amidst the masses? I could not help but flatter myself in such a manner. Truly, he is my disciple. You must continue to practice the techniques of consciousness. Mastery of one's consciousness is the foundation of all Taoist arts, enabling the use of more formidable formations and spells in the future. Yes, Master, I shall remember. I nodded in agreement, preparing to depart when Ming Chun spoke again. According to the note from the masked man, he currently poses no threat to you. However, we cannot guarantee that he will not harbor murderous intent later. Remember to acquire protective items for yourself. I believe you can craft the diamond talisman on your own. After hearing Ming Chen's advice, I nodded vigorously. The method for creating the diamond talisman had already been imprinted in my mind. It is a type of defensive charm whose strength depends on the practitioner's level of consciousness. I bowed deeply to Ming Chun and exited the space of the copper mirror. Without delay, I hastened to consult the method for forging the diamond talisman. I gathered a considerable amount of yellow paper, a bowl of chicken blood, and a brush, and began to inscribe the intricate lines of the diamond talisman onto the yellow paper. However, as I was engrossed in the process, a momentary lapse in concentration caused a small flame to erupt from the paper, startling me. What on earth was happening? Originally, the patterns I sketched diverged somewhat from the images transmitted to me through the depths of my mind, and it seems I have met with failure. I had not anticipated that the requirements for this Vajra talisman would be quite so stringent, far more so than the casual strokes of my fire spirit talisman. I began to immerse myself in thought, concentrating my mental energy, and then I took up the brush, diligently painting on the yellow paper. Just as I was about to complete the final stroke, I sneezed, and the paper immediately ignited once more. I couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, this is a task that demands skill. I grasped the brush, inhaled deeply, and began anew. After approximately 2 hours, I successfully finished 5 Vajra talismans. With trembling hands, I carefully cradled them and tucked them into my bosom, exhaling heavily. What a laborious endeavor it has been. I felt as though my mental energy was on the verge of depletion. I had not expected that the act of drawing talismans would so exhaust my spirit, even considering I had received the method for cultivating mental energy. Not wishing to dwell on it further, I seated myself cross-legged on the ground and began to relax my mind, engaging in the cultivation techniques. Gradually, my depleted mental energy began to recover. I lost track of time in my practice, and when I finally opened my eyes, daylight had already broken. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon my face. I could not resist stretching luxuriously, marveling at the miraculous effects of the cultivation method, far superior to mere sleep. I wondered, after a night of practice, whether my mental energy had indeed improved. I surveyed my surroundings and noticed a cup on the table, which instantly caught my attention. Focusing my energy, I perceived a fleeting glimmer of golden light swiftly striking the cup, causing several delicate cracks to appear upon its surface. Although it remained intact, I could not contain my excitement and shouted with glee, convinced that with more training, I would possess formidable power akin to that of my master, Ming Chun. Feiyu, it's time to eat, came the voice of Lan Mengchen from the doorway. All right, I replied to her, promptly rising to open the door and make my way to the hall. Just as I was about to grab a fried dough stick, Lan Mengchen approached, swatting my hand away with a look of disdain. Could you not wash up first? You're quite grown up now and should pay attention to hygiene. Taken aback, I chuckled and responded, thanks to the lovely Mengchen for the reminder. I shall attend to it right away. Ugh, you're such an adult yet still need reminding, she retorted. Ignoring her, I swiftly went to wash up before returning to the dining table to indulge in my breakfast. We're meeting that masked man tonight. Are you prepared? Lan Mengchen asked, sipping her soy milk. Yes, I'm almost ready. By the way, here are 2 items for you. I produced 2 pieces of the Vajra mantra I had drawn the night before and handed them to her. What are these? Lan Mengchen inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. These are Vajra talismans. Once activated, they will create a shield to protect you from harm. Keep them for your safety. Wow, that sounds incredibly impressive. By the way, how should I use it? Lan Mengchen said, her face filled with admiration. Just toss the talisman into the air and shout defense, I replied earnestly. Is it really that simple? Lan Mengchen inquired, a hint of doubt in her voice. Indeed, do you expect to recite a lengthy incantation like in those ghost hunting TV shows? That would be a tremendous waste of time, I retorted, casting her an incredulous glance. That's true, Lan Mengchen conceded, nodding in realization. I turned my attention to Erha, who had just finished breakfast, and said, Erha, you shall accompany me to meet that masked man tonight. Certainly, master. Protecting you is my duty, Erha replied, gazing at me with a serious expression. It made me feel rather feeble. I couldn't help but cast a resigned glance at Erha. No, master is very strong, Erha insisted, wagging his tail and sticking out his tongue. Listening to the exchange between Erha and me, Lan Mengchen couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Wait, am I not going? Of course not. With your meager skills, if that man were to get serious, you wouldn't survive a second, I bluntly pointed out, aiming to temper her enthusiasm. Then why don't you teach me some spells? I've been cleaning for days, and even cooking for you all. At home, I'm practically a little princess. Lan Mengchen protested, her expression one of defiance. Upon hearing Lan Mengchen's words, I finally realized that she had been in charge of our daily affairs all along, overseeing our sustenance these past few days. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I said, Thank you for your hard work, little princess. Allow me to first teach you the method of crafting the fire spirit talisman. Upon hearing that I was about to impart knowledge, Lan Mengchen's excitement was palpable. She quickly rose and leaned closer to me. Her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she exclaimed, Yes, please teach me at once, sensing the faint, alluring fragrance that surrounded her. I couldn't help but take a deep breath, momentarily entranced. Seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, I continued, First, could you pour me a cup of tea? Lan Mengchen paused, momentarily taken aback, then shot me a playful glare as she replied, All right, it seems you're starting to act all high and mighty. Of course. It all depends on your sincerity and learning, I teased in return. Fine, Lan Mengchen, unwilling to engage further in banter, swiftly brewed a cup of hot tea and presented it to me. As I felt the warmth radiating from the cup, I realized it was quite hot, likely to scald my mouth. I glanced at Lan Mengchen, who wore an expression that seemed to say, What can you do about it? I cleared my throat a few times, placing the tea on the table, and then retrieved some yellow paper. Turning to Lan Mengchen, I instructed, Please fetch the hair from my room and the chicken blood from the refrigerator. Lan Mingqian nodded eagerly and quickly gathered the requested items, her face alight with excitement as she laid them before me. Pay attention and replicate my drawing precisely, I instructed her, then dipped my brush into the chicken blood and slowly began to sketch the array of the fire spirit talisman on the yellow paper. Do you understand? I turned to Lan Mingqian and inquired. Well, have you observed closely? Allow me to sketch for you. With a hint of eagerness, Lan Mingqian grasped the brush and commenced her drawing. I couldn't help but chuckle. I recalled that it took me nearly 2 hours to depict the fire spirit talisman. Yet, upon witnessing Lan Mingqian's swift movements, I was left astonished, my mouth agape. Chapter 30. The pure Yin body. What astonished me was that Lan Mingqian, after merely glancing at the fire spirit talisman I had drawn, was able to replicate it perfectly on her first attempt, without missing a single detail. I exclaimed in disbelief. Sister, what do you do? Seeing my exaggerated expression, Lan Mingqian couldn't help but smile proudly, saying, I have a decade of sketching experience. Upon hearing her words, I couldn't help but marvel at her talent. Possessing such skill is indeed commendable. However, even with 10 years of experience, to achieve the ability to replicate my work in a single attempt is extraordinarily gifted. I praised her, impressive. You are truly born to draw talismans. Haha, stop flattering me. I feel embarrassed, she replied, yet there wasn't a trace of shyness on her face. How did I not notice that? I remarked earnestly. That's because your eyesight is poor. Lan Mingqian shot me a playful glare before asking, by the way, how do I use it? Just throw it out and silently recite break in your mind, I instructed her. Is it really that simple? Let me give it a try. Lan Mingqian tossed the talisman towards the doorway, but it merely floated down to the ground. What happened? She questioned me, puzzled. That's because you haven't established a connection with the talisman yet. You need to drop a drop of blood from your index finger into a bowl filled with chicken blood. Stir it, and then draw the talisman, I explained to Lan Mingqian word by word. Oh, I see now. Lan Mingqian nodded, then hesitated for a moment as she gazed at the index finger of her left hand while retrieving a needle. However, she swiftly gritted her teeth and pricked herself, allowing a drop of blood to fall into a small bowl filled with chicken blood. Without delay, she thrust her bleeding finger into her mouth. Witnessing this scene, I couldn't help but marvel at her sheer adorableness. Subsequently, Lan Mingqian dipped a brush into the concocted chicken blood and began to draw a talisman. This time, she succeeded on her first attempt, which stirred a pang of jealousy within me. Is it ready now? She inquired, holding the completed talisman in her hand and looking at me. Yes, indeed, I affirmed with a nod. Upon receiving my response, a look of eager anticipation spread across her face, and she suddenly hurled the talisman. With a whoosh, a magnificent burst of purple flames erupted at the entrance, and even from a distance of 7 or 8 meters, I could feel the astonishing power of the flames. Wow, that's incredible, Lan Mingqian exclaimed, her excitement causing her to leap with joy as she beheld the might of her fire talisman. Meanwhile, I stood there somewhat dazed, pondering how her fire talisman could possess such greater potency than mine, especially with its vibrant purple flames. Could it be, hey, why are you in a daze? Is there a flaw in the fire talisman I created? Lan Mingqian asked curiously. No, it's not that. It's simply too perfect. Its power surpasses mine. I couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Really? It seems I'm a genius. Lan Mingqian blushed, proudly extolling her own talents. It is not merely a matter of genius. Rather, you possess an extraordinarily rare constitution. I gazed intently at Lan Mingqian as I spoke earnestly. A rare constitution? What is wrong with my constitution? Lan Mingqian looked at me with a puzzled expression. You are of the pure Yin body, I declared after a moment of contemplation. A pure Yin body? Lan Mingqian couldn't help but repeat the phrase. The pure Yin body is a vessel that harbors an unparalleled concentration of Yin energy, a rarity sought after by practitioners of the Tao. Individuals with this constitution can draw talismans with their own blood, resulting in a power that is magnified exponentially. You embody this rare trait, coupled with your innate talent for talisman drawing, marking you as a prodigy among our kind, I explained slowly. Upon hearing my words, Lan Mingqian was momentarily taken aback, and then her face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Haha, so I'm truly remarkable. However, what do you mean by that? Lan Mingqian inquired, looking at me with concern. Unfortunately, those with a purine body typically do not enjoy long lifespans, as they often cannot contain the pure Yin energy within them, leading to a tragic end. I resolved to be candid with her. Does that mean I have little time left? Lan Mengqian's previously excited expression turned pale. Fear not. You should live at least until your 30s or 40s. Now that I am aware of your pure Yin constitution, I will not stand idly by. I will do my utmost to discover a solution for you, but for now, there is no need to worry. I reassured her with a smile. Oh, that's reassuring. I thought I had only a few days left to live. If I could experience a glorious ghost hunting adventure in my lifetime, I would be content. Lan Mengqian, with a carefree spirit, remarked, You possess a truly admirable mindset. I couldn't help but exclaim. Naturally, I still have at least a decade to live, she replied with a smile. Very well, even so, I shall find a way to save you, I said, gazing intently into her eyes. Are you truly willing to let me depart before you? Lan Mengqian leaned closer and asked. Indeed, otherwise, who would take care of me and Erha's daily needs? Do you think I intend to live with you forever? She playfully jabbed at me, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Observing her bashful demeanor stirred something within me. I mused silently. Why does this girl always blush? Could it be she harbors feelings for me? If that were the case, it would surely bring me joy. Shaking my head to dispel such thoughts, I urged Lan Mengqian to continue drawing protective talismans for herself while I retreated to my own room to further cultivate my consciousness. As the clock struck past 9 in the evening, I was fully prepared and had arrived at the office door alongside Erha. Are you truly forbidding me from entering? My fire spirit talisman possesses immense power, Lan Mengqian said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. No, I cannot allow you to take such risks, I replied earnestly, meeting her gaze. However, just as Lan Mengqian was about to say something more, I raised my hand to silence her, smiling as I said, You should abandon that thought. Your task here is merely to guard the place and ensure that no thieves make off with anything. Well, it's not like there's anything worth stealing here, Lan Mengqian retorted, rolling her eyes in reluctant agreement. After bidding farewell to her, I set off with my canine companion toward Peace Square. Master, your heartbeat seems a bit quick, the dog observed quietly, noticing the absence of others around us. You can pick up on that? I'm just a bit excited, I replied with a chuckle, for I had yet to encounter such a formidable opponent since I began my foray into the realm of spiritual practices. Of course, my hearing is quite acute, the dog boasted, wagging its tail with pride. All right, you're the best. By the way, if that masked man strikes unexpectedly and I cannot handle it, you must run away, do you understand? I instructed the dog earnestly. No way. I will stay by your side, the dog protested stubbornly. Remember, this is an order, my dear companion, I insisted, looking at it with seriousness. Fine, the dog mumbled, lowering its head in reluctance. At last, we arrived at Peace Square, where shadows were nearly absent, as it was quite late. Glancing at my watch, I noted that there were merely 5 minutes until 10 o'clock. My gaze drifted toward the fountain, which had ceased its flow, and I was met with an unsettling sight. There was no one present. Could it be that the masked man was toying with me? In my heart, I murmured. As I glanced around, an unexpected chill crept down my spine. I swiftly turned, only to find a masked man standing 5 meters before me, cradling a small black cat in his arms. This black cat was none other than the soul-chasing beast that had previously pursued Zhou Lingling. The mask he wore was peculiar, adorned in bright colors reminiscent of a peaking opera face, yet it was shrouded in a faint aura of malevolence. Who are you? I instinctively grasped the fire spirit talisman, ready to hurl it at a moment's notice. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you have disrupted my plans, the masked man replied slowly, allowing the black cat to peer through the holes in his mask, its gaze icy. His voice was raspy as he continued. Is that so? Are you referring to the incident involving Zhou Lingling? Indeed. However, I do not intend to hold you accountable. After all, the emergence of unpredictable factors makes the game all the more intriguing, he remarked, delicately placing his slender fingers in front of him, admiring the scene. Do you regard the lives of innocent people as mere playthings? I could not suppress my indignation. Why, yes. Do you not find it fascinating? The masked man replied nonchalantly. You're a pervert. Haha, pervert. I relish that title. Very well, let us dispense with pleasantries. Return the fetal stone to me, and I shall spare your life. He coldly extended his right hand, an aura of frigidness enveloping me. I clenched the fire spirit talisman tightly in my hand and shouted at him, I shall not relinquish the... Is that so? It seems you prefer to forego the wine offered and instead choose the punishment, the masked man replied, his voice growing chillingly cold, as a formidable aura of murderous intent emanated from him. Clearly, my words had thoroughly enraged this man. In a hurried attempt, I hurled a fire spirit talisman towards him, only for it to be effortlessly swatted aside by his hand. The yellow flames, stripped of their dignity, flickered feebly on the ground of the plaza. I was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this masked man could so easily deflect my talisman with mere flesh and bone. Electricity! The masked man bellowed, launching a black token in my direction. Upon seeing this black token, I instantly recognized it as the very artifact that had previously injured my master, Ming Chun. I knew I could not match my master's strength, nor could I withstand such an attack directly. However, the token approached with alarming speed, arriving before me in an instant. I quickly retrieved the adamantine talisman I had crafted the previous night and shouted, Defend! Instantly, I was enveloped in a warm, yellow light shield. Simultaneously, the black token struck the shield with great force, unleashing a torrent of blue lightning. I was greeted by the sound of shattering as the shield fractured, yet I managed to evade the brunt of the lightning's assault. What immense power! I marveled inwardly. How intriguing! The masked man sneered, continuing to advance toward me. Chapter 31. The Man with the Mask Suddenly. The Siberian husky beside me let out a series of barks. In front of me, a flash of yellow light appeared, and instantly, 7 or 8 terrifying spirits manifested, seemingly summoned by the command of the husky, all fiercely charging towards the masked man. Upon witnessing this transformation, the masked man's eyes widened momentarily, and then he thoughtfully remarked, Interesting, this game is becoming increasingly entertaining. The spirits summoned by the husky launched a frenzied assault against the masked man, but his movements were incredibly swift. He effortlessly evaded each attack with apparent ease. Simultaneously, a black longsword materialized in his hand, and with a few swift strikes, he annihilated all the spirits in mere blinks of an eye. Indeed, the masked man was formidable, and I couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What other tricks do you possess? Feel free to reveal them, he said with a hint of leisure in his tone. There are plenty of methods to deal with you. I simply have yet to decide which one to employ, I replied, though my words were merely a fade, for at that moment, I had no idea how to confront him. Is that so? The masked man sneered, and then he tossed 2 black tokens in my direction. Upon seeing the token, my heart tightened instantaneously. I hastily drew out the remaining 2 Vajra talismans and advanced towards him. In an instant, the protective light shield was shattered once more, forcing me to retreat several steps due to the overwhelming force. I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to myself. The Vajra talismans had been exhausted. If the masked man continued to hurl those electrically charged black tokens, I would likely be reduced to cinders on the spot. Go on ahead, Era, I urged the dog. No, master, I shall stay with you, Era replied, turning to me with a stubborn gaze. Obey. This is a command from your master. Such orders would not be heeded by Era. Witnessing the talking dog, the masked man displayed no hint of surprise. Instead, he sneered coldly. Are we to enact a melodrama of master and servant here? I assure you, I'm not swayed by such theatrics. Is that so? Then how about this? I proclaimed, tossing a handful of fire spirit talismans towards the masked man. Although their power was limited, the sheer volume of talismans would at least ensure he would not emerge unscathed. Run, Era, I shouted emphatically. Humph, mere trifles, the masked man scoffed as he swiftly spun the black sword in his hand, creating a dark shield before him that effortlessly deflected all my fire spirit talismans, sending sparks flying amidst the darkness. With little time to lament the situation, I hastened my pace alongside the husky. However, after only a few strides, our bodies abruptly halted, as if an unseen force was drawing us in. I instinctively turned my head, and to my astonishment, A swirling black hole had formed before the masked man. Its immense gravitational pull was palpable, rendering both the husky and me powerless. We could only watch in horror as we were inexorably drawn closer to its gaping maw. Do not attempt futile struggles. Instead, savor your final moments in this world, the masked man remarked, his eyes betraying a detached amusement. Master, in the next life, I shall ensure you remain my master. The husky declared passionately from beside me. What nonsense! We will not perish so easily, I exclaimed defiantly, though I found myself utterly incapable of resisting the inexorable force pulling us toward the black hole. Just as we were about a meter away from its edge, the masked man suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of purple flames that erupted before him. In that instant, the black hole vanished, and, seizing the opportunity, the husky and I retreated several steps, distancing ourselves from the masked figure. At that moment, the masked man, his attire tattered from the fiery onslaught, bore a mask that had begun to crack, a piece of it falling away. Feathers, husky, are you both unharmed? Unbeknownst to me, Lan Mingchen had arrived here, swiftly approaching me, with concern etched on her face. What brings you here? It is quite perilous. I was taken aback, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding over me upon seeing her. Sister Mingchen, I am fine, the husky remarked, wagging its tail in greeting. If I hadn't come, you both would have been ensnared by that black vortex just now, Lan Mingchen retorted, casting me a sidelong glance. How intriguing. At that moment, the masked man exuded a faint scent of charred remnants, yet he exhibited no ire towards Lan Mingchen's sudden assault, instead standing there, regarding us with an air of indifference. In response, Lan Mingchen hurled several fire spirit talismans at the masked man. Having previously witnessed the formidable might of that purple flame, he dared not underestimate it. Swiftly evading the projectiles with remarkable agility, ensuring that not a single talisman struck him. Clearly, he had let his guard down when previously struck by Lan Mingchen. I shan't play with you today. I have other matters to attend to. For now, I shall spare your lives, the masked man remarked coolly before vanishing from P Square, clutching the black, cat-like, soul-chasing beast in his arms. Phew, that was close. Watching the masked man depart, I exhaled deeply. Thank goodness I had the wits to follow. Otherwise, you two would have met with dire consequences. With the immediate danger averted, Lan Mingchen smiled at us. Indeed, you are the most formidable. Had it not been for the masked man's sudden recollection, even your presence here would have availed you nothing, I retorted, giving her a knowing glance. Regardless. I have saved you all, said Lan Mingchen, wearing a proud expression, no longer wishing to argue with her. I beckoned to the husky and Lan Mingchen as we returned to the office. By the way, what abilities does that masked man possess? Upon arriving at the office, Lan Mingchen inquired with curiosity. He wields a black token imbued with formidable lightning, as well as a black longsword of considerable power. Beyond that, I have not observed any other abilities, I replied, managing a wry smile. That sounds quite formidable, Lan Mingchen remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, given my current capabilities, I am not yet equipped to confront him, I admitted with a hint of resignation. Rest assured, for the time being, he has no interest in us. Let us use this interval to prepare thoroughly, and when the time comes, we shall surely make him regret his choices, Lan Mingchen said, patting my shoulder with a confident smile. It is best to think that way. However, I am curious as to why the masked man suddenly departed. Even with an additional person like you, it would not have posed much difficulty for him. Why did he not eliminate us? I pondered aloud, a sense of confusion creeping in. Upon hearing my words, Lan Mingchen shot me a disapproving glance and retorted, Do you wish to ascend to the heavens immediately? Of course not. It is merely perplexing. Could it be that he left because he noticed you? I suggested, observing Lan Mingchen with a contemplative expression. What about me? Is it because of my good looks? Lan Mingchen asked, playfully touching her exquisite face and gazing at me with wide, innocent eyes. Indeed, you're the most beautiful in the world. No longer engaging with Lan Mingchen, I decided to retreat to my chamber to converse with the spirit within the bronze mirror. As my consciousness immersed itself in the mirror, I once again entered its ethereal realm. The meditating spirit, Mingchen, sensed my arrival, swiftly opened his eyes, and gazed at me, inquiring, "Have you faced him?" I managed a wry smile and nodded, replying, "Master, that masked man is extraordinarily formidable." I had no opportunity to retaliate. Indeed, it is to be expected. At your current level, you lack the capacity to contend with him. Moreover, the aura surrounding that masked man is peculiar. He seems to frequent ancient tombs, Ming-Shan gradually explained. Ancient tombs? Could it be that he is not human, but rather a sentient zombie or some other form of malevolent entity? I responded, somewhat astonished. That remains uncertain. However, he is certainly enveloped in that unsettling aura. Should I prepare some black donkey hooves to counter him? I inquired, my curiosity piqued, recalling my frequent readings of tomb-raiding novels during university, which suggested that such items were effective against these entities. I cannot say for certain, but it may be worth a try, Ming-Chen replied, his expression one of resignation. By the way, Master, within the knowledge you imparted to me, are there any methods for crafting powerful talismans? I quickly asked. There are numerous techniques. However, given your current abilities, there are only a few you can effectively utilize. You might attempt to create earthly evil talismans and body refinement talismans. Earthly evil talismans? Body refinement talismans? I repeated, perplexed. The earth-binding talisman harnesses the essence of the earth element within the 5 elements, enabling the creation of an impenetrable cage that ensnares adversaries after a brief delay. This binding charm is renowned for its formidable strength. However, its activation is somewhat sluggish. Nonetheless, when wielded adeptly, it possesses immense power. Conversely, the body refinement talisman serves as an auxiliary charm that temporarily enhances one's physical attributes, offering an unparalleled advantage in the present moment, augmenting both speed and strength. As Ming-Chun elucidated these concepts to me, a wave of exhilaration washed over me. The earth-binding talisman seemed promising if executed at the right moment, while the body refinement talisman appeared to be a formidable boon. With its power, I could transform into a super soldier. After bidding farewell to Ming-Chen, I returned to my chamber, my face alight with excitement as I set about inscribing the body refinement talisman. It took me over 50 attempts and nearly an hour to finally produce a successful version. Holding the meticulously crafted talisman in my hands, I wiped the beads of sweat from my brow, pressed the talisman to my forehead, and whispered a quiet incantation. In an instant, I felt the talisman transform into a refreshing stream coursing through my entire being. Within moments, my body felt astonishingly light, and an explosive power surged through my muscles. I clenched my right fist tightly and, without a moment's hesitation, struck the floor with a resounding thud. To my astonishment, I created a sizable hole in the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, I couldn't help but break into a silly grin, inwardly murmuring, "Masked man, should our paths cross again, I shall ensure you face the consequences." Chapter 32. The speculations of the masked man Feiyu. What transpired? It seems that my loud thud against the floor startled Lan Mengchen, who rushed into my room with a look of concern, accompanied by the wagging tail of a husky. "Everything is fine. I merely conducted an experiment with a new talisman," I reassured her as I hastily stood up. To my surprise, I exerted too much force and leaped straight to the ceiling, striking my head forcefully. Yet, instead of feeling pain, I was astonished to find that I had created a sizable hole in the ceiling. I couldn't help but ponder the agility of my body. Could it be a result of the body-refining talisman? A smile crept onto my face. "Feiyu, what is happening? Is her head all right?" Lan Mingchen asked, clearly startled by my earlier antics. "Everything is fine. It's just a talisman my master taught me to enhance my speed and strength. I was merely testing its effectiveness," I replied with a grin. "Oh, so that's the case. I thought you were possessed, bouncing around like a monkey," she remarked, rolling her eyes at me. Feeling somewhat exasperated by her description, I said, "All right, you and the husky should go rest. I need to continue honing my mental strength." "Got it. See you later," Lan Mingchen said, no longer engaging with me as she beckoned the husky out of my room. As I watched them depart, I couldn't help but leap with excitement once more, though this time I exercised a modicum of control, lest I create yet another gaping hole in the ceiling. Observing the passage of time, I calculated that the duration of the body refining talisman's efficacy was approximately 7 minutes, for it was after this interval that the peculiar energy within me dissipated. Although brief, this moment proved invaluable for a counterattack in times of dire need. The following morning, upon awakening and opening my eyes, I retrieved 2 earthly fiend talismans and 3 body refining talismans from my bosom, a smile of joy illuminating my face. These had taken me nearly an entire night to concoct. I gently caressed them before carefully tucking them into my pocket. Stepping out of my room, I entered the lobby of the office, where I found the husky playfully frolicking with the mischievous little one on the sofa. I could not help but inquire, "Husky, where has Mengqian gone?" "She has gone to buy breakfast, master," the husky replied, balancing the little one atop its head while wagging its tail in my direction. "Oh, I see." I nodded in understanding. Before long, Lan Mengqian hurried back with breakfast in hand, inviting both me and the husky to partake in the meal. "By the way, Mengqian, it seems you haven't returned home in quite some time," I remarked while enjoying my breakfast, casting a glance at Lan Mengqian. "Yes, it has been a week." "Why do you ask?" Lan Mengqian replied nonchalantly. "Don't your parents worry about you?" "Not at all. They are too preoccupied with their business dealings to remember me." Lan Mengqian waved her hand dismissively. "Very well. The punishment of having you clean for a week has now concluded. I merely wish to inform you that you are free now." I teased her with a smile. "Huh, are you implying that you wish to drive me away?" Lan Mengqian stared at me with wide, beautiful eyes and said sharply, "Of course not. It is my honor to be accompanied by such a beauty." I replied with a smile. That is exactly the right thing to say," Lan Mengqian expressed with a look that indicated her understanding. "By the way, has Ma Jibin continued to harass you in recent days?" I suddenly inquired. "Not at all. Thanks to you pretending to be my boyfriend, he has ceased his harassment." Lan Mengqian responded, looking at me. "Is that so? That seems somewhat illogical," I murmured softly. "What is illogical about that?" Lan Mengqian asked, puzzled. After pondering for a moment, I decided to share the events of that night with her. "Do you remember that night, when we dined at the Grand Hotel? When you left to get the car? Ma Jibin handed me a check for 3 million, urging me to leave you." "What? He actually asked you to do that? Does he really think wealth makes him exceptional?" Lan Mengqian exclaimed, her indignation palpable. "Moreover, when I burned his check, he unleashed a powerful aura of menace towards me. I am certain this aura is not something an ordinary person possesses." As I spoke, a sudden insight struck me, and a bold hypothesis emerged in my mind. How could that be? He is merely an ordinary man. How could he exude such a murderous aura? Lan Mengqian said, somewhat astonished. "By the way, you also saw that masked man last night. Do you think his physique resembles Ma Jibin's?" I suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Lan Mengqian paused for a moment, contemplating before responding. "Although I only glanced last night, your question does align quite well with Ma Jibin's physique. Could it be that you suspect the masked man is indeed Ma Jibin?" It was clear that Lan Mengqian found such speculation a bit hard to believe. Moreover, Master Mengqian had mentioned that during his encounter with the masked man, he could detect an aura reminiscent of the ancient tombs surrounding him. "And did you not mention that Ma Jibin has a keen interest in matters pertaining to ancient tombs?" I interjected swiftly. That does establish some connection. Yet the voice of the masked man is distinctly different from Ma Jibin's. How do we account for that? Lan Mengqian asked, her uncertainty evident. "That is easily explicable. With certain techniques, one can alter their voice. Furthermore, when you unexpectedly appeared last night, the masked man abruptly declared he had pressing business and left. Yet we both know that had he continued his assault, we would have been no match for him," I replied slowly. "Could it truly be Ma Jibin?" Lan Mengqian exclaimed. Her mouth agape. "Highly probable." I nodded in affirmation. At that moment, a young man resembling a university student entered the office, casting a curious glance around. "Hello. May I assist you with anything?" I hastily finished my breakfast and directed my inquiry towards a newcomer. "Greetings, my name is Li Fei, a sophomore student, and I wish to consult about a few matters," the man replied, his complexion slightly pale. "My name is Qin Feiyu. Please, take a seat and feel free to express any concerns you may have." I gestured for Li Fei to sit on the sofa. "All right." He nodded and settled beside me, pausing momentarily before speaking. "I am a student in the fine arts department and often find myself in the studio late into the night. Typically, I have no issues. But just a few nights ago, after finishing my work around midnight, I felt as though someone was following me. However, when I turned around, I found nothing. Oh, perhaps it was merely a result of your mental strain, leading to some illusions? I suggested, for it was difficult to ascertain the presence of any supernatural entity based solely on his account. I have only been painting lately, with no other stresses. Yet, when I awoke the following morning, I discovered an eerie drawing on my easel. Initially, I thought it was a prank from my roommates, but they all swore they had no part in it. Li Fei's expression grew increasingly anxious. Really? Did you bring those peculiar drawings with you? I inquired, intrigued. I did. Here, take a look. Li Fei retrieved several sheets of paper from his bag and handed them to me, while Lan Mengchen, who was enjoying her breakfast, leaned in to observe as well. I accepted the drawings and spread them out on the coffee table. There were 5 pieces in total, each sharing a similar style characterized by dark tones that evoked a sense of oppressive gloom. The subject matter depicted the lifeless forms of small animals, and they appeared to be grotesquely dismembered. Who could have created such frightening artwork? I exclaimed. Lan Mengchen could not help but exclaim. Is there anything more bizarre besides these paintings? I furrowed my brow and continued. If this is merely a ghost prank, then so be it. However, if it poses a threat to someone's safety, that would be quite troubling. Bizarre occurrences? Li Fei pondered for a moment, appearing to recall something, then quickly lifted his head to address me. Once I stayed in the studio late and had a horrifying dream. The studio was drenched in blood red, and around me lay the corpses of small animals. Oh, I lowered my head, lost in thought, swiftly analyzing the situation in my mind. It seemed that the studio harbored something unclean, and Li Fei had unwittingly attracted it, leading to these events. It appeared that only a visit to the studio would unveil the truth behind it all. With this in mind, I said to Li Fei, whenever you have the time, please take me to that studio so that I may assist you. Sure, I can go after 8 in the evening. I often stay there late. So the teacher entrusted me with the key. If we go now, the other students will still be present, Li Fei replied. All right, here is a talisman to ward off evil. Keep it with you. I will come to your school after 8 tonight, I said, handing him a charm. Thank you. If you help me resolve this matter, I will be sure to repay you handsomely. Li Fei gratefully accepted the protective charm. I nodded, leaving him with the address and my contact information before bidding him farewell as he departed from the affairs office. Feather, what is your perspective on this matter? Lan Mengchen inquired after Li Fei departed. It is likely a typical case of a haunting, nothing particularly alarming, I replied with a smile. Then I shall accompany you. Lan Mengchen gazed at me with eager anticipation. Well, you can go if you wish. Regardless of my objections, you would sneak off anyway. I remarked with a hint of resignation. Hee, as long as you understand. Lan Mengchen playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue at me. Before long, the clock struck 7 in the evening, and Li Fei's call informed us that the art studio was now accessible. After concluding the call, I beckoned to Lan Mengchen to commence our venture, and we set off towards the school where Li Fei was located. Chapter 33. The Scarlet Studio. Upon arriving at the university where Li Fei studied, Lan Mengchen and I made our way to the art studio, as he had previously indicated. I gently pushed open the door and found Li Fei engrossed in his painting. Noticing our presence, he promptly set down his brush and exclaimed, "You both arrived quite swiftly." Ah, so this is the studio you mentioned? I inquired, a hint of curiosity in my voice. Indeed. Have you discovered anything? Li Fei asked, his interest piqued. Not yet, I replied, shaking my head. In my observation, the studio appeared rather ordinary, devoid of any ominous presence. Perhaps it is still too early. How about I create a painting for you both? My artistic skills are quite commendable, Li Fei suggested playfully. Certainly, I studied painting in college as well. Lan Mengchen responded with palpable enthusiasm. All right then, I conceded, noting her keen interest. We each fetched a stool and settled into the back row of the studio. Li Fei urged us to move closer, stating he would capture both of us in one painting. Feeling the proximity of Lan Mengchen stirred a flutter in my heart. Having a beautiful girl seated so near was undeniably thrilling. In contrast, Lan Mengchen displayed no reaction, even smiling gently, as if to encourage Li Fei to render an even more exquisite portrayal. All right, Hold this pose and try not to move. I shall commence my work now, Li Fei said with a playful tone, dipping his brush into the paint and beginning to paint with utmost focus. The process of being sketched is rather tedious, and I could only discreetly steal glances at Lan Mengchen. Upon closer inspection, I couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, Lan Mengchen is a stunning beauty, her delicate features enhanced by a subtle touch of makeup, rendering her even more enchanting. I found myself captivated by her allure. Ahem, have you seen enough? Lan Mengchen, who had been sitting quietly, softly remarked with a blush on her cheeks. Oh no, I had been discovered. Warmth spread across my face as I muttered. How was he looking at you? I was observing the studio. TCH, Lan Mengchen shot me an exasperated glance. After maintaining my posture for over half an hour, fatigue began to set in and my eyes grew heavy. Suddenly, I felt a sharp nudge, followed by Lan Mengchen's astonished voice. Feiyu, wake up. Li Fei has vanished. I jolted awake, casting a bewildered glance at Lan Mengchen before looking towards the spot where Li Fei had been seated. Indeed, he was nowhere to be found. What on earth happened? Do you not know where he went? I felt a slight itch on my neck earlier, so I scratched it. And after that, Li Fei just disappeared, Lan Mengchen said innocently, gazing at me. Upon hearing her words, I sprang to my feet, exclaiming rapidly, "This is strange. Yes, a person has simply vanished in a thin air. Could it be that Li Fei is not human?" Lan Mengchen said, a hint of anxiety in her voice. I offered no rejoinder to her query, but instead, I hastened to the spot where Li Fei had previously stood. After a cursory examination, I discerned nothing of an anomalous nature. My gaze then gravitated toward the painting Li Fei had rendered for us, and upon beholding it, a jolt coursed through my very being. "What troubles you, Feiyu?" Lan Mengchen inquired, noting the peculiar cast of my countenance. She swiftly approached my side, her eyes adhering to the canvas. "Ah, what is the meaning of this?" she exclaimed, startled. I perceived with stark clarity that the visages in Li Fei's depiction were indeed those of Lan Mengchen and myself. Yet they were portrayed with blood streaming from their 7 orifices and their bodies dismembered in a ghastly manner. Compounded by the fact that we were the protagonists of this macabre tableau, a chill permeated my spine. At that juncture, the illumination within the studio commenced to flicker violently, the erstwhile white light morphing into a sanguinary hue. Witnessing this abrupt and unsettling metamorphosis, I inwardly intoned a foreboding premonition. "Let's depart hence," I urged, seizing Lan Mengchen's hand and wrenching open the portal to the studio. As we emerged from the chamber, we were once more seized by astonishment, for the firmament above had assumed a sanguine tint, and even the lunar orb had been transmuted to a crimson shade. Furthermore, the university campus was devoid of any human presence, a circumstance that defied all reason. "What is transpiring?" Lan Mengchen queried, drawing nearer to my person, her voice laced with trepidation. "The situation remains enigmatic for the nonce, but we shall confront adversity with fortitude," I responded, furrowing my brow in haste. I resolved to escort Lan Mengchen away from this level of the edifice, as our studio was situated on the 4th floor. My intention was to reach the university's central plaza before further deliberation. Upon arriving at the staircase, Lan Mengchen expressed her lingering apprehension, saying, "Could this staircase be endless? Much like that desolate apartment in the abandoned village?" "Do not fear," I reassured her, simultaneously retrieving several talismans from my pocket, igniting them in my hand, and urging her to run alongside me. Just as we were nearing the 1st floor, I suddenly collided forcefully with someone, the immense rebound causing me to stagger back a few steps, nearly toppling Lan Mengchen behind me. "Oh, that hurts. Is it a person or a ghost?" The individual I had bumped into exclaimed nervously. "Li Fei." The voice sounded familiar. Upon turning, I was astonished to see Li Fei, the one who had vanished from the art studio earlier. "Great deity, it's you. How wonderful, I am saved," Li Fei exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement as he approached us. "Do not move. Maintain your distance." "Where have you been?" I inquired, my gaze fixed warily upon him. "Me? I was in the dormitory, trying to call you, but found no signal. Furthermore, none of my dorm mates returned. When I stepped outside, the campus had transformed into this terrifying spectacle, devoid of any soul. I thought I had descended into hell. Li Fei responded, perplexed by my inquiry, yet candid in his reply. Weren't you painting for me and Feiyu in the art studio earlier? Lan Mengqian questioned him from behind. Me? I did not, Li Fei replied, a look of bewilderment on his face. Perhaps the Li Fei we encountered in the art studio was not the true Li Fei. Upon hearing Li Fei's words, I swiftly began to analyze the situation. What? Is there another version of me? The thought struck Li Fei, and a look of terror spread across his face at the notion of another self existing in this place. Do not fear. If we can uncover the reasons behind these occurrences, we shall undoubtedly find a resolution, I reassured him. I then inquired, by the way, when you returned to school from my place, did anything peculiar happen? Indeed, upon arriving at my dormitory, I discovered an additional painting on my easel, depicting the three of us amidst a blood-soaked campus, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of animals. Li Fei replied, his voice trembling. What? I furrowed my brow at his words, realizing that everything we were currently experiencing was intricately woven into the sinister designs of the painting's creator. Ah, look, Lan Mengqian suddenly pointed towards an open area in the school, her delicate face paling. Following her gaze, Li Fei and I were horrified to see the ground strewn with the corpses of small animals, a grim reflection of the artwork. What should we do, O Great One? Li Fei implored, his expression one of desperation. Allow me a moment to contemplate, I replied, plunging into a swift analysis within the recesses of my mind. Initially, an unclean entity became entangled with Li Fei, leading us to receive his commission to visit the studio. However, the Li Fei we encountered prior was not the true Li Fei, but rather a manifestation of a ghost. Later, we came across the genuine Li Fei, who revealed to us the final painting, which evidently resonated with our current predicament. Within these events lie two pivotal clues. First, the painting, as everything revolves around it. Second, the key figure, Li Fei, and the reason why this ghost has latched onto him. Setting the painting aside for the moment, I surmised that Li Fei must have withheld some information from us. Thus, I furrowed my brow and, with a serious demeanor, swiftly inquired, if you wish to be saved, you must speak the truth. Upon my questioning, an unnatural expression flickered across Li Fei's face. He lowered his gaze in silence for a moment before finally raising his head and sighing, saying, In truth, I know who this ghost is. At his words, my heart stirred, prompting me to ask, Who is it? You must also know the reason for its attachment to you. Yes, I do, Li Fei nodded at me, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he recounted. That evening, while I was alone in the studio painting, around 11 o'clock, a girl entered the room. The moment I laid eyes on her, I felt a rush of emotion, yet I refrained from speaking, simply choosing to accompany her in silence until she finished her work and departed, at which point I closed the studio door. Subsequently, I encountered that girl almost every day. She always arrived at the art studio quite late. Finally, I mustered the courage to approach her. However, upon reaching her side, I was taken aback by the sight of the horrifying depictions of small animal corpses she had painted on her canvas. It frightened me immensely, leading me to believe that something was amiss with her, and I contemplated leaving. Yet, at that moment, she suddenly turned her face towards me, and to my shock, her eyes gleamed with blood as she smiled. After that encounter, I dared not return to the art studio, but I could always sense someone trailing behind me, and my canvas remained filled with those peculiar illustrations. It wasn't until recently that I could no longer bear it and decided to visit your office. Why didn't you mention this from the beginning? I inquired, fixing my gaze intently on Li Fei's eyes. I thought your office was merely a ruse, so I hesitated to reveal everything, fearing that it might scare you away from helping me, Li Fei replied, somewhat awkwardly. Upon hearing his words, I nearly stumbled to the ground. Nevertheless, I chose not to hold it against him. After all, skepticism is a fundamental aspect of human nature. By the way, why had Lan Mengqian, who was behind me, remained silent for such a long time? This was unlike her. Feeling a surge of unease, I abruptly turned my head, only to discover that Lan Mengqian, who had been right behind me, had inexplicably vanished. Chapter 34. The Red Drape Spectre. Upon discovering that Lan Mengqian had vanished into thin air, a wave of panic washed over me, and I called out, Mengqian, where are you? Yet, My voice was met with an unsettling silence. As I turned to look at Li Fei, I was struck with horror to find that he too had disappeared without a trace. A chilling realization gripped my heart. What could possibly be happening? Two living souls had seemingly evaporated into the ether without a sound. I quickly began to contemplate the transformation of the campus. It had morphed into a nightmarish version of its former self, undoubtedly conjured by the apparition that Li Fei had encountered. Suddenly, another crucial clue sprang to mind: the painting. If there was a place within the school where artworks proliferated, it would be the very studio where Li Fei had first encountered the ghostly figure. It was evidently the specter's lair. With this thought igniting a sense of urgency, I pivoted and hastened toward the staircase, eager to reach the studio as swiftly as possible. However, as I ascended the steps, I was abruptly struck by a peculiar, sticky sensation beneath my feet. Looking down, I was horrified to see the once smooth stairs now smeared with fresh blood, and scattered along the way were the lifeless bodies of small cats, dogs, and even a few mice. This gruesome sight sent a shiver down my spine. Yet I cautiously maneuvered around the remains of the unfortunate creatures and pressed onward toward the fourth floor. At last, I reached the fourth floor and entered the studio bathed in a crimson glow. Upon stepping inside, I quickly surveyed my surroundings. The studio appeared unchanged since my last visit with Lan Mengchen, which only deepened my concern for her safety. Over the course of our time together, Lan Mengchen had come to occupy a significant place in my heart. Suddenly, my peripheral vision caught sight of a painting on the wall, causing my heart to race as I rushed towards it. To my astonishment, the artwork depicted Lan Mengchen and Li Fei, both of whom were portrayed in a state of terror as they fled, pursued by a woman clad in white. The painting was peculiar. Could it be that Lan Mengchen and Li Fei had been trapped within its confines? I pondered anxiously. Yet, if they were indeed ensnared within this artwork, how could I possibly rescue them? In a flash of inspiration, I immersed my consciousness into the painting, feeling an extraordinary force envelop me. And in an instant, my body plunged into the canvas. Feiyu, Lan Mengchen's voice echoed from behind me. I swiftly turned to locate the sound and saw Lan Mengchen and Li Fei running towards me, with a woman, her hair cascading down her back, hot on their heels. I hurriedly dashed towards them, grasped their hands, and concentrated my willpower. In an instant, we returned to the blood-red studio. The moment we emerged, I immediately cast a fire talisman, incinerating the painting. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice laced with concern. "It is of no consequence." Earlier, I suddenly felt an inexplicable force, and upon opening my eyes, I found myself in a peculiar place. Before long, I saw Li Fei appear as well, only to be pursued by a female ghost shortly thereafter. Despite my attempts to fend her off with a fire spirit talisman, it proved utterly ineffective. Lan Mengchen, somewhat breathless, remarked. Li Fei, his complexion pale, nodded at me. "Even your fire spirit talisman is of no use?" I inquired, astonished that even the potent talisman crafted from Lan Mengchen's pure Yin body could not prevail. Indeed, when the fire spirit talisman makes contact with the ghost, she immediately turns to ashes, yet in no time at all, she reappears, rendering any effort to vanquish her futile, Lan Mengchen elucidated. Such a phenomenon indicates that this female ghost cannot be entirely eradicated. At that moment, the door to the art studio slammed shut with a resounding bang, prompting all three of us to glance toward the entrance. Suddenly, a spectral figure in a flowing red dress appeared before us. I couldn't help but murmur to myself, has this ghost donned new attire and activated a berserk mode? Seemingly confirming my suspicions, the red-dressed ghost extended her arms, revealing 10 elongated claws, akin to swords, each exceeding 20 centimeters and glistening with a metallic sheen. It was evident that any strike from those lethal talons would result in a gruesome fate. The ghost in the red dress emitted a piercing wail and lunged towards us with ferocity. In a moment of urgency, I hurled a fire spirit talisman, yet it merely produced a small spark upon contact with the specter's form before vanishing into nothingness. I was not taken aback by this outcome. Instead, I shouted to Lan Mengchen and Li Fei, urging them to take cover. Heeding my words, they swiftly retreated to the back of the art studio, using a table as a shield in front of them. At that moment, the ghost in red had closed the distance and stood before me. I quickly retrieved a body refinement talisman and pressed it to my forehead, exclaiming "Spirit." Instantly, I felt a warm, invigorating energy surge from my brow to my limbs. Clenching my fists and sensing the newfound strength coursing through me, I swung my arm with ferocity, delivering a powerful blow to the ghost. To my astonishment, she was sent reeling back 5 or 6 meters. "The Great One is amazing," came Li Fei's voice, filled with admiration from behind me. I paid no heed to his praise, for the ghost was already charging at me once more. I lifted a table above my head and brought it crashing down onto the specter, sending her hurtling away again. However, like an indomitable cockroach, she resumed her relentless assault against me. A chill of despair began to creep into my heart. The effect of the body refinement talisman would not last much longer. Yet this ghost seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of stamina, unfazed by any physical attack. With all my focus directed towards combating the ghost in red, I found myself with no time to set up any protective formations. At last, the duration of the enhancement from the physical cultivation talisman had elapsed. The red-clad female specter collided with me, forcefully hurling me against the wall of the art studio. In an instant, a coppery taste flooded my throat, and I spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. "Feiyu," Lan Mingqian, hiding behind the desk, called out in concern. "I'm fine." I gritted my teeth, enduring the pain as I rose to my feet. At that moment, however, the red-clad ghost refrained from launching further assaults against me. With a sudden, swift movement, she appeared before the desk where Li Fei and Lan Mingqian were concealed. With a fierce swipe of her clawed hands, the desk before them shattered into splinters. As Li Fei let out a startled cry, the red-clad specter extended her razor-sharp nails towards him. Alas, due to the distance, I was unable to intervene in time and could only watch helplessly as Li Fei faced the gruesome fate of being disemboweled by the specter. Just as I was about to berate myself for failing to save my client, a white-clad ghost materialized beside Li Fei, unexpectedly shielding him from the onslaught of the red-clad specter. Witnessing the scene left my mind in a state of bewilderment. Could this sudden apparition be the ghost that had previously pursued Lan Mingqian and Li Fei within the painting? What motivated her to rescue Li Fei now? Upon realizing that her attack had struck the unexpectedly appeared white-clad ghost, the red-clad specter emitted a chilling shriek, attempting to maneuver around to continue her assault on Li Fei. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly hurled a ground evil talisman beneath the feet of the red specter, followed by 2 fire spirit talismans that struck her directly. 2 small flames erupted upon the figure of the woman in red, yet they inflicted no harm upon her. However, they did capture her attention. In that moment of distraction, the delayed activation of the earthly evil talisman finally commenced. The studio trembled as the floor beneath the woman in red suddenly heaved, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself ensnared by a multitude of stone pillars, tightly enclosing her within a prison of rock. No matter how fiercely she attacked, there was no escape from her stony confinement. Witnessing this spectacle, I couldn't help but gasp. The earthly evil talisman was indeed a formidable weapon, a veritable tool for capturing spirits, though it bore no capacity for inflicting harm. At that moment, Lan Mingqian and Li Fei hastily joined me, with Lan Mingqian exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, Feiyu, I had no idea you possess such a skill. You are truly remarkable. But why does the woman in white remain motionless? Why did she protect me earlier?" As Li Fei spoke, his gaze turned towards the silent figure of the woman in white, standing behind the trapped spirit. "Perhaps they are one and the same," I replied slowly. "What?" Lan Mingqian exclaimed in astonishment. "Have you heard of dissociative identity disorder? Could it be that these are the 2 vengeful spirits she transformed into after her death, one benevolent and the other malevolent?" "Indeed," I affirmed. I nodded and continued. "We are all familiar with the concept of dissociative identity disorder, wherein an individual may transform into an entirely different persona at times, exhibiting traits that starkly contrast with their usual self. The 2 female specters bear identical forms, occasionally revealing 2 indistinguishable faces from beneath their flowing hair, which led me to speculate. The reason the specter in white might have saved Li Fei could very well be that she had come to know him through his frequent visits to the art studio, perceiving him as a friend, while the specter in red harbors malicious intentions towards him. Previously, the white-clad specter seemed to pursue you all in an attempt to rescue you, though we mistook her intentions for malevolence. Upon hearing my words, Li Fei's mouth fell open in astonishment, and he turned his gaze toward the specter in white. At that moment, she also turned to face him, gently sweeping aside the strands of hair that obscured her cheek, revealing a visage of haunting beauty, albeit with a pallid, almost sickly complexion. The specter in white began to move, gliding slowly towards Li Fei, who looked nervously at me. Rest assured, if she intended you harm, she would not have come to your aid, I reassured him, gesturing with my hand. Li Fei appeared considerably more at ease after my words. Soon, the specter in white stood before him, offering a smile that, regrettably, did little to enhance her ghastly countenance. Subsequently, she produced a painting from behind her and extended it toward Li Fei. As he accepted the artwork, both Lan Mengchen and I leaned in with curiosity to glimpse its contents. Chapter 35. Schizophrenia. The painting presented by the female ghost in white depicted a young man, engrossed in his artwork at an easel. This young man was Li Fei. Unlike his previous works, this painting exuded a warm and tender ambience, reminiscent of a pure-hearted girl's affection for someone she cherished. Is this for me? Li Fei inquired hesitantly, gazing at the ethereal figure before him. The female ghost nodded, her beautiful eyes shyly darting a glance at Li Fei before quickly averting her gaze. Observing this exchange, I began to comprehend the situation. Li Fei often spent late nights in the studio, engrossed in his art, which piqued the interest of the ghost lingering there. When Li Fei mentioned feeling as though he were being followed, it was likely that the ghost sought companionship. The moment he witnessed blood flowing from her eyes marked a pivotal transformation, as her alternate persona emerged, manifesting as a malevolent spirit. The red-clad ghost harbored sinister intentions, aiming to obliterate all that the white-clad specter held dear, thus employing frightful imagery to intimidate Li Fei. Ultimately, the separation of the white and red ghosts into two distinct entities resulted from their personalities achieving a level of independence, leading to the birth of these two apparitions. As I observed the red-clad ghost, ensnared by the earthbound talisman and struggling in vain, a faint smile of resignation crossed my lips. What indeed should I do with her? At that moment, the female ghost in white removed a butterfly hairpin from her head and extended it towards Li Fei. He paused for a moment, then accepted it. The specter clad in white revealed a sweet smile, then waved at Li Fei before dashing towards the struggling female ghost. She seized her hand, and in an instant, the lights in the studio flickered violently. The two apparitions transformed into wisps of dust, vanishing within the confines of the art studio. Simultaneously, the ominous crimson glow that had engulfed the room returned to its normal state. Fei, look, the campus has reverted to its former appearance, exclaimed Lan Mengchen, rushing to the window and pointing outside with excitement. I leaned closer to observe. Indeed, the campus had restored its original charm, and I could see couples strolling hand in hand on the playground. I exhaled heavily, feeling a sense of relief. Though I was unaware of the actions of the ghost in white, it was evident that this ordeal had come to an end. Observing Li Fei, who appeared lost in thought while gazing at the butterfly hairpin in his hand, I approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "It's all right now. Everything is fine." Li Fei nodded, a hint of bittersweetness etched on his face as he remarked, "She was a good girl. Even as a ghost, her kindness endured." "Indeed, but she will never return," I sighed in response. "Regardless, I must express my gratitude to you, Great One," Li Fei said, his eyes filled with appreciation. I waved my hand dismissively, signaling that he need not be so formal. After bidding farewell to Li Fei, Lan Mengchen and I embarked on our journey back to the administrative office. "Do you think that ghost in white had feelings for Li Fei?" she inquired as she drove. "Perhaps, but even if she did, they could never be together," I sighed once more. Alas, how pitiable. I find myself feeling a pang of sympathy for that specter in white. I nodded and casually remarked, "Though matters have been resolved, I remain utterly perplexed regarding the origins of this ghostly figure. Could it be that the art studio harbors a concealed history? Suddenly, Lan Mingqian interjected, perhaps, but at present, we are left in ignorance. At last, we returned to the affairs office. I affectionately stroked the head of the husky and succumbed to the allure of the sofa in the living room. The evening's tumult had indeed left me both physically and mentally fatigued. A wave of drowsiness washed over me, and I could not resist the temptation to close my eyes and drift into slumber. When I finally opened my eyes, the day had dawned bright and clear. After a night of restorative rest, my energy had returned to its peak. I stretched languidly and noticed a blanket draped over me. I surmised it must have been placed there by Lan Mingqian while I slept, a smile gracing my lips. Master, you are awake. The husky suddenly bounded to my side. Has Mingqian gone to fetch breakfast again? I inquired, gently patting the dog's head. The elder sister Mingqian has already procured breakfast. She also asked me to inform you that she will be returning home for a while, the husky replied, wagging its tail. Returning home for a while? I muttered to myself. Indeed, Lan Mingqian has been with me for quite some time, although she claims that her family only cares about business. Familial affection is not so easily tarnished by such factors. Moreover, this is not a workplace for Lan Mingqian. Her sudden departure has left me feeling somewhat disoriented, as if something essential is missing. Does the master have feelings for Sister Mingqian? The husky tilted its head, gazing at me with utmost seriousness. What nonsense are you spouting? You silly dog, I exclaimed, somewhat embarrassed. Is that so? Yet Sister Mingqian seems to have an interest in the master. Really? I asked, my excitement bubbling forth. It's because Sister Mingqian is quite concerned about you, master. Upon hearing the husky's words, a warm feeling spread through me. During this time together, my fondness for Lan Mingqian has grown. Despite her being a wealthy heiress, she carries none of the airs associated with it. Still, I remain uncertain about her true feelings towards me. Shaking my head to dispel these distracting thoughts, I realized my stomach was protesting, prompting me to hurry to the dining table and prepare for a meal. Master, Sister Mingqian asked me to remind you to wash up before eating. The husky suddenly chimed in at my side. I couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Even in her absence, Lan Mingqian had arranged for the husky to oversee me. Nevertheless, after I diligently washed up in a bathroom, I finally sat down to enjoy my breakfast. Having just finished breakfast, my phone suddenly rang. I picked it up to find it was Li Fei, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Could it be that this fellow had once again encountered a ghostly admirer? Hello, Li Fei, what's the matter? I answered the call directly. Oh, great deity. I spent all night researching and finally uncovered some information about that art studio, Li Fei exclaimed, seemingly fond of addressing me as great deity. What did you find out? I inquired with a hint of intrigue. Li Fei informed me the female ghosts we encountered last night, the one in red and the one in white, are likely Zhao Ziyan, who tragically took her own life in the art studio 20 years ago. Subsequently, he recounted the events that transpired 2 decades prior. 20 years ago, a stunning new student named Zhao Ziyan enrolled at the university where Li Fei studied. Her greatest passion was painting, and due to her striking beauty, she attracted numerous suitors. However, Zhao Ziyan always greeted their advances with a smile, gently declining their affections. Over time, her roommates began to notice something was amiss. Zhao Ziyan would occasionally exhibit a completely different persona, and during the night, she often created peculiar artworks. The situation escalated when one roommate, in a state of horror, discovered Zhao Ziyan in the bathroom, dissecting the corpse of a dead mouse. The shocking revelation spread through campus like wildfire, and Zhao Ziyan's emotional state deteriorated further. With the peculiar glances cast her way, she would oscillate between appearing untroubled one moment and displaying an unsettling demeanor the next. In the aftermath, Zhao Ziyan, perhaps overwhelmed by her peculiar behavior, succumbed to the pressure and tragically took her own life in the studio. After ending the call with Li Fei, I found myself in a state of turmoil. In an era 2 decades ago, medical advancements were not as profound as they are today. Thus, societal perceptions of mental health issues were often shrouded in superstition, leading people to instinctively shun those afflicted. Zhao Ziyan, suffering from schizophrenia and deprived of timely intervention, became increasingly tormented by the peculiar stares of her peers exacerbating her condition. Ultimately, in her moments of lucidity, she could no longer bear the weight of her despair, resulting in her fateful decision to end her life. Her spirit lingered in the studio, eventually splitting into two distinct apparitions. I sighed softly. At times, the emergence of such spirits is inextricably linked to human relationships. Had Zhao Zian been surrounded by compassionate classmates willing to support her, perhaps this tragic outcome could have been averted. Nevertheless, those events have come to a close. Rising from my seat, I rubbed my temples and called to my dog. "Come on, buddy, let's take a stroll." "All right, master." My dog responded eagerly, and it was no wonder he was excited, as I had seldom taken him out lately. Accompanied by my spirited husky, I set out for the nearby second-hand market. Given the recent demands on my time, I had yet to replace the sofa that had been ravaged by the relentless spirit beast. With a rare moment of leisure today, I intended to procure a used sofa to make do with until I could afford a new one in the future. Moreover, during a phone conversation with Li Fei, he mentioned he wanted to transfer me a sum as compensation, which I firmly declined. After all, a significant part of resolving Zhao Zian's predicament was due to Li Fei's assistance. How could I accept his money? Consequently, I found myself with less than 2,000 yuan, evoking a sense of living from hand to mouth. Before long, my husky and I arrived at the renowned large-scale second-hand goods market in the city. At a stall featuring an array of used furniture, I spotted a sofa that was about 80% new. I inquired with the proprietor, "How much for this sofa?" The owner, a somewhat portly middle-aged man, replied with a cheerful grin, "If you want it, it's yours for 800 yuan. Would 500 work?" "I'm a bit tight on fund at the moment," I countered, drawing from my childhood experience of bargaining with my mother at the market. All right, young man. Let us settle on your price." The jovial proprietor responded with an unexpected willingness. I was taken aback by his quick agreement, having anticipated a more protracted negotiation. Handing him 500 yuan, I prepared to arrange for the sofa's collection when my attention was suddenly captured by an intriguing item at his stall. Chapter 36. The Faceless Ghost. An antiquated cabinet displayed at the stall captivated my attention, for my intuition suggested that it possessed an extraordinary quality. However, despite my meticulous examination, I could not discern anything peculiar. Just as I was about to approach it for a closer look, a man donning a baseball cap abruptly entered and inquired of the proprietor, "How much for that cabinet?" The owner, momentarily taken aback, replied, "If you want it, you can take it for 100 yuan. Such a bargain." "Very well, I shall take it." The man swiftly produced 100 yuan, his face radiating with a brilliant smile, clearly believing it to be a worthwhile purchase. He then enlisted the help of several middle-aged laborers to haul the cabinet away. I stepped closer to the owner, remarking with a grin, "You certainly sold that cabinet for a steal." "Not at all. I didn't spend a dime when I acquired it. An elderly gentleman from the neighborhood gifted it to me." The owner chuckled in response. "Oh, I see. Do you know anything about the cabinet's origins?" I inquired softly. "Origins? I have no idea. It likely belonged to the old man's late wife. He passed away recently, and, fearing that it would evoke memories, he gave it to me. By the way, why are you so curious about it?" The owner asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. "Just a passing interest, I'm afraid. It seems someone else has snatched it up before I could," I replied, feigning disappointment while a vague sense of unease settled within me, as though the cabinet harbored an unsettling secret. "I apologize, but there's only one cabinet available. However, I can leave you my phone number, and when another such cabinet arrives, I will contact you," the boss sincerely remarked. Very well. Although I found the cabinet peculiar, I held no interest in purchasing it and still provided my phone number. After bidding farewell to the boss, I spent 100 yuan hiring a few laborers to transport the second-hand sofa I had purchased to my office. Now, my office appeared considerably better, as at least the furniture was intact. Sitting on the sofa, I turned to my dog and said, "Did you find that cabinet a bit strange when we were at the second-hand market?" "Yes, it felt somewhat lifeless, though I cannot quite explain why," my dog replied, wagging its tail. Upon hearing this, I realized it was indeed a sensation of lifelessness. But why would a cabinet exude such an aura? It was rather perplexing. I chose not to dwell on these thoughts and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a bronze mirror before stepping into the space within with my dog. "What brings you here again, young one?" asked Ming Shun, rising and curiously stroking my dog's head. "Oh, nothing much. Just checking in to see if you were bored here," I replied with a smile. "You wouldn't believe it, but it is indeed quite dull. I spend my days here in meditation and contemplation," Ming Chen said with a wry smile. Upon hearing his words, a spark of inspiration ignited within me. I then instructed Era to release the faceless female ghost who had previously lingered in the copper mirror. Turning to Ming Chen, I remarked, "Master, she possesses the ability to lead individuals into a trance. Perhaps you might allow her to hypnotize you to alleviate the tedium of meditation." However, I observed that instead of acknowledging my suggestion, Ming Chen was captivated by the faceless ghost, his excitement palpable as he rushed towards her, grasping her hand tightly and exclaiming, "When you—" The faceless woman remained motionless, allowing Ming Chen to hold her hand without resistance. I was taken aback by Ming Chen's reaction. Could it be that he recognized this faceless ghost and addressed her as "When you"? "Master, do you know her?" I inquired, bewildered. "Indeed," he replied. "She is my junior sister. We were once persecuted together. I became the warden of the ghost prison, yet I lost track of her fate afterward. Although her appearance has drastically changed, I can still sense her essence. It is unmistakably her." Ming Chen struggled to contain his emotions, a flicker of tears evident in his eyes. Stunned by his revelation, I found myself frozen in place, unable to fathom such a turn of events. "By the way, how did you find her?" Ming Chen, clearly perceiving Wen Yu's current state of disorientation, posed the question. "I discovered her in a coffin unearthed by workers at a construction site, located within the very copper mirror where you presently stand. However, your junior sister has the power to seize the souls of all who gaze into the copper mirror. I speak candidly, yet fearing my master's wrath, I refrained from disclosing the incident where, in a fit of anger, Li Ji and I punished Wen Yu for seizing the souls of the workers. It is astonishing that Wen Yu, who once excelled in the mastery of mental prowess, now finds herself in such a state devoid of her own consciousness." A look of anguish crossed Ming Chen's face. "Is there truly no way to restore her awareness?" I inquired, my voice tinged with uncertainty. Upon careful observation, I noted that as Ming Chen spoke, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, Wen Yu's body convulsed violently, and a look of joy illuminated Ming Chen's features as he declared, "Fortunately, she possesses a trace of awareness. I can gradually aid in her recovery through my mental energy, though it will require a considerable amount of time." Relieved by Ming Chen's words, I exhaled deeply and responded, "If there's a means of recovery, that is reassuring. By the way, is there anything you require my assistance with, Master?" "You need not assist, but rather—" "It is the creature that is required," Ming Chen replied, smiling at Erha. "What does the Master need Erha to do?" I asked, puzzled, uncertain of his intentions. "I require all the spiritual entities contained within the spirit badge," Ming Chen stated. "Understood, Master," I replied, realizing Ming Chen intended to harness the power of those spirits to restore Wen Yu's consciousness. I then turned to Erha and commanded, "Erha, release all the spiritual entities from the badge." The Siberian husky nodded at me, then barked loudly several times. In an instant, the entire space was filled with various terrifying spirits, causing me to draw a sharp breath. Had I not known that these spirits posed no harm to me, I would surely have fled in fear at the sight of such a multitude of frightening entities. "All right, thank you. Once I have healed Wen Yu, I shall conjure even more formidable spirits for you," Ming Chen said with a smile. "There is no need for that, Master. These spirits were originally your creation, and besides, I have the company of the husky," I replied sincerely, waving my hand dismissively. Ming Chen nodded in acknowledgement, and the husky and I swiftly departed from the space within the copper mirror, no longer wishing to intrude upon Ming Chen's important tasks. Upon returning to the lounge of the office, I couldn't help but marvel at the mysterious nature of fate. It was astonishing to discover that the faceless female ghost was actually Ming Chen's junior disciple. Perhaps this was the intertwining of destinies, linking Ming Chen and Wen Yu together once more. I refrained from probing into the circumstances surrounding the persecution of Ming Chen's junior, yet my intuition suggested a close connection to the young sorcerer who had once tormented Ming Chen. If both the master and his junior disciple had suffered persecution yet survived into the present era, Could it be possible that the young sorcerer also exists in this time? The thought made me furrow my brow. If such a possibility were true, would the ancient grievances and vendettas from the Master's era resurface in this world? And would the great demon that was said to be sealed away, might it truly manifest in our realm? Rubbing my heavy head, I couldn't help but exhale deeply, muttering to myself that perhaps it was best not to dwell on such thoughts. After all, the boat would find its way as it approached the bridge. At that moment, a tall, exquisitely beautiful woman entered through the door. I was momentarily taken aback. There stood my first love, Lin Chu. She remained stunning, now graced with a touch of mature charm beyond her university days. I exclaimed in surprise, Lin Chu? What brings you back here? Qin Feiyu, it truly is you. I heard from Li Ji that you opened a paranormal affairs office, so I came to see you. Lin Chu responded, her captivating smile lighting up her face. Upon hearing her words, I couldn't help but internally chastise Li Ji for his loose tongue. It had been 3 years since I last communicated with Lin Chu. Why would she specifically come to find me? Could it be that she desired to rekindle our romance? The likelihood seemed slim, as I currently lacked the means to earn significant wealth. To seek me out? I questioned her, a hint of confusion in my gaze. Truthfully, even though Lin Chu appeared more enchanting than during our university days, I felt an unusual calm within. Perhaps I had simply lost any lingering feelings for her. Or perhaps I had grown to prefer a different type altogether. Is that not permissible? Lin Chu asked with a playful smile. Yes it is, I replied. All right, I shall cease my jesting. In truth, I am here to seek companionship. I learned from Li Ji that you are also present, so I thought I might drop by and perhaps indulge in a meal with you, explained Lin Chu. Oh, is that so? Of course, that would be delightful. I replied with a smile, secretly thinking that I could certainly afford a meal. Really? It seems you are not particularly eager to have me, Lin Chu teased, giving me a playful glare. On the contrary, I am quite pleased. An old classmate has come to visit, I exclaimed, grinning. So, to you, I am merely an old classmate? I was under the impression that I held the status of an ex-girlfriend, Lin Chu remarked, her large, innocent eyes fixed on me. Cough. Cough. I cleared my throat several times to mask my embarrassment at her words and demeanor. Look at you still so bashful. I was merely teasing. Now, I must head to my friend. I shall find you later this evening. Lin Chu chimed, her laughter ringing sweetly before she departed from the office without awaiting my response. Master, that woman cannot compare to Sister Mengchen. The dog-like companion, Era, leaned in close to me after Lin Chu left. Oh. And what leads you to such a conclusion? I inquired with a smile, gazing at Era. Just that she is not as good as Sister Mengchen. Era replied, his expression foolishly earnest. With a smile, I gently caressed the head of the Siberian husky, while my mind was filled with curiosity about Lin Chu's arrival. After all, it had been 3 years since we last communicated following our breakup. Her pretext of visiting friends while simultaneously seeking to see me struck me as rather peculiar. Shaking my head, I pondered whether my recent encounters with supernatural occurrences had rendered me somewhat paranoid in my thoughts. Nevertheless, I decided to wait until the evening when Lin Chu would invite me to dinner. Chapter 37. The Terrified Goat as Night Descended. Lin Chu made her way to my office once more. At that moment, she had donned a flowing purple gown, her hair elegantly styled up, with a delicate side fringe adorning her forehead, exuding an air of sophistication. Feiyu, I've arrived. Lin Chu greeted me with a smile. Indeed, you look absolutely stunning today. I couldn't help but compliment her. Is that so? It seems you still possess the charm of your university days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so easily captivated back then. Lin Chu playfully shot me a teasing glance. Really? I replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lin Chu nodded, clearly non-committal in her response. Well, I shan't elaborate further. What would you like to eat tonight? I inquired, scratching my head and smiling. I'm open to anything, as long as I'm with you, Lin Chu suddenly declared, stirring something within my heart. Could it be that she was reigniting old feelings? Yet, I quickly dismissed the thought. Lin Chu had always been rather carefree during our university days. Perhaps I was overthinking things. Then let us indulge in barbecue. It was a favorite of ours back in college, I proposed after a moment of contemplation. Yes, that sounds perfect, Lin Chu agreed eagerly. Just as we were about to set out with a husky, a car pulled up at the entrance of my office. Lan Mengchen emerged from the vehicle and, upon noticing Lin Chu beside me, paused momentarily before inquiring, Feiyu, have you brought a friend? Yes, this is my classmate from university, Lin Chu. Upon seeing Lan Mengchen return, a wave of joy suddenly washed over me, despite our brief separation of merely 2 days. Hello, I am Lan Mengchen. She courteously approached Lin Chu and extended her right hand. Hello, I am Lin Chu. Lin Chu reciprocated the gesture, and I noticed a flicker of astonishment in her eyes, likely due to Lan Mengchen's striking beauty. By the way, Mengchen, what brings you back? I inquired with curiosity. What? Do you mean to imply that you wish for my absence? Lan Mengchen sauntered to my side and playfully pinched my shoulder, addressing me with mock annoyance. Absolutely not. How could I ever think such a thing? I winced and rubbed my shoulder, hastily responding. As I and Lan Mengchen engaged in our playful banter, Lin Chu could not help but stifle a laugh from the sidelines. It was only then that Lan Mengchen remembered the presence of others, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she fell silent and began to pet the husky beside her. Mengchen must not have eaten yet. Why not join us for a meal? Lin Chu smiled warmly at Lan Mengchen. Upon hearing Lin Chu's invitation, Lan Mengchen paused her affectionate strokes of the husky and turned her head, slightly embarrassed. Oh, no, it's all right. You two should catch up. I wouldn't want to intrude. Not at all. Since Chu has invited you, we should all go together, I insisted, eager to have Lan Mengchen accompany us. Otherwise, I would feel somewhat uneasy dining alone with Lin Chu for an extended period. Under my persuasion, Lan Mengchen finally relented and drove us to Brother Zhao's barbecue stand. Upon our arrival, I noticed a conspicuous decrease in the number of patrons at Zhao's stall, which left me somewhat perplexed. After all, Zhao's culinary skills are exceptional, and the flavors are undeniably delightful. It seemed rather unusual for there to be fewer customers. I instructed Lan Mengchen and Lin Chu to find a seat while I approached Brother Zhao, who was busy grilling skewers. Feiyu, you've come. I haven't seen you in a while. I thought you had forgotten about your old brother, Zhao said with a cheerful grin while tending to the grill. I've been a bit busy lately, Brother Zhao. By the way, I couldn't help but notice the decrease in customers, I replied, getting straight to the point without any preamble. I've been facing some peculiar circumstances recently. Just place your order, and when I'm less occupied, I'll share the details with you, Zhao responded, a faint smile mixed with a hint of melancholy crossing his face. All right then, I nodded, my curiosity piqued about the unusual events Zhao had encountered. After ordering a selection of skewers and some side dishes, I made my way back to the table, where Lan Mengchen and Lin Chu were animatedly chatting. I observed that many of the male patrons were casting glances in their direction, as the presence of 2 stunning beauties at the barbecue stand was indeed a feast for the eyes. Returning to my seat, I said with a smile, I've placed the order. It should be up shortly. By the way, what were you two discussing that brought such joy? Haha, of course. We were talking about you. I did not expect that Sister Chu was your ex-girlfriend, Lan Mengchen said with a knowing smile. Well, do you really have to bring it up? I replied awkwardly, glancing at Lin Chu. What is there to hide? It's not as if it's a scandalous affair. Lin Chu retorted with a roll of her eyes. I nodded in agreement. After all, an ex-girlfriend is merely a chapter from the past. Feiyu was quite innocent back then. When she pursued me, she even went so far as to present a bouquet of roses. Lin Chu laughed as she recounted the memory to Lan Mengchen. Haha, how kitsch. I can't believe you had such a side to you. Lan Mengchen chuckled, casting a playful glance my way. It was Li Ji, the dorm leader, who taught me that, although he had never pursued a girl himself at the time, I couldn't help but defend myself. You actually took advice from Li Ji? He is notoriously known for his wild ideas, Lin Chu remarked. I'm aware, but at that time, there was no one else to offer suggestions. I replied with a hint of exasperation. Just then, a server under my command approached, carrying skewers and side dishes. I promptly stood up to assist in placing the food on the table, saying, let us eat now. I took a few more skewers with my chopsticks, placing them on a small plate set before the eager and somewhat impatient husky. Lan Mengchen picked up a skewer of lamb and took a few bites, her face lighting up with delight as she praised me. I never expected you could lead us to such delicious meat skewers. Indeed, the flavors are delightful, far surpassing the skewers near our university. Lin Chu continuously lavished praise. Naturally, Zhao's culinary skills are beyond reproach. By the way, Chu, who is your friend in City A? I inquired of Lin Chu. Upon hearing my question, Lin Chu quickly swallowed the skewer in her mouth and replied, "It's my college best friend, Ma Xiaoling. Tonight, she is with her boyfriend, which is why I, a solitary soul, sought you out for a meal." "Oh, so it is the tall Ma Xiaoling," I nodded in acknowledgement. As we chatted and savored the skewers for nearly half an hour, Zhao, the chef, found a moment of respite. He entrusted some simple grilling tasks to a nearby apprentice and then brought a plate of skewers and 2 bottles of beer to an empty table, beckoning me over. "You all continue your conversation. I will have a word with Zhao," I told Lan Mengchen and Lin Chu. The two exchanged knowing glances and waved me off, resuming their cheerful chatter without a care for my whereabouts. I couldn't help but smile wryly before leading my satiated companion, the dog, to Zhao's table and taking a seat. "Feiyu, my friend, you are quite fortunate indeed, bringing along 2 stunning beauties for dinner," Zhao remarked, opening a bottle of Tsingtao beer with his teeth and handing it to me with a grin. I clinked glasses with Zhao and took several hearty gulps, smiling as I said, "They are merely friends, Zhao. Friends inevitably transition into romantic partners. All right, Zhao, please refrain from jesting. Kindly share what has transpired at your stall." I gazed into Zhao's eyes, inquiring with genuine concern. Sigh. Upon hearing my words, Zhao exhaled deeply, gulping down several mouthfuls of beer, and with a wry smile, he replied, "Feiyu, my dear brother, do you sense any difference in the skewers I serve compared to before?" Taken aback by Zhao's question, I contemplated. Indeed, I had noticed a change. Although Lin Chu and Lan Mengchen had consistently praised Zhao's skewers as delectable, I found them lacking the texture and flavor they once possessed. I initially attributed it to my absence in recent times, but Zhao's inquiry confirmed my suspicions. Thus, I candidly expressed, "To be frank, Zhao, while the skewers are still palatable, they are not as delightful as they used to be." Precisely, that is the crux of the matter. Some of my longtime patrons believe I have been cutting corners, which has gradually led to a decline in customers, Zhao stated, slamming the bottle onto the table with evident frustration. "What could be the reason for this?" I asked, perplexed. "Feiyu, the reason my skewers were once so delectable is that the goats were raised at home, and only when they reached a certain age were they slaughtered for fresh meat to marinate and grill. However, recently, for reasons unknown, 1 or 2 goats have inexplicably died every few days," Zhao disclosed, his expression darkening. "What? How could this happen? Could it be that the goats have contracted some illness?" I asked in astonishment. Initially, I harbored the same suspicion, but after consulting experts for examinations and tests, no ailments were discovered. Instead, a rather peculiar conclusion was reached. These goats had succumbed to fright. How absurd it is, for they perished from heart failure. Brother Zhao furrowed his brow tightly as he spoke to me. Upon hearing Zhao's revelation, I widened my eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "What? Frightened to death? Is such a manner of dying truly possible? Have you noticed anything unusual in the vicinity?" "To be honest, my dear brother, I have cherished these goats greatly and installed surveillance around the area long ago. However, aside from the occasional passerby, nothing peculiar has come to my attention. I am aware that you, my dear brother Feiyu, specialize in the study of the supernatural, and thus, I wish to enlist your assistance in uncovering the truth behind this mystery." "Very well, Brother Zhao. This evening, once you conclude your business, I shall accompany you to investigate. I am determined to discover what entity is causing this disturbance." I felt a deep sympathy for Brother Zhao's plight, coupled with a surge of indignation at the thought of whatever malevolent force could frighten these goats to such a tragic end. Chapter 38. The Blackstone. I resolved to accompany Brother Zhao to his residence, so I bid farewell to Lan Mengchen, Lin Chu, and Ha, who were leaving after dinner. After assisting Brother Zhao in tidying up the stall, I settled into his car. In less than 20 minutes, we arrived at his home, which was nestled against a stretch of desolate land, featuring a spacious courtyard. Upon disembarking, I immediately spotted the sheep pen that Brother Zhao had mentioned. The pen was surprisingly fortified, enclosed by iron bars, with a top layer consisting of foam board resembling a makeshift shelter. Additionally, surveillance cameras were strategically positioned to provide a comprehensive view in every direction. I couldn't help but express my admiration to Brother Zhao, saying, "You have truly fortified this sheep pen. It's essential. The success of the business hinges on them," Brother Zhao replied as he parked the car. He then activated the lights within the pen and retrieved a key to unlock the gate, inviting me to step inside. Once inside, I noticed a mature goat lying motionless in a corner. I was momentarily taken aback, wondering if yet another goat had succumbed to fright. Observing the lifeless creature, Brother Zhao rushed over, gently feeling for any signs of life. He turned to me with a tinge of sorrow and remarked, "Another one has passed away." Furrowing my brow, I approached the lifeless goat, observing it closely. The creature's eyes were wide open at the moment of its demise, its pupils nearly bulging from their sockets. I extended my hand to the goat's heart, gently caressing the area, only to discover it was soft to the touch. Channeling my mental energy, I sensed that the goat's heart had indeed ruptured. Just as Brother Zhao had mentioned to me, I pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Brother Zhao, when did the first goat perish?" After a brief contemplation, Brother Zhao replied, "Approximately a week ago." Nodding in acknowledgement, I continued, "Brother Zhao, I would like to review the surveillance footage. We might uncover some clues therein." "Certainly, my dear Feiyu," Zhao replied, confidence emanating from him. "Though I have viewed it myself without discernible results, your keen intellect will surely reveal some overlooked details." Following Brother Zhao into his abode, he guided me to a computer where he accessed the most recent surveillance recordings. He then procured a stool for me, gesturing for me to take a seat and observe. After expressing my gratitude, I began to scrutinize the footage from a week prior, hastening the playback. However, upon my review, I found, as Brother Zhao had previously stated, that apart from a few passers-by, no one had approached the goat pen. "Have you discerned anything, my dear Feiyu?" Brother Zhao queried, noticing my furrowed brow. I took a cigarette from my pocket and offered one to Brother Zhao, then lit one for myself. After taking a deep drag, I said to him, "Not yet. I'll watch a few more times." "There's no rush, my dear Feiyu. It's not too late. You can watch it again tomorrow," Brother Zhao replied with concern. Hearing this, I smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, you need not worry about me. I have a bit of an obsession. If I don't uncover something peculiar, I find it hard to sleep." "All right, I won't press you any further," Zhao said, waving his hand in resignation. He then turned and retrieved a can of beer from the refrigerator, handing it to me. I accepted the beer, popped it open, took a few swigs, and resumed watching the footage. After about an hour, as my eyes began to blur, a fleeting silhouette caught my attention. I quickly rewound the footage a few seconds and started playing it in slow motion. At last, I discerned something amiss. A man in the video, behaving much like an ordinary passerby, made a seemingly casual gesture with his right hand towards the sheep pen, as if tossing something. I slowed the playback further and finally saw it clearly. The man had thrown a small stone, which rolled into the sheep pen on screen. "Found it! Brother Zhao, come quickly!" I called out to Zhao, who had been sitting on the sofa, nearly dozing off. Startled by my shout, Brother Zhao jolted awake and hurried to my side, asking, "What have you discovered, dear Feiyu?" I pointed at the man on the screen and said to Brother Zhao, "Look, he has thrown a stone into your sheep pen." Upon hearing my words, Brother Zhao paused for a moment and then replied, "Well, Brother Feiyu, a single stone shouldn't frighten my sheep to death." He then turned his gaze back to the screen and with a hint of confusion, remarked, "I feel like I've seen this man somewhere before." "What might that be?" I inquired, curiosity piqued. Suddenly, it struck me, shortly after I had opened my barbecue stall, this man had dined at my establishment, only to complain that my skewers were unclean, claiming to have found a hair in his food. I had apologized and waived his bill, only to later discover that he was the owner of a barbecue stall nearby, likely having come to stir trouble. However, I hadn't held it against him. Yet, why had he thrown a stone into my sheep pen? Could it be that the stone held some peculiar significance? As this thought crossed Brother Zhao's mind, his eyes widened in realization. It is highly probable, coupled with the fact that you recognize him as your competitor, it seems quite likely that the stone is indeed unusual. Let us head to the sheep pen. I quickly suggested to Brother Zhao, and we made our way toward the pen. Upon arriving at the sheep pen, Brother Zhao and I split up to search for the stone that the man had thrown in the footage. We diligently searched for over half an hour before finally discovering the stone concealed beneath some grass feed. Holding the stone in my hand, I examined it meticulously. This stone, as dark as ink, was only the size of dye. Had I not slowed down the video to an extreme degree, I would have missed the man's action of throwing the stone entirely. Bringing the stone to my nose, I took a whiff, and an overwhelming wave of nausea surged through my mind, leaving me somewhat dazed. Disturbing images flickered through my thoughts, as I inexplicably caught sight of terrifying female apparitions swirling in my mind. I hastily concentrated my focus, managing to dispel these haunting visions. "What is the matter, my brother Feiyu?" Brother Zhao inquired, observing my entranced state as I clutched the stone, a look of confusion crossing his face. I shook my head and replied, "It is undoubtedly this object causing the disturbance. Just a single sniff evokes dreadful hallucinations in both humans and animals. Moments ago, I inhaled its scent and was confronted with ghastly images of spirits. I can only surmise that when the goats graze on fodder, some unfortunate ones might catch a whiff of this stone, leading them to witness their worst fears. It is entirely conceivable that being tormented by such visions could culminate in a heart giving way from the strain. Why would that man act in such a manner?" Brother Zhao's voice brimmed with indignation as he finally pieced together the reason. "Isn't it obvious? His business is thriving, and that individual sought to create chaos," I responded, my own frustration palpable. "I shall confront him first thing tomorrow morning and teach him a lesson." Brother Zhao's face flushed with anger as he clenched his fists. Vowing to take action, I promptly tapped Zhao's shoulder and said, "Brother Zhao, do not act impulsively. Even if you were to confront them with a stone, they would not acknowledge it. Rest assured, this matter is best entrusted to me. I possess a wealth of experience in such dealings. It is often said that a villain requires a villain to contend with them. Of course, I do not consider myself a villain. I merely prefer to respond to others in kind. Well then, I must express my gratitude to you, my dear brother Feiyu. I shall repay you handsomely." Zhao's expression returned to normal, and he spoke to me with heartfelt appreciation. "No need for that, Brother Zhao. Were it not for your frequent discounts, I would scarcely be able to afford meat in this city," I replied, waving my hand dismissively. "That is not acceptable. A debt must be settled," Zhao insisted resolutely. "In that case, how about you treat me to a sumptuous meal another day?" I suggested with a smile. This is Zhao's specialty. In a few days, I shall prepare an unforgettable feast for you," he declared enthusiastically. "Very well, Brother Zhao. Now that the matter in the sheep pen is resolved, it is quite late. It seems I must impose on you tonight." I feigned a troubled expression as I spoke. "Ha! Come now, I have plenty of vacant rooms in my house. Let me arrange a 5-star accommodation for you," Zhao said, giving me a hearty pat on the shoulder. Suppressing a grimace at the pain from his strong grip, I followed Zhao into his home. After resting for a night at Zhao's house and enjoying breakfast together, I asked him to drive me back to the office. Upon returning, Lan Mengchen, upon seeing me, curiously inquired, "What were you up to last night? Was there something that needed your attention?" I recounted to Lan Mengchen the events that transpired in Brother Zhao's sheep pen. Upon hearing my account, her face contorted with indignation as she vehemently condemned the malicious competition. It was indeed disheartening, for Brother Zhao's exceptional skills had unfortunately hampered the business of some competitors. Resorting to such unethical tactics was inexcusable, and I declare my intention to confront that man shortly. "I want to accompany you," Lan Mengchen chimed in, her interest piqued. "Of course, I could never refuse the company of a beautiful woman," I replied with a smile. "Huh, just as Sister Chu Chu said, you do know how to charm," she teased, her eyes sparkling. "By the way, it seems you two had a delightful conversation last night." "Naturally, women tend to engage more when they share common interests," I remarked, earning an eye roll from Lan Mengchen. "What common interests do you share?" I inquired, curiosity getting the better of me. "Well, it's you," Lan Mengchen quickly retorted, only to realize she had let slip a secret. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she turned her head away. "Me? Has our esteemed Miss Mengchen developed an interest in me?" I couldn't resist teasing her. "Ugh, absolutely not. Enough chatter. Let's go teach that man a lesson for disrupting Brother Zhao's sheep pen. Lan Mingqian playfully extended her adorable little fist. All right. Just before going to bed last night, I had already inquired with Brother Zhao about the location of that man's shop, which was not too far from Brother Zhao's stall. At this moment, I led Lan Mingqian towards our destination, a small plan for retribution already forming in my mind. Chapter 39. The time for punishment. The establishment of the man was not too distant from my office, so Lan Mingqian, the Siberian husky, and I proceeded on foot. After traversing several streets, we soon arrived near the man's shop. Look, is that him? At that moment, a car halted in front of the store, and a man emerged from the driver's seat. To my surprise, he was indeed the same individual I had seen in the surveillance footage at Brother Zhao's place. I couldn't help but think how fortuitous this was. Wait for the signal, I whispered to Lan Mingqian, but her face radiated excitement. It seemed that mischief was her greatest delight. Once the man exited the car and entered the shop, I quickly beckoned Lan Mingqian to approach the man's vehicle. We arrived at the side of the car, and upon ensuring no one was watching, I slipped a talisman into the crevice of the car door. As the talisman entered the interior, I silently recited a phrase, causing it to vanish. Having completed this task, I promptly pulled Lan Mingqian toward the alleyway. Feiyu, what did you just slip in there? Lan Mingqian inquired with curiosity. I smiled at her and replied, it's a little something that will induce him to experience nightmares for several consecutive days. While it won't cause him physical harm, the psychological torment will be quite significant. Wow, you are quite ruthless, Lan Mingqian remarked, yet her face was alight with amusement. I cast a bewildered glance at her before turning my attention to await the man's arrival. A sense of curiosity lingered within me regarding the origin of the black stone that conjured illusions. Could it possibly be a gift from the enigmatic figure? To be frank, I have always harbored a fascination for the mysterious individual mentioned by the man who once harbored a monstrous maggot within his body, yet I found myself devoid of any leads. Could there be a connection to the masked man? The thought of the masked man inevitably brought my mind back to Ma Jibin. Could he and the masked man be one and the same? As I pondered these questions, the man emerged from the shop, accompanied by a young and attractive woman, who appeared to be at least a decade his junior. The man, with an expression of lascivious delight, caressed the young woman's back and waist, while she feigned resistance, displaying a flirtatious demeanor. I couldn't help but speculate whether this woman was the man's wife, but given the circumstances, it seemed more plausible that their relationship was of a more intimate nature. Before long, the pair entered a vehicle, preparing to depart. However, the woman suddenly frowned, retrieving my concealed talisman, igniting it with a lighter, and casting it out of the car window. With that, they drove away. What has transpired? Lan Mingqian could not restrain her inquiry upon witnessing the scene. It appears we have encountered fellow practitioners. The culprit behind the demise of Brother Zhao's goat must surely be this woman. I was momentarily taken aback before swiftly analyzing the situation. What shall we do? They are about to leave. Lan Mingqian expressed her anxiety. I chuckled and said, don't fret. Here, affix it to your forehead. I handed Lan Mingqian a body-tempering talisman, simultaneously applying one to myself. Instantly, I sensed an explosive force emanating from within my body. Let's go give chase, I exclaimed to Lan Mingqian as I darted off in the direction the man had driven away. Wow, this talisman is truly remarkable. Lan Mingqian, who was closely following behind me, exclaimed with novelty. However, it has a time constraint, I swiftly retorted. Fortunately, the man's journey was not extensive. As he halted in front of a rather presentable hotel, the woman alighted from the vehicle and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Lan Mingqian, Era, and I promptly concealed ourselves. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed after their entry into the hotel before Lan Mingqian, Era, and I emerged from our hiding place. Take a whiff of the scent within the car. Later, assist me in locating them, I instructed Era. Era barked in response and scurried towards the man's parked vehicle, retracing its steps to nod at me, indicating that it had memorized their scent. Are we embarking on a mission to catch adulterers in the act? Lan Mingqian inquired with a hint of bewilderment. Certainly not. That woman is evidently a fellow practitioner. I intend to have a discussion with her, I said with a furrowed brow. I stowed Era within the spirit control badge nestled in my eye and employed my mental fortitude to guide Era in leading Lan Mengqian and me. Upon entering the hotel, I could hear the voice of the husky reverberating in my mind. Together with Lan Mengqian, we made our way to room 301. As I leaned my ear against the door to eavesdrop on the happenings within, a woman's voice suddenly emerged. The door is unlocked. You two have pursued us quite diligently. Come in and take a rest. Surprised by her words, Lan Mengqian and I exchanged a glance, realizing that the woman had already detected our attempts to follow her and the man. With no hesitation, I pushed the door open, revealing the woman and the man seated on the bed, both wearing playful smiles as they regarded us. Is there something you wish to discuss? Given that you have been shadowing us? The woman inquired, her gaze toward me laced with a hint of flirtation. I replied candidly, I wish to know if you assisted him in causing chaos at Brother Zhao's sheep pen. I furrowed my brow, gesturing towards the man. Oh, are you referring to the vendor of roasted lamb skewers? Yes, that was indeed me. It was merely a trivial prank. So, that peculiar talisman discovered in the car was placed by you, then? The woman maintained her smile as she spoke. Her nonchalant tone ignited my anger, prompting me to exclaim, a prank? Do you have any idea how many sheep have perished in Brother Zhao's pen? His business has been adversely affected. Haha, that is precisely the outcome I desired. The man, who had remained silent until now, suddenly burst into laughter. You cannot act in such a manner. Lan Mengqian interjected, her voice tinged with indignation. Ha! It seems your intention in following me is to settle accounts with a vendor of roasted lamb skewers. The woman lit a cigarette, exuding an air of indifference as she regarded me. Indeed, I retorted with a hint of displeasure. Let's see if you possess the capability, said the man to the smoking woman, addressing her as Shinru, to teach these insignificant characters a lesson. Upon hearing this, Shinru nodded and, as if conjured from thin air, produced a whip which she swiftly lashed toward me. Startled by her sudden aggression, I barely managed to evade her strike and hastily retrieved a fire spirit talisman, hurling it in her direction. However, Shinru was quick to react. Her whip struck the talisman, causing a burst of flames to erupt in midair, yet it failed to inflict any harm upon them. Haha, your power is quite feeble, the woman scoffed, her expression laced with disdain. Then allow me to show you mine. Lan Mengqian, having unfurled a talisman of her own unbeknownst to me, cast it towards Shinru. The woman attempted to employ the same tactic, striking the talisman with her whip. I quickly focused my mental energy, guiding the talisman to curve midair and dart toward her. The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she produced another talisman, exclaiming defend. Instantly, a yellow barrier materialized before her, resembling my diamond talisman, serving as a defensive spell. Lan Mengqian's talisman collided with the yellow barrier, resulting in a tremendous explosion of purple flames. The protective shield shattered in an instant, leaving Shinru unable to evade the onslaught. Her hair transformed into an outrageous frizz as her face became smudged, reminiscent of someone who had just returned from coal mining in Africa. Upon witnessing this scene, Lan Mengqian could not help but burst into laughter, and I too was unable to suppress a chuckle, my shoulders shaking with mirth. The woman, clearly unprepared for the formidable power of the talisman, attempted to shout, but reason swiftly reminded her of her inferiority, leaving her with merely 2 words that hung unspoken in the air. The man beside her, observing the unfolding situation, reacted with remarkable quickness, immediately adopting a pitiful demeanor as he implored, "Great ones, spare my life. I acknowledge my mistakes and should not have engaged in such actions. I am willing to comply with your demands." His sudden display of understanding momentarily took me aback, yet given his admission, I felt it inappropriate to persist in my role as the villain. Thus, I spoke. Brother Zhao's flock has suffered the loss of 5 sheep. Coupled with the recent decline in business clientele, you may calculate the compensation yourself. Upon hearing this, the man hastily retrieved 2 stacks of cash from his briefcase and handed them to me, inquiring, would 20,000 suffice? I reached out to accept the money, taking only 1 stack, and replied, calculating 1,000 for each adult goat, along with the expenses incurred from the loss of customers, the total amounts to approximately 10,000. We shall only accept what we rightfully deserve and will not demand more from you. Remember, in business, refrain from employing such underhanded competitive tactics. They bear no merit." The man stood there, stunned by my words, and I chose not to engage further. Casting a glance at the woman named Qin Feiyu, who regarded me with a venomous glare, I said nothing more and took Lan Mingchen by the hand, departing the hotel. Upon exiting the hotel, Lan Mingchen could not help but commend me, saying, "Isn't it remarkable? No attempt to extort some money." Hearing her words, I stumbled slightly, turning to her with a wry smile as I replied, "Sister, do I truly appear to be such an unreasonable person?" "Not at all. I merely commend your integrity." Lan Mingchen playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue and said, "Then I am grateful for your praise, Miss Mingchen." I responded with a gesture of clasped fists. Just as I was about to head to the office, my phone suddenly rang. Upon picking it up, I noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Curiosity piqued. I answered, "Hello? Hello, this is the owner of the second-hand marketplace. The previous customer returned the cabinet, and I recalled your interest, so I wanted to inquire if you still wish to purchase it." "Ah, so does the owner. Very well, I shall come right away." "All right then, I will set it aside for you." After hanging up the phone, I couldn't help but ponder. It seemed there was indeed something amiss with that cabinet, for it would not have been returned so shortly after purchase. I must investigate further. Chapter 40. The feeling of home. "What happened, Feiyu?" Lan Mingchen inquired with curiosity. "Oh, a few days ago, while you were away, I visited the second-hand market to purchase a sofa. There, an intriguing old cabinet caught my attention. Just as I was about to examine it further, someone purchased it. Moments ago, the owner called to inform me that the person who bought the cabinet returned it. I relayed the events to Lan Mingchen. Returned it? Is there something peculiar about that cabinet?" A hint of intrigue appeared on Lan Mingchen's face. "Quite possibly. Come, let's take a look," I suggested with a smile. "All right. Sound good," Lan Mingchen replied readily. Before long, we arrived at the second-hand market. Upon seeing me, the portly owner greeted me with a smile. "Ah, you've come. Look, the cabinet is right there," he said, pointing towards it. "By the way, why did that person return the cabinet?" I asked the owner. "Who knows?" However, he did appear rather pale. As if unwell, the owner remarked thoughtfully, furrowing his brow. "Oh," I pondered over the owner's words. "Well, if you want the cabinet, consider it a gift for me." After all, the man didn't ask for a refund when he returned it, the generous owner offered. "I couldn't possibly accept such a gift," I replied, feeling a bit reluctant. "Oh, it's merely a piece of old furniture. No need for such formalities." The owner chuckled. "Very well. I shall cease my idle chatter with the boss and have gathered a few laborers to assist in relocating the cabinet." As I prepared to depart, I approached the boss and quietly inquired, "By the way, could you kindly share the address of the cabinet's original owner?" The boss regarded me with a hint of suspicion, asking, "Why do you wish to know that?" I casually fabricated a reason, saying, "I merely wish to pay a visit and see if there are any similar cabinets available, as I have a particular fondness for antiquities." "Oh, I see," he replied. "He resides nearby in the Waitians community, an elderly gentleman with the surname Liu. He enjoys playing chess, so you should be able to inquire and find out more." After a moment's thought, the boss conveyed this information to me. "Thank you very much, boss." "You're welcome." Upon returning to the office, I scrutinized the cabinet from top to bottom. Aside from the lifelessness previously mentioned by Era, I could discern no other peculiarities. "Feiyu, I cannot identify anything unusual about this cabinet," Lan Mingchen remarked as she touched it. "I haven't noticed anything either. Let's leave it here for now and study it further later." "After all, this cabinet is not an ordinary object," I replied, scratching my head. Suddenly, Lan Mingchen recalled something and said to me, "Oh, by the way, I specifically brought back an induction cooker and a pot. I plan to go to the supermarket shortly to purchase some utensils and ingredients to prepare a meal for you. Eating out all the time is not sanitary." Upon hearing her words, I was momentarily taken aback. Is Lan Mingchen truly intending to embrace the role of a devoted wife? The flames of passion have been ignited. Could it be that she genuinely harbors feelings for me? Contemplating this, I adorned my face with a knowing smile as I gazed at Lan Mingchen and remarked, "Oh dear, Miss Mingchen, you are truly considerate." "I am merely thinking of my own health," she retorted. "By the way, I'm starting work tomorrow, and purchasing these items is so you can prepare lunch and dinner for me. I will come over to dine after my shift. Lan Mingchen shot me a sideways glance. Really? You working? I chuckled. Indeed. Can you guess where I will be employed? She said, her expression shrouded in mystery. Where? I inquired, curiosity piqued. Look at you. Not even guessing. Never mind. I shall reveal it. I am going to work at the police station, primarily responsible for sketching suspect profiles, and Liu is my superior. Lan Mingchen declared with evident pride. Upon hearing her words, my jaw dropped in astonishment, and I exclaimed, Impressive, miss. You're going to the police station, and Liu is a decent person. What a coincidence. Indeed, I find it coincidental as well. Hee. But enough of that. I must head to the mall for some shopping. Would you care to accompany me? Lan Mingchen looked at me with anticipation. I shall pass. I have some matters to attend to. I declined her invitation. Although I cherished the time spent with Lan Mingchen, the exhausting experience of accompanying her during her gift shopping for Fangzhen had left me with a slight trepidation about mall outings. It was simply too tiring. Very well, then I shall go alone. Lan Mingchen helplessly waved her hand, then departed from the office. As I watched her retreating figure, I smiled and approached the bronze mirror resting on the table. Lifting the mirror, I focused my consciousness and immersed myself into its realm. Upon entering the space of the mirror, I was momentarily taken aback. The small room had vanished, replaced by an expansive grassland stretching endlessly before me. Not far off, I spotted a yurt and hurriedly made my way towards it. Upon entering the yurt, I observed Mingchen gently styling Wenyu's hair. To my astonishment, Wenyu possessed distinct facial features despite appearing to be in her middle age, radiating a unique charm that rendered her remarkably beautiful. I found myself utterly astonished and could not help but inquire, Master, what's happening here? Mingchen greeted me with a beaming smile, replied, Wenyu has regained a semblance of consciousness, now possessing the intellectual capacity of a 3 to 4-year-old. The changes around us are her subconscious alterations, as she was originally Mongolian. Oh, I see. That is truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, I nodded in enlightened understanding. Well, she just needs to take her time to recover. However, the damage to her memories may prove challenging. At least she still remembers me and does not reject my presence. A smile adorned Mingchen's face. That is reassuring. By the way, Master, do you have feelings for Senior Wenyu? I inquired with a smile, noticing Mingchen's tender care for Wenyu, akin to that of a newborn. You clever lad. Your mind is the sharpest of all. Upon hearing my words, Mingchen could not help but chuckle and scold me, saying that if it weren't for the persecution he faced back in the day, Wenyu might have become your master's wife by now. So that is how it is, I nodded in understanding. By the way, did you encounter any issues during your visit? Mingchen gazed at me with a puzzled expression. Nothing significant, I replied. Today, I came across an old cabinet that, aside from its peculiar appearance, emanates an aura of death. I scratched my head as I spoke to Mingchen. An aura of death. Mingchen furrowed his brow and responded, This phenomenon is typically associated with the deceased. How could it be present in a mere cabinet? Indeed, I found it curious as well. At that moment, a thought struck me, and I quickly exclaimed to Mingchen, Could it be that the cabinet is a corpse? That is quite possible. Mingchen raised an eyebrow and nodded in agreement. I must investigate this matter thoroughly. I shall take my leave now, Master. I performed a respectful bow to Mingchen. Very well, he replied. Emerging from the space of the copper mirror and returning to the office, I felt compelled to approach the cabinet exuding the aura of death. I began to examine it closely, even bringing my nose near to sniff it, yet I could discern nothing unusual. It seems I must find time to seek out the cabinet's original owner, old Liu. Feiyu, come quickly and assist me with something. Suddenly, the voice of Lan Mingchen echoed from outside the door. Ah, certainly. I realized that she had completed her shopping in less time than I had anticipated. I hurriedly stepped out the door to assist her in bringing the numerous bags to the office. Ah, today let this young lady showcase her skills. Come, you and the husky can lend me a hand. Lan Mingchen tied an apron around herself and rolled up her sleeves as she spoke to me. At your service, I replied with a smile. Transforming one of the rooms into a makeshift kitchen, the husky took charge of washing the vegetables while I was responsible for chopping them. However, I was quite astonished by Lan Mingchen's performance. I had always viewed her as the quintessential pampered young lady. Yet witnessing her deftness in cooking evoked a newfound respect within me. Before long, 3 exquisite dishes adorned the dining table. The tantalizing aroma wafting through the air made my mouth water, and just as I was about to pick up my chopsticks, Lan Mengchen smacked my hand. "Wash your hands first," she chided, casting me a disapproving glance. "All right then," I replied somewhat resignedly, quickly heading to wash my hands. Upon returning to the table, the two of us cheerfully began to eat. "Mengchen, I never expected your culinary skills to rival that of a 5-star chef," I exclaimed, not exaggerating in the least. "Haha, with such flattering words, I shall reward you with a piece of tender meat," Lan Mengchen said, playfully placing a morsel in my bowl. "Thank you, my lady." As I savored the meal prepared by Lan Mengchen, a warm sensation enveloped me, evoking a sense of home. Eventually, when I could eat no more, I finally set down my chopsticks, while Lan Mengchen tidied up the rice bowls and proceeded to wash them. "Master, you should marry Dream Morning Sister soon. That way, we need not fear hunger in the future," the husky whispered as he nestled closer to me after Lan Dream Morning departed. "You rascal. I'm still uncertain whether Dream Morning harbors any feelings for me," I replied with a chuckle. "She undoubtedly has feelings. I can sense it," he retorted. Just as I was about to respond further, Lan Dream Morning emerged, having finished washing the dishes, and curiously inquired, "What are you two murmuring about?" "Ah, nothing much. By the way, I need to arrange the cabinet's owner. Would you care to join me?" I quickly shifted the topic. "Sure, I have nothing else to do." Laundry Morning nodded in agreement. Leaving the husky behind at the office, Laundry Morning and I made our way towards the neighborhood where the cabinet's owner, Old Lu, resided, a place permeated with an air of desolation. Chapter 41. The grievance of the deceased. Before long, Lan Mengchen and I leisurely walked to the Huadian community. As we entered the neighborhood, Lan Mengchen inquired, "How did you find the owner of that cabinet, Old Lu?" I gestured towards a gazebo in the community park and replied with a smile, "Look, there's an elderly gentleman engrossed in a game of chess by himself. He must be waiting for someone. Let us join him for a couple of games, as Old Lu enjoys chess as well. He may arrive shortly." "Oh, I see." Lan Mengchen nodded in understanding. We approached the gazebo, and I took a seat before the elderly gentleman who was contemplating his chess strategy. Upon noticing my presence, a look of curiosity crossed his face. I quickly said, "Sir, I noticed you were alone and seemed a bit bored. I also enjoy chess, so I thought I might keep you company for a few games." Upon hearing my words, a look of realization washed over the old man's face, and he chuckled, "Ah, that makes sense. However, it's rare to see young people playing chess these days. Before Old Lu arrives, I would be happy to engage in a few matches with you." A thought struck me. Could this Old Lu he mentioned be the very owner of the cabinet? I refrained from asking immediately and promptly set up the chessboard, saying to the elderly gentleman, "Please, sir, you may make the first move." Without hesitation, he advanced his knight. I responded with a central cannon move and inquired, "Sir, who do you usually play chess with?" As the elderly gentleman moved his chess pieces, he remarked, "I usually play with Old Lu, but he has been visiting less frequently these past few days. Often, I find myself here alone, pondering over various endgame scenarios." "Is that so? Perhaps Old Lu is unwell, which is why he lacks the time to keep you company," I inquired softly. "Ah, you are unaware. Old Lu's companion passed away half a month ago. In his twilight years, he has lost his partner and thus lacks the spirit to engage in our games," he sighed, a look of sorrow crossing his face. Upon hearing this, a thought flickered in my mind, though uncertainty lingered within me. As we continued our game, I feigned casualness and asked, "Old Lu must have had a deep affection for his employer, I presume?" "Indeed, he has been quite heartbroken, shedding tears for several days. Only recently has he begun to feel somewhat better, occasionally joining me for a game, though I can sense something amiss with him," the elder responded, his brow furrowing in concern. "What seems to be the issue?" I queried swiftly. With his guard lowered, the elder leaned in and whispered, "Old Lu keeps telling me that his employer has returned." At this revelation, I exchanged a glance with Lan Mengchen, then turned back to the elder, continuing, "Perhaps Old Lu is simply overwhelmed by grief and is seeing things. I believe you may be right." "Checkmate," the elder exclaimed, nodding in agreement. "Goodness, your chess skills are truly remarkable." I praised him. "Ha ha, Do you think I cannot see through your intentions? You are merely allowing this old man to win, he replied, feigning indignation. Excuse me, sir, could you possibly escort me to Mr. Liu's residence? I inquired, not wishing to conceal the fact that I had studied a bit of psychology and believed I could help Mr. Liu emerge from the shadow of his recent bereavement. Upon hearing my words, the elderly man paused momentarily, then broke into a smile, replying, "That would be splendid. To be frank, I am quite concerned about old Liu. Come along, I shall take you there." With that, the kind-hearted elder led the way, and I, accompanied by Lan Mengqian, closely followed. By the way, sir, doesn't Team Mr. Liu have any children to care for him? I asked out of curiosity. Alas, his children are preoccupied with work outside, when his spouse was alive. She took care of the cooking. Now, he manages to prepare a few meals for himself, and fortunately, his health remains robust, the elder sighed in response. I remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Soon, we arrived at Mr. Liu's doorstep. The elder knocked gently on the door and called out, "Old Liu, open up." After waiting a few minutes without a response, the elder furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is unusual. I did not see him leave today." Curiosity piqued. I stepped forward and knocked assertively on the door, yet still received no reply. Suddenly, a peculiar odor assaulted my senses, prompting me to exclaim, "Oh no, what is that overwhelming smell of gas? What? Could it be that old Liu is considering something foolish?" The elder responded with evident concern. I refrained from responding to the elderly gentleman, instead exerting all my strength to kick open the door. With a resounding thud, the door swung ajar, and we swiftly dashed into the room. The moment I entered, my nostrils were inundated with a pungent odor, prompting me to hastily open the nearby windows. In one of the rooms, I discovered Elder Liu, his eyes clouded and on the verge of unconsciousness. "Elder Liu, what has happened to you?" The elderly man exclaimed with deep concern upon seeing Liu's condition. I quickly lifted Liu and brought him to the window, allowing him to breathe in the fresh air while I instructed Lan Mengqian, "Mengqian, please hurry to the kitchen and turn off the gas." "Understood," she replied promptly and rushed towards the kitchen. As I supported Liu against the window, I pressed firmly on his acupoint with my fingers. Gradually, Liu began to open his eyes. "Old Li, you have come?" Liu murmured weakly upon noticing the elder beside him. "What were you thinking, old Liu? If it weren't for this young man kicking down the door, you would have long since passed away," the elderly man retorted with visible anger. "Ah, thank you, young man. My dear spouse was preparing a meal for me earlier, and I thought I would take a short rest, but then I felt dizzy," Liu explained slowly. "Have you lost your senses? Your spouse has long since passed. How could she possibly be making you dinner? You must be imagining things," the elder said, gazing at Liu with a look of pity. "I understand, but recently I seem to see her everywhere, as if she has never left my side." Liu Diye's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I gently assisted him to the sofa, and Lan Mengqian emerged from the kitchen, presenting a glass of water to Liu Diye. He struggled slightly to accept it, but then drank it eagerly. Observing Liu Diye gradually regain his composure, I slowly ventured, "Grandfather, may I inquire about something? A few days ago, did you sell the cabinet that belonged to your late wife?" Upon hearing my question, a flicker of unease crossed Liu Diye's gaze as he replied, "Yes, young man. What of it?" "Ah, I purchased your cabinet, grandfather," I said with a smile. Yet I could sense that the unease in Liu Diye's eyes was undoubtedly linked to the cabinet. "Oh, I see, young man. I feared that seeing the cabinet would remind me of my late wife." "Well, it's good that you are all right, Liu Diye. I shall fetch the chess set and keep you company for a while. You shouldn't isolate yourself at home." "No." With that, the elderly man turned and departed from Liu Diye's home. Watching him leave, I turned to Liu Diye and gazed intently into his eyes, asking, "Grandfather, is there something unusual about that cabinet?" At my words, Liu Diye's body stiffened, and he sighed, "Young man, it seems you are quite perceptive. Indeed, that cabinet holds my secrets, and it is my means of reconnecting with my late wife." "What exactly is going on, Liu Diye? Please do enlighten me." Upon hearing the words of Elder Liu, Lan Mengqian and I exchanged astonished glances. "Very well, young man, I shall reveal the tale to you." Elder Liu adjusted his position on the sofa and began to narrate the events that transpired. It turns out that in his youth, Elder Lu had heard a legend concerning the preservation of a deceased person's soul. According to this legend, after a person passes away, if the ashes from their cremated remains are placed within objects they used in life, their spirit can be retained. The cabinet in question was part of the dowry from when Lu's late wife married him. Yearning for her presence, Elder Lu drilled several holes into the cabinet and poured the ashes into those voids, sealing them afterward. The legend further stipulated that the cabinet containing the trapped soul should not be placed in its former location during the person's lifetime. Consequently, Elder Lu sold the cabinet to a second-hand goods market. Approximately 2 or 3 days later, while at home, Elder Lu began to perceive the silhouette of his wife. However, she appeared to him with a countenance filled with malice, which instilled a sense of fear in him. Despite this, Elder Lu felt a certain joy at being able to see his beloved once more. This continued for about a week, during which the spectral visits from his wife became increasingly frequent, and her expressions grew ever more vengeful, culminating in the tragic gas poisoning incident that transpired today. After absorbing this narrative, Lan Mengchen could not help but display a look of astonishment, her gaze toward Elder Lu imbued with sympathy. Elder Lu, do you understand why your wife might reveal such a fierce expression toward you? I inquired softly, gazing at him. Why? Mr. Lu, filled with confusion, inquired. Is it because your boss resents you for locking her away after her death, preventing her from reincarnating? In truth, your actions are not in her best interest. Rather, they confine her soul within that cabinet. I sighed and replied, What? My dear partner, I am so sorry. Upon hearing this, Mr. Lu's eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his face. Do not weep, Mr. Lu. There must be a way to assist you, Lan Mengchen said, her heart aching at the sight of his sorrow. Is that true? Mr. Lu lifted his gaze to me, seeking reassurance. Indeed, the solution is quite simple. Burn that cabinet. This will liberate your boss's soul, I affirmed with a nod. I entrust this to you, young man. I truly regret my actions towards my beloved partner. Mr. Lu lamented, tears cascading anew. After bidding farewell to Mr. Lu, Lan Mengchen and I embarked on our journey to the affairs office. Her voice broke the silence. In truth, Mr. Lu is rather pitiable. I nodded thoughtfully and replied, Indeed, he merely employed misguided methods, leading to this unfortunate situation. It is likely that the individual who previously purchased the cabinet returned it upon inadvertently discovering Mr. Lu's partner. Alas, she sighed, let's not dwell in sorrow. We must return and incinerate the cabinet to free Mr. Lu's beloved partner's soul. Upon our return to the affairs office, I utilized a fire talisman to ignite the cabinet. As I watched the billowing black smoke ascend into the sky, my thoughts drifted far away. Chapter 42. The baby face on the back of the head. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lan Mengchen approached and gently tapped my shoulder. Oh, nothing. I was just lost in thought, I replied, exhaling softly. By the way, I have to go work tomorrow. I'm suddenly feeling a bit nervous, she said with a playful smile. Upon hearing her words, I shrugged and reassured her. Nervousness is completely natural, but Team Leader Lu will surely take good care of you. Don't worry. Yes, I think so too. At this moment, it was around 5 or 6 in the evening. I glanced at the setting sun and couldn't help but exclaim, the sunset is truly beautiful. Ever since opening the Supernatural Affairs office, I haven't had a chance to appreciate the scenery. Let us go hiking when I have day off. It's been ages since we last went, Lan Mengchen suggested with a smile. Her words stirred something within me, and I immediately responded, sure. With a lovely lady inviting me to explore, I would be more than happy to oblige. But you'll have to cover the travel expenses. She shot me a playful glance. That is absolutely fine. I will make sure to earn enough. Just as I finished speaking, my phone rang. Noticing that it was Brother Zhao calling, I couldn't help but smile as I answered. Hello, Brother Zhao. Hey, my young friend Feiyu. Come over for dinner in a bit. I prepared a feast for you. Hurry up. Brother Zhao's voice was filled with warmth. You're too kind, Brother Zhao. I'm not being polite. Just come over quickly. All right, I'm on my way. I promptly agreed. After hanging up the phone, Lan Mengchen leaned in with curiosity and inquired, What's the matter? Did Zhao Ge call you for something? Oh, it's just that I helped Zhao Ge with his sheep pen issues, and he wants to treat me to a grand feast. I'm not sure what it will be, but let us go together, bringing along the husky, I replied, somewhat helplessly. Sure. Zhao Ji's culinary skills are exceptional. I am quite looking forward to it, Lan Mingchen expressed with a gluttonous gleam in her eyes. After closing the shop door, Lan Mingchen, the husky, and I stealthily made our way to Zhao Ji's stall. Upon arrival, Zhao Ge greeted me from afar. Feiyu, my dear brother, please find a table and sit down. I will have everything ready shortly. All right, Zhao Ge. No rush, I called back with a smile. Then found an empty table and settled in. Before long, Zhao Ge approached, carrying a whole roasted lamb, placing it on our table with a grin, declaring, "Here it is. This is my specialty, something I only prepare during festive occasions." Gazing at the entire roasted lamb, glistening and fragrant, I couldn't help but exclaim, "Zhao Ge, you are too generous. This must have taken considerable effort to prepare. It looks absolutely delectable." It's not too bad. Really just a few hours of work. Cool, mate. Come, let us have a taste. Zhao Ge skillfully sliced a large piece, placing it on a plate sprinkled with cumin, and handed it to Lan Mingchen with a smile, saying, "Ladies first. By the way, you must be Feiyu's girlfriend." "She is not," I interjected quickly, though deep down, I wish for Lan Mingchen to be my girlfriend. "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Lan Mingchen expressed her gratitude to Brother Zhao while casting me a sidelong glance, leaving me somewhat perplexed. No need for thanks. However, I must tell you, my dear Feiyu is truly a wonderful person. Brother Zhao began to extol my virtues, evidently attempting to play matchmaker. I swiftly intercepted his well-meaning efforts, slicing a piece of meat and handing it to Brother Zhao, then placing a lamb foreleg on the plate before the eagerly drooling husky. As I savored a bite of the succulent lamb, the rich juices enveloped my palate, and a wave of delight coursed through me, prompting me to give Brother Zhao a thumbs up. Brother Zhao then handed me a bottle of beer, and we clinked our glasses together, gulping down the refreshing brew. "By the way, Brother Zhao, I have dealt with that man who caused trouble in your sheepfold," I began. Upon hearing my words, Brother Zhao paused, inquiring, "How did you punish him?" I produced a stack of cash from my pocket and placed it before Brother Zhao, smiling as I said, "Of course. It was a monetary penalty, Brother Zhao. Do you think this sum covers your losses?" Seeing the money before him, Brother Zhao immediately replied, "Yes, it is certainly sufficient. However, I owe you a debt of gratitude, dear Feiyu. Let us split this money equally." Observing Brother Zhao's intent to divide the cash, I swiftly halted his motion, feigning annoyance as I declared, "Brother Zhao, if you do that, it will displease me. Between friends, what is there to repay? I merely acted within my means." Upon witnessing my anger, Brother Zhao felt a touch of embarrassment and chuckled, saying, "However, I feel quite remorseful." I retorted, "What is there to feel remorseful about? If you truly feel that way, then accompany me for a few more drinks today." "Indeed, Brother Zhao, I too wish to indulge in some wine." "You must ensure there is ample supply," chimed in Lan Mingchen, supporting my plea. All right. Here at Brother Zhao's, we have an abundance of wine. Tonight, we shall not depart until we are thoroughly intoxicated," he responded with a hearty spirit, no longer declining. Thus commenced an intense drinking competition among the three of us, myself, Lan Mingchen, and Brother Zhao. Naturally, the first to succumb was the one with the least tolerance for alcohol, Lan Mingchen. Eventually, I too could no longer endure and had to plead with Brother Zhao to conclude this evening's repast. As I assisted Lan Mingchen in bidding farewell to Brother Zhao and the spirited husky, we made our way towards the office. "I can still drink another bottle," exclaimed Lan Mingchen suddenly, her voice raised. Observing her flushed cheeks and slightly intoxicated gaze, I couldn't help but chuckle. This little lady could hardly handle such libations, yet persisted in her bravado. All right, you're the greatest," I echoed in jest. "That's right, Feiyu. I'm feeling sleepy," she murmured before closing her eyes and drifting into slumber. With a sigh of resignation, I lifted her in my arms. As I gazed at her peacefully resting form, her long eyelashes resembled delicate fans, and her slightly disheveled bangs, a result of her inebriation, only enhanced her allure. I found myself momentarily entranced, drawn inexplicably closer to her cheek, a sudden wish to kiss her stirring within my heart. "Do not engage in wrongdoing," murmured Lan Mingchen, who had been in a deep slumber, startling me into halting my actions. After observing her for a moment, I realized she was merely talking in her sleep, which elicited a chuckle from me. This little girl, even in her dreams, seemed wary of me. Well, I shall play the part of a virtuous gentleman. Cradling Lan Mengchen, I finally returned to the office, gently placing her on her bed, draping a blanket over her before closing the door behind me. Upon returning to the hall, I lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, my head slightly foggy, a testament to the copious amounts I had indulged in with Brother Zhao today. Is anyone there? Suddenly, a woman's voice called from the entrance of the office. Yes, I'm here, I responded quickly, turning to look at her, feeling a twinge of curiosity. Why was this woman clad in a hooded robe at such a late hour, the hood nearly obscuring her entire face? May I come in? The woman inquired softly. Of course, please enter, I replied promptly. The woman in the black robe stepped inside slowly, then addressed me. Do you have solutions for supernatural matters here? Taken aback by her words, I hesitated before responding. I cannot guarantee a solution, but I will certainly make every effort to find one. The woman nodded in acknowledgement. What brings you to me? Have you encountered something peculiar? I'm under a curse. Her voice trembled slightly. A curse? What kind of curse? I asked, intrigued. Let me show you. Do not be afraid, the woman said as she removed the hood from her black robe. Is there anything unusual? I remarked, observing her features. She then turned away, saying, Look. As she did so, I was suddenly taken aback. When she parted the hair that concealed the back of her head, I beheld a palm-sized infantile visage growing from her nape. The baby's eyes were tightly shut, yet the sight was profoundly unsettling, particularly terrifying. The woman lowered her hair to obscure the infant's face and turned to me, saying, You see, this is the curse. How are you cursed? I inquired, suppressing the shock that surged within me, for I had never encountered such a curse, let alone heard of it. It occurred when I was returning from a mountain climb with friends. I do not know how it happened. The woman said, her complexion pale. Climbing? Did anything unusual happen during your ascent? Yes, there was an incident. After I finished lighting incense in a temple, I continued climbing, but I tripped and fell. Fortunately, an elderly woman saved me and helped me find my friends. Other than that, nothing else transpired, the woman pondered. Oh, I replied, nodding. Yet I could not fathom the connection between her curse and the infantile face on her nape. By the way, did anything happen to your friends? She has passed away. The woman in the black robe spoke with a quivering voice, her eyes reddened with tears. If I hadn't urged her to climb the mountain, this calamity would not have occurred. Do not blame yourself just yet. Can you tell me how your friend met her demise? I inquired, furrowing my brow. She was struck by a car just a few days after returning. I suspect we encountered something sinister on the mountain. Please, I implore you to save me. The woman in black grasped my arm in desperation. I shall do my utmost. Kindly turn your head so I may examine that infantile visage more closely, I reassured her. All right, the woman complied, lifting her hair from the nape of her neck once more. As I gazed upon the revealed infantile face, I couldn't help but furrow my brow in confusion. What on earth is this peculiar entity? I held a talisman to exorcise evil and was about to press it against the infant's forehead when, to my astonishment, the baby's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, emitting a piercing wail. Simultaneously, the woman in black screamed in anguish, clutching her head. Chapter 43. The shadow in the photograph. I was taken aback by the intense reaction of the woman in the black robe and hurriedly inquired, What has happened to you? My head aches terribly, she uttered painfully, struggling to articulate her distress. I quickly removed the exorcism talisman that I had placed on the infant's forehead, and, curiously, upon its removal, the baby's eyes closed once more, and the woman ceased her agonized wails. It struck me as peculiar, evidently. This method was ineffective and seemed to exacerbate the curse instead. It became apparent that the only way to uncover a solution was to venture up the mountain and seek the source of this malevolence. Is your head feeling any better now? I asked softly. Much improved. I hope you can save me, the woman said, retrieving a stack of cash from her pocket and handing it to me, a sum of 10,000 yuan. This is for you. If you can help me lift this curse, I shall pay you another 10,000. I couldn't help but admire her generosity, yet I accepted the money without hesitation, placing it in my pocket. Please tell me the location where you climbed the mountain. I will go tomorrow to see if I can find any clues about your curse. Certainly. The mountain is called Giant Spirit Mountain, located in my city, B, she replied. Giant Spirit Mountain. I murmured softly, then continued. All right, I understand. I will prepare and go tomorrow. Please give me your phone number so I can contact you if any issues arise. Sure. The woman nodded, providing me with her number. After bidding farewell to the woman in the black robe, I found myself furrowing my brow in contemplation. What peculiarities lie within the Giant Spirit Mountain that could invoke such a dreadful curse? Nevertheless, I resolved to investigate further. The following morning, I prepared a simple breakfast and knocked on Lan Mengqian's door, calling out, Mengqian, rise and shine. Today marks your first day at work. All right, I know, came her slightly groggy reply, suggesting that the effects of last night's revelry still lingered. After a few minutes of waiting at the dining table, Lan Mengqian burst into the hall, greeted me briefly, and dashed into the bathroom to freshen up. Observing her flurry of activity brought a smile to my face, and I decided to begin breakfast with my dog, ignoring her for the moment. Once she completed her morning routine, she took a seat at the table and lifted a cup of soy milk to her lips. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired, by the way, after my indulgence last night, you didn't take advantage of the situation, did you? Her words nearly caused me to spit out my breakfast as I looked at her with a wry smile. I assure you, miss, I, Qin Feiyu, am not the type to exploit others' vulnerabilities. Yet, I must confess, seeing you intoxicated in my arms did stir such thoughts within me. Well, that is fortunate for you. Otherwise, you would have faced my wrath. She shot me a glance of mock disdain before changing the subject. By the way, I need to make a trip to the Giant Spirit Mountain today. Giant Spirit Mountain? Where is that? And what business do you have there? Lan Mengqian asked, her expression one of curiosity. I recounted the encounter with the woman in the black robe to Lan Mengqian. Upon hearing my tale, she instinctively shivered, her face betraying a sense of dread as she remarked, that is truly terrifying. An infant's face growing from the back of one's head. Having to coexist with it daily is simply unbearable. Indeed, I still remain uncertain as to how such a phenomenon occurs. Thus, I must venture to the towering Giant Spirit Mountain to seek clarity. I nodded in agreement. If I weren't starting work today, I would accompany you, Lan Mengqian said, her disappointment palpable. Haha, well then, let us hasten our meal. I must head to work soon. After finishing my breakfast, I rose and summoned my loyal canine companion, tucking him away within the confines of my spirit medallion. Are you departing now? Lan Mengqian inquired, gazing at me intently. Yes, indeed. I cannot predict when that woman's infantile visage will manifest, so it is prudent to set out early, I affirmed with a nod. Do take care, she expressed her concern. Feeling the warmth of her regard, I smiled and nodded back as I made my way toward the door, turning briefly to say, the office key is on the table. Please secure it when you leave for work. I understand, she replied. Once outside the office, I hailed a taxi and promptly instructed the driver to take me to Giant Spirit Mountain. Being in a nearby city, the driver was well aware of the location and jovially remarked, Are you off to climb a mountain? Yes, indeed. Just going for a bit of fun. I responded with a nod. Oh, I'm unsure whether I should speak or remain silent, the driver said, his face reflecting a hint of conflict. Taken aback by his words, I sensed he possessed some information, so I replied, Master, what is there to hesitate about? Please, speak freely. Well, then I shall, he continued. The Giant Spirit Mountain has been quite restless these past few days. Several individuals venturing there for hiking have met with misfortune, either gone missing or accidentally fallen from the cliffs. As he spoke, the driver cautiously cast a few glances my way. Oh, could it be that there is something sinister about this Giant Spirit Mountain? I inquired, my curiosity piqued, eager to elicit more from him. There exists a giant spirit temple atop the mountain, where it is said a remarkably effective statue is enshrined. Though I have never visited, I have heard others claim that one can pray for love and fortune there with remarkable accuracy. However, I remain skeptical of such matters. After all, there are no divine beings or ghosts in this world. How could such a miraculous statue exist? The driver scoffed. Indeed, I murmured in agreement, noting the lead about the giant spirit temple in my mind. I couldn't help but wonder if that temple might be the abode of a cunning spirit, capable of aiding others. Yet who could discern whether it harbored any malevolent intentions? After a journey of over 2 hours, I finally arrived at the foot of Mount Juling. Raising my gaze, I noted the mountain's impressive height. A glance around revealed a considerable number of visitors, presumably drawn to the famed Juling Temple. This led me to ponder whether the woman in the black robe and her companion had also come here with the same intent. Finding a relatively secluded corner, I released my Alaskan husky and said, "Today, my dear companion, we shall embark on a mountain climb to stretch our legs." "How wonderful, master." The husky wagged its tail enthusiastically in response. The sheer innocence of my furry friend made me chuckle. As we reached the base of the mountain, my husky and I commenced our ascent. While climbing, I took the opportunity to observe my surroundings. As is well known, mountains are primarily composed of rocks and trees, and climbers are motivated by the desire to reach the summit and relish the exhilarating view from above. My husky, however, was brimming with excitement. Bounding forward and spinning in circles, its curious eyes darting about, drawing smiles from nearby visitors. "Hello, is this adorable dog yours?" A young man with glasses inquired, approaching me. "Indeed, it is," I nodded in affirmation. "My name is Chun Ming, and I am the administrator of a travel-themed forum. May I take a few pictures of your dog?" The bespectacled gentleman introduced himself with a smile. "Of course," I replied with a grin. "Thank you." The man lifted his camera, aiming it at the Siberian husky. In a delightful display of cooperation, struck several playful poses, eliciting laughter from Chun Ming as he snapped multiple pictures. After finishing the photo shoot, Chun Ming expressed his gratitude, inquiring, "Are you here for the enchanting giant spirit temple as well?" Nodding in affirmation, I replied, "Yes, I am indeed curious about that temple." "So am I. I came here after seeing some posts in a forum, and I thought we could venture there together," Chun Ming suggested. "That sounds wonderful. I would welcome the company." I agreed. As we continued our ascent, we engaged in conversation. "Are you visiting the giant spirit temple to make a wish?" I asked curiously. "Not quite. My primary motivation is my intrigue regarding the temple. The photographs posted in the forum are rather blurry, so I wish to capture clearer images for sharing," Chun Ming explained. "Ah, I see. By the way, you might not be aware that there are strange occurrences on this mountain." Chun Ming suddenly leaned closer and whispered. "Strange occurrences?" I asked, intrigued. "I don't mean to alarm you, but some forum users have claimed to witness terrifying sights while hiking here. Initially, I was skeptical, but as more people shared their experiences, my curiosity grew, prompting my visit. There's even a peculiar photograph," Chun Ming said, his expression shrouded in mystery. "A photograph? May I see it?" I inquired, my interest piqued. "Of course," he replied. Chun Ming took out his camera and adjusted it for a while before presenting a photograph to me. I accepted the camera and scrutinized the image, which was captured in a mountainous area, presumably at Juling Mountain. At the center of the photograph was a couple, nestled together, smiling at the lens. At first glance, it appeared to be merely a typical couple's keepsake. However, my attention was suddenly drawn to a peculiar detail. Behind the couple loomed a vague shadow, the nature of which was unclear. "Do you see that?" That shadow signifies the presence of a malevolent entity in these mountains. Subsequently, upon returning home, the couple in the photograph fell gravely ill, Chun Ming gravely stated. "Are you not afraid of encountering such entities?" I could not restrain my curiosity and inquired. "Not at all. I possess this," he replied, producing a crucifix from around his neck, smiling at me. Witnessing his action nearly made me laugh, and I internally mused that if malevolent beings truly existed, I could not assure him that this foreign charm would be of any use. Just as I was about to voice my thoughts, Chun Ming suddenly glanced at the camera with a look of alarm and urgently said, "The shadow has reappeared." Upon hearing his words, I immediately leaned closer to the camera, which displayed the photograph he had just taken of the dog. In the image, several tourists were visible, and behind one of them, a nebulous shadow loomed. Chapter 44. The human-faced fox statue. Indeed, there were peculiar and terrifying entities, God bless. Chun Ming exhibited a look of anxiety as he tenderly caressed the cross hanging around his neck. Paying no heed to Chun Ming's reaction, I swiftly scanned the surroundings and, at last, spotted the shadowy figure of the tourist depicted in the photograph not far away. This tourist was a middle-aged man, walking alone with brisk strides. I hastily beckoned Chun Ming to follow closely behind me. "Hey, wait for me," Chen Ming exclaimed as he hurried to catch up. Shoo, keep your voice down, I cautioned, feeling a bit overwhelmed by his presence. If anything truly bizarre were to unfold, he would undoubtedly be a hindrance. What are you secretly following that man for? Chen Ming inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Well, I have a penchant for the supernatural, so I wanted to see what might transpire. I fabricated a reason for him. Upon hearing my words, Chen Ming's face lit up with excitement. Really? Me too, he replied enthusiastically. Since that's the case, let's pretend to be ordinary tourists. I fear we might draw the attention of that shadowy figure, I replied with a hint of exasperation. Okay, Chen Ming nodded in agreement. Thus, we continued to trail the middle-aged tourist. Throughout our pursuit, he maintained a rapid pace, even gasping for breath yet refusing to halt, until we finally arrived at a temple, where he came to stop. Chen Ming and I promptly slowed our pace, and upon noticing the name of the temple, we were taken aback to find it was the Temple of the Giant Spirit. The temple bore a striking resemblance to ordinary temples, modest in size. It was bustling with visitors. Numerous tourists were fervently presenting incense, their lips moving in hushed whispers, seemingly making wishes. At that moment, Chen Ming turned to me and said, Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. I nodded, uncertain of his intentions, and continued to observe a middle-aged visitor. After a few minutes, as the crowd thinned, the middle-aged man set down his backpack and rummaged through it, producing a bundle of incense, preparing to enter the grand temple. Just then, Chen Ming hurried over, holding a substantial amount of incense, and handed some to me, saying, The man hasn't entered yet. Come, let us follow him in. Very well, I replied, admiring Chen Ming's cleverness in my heart. I hastened to accompany the middle-aged visitor into the temple, where I was greeted by the sight of a colossal bronze statue, a creature with a human body and a fox's face. I pondered, could this be a fox spirit? It was astonishing that anyone would offer incense to such a figure. The middle-aged visitor ignited his incense and knelt before the imposing statue, bowing 3 times with utmost reverence, murmuring something I could not quite discern from my distance. Shall we pay our respects as well? Chen Ming suggested, leaning closer to me. Of course, I agreed, though I did not hold any belief in this fox-faced entity. Nevertheless, since we had entered, it was only fitting to fully partake in the experience. I lit the incense, then absent-mindedly bowed to the figure with a fox's body and a human face. Unlike the tourists who knelt, I merely inclined my head. However, as I lifted it, a piercing fox cry suddenly rang in my ears. I quickly scanned my surroundings, yet found nothing amiss, while Chen Ming and the other tourists remained unfazed, clearly oblivious to the sound. It seemed I alone could hear it. Could it be that the fox spirit expressed discontent at my lack of reverence? A faint smile crept upon my lips as I thought, what can you do about it? If you have any courage, come out and teach me a lesson. At that moment, the middle-aged tourist had finished his worship, stood up, and turned to leave. I hastily pulled Chen Ming along and followed him. However, after trailing behind the man for a while, I began to feel puzzled, as he did not retrace his steps but instead ventured down a secluded path, surrounded by trees and uneven terrain. Noticing the diminishing number of tourists around us, Chen Ming leaned closer, visibly anxious, and whispered, Where is he heading? I'm not sure, but let us be cautious and avoid being noticed, I replied. The middle-aged man continued for a few steps, then abruptly halted, glancing around. Fortunately, Chen Ming, the husky, and I reacted swiftly and concealed ourselves behind a tree, escaping detection. Seeing that there was no one around, the man rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a stack of yellow paper, which he then arranged on the ground and set ablaze. Burning yellow paper on the mountain? Chen Ming queried in a hushed tone, bewildered. Upon observing the man's actions, I found myself perplexed. Was he perhaps burning offerings for his departed loved ones? Yet, why choose to do so atop this mountain? Just as my mind wandered in confusion, the middle-aged man suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Without a moment's hesitation, I disregarded the need for concealment and rushed to his side, crouching down beside him. I watched as his eyes rolled back in his head. I placed my hand on his chest and felt his heart racing wildly. What could be the cause of this? Chen Ming hurried over, his expression filled with concern, and inquired, What is happening? There's there's medicine. In my bag, the convulsing man managed to utter with great difficulty. I swiftly rummaged through his backpack, retrieved a bottle of medicine, and extracted a pill, which I promptly placed in the man's mouth. After a few tense seconds, he gradually regained his composure and looked at me with profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young man. Not all. But may I ask why you are burning paper offerings here?" I questioned directly. The moment he heard my inquiry, a shadow of sorrow crossed his face as he replied, "Last year, I brought my 6-year-old daughter here to climb the mountain. Due to my negligence, she wandered into a perilous area and fell. Thus, I am here to burn offerings on the first anniversary of her passing." Upon hearing his words, I sighed deeply, realizing the gravity of his loss. Just as I was about to assist him to his feet, a thick fog suddenly enveloped us, reducing visibility to a mere 2 meters. "What is happening?" Chunming said, his voice tinged with anxiety. "This is peculiar," I murmured quietly to myself. "That fellow has vanished," Chunming suddenly exclaimed. "What?" I swiftly turned my head, shocked to discover that the middle-aged tourist who had been lying beside me had mysteriously disappeared. "Ah, it's a ghost," Chunming said in terror. "Do not panic," I reassured him. At this moment, a dense fog enveloped the forest, making it increasingly difficult to retrace our steps. Moreover, how could that man have vanished? Could it be that the shadow behind him had taken him away? Can Era scent the man's presence? "Lead us to him," I whispered to Era. Era barked twice and then dashed off in a particular direction. "Chunming, follow it," I shouted to him. "Huh, all right." Chunming nodded, slightly dazed. We closely trailed Era for a few minutes until it suddenly halted, revealing a sheer cliff before us. Any further movement would result in a fall. Stunned, I pondered whether that man had leapt down. Given Era's impeccable sense of smell, I knew it wouldn't make a mistake. Yet where had the man gone? Did he jump? Chunming, gazing at the cliff, asked in astonishment. "I'm not sure." Lost in thought while staring at the precipice, Chunming leaned closer to me. Just as I was about to speak, I was suddenly shoved from behind, and I found myself tumbling uncontrollably down the mountainside. I couldn't help but cry out in fear, and at the same moment, I heard a familiar scream beside me. It was Chunming's voice. It seemed he had also been pushed down, just like me. My body plummeted swiftly. Although I was filled with trepidation, my mind raced to devise a strategy. I retrieved a body-enhancing talisman from my pocket and promptly affixed it to my forehead. Instantly, my body surged with explosive power, while the talisman bolstered my resilience. I could not guarantee that I would emerge unscathed from such a great height. However, fortune smiled upon me as a large tree appeared beneath me. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have been pierced through by the tree's branches. Yet, with the talisman's enhancement, this tree became my lifeline. As I neared the branches, I swiftly grasped one with my left hand while extending my right to seize Chunming, who was still screaming desperately. Mimicking the agility of Tarzan, I swung from one branch to another before they could break and ultimately managed to cling to the trunk. With Chunming in tow, I gently descended, finally landing upon the mountainous terrain. "Brother, who are you?" Chunming, whom I had rescued, gazed at me in astonishment. "Oh, I practiced martial arts frequently in my youth," I replied with a smile. Though I appeared relaxed, it was a mere facade. I was acutely aware of the luck that had favored me. Had it not been for that tree, not even 100 body-enhancing talismans would have ensured my survival. Suddenly, a loud bark resonated above me, prompting me to glance upward. I beheld a husky leaping down from the towering tree above. Swiftly, I extended my hands to catch the dog. Upon realizing I was unharmed, the husky wagged its tail fervently, evidently relieved that I had survived its descent alongside me. "Brother, does your dog often train in martial arts?" Chunming inquired, his mouth agape as he observed the husky. Yes, it often accompanies me," I replied vaguely. "Brother, could you teach me? Let's discuss it later. We are currently unaware of our surroundings. We must hasten to leave this place. Who could have pushed us just now?" I furrowed my brow, contemplating. Could have been that middle-aged man? Chunming speculated. "The likelihood of that is quite slim." I shook my head in disagreement. "Then who could it be?" "This is tantamount to attempted murder," Chunming exclaimed, his frustration evident. I fell silent, deep in thought, when suddenly an epiphany struck me. Could it be related to that bronze statue with the fox-like visage? I recalled that when I had casually bowed to it, I had heard a piercing scream, audible only to my ears, akin to that of a fox. Just then, the husky suddenly barked loudly at something ahead. Chapter 45. The hairy old woman upon hearing the howl of the husky. Both Chunming and I exchanged nervous glances and turned our attention toward the direction of the sound. However, the dense fog enveloping the mountains obscured our vision, rendering it impossible to discern what lay ahead. Cautiously, I grasped the fire talisman in my hand and began to make my way toward the source of the husky's barking. Brother, what if they're a ghost? Chunming's face betrayed his fear as he observed my advance. It's all right, you have the crucifix. So what is there to fear? I replied with a reassuring smile. But this thing is merely a comfort. Who knows if it truly works? Chunming remarked, his fingers brushing against the crucifix necklace around his neck, a bittersweet expression gracing his face. Rest assured, I am here. All right, brother, I trust you. With the husky leading the way, Chunming and I closely followed behind. After approximately 5 minutes, a vague figure began to materialize on the ground ahead, appearing to be lying down. Brother, is that a ghost? Chunming whispered from behind me. No, I answered quickly, hastening my steps toward the figure sprawled on the ground. As I approached, the true nature of the silhouette became evident. It was a middle-aged tourist who had mysteriously vanished amidst the fog after we had burned paper offerings. Yet now, he lay lifeless, blood oozing from all 7 orifices, devoid of breath, irrevocably deceased. How did this brother die? Chunming exclaimed in horror. I did not respond to Chunming, but instead, I intently observed the lifeless form of the middle-aged tourist. His features and limbs were somewhat distorted, likely a result of a fall from the mountain. However, an inconspicuous object on his person suddenly captured my attention. I moved closer to the deceased, extended my hand, and retrieved a strand of hair from his clothing. Brother, the man is dead. Why are you taking his hair? Chunming inquired, perplexed. The hair was a shade of tawny brown. Bringing it closer to my nose, I inhaled deeply and remarked, this is not his hair. It belongs to an animal. Upon hearing my words, Chunming paused for a moment before responding. Could it have been left by a small creature passing nearby? This is the fur of a fox, I declared, having detected a peculiar scent when I brought it close to my nose, along with its tawny color. Coupled with the fox calls that only I had heard earlier, I deduced that this was indeed fox fur. But why would the fox-related entity worshipped by this middle-aged tourist want to harm him? Could it be that the bronze statue at the giant spirit temple was involved? Chunming expressed his doubts. That is a possibility, I nodded in agreement, then brought the strand of hair to the nose of my dog, gently stroking its head. The intelligent creature immediately grasped my intent and swiftly dashed in a specific direction, prompting me to follow closely behind. Brother, where are you headed? Chunming asked rapidly from behind me. I'm going to find the fox. Brother, what if that fox has truly become a spirit? Wouldn't we be walking to our doom? Chunming said nervously. Then you should stay here, I replied with a smile. Upon hearing my words, Chunming immediately displayed a look of terror, quickly exclaiming, no. Brother, I would rather accompany you. Continuing our swift advance alongside the husky, the mist surrounding us gradually began to dissipate. Soon, I spotted a quaint wooden cabin ahead. How could there be a cabin on this mountain? Is it possible that someone resides here? The husky suddenly halted in its tracks, glancing around wildly before lowering its head in dejection and lying down. Observing its demeanor, I realized the husky had lost the scent of its furry master. The trail had come to an abrupt end. I gently stroked the husky's head and softly reassured, It's all right, my dear husky. You have done wonderfully. Upon hearing my words, the husky wagged its little tail. Brother, how could there be a wooden cabin in the mountains? It's quite strange, Chunming remarked, pointing at the cabin with a puzzled expression. Shall we go take a look? I suggested, casting a cheerful glance at Chunming. Yes, that sounds good. Clearly, Chunming was also filled with curiosity. Without further hesitation, we proceeded towards the wooden cabin. Upon our arrival at its entrance, I finally discerned the cabin's exterior. The weathered wood bore testament to its considerable age. At that moment, an enticing aroma of cooked food wafted through the window, momentarily startling me. Could there still be inhabitants within? Chunming and I exchanged puzzled glances. Just then, the door of the cabin creaked open, revealing a somewhat stooped old woman who emerged, carrying a bowl of rice. Upon noticing us, she paused for a moment before inquiring, "Young men, are you lost?" "Yes, Grandma," Chunming promptly replied. "Oh, I see. Have you eaten?" "I still have some rice in my pot. Enough for both of you," the old woman said, a faint smile gracing her weathered face. Chunming glanced at me and then turned back to the old woman, expressing, "Thank you so much, Grandma. We are indeed rather hungry. You may serve yourselves inside," she kindly offered. "All right," Chunming responded, taking my hand and leading me into the cabin. Upon entering, rather than following Chunming straight to the stove, I took a moment to scrutinize the surroundings. The cabin was exceedingly simple, containing only a table, a bed, and a stove, suggesting that the old woman lived here alone. But why did she choose to reside in such solitude? Where were her family members? As I pondered these questions, Chunming, brimming with excitement, returned with 2 bowls, handing one to me. After running for so long, I was famished. I truly appreciate the old lady's kindness. Upon finishing his words, Chunming began to drink. I took the bowl and noticed it contained nothing more than ordinary rice porridge, accompanied by a few large red dates. It seemed this old woman was quite adept at nurturing her health. However, I refrained from taking a sip, for ever since my arrival at this quaint cabin, an unsettling sense of vigilance had settled in my heart. "Are you not hungry?" Chunming inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion after finishing the contents of his bowl. "I'm not hungry yet," I replied. "Then allow me to have it," he said, his eyes gleaming with longing as he gazed at the bowl in my hands. Before I could respond, Chunming snatched the bowl from me and swiftly consumed its contents. Witnessing his fervent actions struck me as peculiar. It was merely a bowl of porridge. Was such excitement truly warranted? Moreover, after finishing, his eyes began to glaze over, sending a jolt of alarm through me. Could there be something amiss with the porridge? The old woman, observing my reaction, showed no sign of surprise. Furthermore, she was alone in this abode. Why would she prepare such a sizable meal? Clearly, this portion was ample enough to sustain her for an entire day, and the bowls and utensils were sufficient for 7 or 8 individuals. At that moment, Chunming, with his dazed eyes, suddenly collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. Stunned by the sight, I hesitated momentarily, yearning to awaken him. Yet, an epiphany struck me. I quickly beckoned Erha to lie on the ground beside him, and then I too fell heavily to the floor. Lying on the ground, I slightly parted my eyelids, and after a few minutes, the old woman entered, hunched over and carrying a bowl. Upon seeing me, Chunming and the husky sprawled on the floor. A sinister smile crept across her face, accompanied by a series of unpleasant, cackling laughs. It was evident that this elderly woman was suspect. Could she possibly be connected to that fox spirit? 2 tender young men and a dog. How delightful it must be for her to have such company for a few days. The old woman, her face resembling a gnarled tree, spoke in a low murmur, expressing her anticipation. A few days of enjoyment? I pondered, a chill running down my spine at the thought that this ancient hag, feeling lonely in these woods, wished to have us serve her in some unspeakable manner. As I contemplated this, I discreetly observed her movements, only to be taken aback when she began to remove her garments. My heart raced. Had my fears truly been realized? But in an instant, shock overwhelmed me. For the old woman's body was covered in coarse, yellow-brown fur, and a fluffy tail hung down behind her. She was not merely an old woman, but rather a creature with the body of a fox and the face of a woman. With an expression of excitement, she slowly approached us. At that moment, I could no longer conceal my presence. I sprang to my feet and shouted at her, "Monster, what do you intend to do?" The old woman was startled by my sudden movement, but her fear quickly transformed into a chilling grin as she remarked, "So, you didn't consume that bowl of rice after all?" Quite impressive, resisting the aroma of my cooking. Upon hearing her words, I came to a profound realization. It appeared that this old witch had infused the meal with some beguiling substance. Yet, I pondered why I had not fallen under its spell. Could it be that my mental fortitude had advanced enough to resist such temptation? Indeed, this seemed the only plausible explanation. "What manner of creature are you, old witch?" I exclaimed, clutching a fire spirit talisman tightly in my hand. "Ah, young one, you possess quite a bit of skill," the old witch sneered, her grin revealing teeth that transformed instantaneously into sharp, beastly fangs. She then dropped to all fours and lunged towards me with alarming speed. Suddenly, at this moment, the husky sprang to life, rolling over and darting in front of the old witch. With a swift motion, it sank its teeth in her hind leg. The witch let out a howl of pain, momentarily halting her advance. Seizing the opportunity, I hurled the fire spirit talisman at her, and a fireball erupted at her chest, filling the cabin with the acrid scent of singed fur. "Ah, cursed wretch!" The old witch's face contorted with fury as she violently shook off the husky and dashed towards the door. "Don't run." I quickly affixed a body refining talisman to myself, feeling an influx of strength surge within me. With a powerful leap, I pursued her at a remarkable speed. Yet, even with the enhancement of the talisman, I soon lost sight of the old witch, for her swiftness was truly extraordinary. Reluctantly, I returned to the cabin, only to find myself in shock. Both the husky and Chun Ming, who had been lying within the cabin, had vanished. Chapter 46. The tomb within the mountain. A chill washed over me as I pondered the sudden disappearance of Ha and Chun Ming. How could they vanish in such a brief moment? While Chun Ming's absence could be attributed to his fainting, the disappearance of Ha was perplexing. I was well aware of its capabilities. After all, it was no ordinary spirit. Even the soul-chasing beast of the masked man stood no chance against it. If the newcomer was not a formidable adversary, Ha should have been able to flee. Thus, only one possibility remained. An exceedingly powerful entity must have ensnared Ha before it had a chance to escape. As I contemplated this, my gaze roamed the room until it fell upon an object that caught my attention. A strand of yellow-brown fur lying where Chun Ming had collapsed. I approached and picked it up, deep in thought. This fur was evidently not from the old witch, although she possessed similar yellow-brown hair. She could not have shaken me off and simultaneously returned to abduct Ha and Chun Ming. Moreover, the old witch would not have been a match for Ha. Could it be that a fox was involved? The thought crossed my mind. Was it the creature from the statue of the fox-headed figure in the Great Spirit Temple that was behind this? Regardless of the identity of the culprit, I was determined to rescue Chun Ming and Ha. From my pocket, I withdrew a piece of yellow paper and swiftly folded it into a tracking talisman, placing a strand of Ha's fur within. It is worth noting that since the enhancement of my mental prowess, the effectiveness of the talismans I crafted had significantly increased. This tracking talisman could locate its target within a radius of 20 meters. The tracking talisman soon activated, revealing an arrow that pointed directly to the ground. I was momentarily taken aback before realizing that there might be a hidden chamber beneath the wooden cabin. Hastily, I began to tap the floor, and upon reaching a corner of the cabin, I abruptly halted, sensing an emptiness beneath me. I swiftly groped around until my fingers brushed against a metal ring embedded in the floor. With a vigorous pull, a musty odor assaulted my senses, and before me appeared a staircase leading downwards. Without a shred of hesitation, I ascended the stairs, entering the lower level, where I marveled at the sheer expanse of the space. It was quite evident that this basement resided within the very mountain of the giant spirit. The cavernous area was immensely vast, and fortunately, my celestial vision allowed me to discern the basic layout of my surroundings. I cautiously proceeded, guided by the tracking talisman in my hand. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the entrance I had descended through slammed shut. I froze in surprise, wondering who could have closed the door to the basement. Could it be that old witch? However, I chose not to pursue that line of thought and instead continued to follow the talisman, for locating Ha and Chun Ming was my utmost priority. As I pressed forward, a dark figure flickered in the distance, prompting me to shout, "Who goes there?" Yet, no one responded to me, and the dark shadow vanished without a trace. I furrowed my brow and pressed onward. After traversing a distance of over 100 meters, I encountered two diverging paths. Following the guidance of the tracking symbol, I chose the left fork. As I reached a certain spot, my foot suddenly sank, accompanied by a creaking sound. Simultaneously, a chill swept over me from above. Without hesitation, I swiftly darted backward and before me loomed an axe gleaming with metallic luster. Goodness, that was a close call. How could there be traps in this place? I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, murmuring in trepidation. I began to tread cautiously along the path indicated by the tracking symbol. To my astonishment, every few dozen meters, I encountered various traps, poisoned arrows, pitfalls. Every conceivable mechanism seemed to exist here. A wave of doubt washed over me. If this fox spirit truly sought my life, it would not go to such lengths. Moreover, the presence of so many traps could not possibly be the work of this fox spirit, as there was no need for such elaborate measures. The only plausible explanation for the multitude of traps was that this was a tomb. Only ancient tombs would be equipped with such mechanisms. The abundance of traps signified that this burial site belonged to a figure of considerable status, perhaps a noble or a high-ranking official from bygone days. Having taken only a few steps forward, the tracking talisman in my hand suddenly ignited, and a flicker of joy illuminated my expression. It seemed that Ha and Qin Ming were not far ahead. Before me loomed a grand burial chamber. Upon entering, I was taken aback. There was no sign of Ha or Qin Ming. Instead, the chamber housed 3 coffins. I paused, puzzled. Why were there 3 coffins? Moreover, they appeared to be crafted from rather ordinary wood, indicating that this chamber was likely not the main burial site, but rather a resting place for the innocent. Ha! Qin Ming, where are you? I called out, my voice echoing in the emptiness of the chamber, creating a low, buzzing reverberation. Suddenly, a faint knocking sound emanated from the leftmost coffin before me. Instantly, I turned my gaze towards it, my heart racing. Could it be that Ha and Qin Ming were trapped inside? Without hesitation, I approached the coffin and attempted to push the lid open, only to find it extraordinarily heavy, as if forged from dark iron. I flexed my arms and, using my feet to brace against the ground, exerted all my strength to lift the lid. Gradually, it began to move, and, at last, I beheld the figure within. Indeed, it was Qin Ming, but he was ensnared by long strands of hair, his limbs bound. His mouth was stuffed with a mass of yellow-brown hair, and his forehead was swollen, clearly the result of the incessant banging that had echoed moments before. I hurriedly released him from his bindings and retrieved the yellow-brown hair from his mouth. With a quivering voice, Qin Ming implored, "Brother, I shall never again consume anything offered by strangers. The consequences are far too grave." Upon hearing his words, I couldn't help but chuckle and then inquired, "By the way, who brought you here?" "I have no idea. When I awoke, all I could see was an impenetrable darkness, and I was unable to move or speak. It was only upon hearing your voice that I struck my head against something," Qin Ming replied, grimacing as he rubbed his forehead. I nodded, realizing that Qin Ming was unaware of the circumstances. I urged him quickly, "Assist me in pushing open the coffin in the center. Ha must be inside." "Yes, of course," Qin Ming responded eagerly. Together, we pried open the lid of the central coffin, and Ha sprang forth, leaping onto me. I tenderly stroked Ha's head, feeling a pang of affection. "Brother, should we not also open the last coffin? What if there are more victims within?" Qin Ming suddenly suggested. Considering his words, I nodded in agreement, for I harbored the same thought. Thus, we proceeded to unveil the lid of the 3rd coffin, only to be astounded by its contents. It was the woman in the black robe who had commissioned me to lift the curse of her infantile visage from the back of her head. I swiftly untied her restraints and urgently asked, "How did you end up here?" The woman in the black robe, upon seeing me, could not help but burst into tears, stammering, "Last night, I returned home to sleep, and when I awoke, I found myself here." "What?" I furrowed my brow at the woman in black, pondering the intentions of this fox spirit. "Please help me. I assure you, if you rescue me, the reward will be an additional 10,000 without question." The woman in black grasped my arm with a hint of urgency. "Rest assured, I will certainly save you," I replied, attempting to soothe her distress. "Reward? Brother, what exactly do you do?" Qin Ming, having overheard my conversation with the woman in black, looked at me with confusion. At this point, I felt there was no need for further concealment, so I confessed to Qin Ming, "I am a ghost hunter." Upon hearing my words, Qin Ming's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Really? I always knew you possessed extraordinary skills. It turns out you are in this line of work. We are saved." I cast a resigned glance at Chun Ming and continued. It appears that everything we have encountered is the doing of the master behind the fox-faced figure. It is a cunning fox spirit. A fox spirit? Both Chun Ming and the woman in black widened their eyes in astonishment. By the way, let me ask you, did you and your friends visit the giant spirit temple? I asked, locking my gaze with the woman in black. The woman in black averted her eyes slightly, responding in a hushed tone, "Yes, we did go." "And what was the purpose of your visit? Were you there to make a wish?" Observing the peculiar reaction of the woman in the black robe, I continued to inquire. "It is merely a wish for success in various endeavors." The woman, averse to meeting my gaze, clasped her hands together with evident trepidation. Witnessing her response, I was convinced that she was not being truthful, and a wave of indignation washed over me. I raised my voice and declared, "If you do not speak the truth, do not blame me for withholding my assistance. I shall return the 10,000 yuan you previously bestowed upon me." Upon hearing my words, the woman in black became visibly agitated, grasping my shoulders and pleading through tears, "I implore you, you must save me. I will divulge everything." I nodded in acknowledgement, urging her to proceed. In truth, the deceased was my closest confidant. Yet as she spoke, a flicker of resentment danced in the woman's eyes. "But did she not take your boyfriend?" Chun Ming interjected. "Indeed," the woman in black affirmed with a nod. I cast a curious glance at Chun Ming. With an earnest expression, remarked, "Are you not aware? One must guard against fire, theft, and even their closest friends." I found myself at a loss for words, gesturing for the woman in black to continue. "Moreover, she remains oblivious to the fact that I am aware of their affairs. Thus I brought her to this grand temple, fervently wishing for her demise. I was prepared to sacrifice everything. However, I never anticipated that upon my return, she would indeed perish. Each night, I find myself haunted by dreams of that colossal bronze statue with a fox's visage, which terrifies me. Eventually, I discovered the curse that had befallen me. As I listened to the woman in the black robe conclude her tale, I could not help but furrow my brow. Indeed, the powers of this fox spirit are formidable. Yet it is not a benevolent deity. It must be eradicated. Chapter 47. The Golden Coffin Brother. What should we do next? Chun Ming inquired, drawing closer to me with an expression that suggested he was eager for my guidance. This place was a tomb chamber, and since the fox spirit had led us here, it seemed to be its lair. I furrowed my brow, contemplating the fact that Chun Ming and the others had been confined within the coffin, seemingly as part of a burial ritual. Was the interred master of this tomb none other than that fox? Should we confront the fox spirit directly? Chun Ming asked, his face tinged with apprehension. Indeed, for if we do not, it will continue to deceive and cause untold harm to the world, I affirmed with a nod. Very well, brother. The task of facing the fox spirit now rests upon your shoulders. I shall do my utmost. Without further ado, we departed from the tomb chamber and returned to the fork in the path. This time, I opted for the right passageway, eager to discover what lay ahead. Stay close behind me. This tomb is fraught with traps, and a moment's carelessness could cost us our lives, I cautioned Chun Ming and the woman in the black robe. Both nodded in acknowledgement. Before long, we arrived at another expansive room, but this one housed only a single coffin, which astonishingly radiated a resplendent golden light. Brother, is that a golden coffin? Chun Ming exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Perhaps, though I cannot say for certain. Upon encountering this coffin, I was momentarily taken aback. If this coffin were indeed made of pure gold, selling it by the pound would likely sustain me comfortably for several lifetimes. However, it belongs to someone else, and I am no grave robber. I decided to verify its authenticity. Before I could intervene, Chun Ming, filled with excitement, dashed to the coffin and began to caress its surface. With an expression of exhilaration, he exclaimed, "Brother, this coffin is genuinely crafted from pure gold. The texture is unmistakable. Who possesses such wealth to create a coffin of gold?" I couldn't help but murmur to myself, "Brother, my hand won't let go." Chun Ming's face was now etched with fear as he continued to touch the coffin. Simultaneously, the lid, which had remained closed, began to shift ever so slowly, as if something within was attempting to emerge. I rushed to Chun Ming's side and grasped his hand, pulling with all my might. Yet, It seemed as though his hand had become affixed to the coffin, impervious to my efforts. Instead, he began to cry out in pain, and, at that moment, the coffin lid revealed a narrow gap, from which a ghastly, pallid hand suddenly shot forth. Witnessing this scene, beads of cold sweat appeared on Chun Ming's forehead as he spoke to me, with a trembling voice. "Brother, please save me. There's a zombie." "Fear not. If it truly is a zombie, that would make things easier," I reassured Qin Ming while preparing a fire talisman, ready for action. With a sudden surge of strength, the withered hand extending from the coffin forcefully lifted the entire lid, leaving me astonished by the sheer power of this creature. After all, gold is far heavier than ordinary metals. The true form of the entity within the coffin was now fully revealed before us. "Ah, it's a fox demon," Qin Ming exclaimed loudly. He was not mistaken, for emerging from the coffin was a being with a human body and a fox's face. Could this be the true essence of the statue worshipped in the giant spirit temple? I held the fire spirit talisman with a steady gaze, prepared to strike at the slightest hint of unusual movement. The creature, with its human form and fox visage, glanced at us with its eyes, then stretched languidly, beginning to pace about while emitting a low, masculine mutter. "Have I been asleep too long? My head feels so heavy." I was momentarily taken aback by the creature's human-like demeanor, yet my guard remained firmly in place. At that moment, the fox-faced entity turned to me and said, "Kid, you can put down that talisman. It won't do you any good." "Who exactly are you?" I asked, gazing at the creature with astonishment. "Does it really matter who I am? By the way, what year is it now?" The fox-faced being retorted, evading my question. 2017, Chun Ming replied instinctively, still gripping the edge of the coffin. 2017? Ah, it seems I've been asleep for a decade. What a long slumber it has been, the fox-faced creature remarked, scratching its head. Upon hearing the creature's words, I was taken aback. This being could slumber for an entire decade, and the curse of the woman in the black robe had only recently manifested. If what it said were true, then it could not be the source of her curse. However, I could not wholly trust its words, as it was, after all, a monster. The creature, possessing the body of a man and the head of a fox, suddenly approached Chun Ming, extending its hand towards him. Just as I was about to intervene, it effortlessly removed Chun Ming's hand from the coffin, exclaiming, "What are you doing, you little rascal? Don't dirty my bed." I was astonished by this scene. Despite my utmost efforts to pry Chun Ming's hand away, this creature managed to liberate him with a mere gesture. Clearly, this being was not to be underestimated. Chun Ming, upon regaining the freedom of his hands, quickly retreated behind me to stand alongside the woman in black. The fox-headed creature then turned its gaze towards me, inquiring curiously, "By the way, how did you come to be here?" In response to its question, I stated plainly, "I am here because a fox spirit has captured my friend, and I have been pursuing it to this location." "A fox spirit?" The creature hesitated for a moment before a look of indignation spread across its face. "No wonder I've been asleep for so long. It must be the work of that rascal." "Who is it?" I inquired urgently, for I sensed that the rascal it referred to was connected to the fox spirit that had caused us harm. "It is my brother who has long desired the bronze statue within the temple of the giant spirit." "By the way, what other misdeeds has he committed?" The creature, a hybrid of man and fox, furrowed its brow and inquired. I recounted the events involving the black-robed woman, the deceased middle-aged tourist on the mountain, and the elderly woman in the wooden cabin. Upon hearing this, the creature was so incensed that it struck its golden coffin with a mighty fist, leaving a profound indentation on its surface. I cannot help but marvel at the sheer force displayed. This rascal must have employed some arcane method to render me in slumber for such an extended period, and in doing so, committed heinous acts. I shall go and teach him a lesson. The man-fox creature proclaimed loudly. "May I pose a question?" I ventured, now aware that the creature before us posed no threat. "What do you wish to inquire?" The man-fox creature replied, gazing at me. "What exactly are you?" I asked, fixing my gaze upon it, and articulating each word carefully. "Me? I am a mountain deity of the giant spirit mountain. You, young one, who dabble in the arts, surely must be aware of this?" The creature looked at me with evident perplexity. "The mountain deity?" Chun Ming, standing behind me, instinctively exclaimed. A sudden shock coursed through me. Could it be that mountain deities truly exist in this world? If so, I might have unraveled the mystery at hand. The fox spirit, a mountain deity before me, had been ensnared in slumber by its own brother for a decade. In the meantime, the brother had usurped the offerings meant for his sibling, fulfilling conditions that no reasonable person would dare to accept. However, the malevolence that accompanied him brought misfortune and curses upon those who sought his favor. It seemed that Chun Ming and his companions had been captured because the fox spirit sensed its brother was on the verge of awakening, compelling them to partake in rituals akin to burial rites, hoping to prolong its brother's slumber. Yet now I had intervened, and the brother was fully revived. Very well, young one, if you have no further matters, I shall proceed with my duties, spoke the creature, a grotesque being with a human body and fox visage. Mountain deity, I do have a request. Can you assist her in lifting the curse that burdens her? I gestured towards the woman in the black cloak, hastily addressing the fox-faced entity. A curse? Come forth, let me examine it. The fox-faced creature beckoned the woman, who appeared visibly terrified. Only upon my nod of encouragement did she timidly approach the creature. I lifted the hair behind the woman in the black robe, revealing a terrifying infantile visage. Chun Ming, who stood behind me, could not help but gasp in shock. Upon witnessing this, the fox-faced creature furrowed its brow, placing its hand upon the baby's face, incessantly rubbing it. A piercing wail of a baby emanated from the back of the black-robed woman, causing her body to tremble violently for several seconds. Eventually, the cries subsided, and the fox-faced creature withdrew its hand. I glanced at the back of the black-robed woman and discovered that the infant's face had completely vanished. Well, she's fine now, the fox-faced creature declared, seizing the woman in the black robe with one hand and grasping Chun Ming with the other before vanishing from sight. I stood there, momentarily stunned. Where had this creature taken them? Just as I was about to take action, the fox-faced creature suddenly reappeared before me. Yet Chun Ming and the woman in the black robe had completely disappeared. Do not be alarmed. I have merely returned them to the foot of the mountain and erased their memories of me. After all, I wish to avoid any commotion on this mountain due to my presence. The fox-faced creature spoke gently. Then why have you left me? I queried, filled with confusion. It is not just you. There is also it, the creature replied, smiling as it pointed at the husky that had been squatting on the ground. You, young one, and this spirit possess considerable potential, distinguishing you from ordinary individuals. Moreover, I will need your assistance, along with its, to capture my brother shortly. Assistance? I find myself in a state of perplexity. The formidable prowess displayed by this fox-faced creature was indeed remarkable. What assistance could I and my companion possibly offer him? Serve as bait for me, for my brother has an insatiable fondness for ethereal delicacies, such as yourselves. Upon hearing the creature's words, I nodded in agreement. Yet an overwhelming sense of anxiety enveloped me. If the creature failed to act in a timely manner, my companion and I would swiftly find ourselves as mere morsels for his brother's feast. Chapter 48. Clues of the Masked Man. What must I do to serve as bait? I inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the Fox Mountain deity. The method is rather straightforward. You shall comprehend it in due time. The fox-faced deity responded with a knowing smile. At that moment, my companion, the husky, and I lay bloodied amidst the dense woodlands of the giant spirit mountain. I found myself sprawled on the ground, my vision somewhat hazy as I surveyed my surroundings. A chilling aura began to encroach upon me, eliciting a mix of anxiety and exhilaration within my heart. Of course, I was merely masquerading. The blood staining my body was that of a wild boar, lifeless and discovered by the Fox Mountain deity in the woods. Initially, I had harbored doubts about the efficacy of this ruse. Yet as the malevolent energy drew nearer and the mist in the mountains began to rise, I realized that the deity's brother was about to make an appearance. Before me, a colossal fox gradually materialized. While it was referred to as a fox, it could just as aptly be described as a tiger, for its size was truly immense, and it exuded an overwhelming aura of darkness. Its mouth, filled with razor-sharp teeth, dripped with foul saliva. Strangely, beside this gigantic fox stood the old hag I had encountered earlier. Great mountain deity, this is the one who injured me previously. I had intended to capture them all as offerings to you, but this one possesses certain connections that thwart my efforts. However, judging by their current state, it seems they have suffered under the traps below. The hag with a fox's body and a human face simpered to the towering fox creature beside her. The colossal fox creature paid no heed to the ancient crone, instead making its way towards me, sniffing curiously before abruptly turning to flee. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Just as I prepared to rise, I beheld the fox spirit, the mountain deity, who had appeared behind the gigantic fox creature. Her countenance a mask of fury. "Brother, will you remain obstinate?" The fox spirit addressed the enormous creature with an icy demeanor. The massive fox trembled, enveloped in a swirling mist, ultimately transforming into a being with a human body and a fox-like visage, yet marred by a deep scar that rendered its face particularly eerie. "It is you who clings to delusion. I am more deserving of being the deity of Mount Jilling, for I fulfill the wishes of every supplicant who comes here." The scarred-faced fox spirit retorted defiantly. "Is it the role of a mountain deity to indulge the selfish desires of others at the expense of harm? I care not for such matters. As long as they offer me incense, I shall aid them in realizing their desires. But those you have assisted in their wrongful pursuits, why do they continue to suffer at your hands? There is nothing in this world that is gained without cost. I merely extract what I desire from them. It seems my decision to allow you to remain in this realm was indeed a grave mistake." With that, the fox spirit lunged at her brother, unleashing a beam of golden light from her hand. The scarred-faced fox demon reacted swiftly, evading the beam of golden light that struck the trunk of a distant tree, instantly reducing it to dust. I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at such devastating power. Soon after, the two fox demons engaged in a fierce battle, while my companion and I took refuge at a safe distance. Although the mountain god of foxes possessed immense abilities, his brother proved to be no less formidable, resulting in a stalemate between the two. It was evident that he had absorbed considerable power from the incense offerings while his brother lay in slumber. I resolved to intervene. Thus, I quickly affixed a body-refining talisman and hurled dozens of fire spirit talismans at the scarred-faced fox demon. However, those talismans merely ignited a few sparks before vanishing without a trace. "You insignificant pest, I shall deal with you first," the scarred-faced demon snarled, turning towards me and lunging forward. Excellent, this was precisely the response I desired, for I had concealed 3 earthly fiend talismans beneath the grass where I stood, fearing that a single talisman might lack the strength to restrain such a formidable foe. As the scarred-faced fox demon approached, the ground trembled violently as the 3 earthly fiend talismans unleashed their power, ensnaring the demon within their grasp. Seizing this opportunity, the mountain god, fox demon, struck decisively, shattering his brother's skull with a beam of golden light. The proximity of the attack resulted in blood splattering all over me. "Not bad for a novice," the mountain god fox demon remarked with a smile. "Well, it could have been worse," I replied awkwardly, wiping the warm blood from my face. The mountain deity, a fox spirit, suddenly appeared before the fleeing old witch, striking her with such force that she met her demise without uttering a single cry. Having accomplished this, the fox spirit approached the lifeless body of its fallen brother, gently caressing the corpse. In that moment, a faint golden light emanated from the body, which astonishingly transformed into a newly born little fox. Witnessing this spectacle, I couldn't help but gasp in amazement. After all, he was my dear brother. I could not bring myself to harm him. I vowed to watch over him diligently, assuring you that he would no longer pose a threat, for at this moment, he was merely an ordinary fox. The fox spirit smiled at me, saying, "Well, that matter is resolved. However, there is something I wish to ask of you." "What is it?" I inquired. "I hope you can assist those who have been cursed by your brother. Rest assured, I shall take care of his mess. I will also soothe the souls of those he has harmed. It is my responsibility," the mountain deity replied with a reassuring smile. Having departed from the majestic giant spirit mountain, I returned to my office, indulged in a refreshing bath, and donned a clean outfit. Reclining on the sofa, I marveled at the extraordinary events of the day, realizing that mountain deities indeed exist in this world. The tales of mountain gods were woven by my father during my childhood, who who enlightened me that each mountain possesses a spirit. Certain flora and fauna, over the course of ages, absorb sufficient spiritual energy, gradually gaining sentience to become the guardians of their respective mountains. To witness this phenomenon with my own eyes today was an immense honor. Simultaneously, I pondered whether there were other mystical beings in existence. I speculated that Chun Ming and the woman in the black robe had likely returned home by now. However, with the fox spirit mountain god having erased the woman's memories, I couldn't help but wonder if my promised reward of 10,000 yuan had also vanished in a thin air, eliciting a wry smile upon my face. Nevertheless, the initial deposit of 10,000 yuan was still a considerable sum. Glancing at the clock, I noted that it was already past 5 in the afternoon, and I surmised that Lan Mingqian would not be home for a while. I ventured into the kitchen and discovered some vegetables, prompting me to commence my culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, the energetic husky eagerly assisted me with its chubby little paws, washing the vegetables. Fortunately, having learned to cook alongside my mother at home, I was able to prepare a dish that was quite palatable. Just as I set the table, Lan Mingqian returned from work. "Sister Mingqian, you're back." The husky dashed toward her, and I couldn't help but suspect that this little creature might have been enchanted by some sort of potion, as it seemed utterly enamored with Lan Mingqian. Lan Mingqian, her face beaming with joy, gently caressed the head of the Siberian husky and said to me, "Not bad. I didn't expect you to be able to cook. The flavor is quite delightful. Of course, if a young lady like you can cook, it would be rather unacceptable for someone from the countryside like me to be unable to," I replied with a smile. "Oomph." Lan Mingqian shot me a sidelong glance. "By the way, how was your first day at work?" I inquired, curiosity piqued. "Well, it was quite pleasant, especially with Captain Liu taking good care of me." "Oh, and I made a significant discovery," Lan Mingqian suddenly declared with an air of mystery. "What discovery?" Her expression intrigued me further. "Look." Lan Mingqian pulled out her phone, displaying a photograph before me. My eyes widened in astonishment as I recognized the image of a mask identical to the one worn by that masked man. "Where did you take this photo?" I quickly asked. "Today, I received a call from a landlord reporting a death in a rental property. Upon arrival, we discovered that the victim had been electrocuted to the point of charred remains, and this mask was left at the scene. Captain Liu asked me to consult you about it, as the voltage in a household shouldn't cause such a fatality. Do you think it could be the work of that masked man? After all, he can manipulate electricity as well," Lan Mingqian said, leaning closer to me with a hint of anxiety. I surmised that upon examining the mask, which appeared to be damaged upon closer inspection, it was likely shattered by your fire talisman that day. However, I found it rather perplexing why this masked man would personally take the life of an ordinary individual and subsequently leave behind a mask. Furrowing my brow, I expressed my thoughts. "Perhaps the deceased was not an ordinary person," Lan Mingqian replied earnestly. "Our investigation revealed that he rarely ventured out of his rented room, seemingly unemployed, and spent his days consuming takeout. Moreover, the neighbors reported hearing strange noises at night emanating from the rental, akin to the sound of bells." "Bells?" I echoed in curiosity before continuing. "It appears the deceased indeed had peculiarities. However, he has now been reduced to ashes. Otherwise, we might have gleaned some information about the masked man from his lips. Yet, it seems unlikely that the masked man would be so careless as to leave the mask behind in that room. Could it be that something transpired after he killed the man, leaving him with no time to retrieve the mask? What could that reason be?" "Bells. By the way, did you find any bells at the scene?" I suddenly inquired. "None at all. We thoroughly searched the area," came the response. "It seems I must conduct a more thorough investigation at that rental property." Frowning, I declared. After hastily finishing dinner with Lan Mingqian, I left my dog at the office and then followed her towards the rental unit where the unfortunate individual had been electrocuted to a crisp. Chapter 49. The soul-calling Lan Mingqian and I arrived at the rental apartment. She procured the key from the landlord and opened the door for us to enter. As I stepped inside, a lingering scent of charred remnants filled the air, a testament to the presence of the deceased that had yet to dissipate completely. Frowning, I scanned the surroundings. All the furniture and decorations appeared intact, with no signs of disorder. Despite my thorough search, I found nothing of use. "By the way, where exactly did the deceased burn to a crisp?" I inquired, glancing back at Lan Mingchen. Right there. She pointed to the floor ahead of us. And what position was he in when he died? I pressed further. He lay sprawled out in a starfish position, without a struggle before his demise. Oh, and where was the mask discovered? I asked, rubbing my nose thoughtfully. The mask was found directly in front of the deceased. What is the matter? Have you unearthed something? Lan Mingchen looked at me, puzzled. Perhaps a slight insight. I nodded in acknowledgement. What insight? Do share, she urged, her excitement palpable. Well, consider this. You mentioned the deceased did not struggle, which indicates he was aware of his impending fate. As we search, we have yet to uncover any trace of the bell sound reported by the neighbors at midnight. It seems likely that the masked man took the bell from this place. However, its purpose remains a mystery to me. What is unclear now is the relationship between the deceased and the masked man, as well as why the latter left in such haste that he forgot to take the mask. I articulated my analysis. Are you suggesting that the key clue is indeed the bell? I nodded, continuing to scrutinize the room. Although there appear to be no significant leads, I felt compelled to ensure that nothing had been overlooked. Approaching the bookshelf within the room, I began to sift through its contents, discovering an array of books pertaining to the supernatural, predominantly folk tales of the uncanny. My curiosity piqued. It struck me as odd that the deceased had a penchant for such literature. According to neighbors, he seldom ventured outside. Was it possible that he spent his days engrossed in these tales? Furrowing my brow, I continued my examination. Suddenly, an aged volume caught my eye. Upon closer inspection, I found it to be a book on the practice of corpse transportation in Xiangxi, evidently a favorite of the deceased, as evidenced by the dog-eared pages. Feiyu, what brings you to peruse a book? Lan Mingchen remarked, tapping me gently on the shoulder from behind. A thought began to crystallize in my mind. I turned to Lan Mingchen, brandishing the book, and said with a smile, "Take a look at this." "What sort of book is this?" Lan Mingchen inquired, accepting the tome and flipping through a few pages before stating, "Isn't this just a narrative about corpse transportation? How does it tie into our clues? Corpse transportation and the bell. What connection could these two clues possibly share?" I asked with a grin. Upon hearing my words, a look of realization swept across Lan Mingchen's face as she responded. "Are you suggesting that the deceased was a corpse transporter, and that the bell the neighbors reported hearing was the soul-requiting bell used by such practitioners?" "Haha, I must concede you possess a certain cleverness. The bell may indeed be a soul-requiting chime, yet the deceased need not have been a corpse handler. My analysis reveals that a genuine corpse handler would never reside long-term in a rented room, nor would their shelves be cluttered with tomes of folklore and eerie tales. Thus, one can only surmise that this unfortunate soul, by some twist of fate, came into possession of the corpse handler's soul-requiting bell. Furthermore, given their apparent fascination with tales of corpse handling, it is plausible that they played with the bell at night, only to have it snatched away by the masked man, resulting in their untimely demise. However, is not this soul-requiting bell precisely the instrument utilized by corpse handlers to guide the undead? Might it serve an alternative purpose? Lan Mingchen inquired, her expression one of perplexity. Of course, it serves no other function. The soul-requiting bell is crafted through ancient arcane methods, with each lineage of corpse handlers possessing but a single bell passed down through generations. Its purpose transcends merely guiding the deceased. It also facilitates the collection of wandering souls. I replied slowly, "Are you suggesting that the masked man seeks to gather these wandering souls? But why would he do so? To fashion his puppets. Do you recall the fetal stone? That was crafted by the masked man, containing the souls of infants and stillborns. With the acquisition of the soul-requiting bell, he can more readily collect souls and create fetal stones." I furrowed my brow, troubled by the implications. What, I wondered, could the masked man possibly intend to do with such a multitude of souls? An unsettling sense of foreboding began to creep over me. We must locate this masked man without delay. Otherwise, a dreadful calamity will surely befall City A. Thus, we must act swiftly to thwart the masked man. Lan Mingchen spoke with a hint of nervousness. "Yes, I understand. By the way, have you heard any news about Ma Jibin recently? Are you suggesting that the masked man is Ma Jibin?" She continued, "However, he hasn't contacted me lately." I smiled at Lan Mingchen and asked, "Do you have a way to invite him out? I wish to test the waters." "Of course, I can manage that. After all, I possess a certain charm. But if he truly is the masked man, what shall we do next? Are you prepared to confront him? Lan Mengqian looked at me with a trace of concern. I cannot guarantee anything. It won't be so simple for him to take my life, I replied with a smile. Very well, I shall arrange to meet him tomorrow. Lan Mengqian nodded in agreement. After retracing our steps to the office, I retreated to my room, preparing to cultivate my mental fortitude. Although I had been preoccupied with numerous matters lately, my training had not ceased, though I had yet to put it to use. I was confident that its potency was on par with that of my master, Ming Chun. Should it be revealed tomorrow that Ma Jibin is indeed the masked man, I must be thoroughly prepared. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the evening of the following day. I found myself in Lan Mengqian's car, accompanying her on the way to the hotel where Ma Jibin was staying. How do you intend to investigate him? Lan Mengqian inquired, glancing at me as she drove. Upon arriving at our destination, you and Ma Jibin may dine together, swiftly concluding the conversation. Meanwhile, I shall seize the opportunity to trail him on his return journey, to ascertain whether he is indeed the masked man. If he truly is, would it not pose a considerable risk for you to be alone? The gaze of Lan Mengqian turned towards me, filled with concern. Rest assured, young lady, I replied, I am no longer the novice I once was. I shall ensure my safety. If I cannot prevail, I can always flee. Besides, I have my trusty husky with me. I smiled and gestured towards my eyes, where at that moment, the husky resided within my spiritual emblem. Very well, Lan Mengqian said, still somewhat apprehensive. Upon reaching the designated meeting point with Ma Jibin, Lan Mengqian alighted first, while I discreetly located Ma Jibin's vehicle in the parking lot. Employing a few clever tricks, I opened the trunk of his car and slipped inside, securely closing the trunk behind me. I lay quietly within, awaiting the conclusion of Lan Mengqian's meal. To be frank, as a grown man confined within a trunk felt quite stifling. Yet, in pursuit of uncovering the truth about Ma Jibin, I forced myself to endure. After contemplating for a while, I concluded they would be dining for some time longer, so I decided to practice my mental techniques within the confines of the trunk. Time passed, and eventually I felt the vehicle tremble slightly, followed by the sound of the engine starting. I understood that Ma Jibin was preparing to head home, and I immediately steeled myself. The vehicle traveled for approximately 10 minutes before coming to a halt, and soon after, I heard the sound of the car door opening, indicating that Ma Jibin had exited. After waiting a few moments, I quietly unlatched the trunk and emerged. Upon surveying my surroundings, I found myself momentarily taken aback. This was, in fact, an abandoned factory. A wave of confusion washed over me. Why would Ma Jibin venture into such a desolate place? I silently prompted my canine companion to detect Ma Jibin's lingering scent, and following its guidance, I ventured deeper into the forsaken factory. As I tread carefully, I observed my surroundings with utmost vigilance. Upon reaching the heart of the factory, my companion suddenly informed me that the scent of Ma Jibin had vanished. Furrowing my brow in perplexity, I pondered how a living person could simply cease to exist in this manner. Hastily, I began to scrutinize the area, and, at last, my eyes fell upon an inconspicuous circular ring on the ground. A flicker of intuition ignited within me. Could this be a concealed chamber? With caution, I gripped the ring and exerted force to lift it, only to find the floor yielding beneath my efforts. Peering down, I discovered a lengthy staircase surrounded by a faint, ethereal green glow. At this moment, I was convinced that even if Ma Jibin was not the masked man, he harbored significant secrets. Holding my breath, I carefully ascended the staircase, ensuring to close the chamber floor behind me. Soon, I reached the bottom of the stairs and entered the hidden chamber. The expansive hall was furnished with computers and an array of books, resembling an office of sorts. However, I refused to be misled by superficial appearances. Who would establish an office in such a clandestine manner? It seemed utterly illogical. With utmost caution, I advanced further, wary of an unexpected encounter with Ma Jibin. Just as I approached the desk to investigate, the voice of my canine companion resonated in my mind. Master, I can once again sense his presence. He draws ever closer. Startled by this revelation, I hastily scanned my surroundings for a place to conceal myself. Fortunately, I discovered a cabinet tucked away in the corner. Swiftly opening it and slipping inside. Hardly had I settled in when I heard a creaking noise reminiscent of a mechanism being activated, followed by the sound of Ma Jibin's footsteps as he ascended the stairs and exited the chamber. It dawned on me that I had not noticed Ma Jibin earlier because he had entered a hidden door. I was astonished to learn that this secret room harbored so many concealed mechanisms. It was clear that he must possess some significant secret. With this thought in mind, I resolved to emerge from the cabinet and investigate further, only to suddenly feel a chill beside me, as if something were pressing against my body. Curiosity compelled me to turn my head, and when I discerned what it was, an icy shiver coursed through me. Chapter 50. The white-haired Zongzi, unbeknownst to me. A disembodied head of a man had appeared beside me, floating eerily without a body. The chilling sensation I had felt moments ago emanated from this head. Terrified, I dashed out of the cabinet, yet the head remained stationary within, vacantly hovering in place, its bloodshot eyes fixated on me. What in the world is this? It nearly terrified me to death. I couldn't help but curse inwardly, realizing that Ma Jibin was no ordinary adversary. After all, one does not simply keep a head in a cabinet. Kid, you've come to me uninvited, making it all the easier for me, I thought, as the head continued to stare at me. To my astonishment, it opened its mouth and uttered Ma Jibin's voice. Who are you? I shouted at the floating head. However, it fell silent, leading me to deduce that this head functioned like a surveillance camera set by Ma Jibin. This meant he must have detected my presence the moment I entered this chamber, yet he feigned ignorance, clearly intending to trap me here. Was there something even more terrifying lurking within this secret room? Regardless, I had come prepared. Although I was uncertain whether Ma Jibin was the masked man, it was evident that he was no benevolent figure. Without hesitation, I hurled a fire talisman at the floating head, which let out a horrific scream as it ignited in flames. As I gazed upon the heads reduced to ashes, I exhaled deeply and began to explore the walls of Ma Jibin's secret chamber. The mechanism I had heard earlier emanated from this very spot. I approached, my fingers delicately tracing the surface of the wall, until I encountered a subtle protrusion that piqued my curiosity. With a sudden impulse, I pressed down on it. Instantaneously, the wall before me emitted a series of creaking sounds and began to rotate open. Yet before I could step inside, a chilling aura surged forth from the opening, prompting me to swiftly retreat, fire talisman in hand, prepared for whatever lay ahead. To my astonishment, a gaunt corpse clad in long white fur leaped out from the hidden door. This towering figure possessed razor-sharp claws and, upon locking its soulless gaze upon me, lunged forward with ferocity. Without hesitation, I hurled a fire talisman, but it merely sparked against the creature's fur and vanished into nothingness. A wave of astonishment washed over me. What manner of being was this, exhibiting such formidable strength? Realizing the gravity of the situation, I promptly retrieved a body-refining talisman and affixed it to my forehead, feeling an explosive surge of power coursing through me. At that moment, the corpse seemed to be provoked by my small flame, once again extending its hands and lunging towards me with its sharp claws. This time, bolstered by the body-refining talisman, I was unafraid. I grasped the hands of the white-haired corpse with both of mine, creating a stalemate between us. I could not help but be taken aback. Unlike this creature, I did not possess boundless stamina. The enhancement from the body-refining talisman had a temporal limitation. Although my mental fortitude had increased the talisman's efficacy by several minutes, I still could not afford to prolong this struggle. My mind raced with thoughts. I still possessed the Eye of Fire, a term I used to describe the manifestation of my mental power radiating from my eyes. Seizing the opportunity afforded by our stalemate, I concentrated my mental energy within my gaze and shouted, "Break!" A brilliant flash of golden light erupted from my eyes, piercing a large hole through the chest of the white-haired zombie before me. I felt a surge of delight at this display of power. However, my joy was short-lived as I noticed the corpse's complete lack of reaction. A sigh escaped my lips as I realized that the white-haired corpse was impervious to my efforts, and I sensed its grip on my hands growing stronger. It seemed that, in mere moments, this undead creature would break free, and I still had no means to vanquish it. I quickly pondered the origins of this white-haired corpse, observing the long braid trailing from the back of its head. I wondered if it belonged to someone who had perished several centuries ago. Indeed, Lan Mengchen had mentioned that Ma Jibin had a penchant for studying artifacts within ancient tombs. Could it be that I was now confronted by a Zongzi, and a white-haired one at that? The thought made me regret not having brought a black donkey's hoof along. Otherwise, I could have attempted to subdue this Zongzi. Master, I have a means to deal with it. The voice of Erha suddenly echoed within my mind. What method? I inquired eagerly. This is a soulless body, acting solely on instinct. As long as you eliminate the essence of life from your being, you can disregard its existence. Eliminate the essence of life from my being? I murmured, contemplating how to achieve this. Was it necessary for me to consume the flesh of the dead, to imbue myself with the aura of death? Use you carry with you. Erha's voice resonated again in my mind. Upon hearing the words of the husky, I experienced a moment of enlightenment. It became clear that this little creature wished to shield me from the lingering essence within the fetal stone, thereby creating a protective barrier that would isolate my living aura. I silently commended the cleverness of this being, then mustered all my strength to push the white-haired dumpling aside. Hastily, I retrieved the fetal stone from my person, allowing my mental energy to swiftly immerse within it, guiding the deathly aura to envelop my entire being. Just as I completed this task, the white-haired dumpling lunged toward me. Assuming it was about to attack again, I quickly produced a Vajra talisman, but to my astonishment, the dumpling paused momentarily before turning back and retreating into the mechanism door. Witnessing this reaction, I released a long sigh of relief. Evidently, the husky's method proved quite effective. However, continuously directing the deathly energy from the fetal stone to envelop my form was indeed taxing, as I felt a heaviness settle in my mind. Seizing the precious moment, I hurriedly followed the white-haired dumpling into the hidden chamber. Upon entering this concealed dark room, I was taken aback, for it housed numerous glass containers filled with an unknown green liquid. Floating within these liquids were an array of corpses, both male and female, each exuding a palpable aura of death. Indeed, Ma Jibin was no virtuous individual. I pondered with furrowed brows, wondering how he had come by these corpses. I gradually approached the lifeless female, form submerged in a verdant liquid, observing intently. As I drew nearer, the pervasive aura of malevolence and profound resentment enveloped me, revealing that these corpses possessed a consciousness of their own. This was disconcerting. It appeared that were I not shrouded in this necromantic energy, they would undoubtedly unite against me, each one far more formidable than that white-haired specter. I pondered the methods employed by Ma Jibin to create this legion of the undead. His confidence in leaving me here suggested he believed my survival was impossible. Yet, he was overly complacent, failing to anticipate my ability to mask my presence with a necromantic energy. Contemplating this, a faint smile graced my lips. Since this scoundrel had left me no avenues for retreat, I would ensure he faced dire consequences. These bodies must have been meticulously cultivated by him. Thus, I resolved to obliterate them all. While my mental fortitude still sustained the necromantic shroud, I swiftly retrieved a bundle of fire spirit talismans from my pocket, affixing no fewer than 10 to each glass container. Lastly, I placed 4 Vajra talismans in the corners of the dim chamber, my intent being to detonate the fire spirit talismans within the protective barrier of the Vajra spells, sparing not a trace of vitality. Once this was accomplished, I hastily affixed a body refinement talisman to my forehead and positioned myself at the edge of the mechanism's door. Taking a deep breath, I meticulously folded a fire spirit talisman into the shape of an airplane and hurled it towards the farthest glass container. The moment the talisman made contact with the vessel, I shouted control. The protective spells in the corners of the dark chamber activated instantly. I swiftly made my way to the staircase of the secret room, and with a powerful punch, I broke through the floor. As I exited the chamber, the ground beneath me trembled violently, and a massive flame erupted from the spot I had just vacated. I couldn't help but smile. It seemed that even the protective spells could not withstand the force of over 100 fire spirit talismans. This power should suffice to incinerate the corpses within those containers. along with that white-haired zombie. Having accomplished this, I took advantage of the potency of the body refinement talisman and hastened towards the administrative office, eager to share the news with Lan Mengchen. However, upon my arrival, I found no sign of her. A sense of confusion washed over me. Where could that girl have gone? I pulled out my phone to call Lan Mengchen, but my attempts were met with silence. An uneasy feeling began to stir within me. Could something have happened to her? In my anxiety, I communicated with the two-horned spirit within the spirit badge, urging, quickly, "Can you detect the scent of your sister Mengchen?" The reply was laden with concern. "I cannot sense the master. Is Sister Mengchen in danger?" Uncertainty loomed, yet the weight of my apprehension remained heavy in my heart. As I continued to dial Lan Mengchen's phone, an incoming call suddenly appeared on my device. I hastily answered it, and to my astonishment, it was indeed Lan Mengchen on the line. "Hello, Mengchen, where are you? Why haven't you been answering your calls?" However, the voice that echoed from the other end sent a chill down my spine. It was the raspy voice of the masked man. "If you wish to save her, bring the fetal stone to the Tianshan cemetery. You have 1 hour." The threat hung in the air like a dark cloud. "If you dare to harm her, I will ensure your demise." My mind was a cacophony of turmoil, and I could feel the blood surging within me. A sinister laugh emerged from the other end before the call was abruptly terminated. Clenching my fists tightly, I silently vowed, "Mengchen, do not be afraid. Wait for me. I shall rescue you at once." Chapter 51. The Two-Headed Giant Spider at the Tianshan Graveyard. I silently recited a phrase in my mind before hastily flagging down a taxi by the roadside. "Where to?" the driver inquired as I settled into the vehicle. "Tianshan Graveyard," I replied swiftly. "That place is quite sinister, young man. Perhaps you should consider another vehicle," the driver remarked, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face upon hearing my destination. "Here, take 500 yuan and hurry," I urged, pulling out my wallet and handing him 5 crisp bills. The driver's eyes gleamed with eagerness at the sight of the money, and he quickly accepted, saying, "All right, hold on tight." Motivated by the allure of wealth, we arrived at Tianshan Graveyard in mere minutes. Once we reached my destination, the driver promptly turned around and accelerated away, clearly eager to distance himself from this ominous sight. "Erha, can you detect Mengchen's presence?" I inquired inwardly. "Yes, master, she is indeed on this mountain. However, the surrounding scents are overwhelming and severely obstructing my senses." "Mengchen is here. I shall undoubtedly find her," I declared, clenching my fists with determination. A faint tinkling sound of bells resonated ahead, causing my heart to skip a beat. Could it be the soul-requiting bells of the corpse driver, held by that masked man? Indeed, this place is a graveyard, teeming with restless spirits. If that masked man sought to capture souls, this location would undoubtedly be his prime choice. I hurriedly dashed towards the sound of the bell, which gradually became clearer. At last, I beheld the masked man, who was shaking a bell in his hand. Simultaneously, a green luminescence rose from the graves in the desolate cemetery, converging towards the bell held by the masked figure. This ethereal glow emanated from the souls themselves, as the masked man was collecting the spirits of this forsaken burial ground. "Where have you taken my friend?" I bellowed at the masked man. "Fear not, your friend lies within one of these graves," he replied with a raspy chuckle. "Ah, she's a pure entity. If I were to extract her soul for my own use, it would wield immense power." His words sent a shiver through me. What? He had buried Lan Mengchen among the multitude of graves in this cemetery? If I did not locate her swiftly, she would suffocate within her confines. But with so many graves, where was I to begin my search? "Hand over the obediently, and I shall provide you with a clue," the masked man said, pausing his shaking of the soul requiem bell. Without a moment's hesitation, I tossed it to him and urged, "Tell me quickly." "Ha, you are quite agreeable," he replied. "Your friend is within the largest grave at the very center of this cemetery. By the way, I estimate she has but 3 minutes left." As he toyed with the in his hand, he spoke with a sinister glee. Upon hearing his words, I quickly affixed a body refining talisman to my forehead and hastened to the center of the chaotic graveyard, where the enormous mound loomed. As I approached the grave, an eerie aura that sent chills down my spine enveloped me. However, with Lan Mengchen present, I could not afford to dwell on my trepidation. I released the husky from the spirit badge in my eye, and together we exerted every ounce of strength to excavate the mound. Fortuitously, bolstered by the talisman, we swiftly dug a substantial pit. Just as anxiety began to grip me in the absence of Lan Mengqian's figure, I suddenly felt something soft beneath my digging hands. Hastily, I cleared the soil to reveal her hand. Recognizing this, I quickly located her face and carefully brushed aside the dirt. Before long, her visage emerged, albeit with her eyes tightly shut. A flicker of unease coursed through me as I swiftly extricated Lan Mengqian from the grave and checked for signs of breath. A faint inhalation confirmed that she had merely fainted from lack of oxygen. I promptly retrieved another body, refining talisman from my pocket, and placed it on her forehead, hoping to rouse her swiftly. Then I began to pat her face vigorously while calling out loudly in her ear, "Mengqian, wake up, Mengqian." It seemed my efforts bore fruit, for I noticed her eyelids fluttering. Encouraged, I intensified my slaps. "Stop, it hurts." At last, Lan Mengqian's eyes opened, gazing at me with a hint of weakness in her expression. "Dreamchun, you are awake. What on earth has transpired?" Upon witnessing Lan Mengqian regain consciousness, I felt a surge of excitement and swiftly inquired about the events that had unfolded. "While I was waiting for you at the office, that black cat-like, soul-chasing beast suddenly appeared and pounced on me. In an instant, my vision darkened, and when I opened my eyes, there you were." With the aid of the body-refining talisman, Lan Mengqian managed to rise unsteadily. She glanced at the dirt covering her and, perplexed, asked, "What in the world is happening? Why am I covered in dirt?" "You were buried beneath this chaotic graveyard by that masked man," I replied with a wry smile. "What?" Lan Mengqian et Galim, feeling a wave of revulsion as she quickly brushed off the dirt. "Well, now that you've rescued me, I can finally feel at ease." I removed my jacket and draped it over her shoulders, knowing she must be damp from her time buried in the graveyard. "But where is that masked man now?" she questioned, gripping the edges of my jacket with curiosity. "He is in this graveyard, using that soul-capturing bell to collect the spirits here," I said, furrowing my brow. "Ah, he must be up to no good. We must stop him. After all, I am now a police officer, and he is the murderer of the deceased tenant," Lan Mengqian declared, her face reflecting a sense of righteousness. "Sister, given your current condition, do you truly believe you can apprehend him?" I chuckled lightly. "Isn't that what you're here for?" Lan Mengqian replied earnestly, looking at me with determination. "However, I am uncertain whether he is truly my adversary. Nevertheless, given that he nearly caused your demise, I shall ensure he faces dire consequences." I clenched my fists and declared, "Haha, I hear someone wishes to defeat me." Unbeknownst to me, the masked man had already approached, regarding me with a smile and remarking, "I did not expect such swiftness. You managed to save her. Quite impressive." "Who are you?" I inquired loudly, furrowing my brow as I scrutinized the man before me. "My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I am about to invite you to partake in an exhilarating game," the masked man replied, his voice gravelly yet tinged with excitement. He then produced a piece of fetal stone from within his garments. Both Lan Mengqian and I observed the masked man's actions with trepidation, uncertain of his intentions. He drew his nail across his fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to fall upon the stone. The moment the stone made contact with the blood, it emanated a brilliant yellow light. Subsequently, the masked man retrieved a soul-guarding bell, shaking it vigorously in his hand before placing the fetal stone upon the ground at his feet, simultaneously quickening the rhythm of the bell's resonance. A resounding rumble echoed from the earth beneath us, and I sensed the ground beginning to tremble violently. As I felt this transformation, a chill surged through me, an instinct warning that something was poised to emerge from the depths below. "What is happening, Feiyu? Is there an earthquake?" Lan Mengqian's body swayed slightly from the tremors beneath our feet. "This is not an earthquake. Something terrifying is about to emerge." I hastily pulled Lan Mengqian back. "Come forth, my little darling, and eliminate that man. Leave the woman to me," the masked man suddenly shouted. As I was retreating swiftly with Lan Mengqian, I felt the ground give way beneath my feet. Looking down, I realized that the ground had collapsed. I quickly released Lan Mengqian's hand and darted backward, for she need not worry at that moment. The masked man sought my demise. A thunderous roar echoed in my ears, nearly rendering me unconscious. I rubbed my dazed head and glanced toward the masked man. To my astonishment, a colossal two-headed spider erupted from the earth, the source of the deafening roar. "Good. Go and kill that man for me," the masked man commanded, stroking one of the spider's furry legs with a grin. The two-headed spider let out a guttural sound, seemingly in response, before one of its heads opened wide and spat a mass of white silk in my direction. I swiftly dodged, my heart racing in alarm. What on earth is this creature? Could it be a monster conjured from the souls collected by the masked man, combined with the essence of that fetal stone? A hissing sound followed as the silk I had evaded landed on the ground, transforming into a pool of white liquid that bubbled and churned. I couldn't help but click my tongue. It seemed this spider web was laden with venom. "Feiyu, are you all right?" Lan Mengxian called out with concern from the side. "It's nothing, merely a trifle. Do not be afraid. He won't harm you now," I managed to reply with a forced smile. Suddenly, the two-headed giant spider in the distance emitted a chilling cry, and the ground around me began to swell with countless small mounds. These mounds trembled momentarily before erupting, releasing fist-sized spiders that crawled out in a frenzy. They swiftly coalesced into an overwhelming sea of arachnids, all seemingly commanded to advance towards me. A shiver ran down my spine as I grasped a fire talisman and hurled it into the mass of spiders. The explosion sent sparks flying amidst the swarm, and although many spiders were flung to the ground, emitting a charred scent, their sheer numbers were insurmountable. In mere moments, I found myself encircled by a multitude of fist-sized spiders, tightly enclosing me within their ranks. Chapter 52. The true face of the masked man. With a sudden explosion, a tremendous purple flame erupted before me, creating a breach in the swarm of spiders that surrounded me. I recognized the violet fire as a gift from Lan Mengxian and hurriedly dashed toward the opening. Yet, I felt an unexpected chill at the nape of my neck, and I realized with dread that a spider had leapt onto me. Swiftly, I reached back, yanked the creature off my neck, and cast it aside on the ground. After placing a fire spirit talisman, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my head, causing my body to momentarily falter, nearly leading me to collapse. "What's wrong, Feiyu? Ah, you have a wound on your neck," Lan Mengxian exclaimed in alarm as she rushed to my side. "This spider bit me, but it's nothing serious for now, merely a slight numbing effect," I replied, brushing my fingers against the bite, discovering that the area was devoid of sensation. "Ha, bitten are you? No matter how agile you are, you cannot evade this onslaught. Soon, you shall be completely paralyzed, lying here among the graves," the masked man remarked, stroking the furry leg of a massive two-headed spider. "What is this creature? Why have you created such monstrosities?" I demanded, frowning at the masked man. "These are, of course, the fusion of the undead, possessing formidable combat power. As for my reasons for their creation, it was to seek out the ancient tomb I have long yearned to explore," he said, removing his mask to reveal his true visage. "Ma Jijin, is it truly you?" Lan Mengxian's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing the true visage of the masked man. "Indeed, it is I. Mengxian, you ought not to associate yourself with this spineless fool. Your purine body can only realize its true potential in my company." A faint smile played upon Ma Jijin's lips as he gazed at Lan Mengxian. I never imagined you would devolve into such a person. Even if every man in the world were to perish, I would never choose to be with you," Lan Mengxian retorted with indignation. "Do not be so resolute in your words, Mengxian." Ma Jijin, stroking his hair, continued, "You have yet to face the consequences for destroying my laboratory. But I'm not inclined to let you perish so easily. How shall I torment you? Perhaps I shall transform you into my slave. Ha. Transform you, you bastard!" I shouted at Ma Jijin in fury. Yet within, a sense of urgency brewed, for I sensed my neck had gone completely numb, rendering me unable to even turn my head. "Let your bravado linger a little longer. Once I have gathered the souls here, I shall attend to you. But do not entertain thoughts of escape during this time. My little treasure has been watching you closely." Ma Jijin revealed a sinister expression before walking away, ringing a bell in the distance. Though Ma Jijin had departed, the massive, two-headed spider remained fixated on me, its heads poised to strike at the slightest hint of my escape. "Feiyu, are you all right?" Drawing near, Lan Mengxian inquired with solicitude. A rueful smile graced my countenance as I responded, "At present, my neck is bereft of sensation. It is likely that insensibility will soon pervade my entire being. What recourse is there to alleviate your paralyzed state? Do you possess any means to counteract it?" Lan Mengchen queried, her voice laced with concern. "A potential remedy exists, albeit its efficacy remains uncertain. If you possess a solution, hasten to implement it. Pray, divulge how I may assist you," Lan Mengchen implored with alacrity. "Await my instruction." I retrieved a slip of yellow paper from my pocket and fashioned it into a diminutive blade. Subsequently, I affixed a hardening talisman bestowed upon me by Ming Chun, an auxiliary enchantment capable of imbuing objects with rigidity for a limited duration of 5 minutes, and presented it to Lan Mengchen. I continued, "Employ this blade to incise several wounds upon my neck, and thereafter apply sustained manual pressure to expel the venomous blood. This may potentially counteract the paralysis. Haste is paramount, lest the toxins permeate my system beyond redemption. Is this paper blade truly sufficient?" Lan Mengchen inquired, a hint of skepticism in her tone as she accepted the hardened implement. "Fear not. This blade could cleave through ribs with ease," I retorted swiftly. "Very well." Lan Mengchen nodded in affirmation. After a brief pause, she proceeded, "I have already made an incision upon the nape of your neck. Do you perceive it?" "Nay, not at all. By the way, ensure the incision is not excessively deep, lest my spinal column be compromised and I become reliant upon your sustenance for the remainder of my days." I jested, "Fa, I have no desire to provide for you for eternity." Her voice emanated from behind me. At that moment, she commenced compressing my throat. After approximately 3 minutes, a sensation gradually returned to my neck, filling me with elation as it seemed the method was proving efficacious. "It's accelerating. I can feel my neck." "Indeed?" "A profusion of sable ichor is streaming from the back of your neck, quite repulsive, and it emits a fetid odor." Upon hearing her words, I was rendered speechless. After a few moments, an acute pain emanated from my neck. As she intensified the compression, the pain escalated. I hastily implored, "Enough, my dear woman, the toxins have been purged. Desist from applying further force, lest it prove fatal." Upon hearing my entreaty, she immediately ceased her actions and leaned in, exclaiming with delight, "You have recovered?" "Indeed, I have." I nodded and extracted a vial from my person. It contained a remnant of the medication that Ming Chun had provided me after the simian vampire had lacerated my arm. I decanted a quantity of the verdant liquid and applied it to the wound on the back of my neck. Instantly, a soothing warmth emanated, and the pain abated significantly. What is our course of action now? The colossal arachnid remains fixated upon us. Fear not. As long as we refrain from flight, the creature will not assail us. Pray tell, what transpired with Ma Zhibin's assertion that you despoiled his laboratory? She inquired, regarding me with a perplexed countenance. I followed him to a decrepit factory, where I discovered a hidden chamber. Inside, a multitude of corpses lay submerged in a greenish liquid, all in a state of slumber. The moment they sensed the presence of a living being, they would transform into terrifying specters. As I departed from that place, I obliterated every single corpse. And it was likely at that moment that Ma Zhibin sensed the disturbance and, in a fit of rage, captured you. At this point, I cast an apologetic glance at Lan Mengchen, expressing my regret. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you had to endure such peril." After hearing my words, Lan Mengchen momentarily froze before a smile broke across her face. She patted my shoulder and replied, "Don't be so quick to blame yourself. It wasn't solely because of you that I was captured. Ma Zhibin is aware of my pure Yin constitution and likely seeks to obtain something from me. You are indeed astute. Ma Zhibin does indeed harbor a keen interest in your purine essence," I acknowledged with a nod. "Speaking of which, time has passed, and Ma Zhibin is likely to return soon," Lan Mengchen remarked, her gaze drifting towards the spot where he had departed. "It should be any moment now. However, I've devised a plan. Hurry, for you're the only one who can move freely at this moment." I whispered a few instructions into Lan Mengchen's ear and handed her a talisman. Finally, Ma Zhibin returned, holding a soul-settling bell with a look of satisfaction plastered across his face, indicating that he had successfully collected all the restless spirits from the graveyard. Ha! It seems you're utterly paralyzed now. Ma Jibin chuckled, fixing his gaze upon me. At this moment, I found myself lying on the ground, concealing the fact that I had already dispelled the paralyzing toxin. I feigned difficulty as I parted my lips to inquire, "How do you intend to dispose of me?" "Ha ha! It seems you are quite eager to meet your demise. Since you are so impatient, I shall grant you your wish." As Ma Jibin approached, he continued speaking. "Ma Jibin, cease your malevolence." Lan Mingchen shouted vehemently beside me. "Malevolence? Ha ha! I merely seek to clear the path of those who obstruct my way. Once I eliminate him, I will take you to a splendid place, Mingchen. Do not fret." Ma Jibin chuckled as he placed the soul-settling bell into his pocket. He drew nearer, the distance diminishing 10 meters, 8 meters. When he stood merely 2 meters in front of me, I abruptly rose to my feet. Ma Jibin, momentarily taken aback by my sudden movement, displayed a fleeting look of surprise. However, this brief lapse in his attention provided the perfect opportunity for the earthly fiend talisman, which Lan Mingchen had prepared beneath his feet, to activate. A thunderous roar erupted as a massive dungeon materialized, ensnaring Ma Jibin within its confines. "Ha ha! I didn't expect you had such a trick up your sleeve." Though trapped within the dungeon, Ma Jibin maintained his composure. "Indeed, I have exerted great effort to ensnare you." Witnessing the success of the covert plan I had shared with Lan Mingchen, I couldn't help but chuckle. However, it was all in vain. With those words, Ma Jibin retrieved a bell from his pocket, intending to summon the giant two-headed spider to assail me. However, the ensuing situation painted Ma Jibin's face with fury, for the mischievous dog suddenly darted from his side, clamped its jaws around the soul bell, and raced towards me, presenting the bell with a sense of triumph. I recalled the scheme, as the dog had whispered in my mind that it could diminish its form. Clutching the soul bell, I smiled at Ma Jibin and said, "Is it still futile now?" Ma Jibin, infuriated, was rendered speechless. "Feiyu, you are remarkable, truly astute." Lan Mingche also approached to commend me. "Humph, you celebrate too soon." The trapped Ma Jibin's face contorted with malice, and then a black token appeared in his hand. To my astonishment, he swiftly plunged the token into his chest. Instantly, the sky darkened, clouds thickened, and thunder roared as a bolt of yellow lightning shattered the dungeon, striking Ma Jibin. Both Lan Mingchen and I squinted, for at that moment, Ma Jibin was engulfed in tremendous currents, radiating a blinding brilliance. Chapter 53. The power of lightning wrapped in a powerful electric current. Ma Jibin emitted a continuous crackling sound, his face radiating an expression of utter ecstasy, akin to that of a malevolent spirit. "Feiyu, how has he transformed into this?" Lan Mingchen asked me, her face etched with anxiety. "It seems he has fused himself with the lightning particles in the air. He is now a walking high-voltage current," I replied, furrowing my brow. At that moment, the current enveloping Ma Jibin began to dissipate, or rather, it seemed to be absorbed entirely into his being. His pupils flickered with flashes of yellow electricity as he coldly addressed me. "You, boy, have forced me into this state." With that, Ma Jibin extended his right hand, and a turbulent sphere of yellow energy, brimming with violent electrical currents, materialized in his palm. He turned his gaze towards me and hurled the energy sphere with great force. I dared not delay. I swiftly unleashed a Vajra talisman, enveloping myself in a protective yellow aura. The electric sphere collided with the shield, and I witnessed it erupt violently. The sound of the shield shattering filled my ears, and a sense of dread washed over me. The power of that electric sphere was overwhelming. The Vajra talisman could scarcely endure it. I suddenly felt an intense numbness engulf my body, and like an arrow released from its bow, I was propelled several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. A metallic taste filled my mouth, and my body felt as if it were disintegrating. Lan Mingchen rushed over, her face wrought with concern, and helped me to my feet. "Feiyu, are you all right?" Nothing at all," I murmured, feeling somewhat dazed by the tremendous power of the lightning. "Remarkable. Indeed, you survived my strike." Ma Jibin observed me from a distance with a smug expression. "Naturally, your attack power still leaves much to be desired. After all, the forces of nature are beyond your control. I noticed your right hand trembling earlier, Was that a side effect of such overwhelming power? I spoke slowly, fixing my gaze on Ma Jibin. Upon hearing my words, the muscles on Ma Jibin's face twitched, revealing a look of resentment. You are quite observant, but believe me, I could eliminate you 100 times over without exhausting myself. Is that so? Then by all means, do try, I replied with a smile. At my provocation, Ma Jibin's expression darkened, and he hurled another orb of light at me. I quickly grasped the soul bell and gave a shake. Instantly, the two-headed giant spider appeared beside me, shielding me from the incoming attack. With a resounding bang, one of the spider's legs was blown off, yet in an instant, it regrew. I couldn't help but marvel at the creature's resilience. Damn it, Ma Jibin growled, his expression turning ferocious as he witnessed me using the soul bell to command the giant spider to absorb the damage. Don't forget, I still possess the speed of lightning. With that declaration, and amidst Lan Mengqian's exclamations, Ma Jibin disappeared right before my eyes. Suddenly, a blinding flash enveloped me, followed by a sharp pain in my abdomen, and I was sent flying backwards like a kite with its strings severed, tumbling for dozens of meters. I could not suppress a mouthful of blood as I silently lamented my misfortune. Ma Jibin possessed not only the force of lightning, but also its swiftness. Enduring the pain, I affixed a body-refining talisman to myself, feeling an influx of strength. Yet, I was acutely aware that even enhanced, my physique could not rival that of Ma Jibin in this moment. I had no choice but to engage my intellect and devise a strategy. Young man, your physical resilience is remarkable. To withstand my fierce assault and still remain standing is impressive, Ma Jibin remarked with a curious expression. Cease this at once, Ma Jibin. I implore you, do not cause further harm. Lan Mengqian cried out, her eyes tinged with crimson as she gazed at him. Upon hearing her words, Ma Jibin regarded her with bewilderment. Why do you care so much for this boy? Does he possess wealth comparable to mine? Is he endowed with greater abilities? I am far more charismatic than he. I could not help but chuckle at this absurdity. Feiyu. Lan Mengqian looked at me with concern, fearful that my words might provoke Ma Jibin further. Is that so? Then I shall ensure your demise. Ma Jibin growled, his gaze fierce as he gritted his teeth, vanishing once more into thin air. Here we go again. However, seizing the opportunity afforded by the previous exchange, I had concocted a plan. When the yellow light reappeared before me, I hurled a ground-slaying talisman and simultaneously affixed a hardening talisman to my chest, reinforcing my attire to resemble a bulletproof vest. Nevertheless, when Ma Jibin's onslaught struck me, my body was still propelled backward several meters. I couldn't help but smile ruefully. This night, I had been airborne thrice already. Feiyu, are you all right? The voice of Lan Mengqian echoed from a distance. I am fine. Struggling, I managed to rise from the ground and responded to her. Despite enduring a powerful blow from Ma Jibin, my earthly seal had activated once more, ensnaring him again within the dungeon. Do you truly believe that this contraption can confine me twice? A smirk played on Ma Jibin's lips as he extended his hands, conjuring two orbs of crackling electricity. I understood his intent to obliterate the dungeon with the immense current, yet I had my own strategy. I hurled another earthly seal towards his position, and as his assault shattered the dungeon, my subsequent seal activated, entrapping him once more. Are you attempting to exhaust me slowly? Ma Jibin's expression darkened at the sight of the newly formed dungeon. Indeed, if I cannot vanquish you outright, why not gradually deplete your strength? I replied with a smile. Your calculations seem rather flawed. I presume your talismans are limited, Ma Jibin remarked nonchalantly. Nodding in agreement, I replied, yes, but during this interval, I shall discover a means to defeat you. Huh, naive. Ma Jibin erupted into laughter and shattered the dungeon again. Anticipating his move, I swiftly cast another earthly seal to confine him once more. Mengqian, do you still possess your fire spirit talismans? I inquired hastily. Yes, what do you wish to do? Lan Mengqian responded, retrieving several fire spirit talismans. Listen, shortly I will cast a Vajra talisman, and you shall simultaneously throw the fire spirit talisman over. I said to Lan Mengqian with utmost seriousness. Understood. Lan Mengqian nodded in affirmation. Following this, I entrusted the soul-settling bell to the two-headed giant spider. Once all was set, I swiftly hurled a Vajra talisman towards Ma Jibin, while Lan Mengqian adeptly complemented my action by launching several fire spirit talismans. I silently invoked my will, and in an instant, Lan Mengqian's fire spirit talismans were enveloped within the golden aura of the Vajra talisman. Concentrating my mental energy, I emitted a beam of golden light from my eyes, striking the golden shield. In that moment, the shield, encasing the fire spirit talismans, surged towards Ma Jibin, who was wreaking havoc in the dungeon. Just as the shield was about to contact him, I suddenly shouted to Lan Mengqian, "Detonate! Break!" She bellowed in response. Immediately, the fire spirit talismans within the golden shield transformed into a massive orb of violet flames. However, the Vajra talisman's golden glow held the violet flames at bay, compressing their energy. This was precisely the effect I desired. Lan Mengqian's fire spirit talismans were already immensely powerful, and with the Vajra talisman's compression, their potency would be magnified several-fold. With a resounding boom, the golden glow of the Vajra talisman could no longer contain the might of the violet flames, and upon striking Ma Jibin's form, it erupted spectacularly, unleashing a colossal wave of heat. Amidst the sweltering heat, Ma Jibin let out a piercing scream. "Surely, he cannot be dead?" Lan Mengqian, shielding her face from the scorching waves, anxiously inquired. "Rest assured, he will not perish so easily," I replied to Lan Mengqian with a smile. As if in response to my words, the violet inferno engulfing Ma Jibin gradually dissipated, revealing a man clad in tattered garments. Indeed, Ma Jibin himself. At that moment, his body radiated waves of heat, his face charred and twisted with malice as he glared at me, suddenly transforming into a streak of lightning hurtling my way. I was taken aback. It was astonishing that Ma Jibin, after enduring such a fierce assault, could still move. Beside me, my two-headed giant spider stirred to life as the husky in my company shook the soul bell in its mouth. Two massive jaws opened wide, unleashing colossal white webs towards my front. The lightning that was Ma Jibin collided with the webs, momentarily halting his speed. Seizing this opportunity, I unleashed a beam of golden light from my fiery eyes directly at the streak of lightning that was Ma Jibin. With a resounding thud, Ma Jibin finally came to a halt. A gaping wound appeared on his left shoulder, blood gushing forth, a clear result of my mental energy's golden light. "Well done, kid. I didn't expect you to possess such abilities." This time, I admit I was careless. Ma Jibin glared at me, his face twisted with resentment. Fortunately, I replied to him with a grin. "Ma Jibin, it's time to cease this," urged Lan Mengqian, frowning as she addressed him. "I shall not cease my endeavors. I'm merely a breath away from achieving my goal. However, I shall not indulge you today." A sinister expression danced across Ma Jibin's face as he abruptly struck the ground, vanishing into the earth itself. Did he just descend underground? Lan Mengqian exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, he has fled, yet he will undoubtedly commit further heinous acts in the future," I replied with a hint of fatigue. My body, which had been straining to hold itself together, began to tremble violently as I felt myself on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Lan Mengqian noticed in time and swiftly supported me, her concern evident as she inquired, "Feiyu, how is your health?" After being struck down thrice in one night, had it not been for the aid of the body refinement talisman, I fear I would have met my demise long ago, I responded with a bitter smile. With Ma Jibin's escape, we had no means to pursue him, and so I allowed Lan Mengqian to assist me back to the office, gritting my teeth against the pervasive soreness that enveloped my body as I lay down on the bed. I couldn't help but ponder the true nature of the goal that Ma Jibin spoke of. Chapter 54. The price as I lay in bed, fatigue enveloped me, and I soon succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening the next day, I was beset by a pervasive soreness throughout my body. It seemed that enduring the barrage of assaults from Ma Jibin had taken its toll, and my body required some time to recuperate. However, Ma Jibin would do well to rest for the time being, as his injuries were not significantly less severe than mine. He must be quite weakened at present. Dragging my aching body out of the room and into the hall, I found breakfast laid out elegantly on the table. "Master, Sister Mengqian has already left for work," the husky exclaimed, wagging its tail in greeting. "Oh, all right. Have you eaten? I asked, smiling as I gently patted the dog's head. Not yet. I was waiting for you to join me, the husky replied, licking the drool from the corner of its mouth. Haha, you needn't wait for me in the future. If you're hungry, simply help yourself, I chuckled, noting its eager expression, which hinted it had been salivating over the breakfast for quite some time. Yes, yes. The husky nodded vigorously before quickly diving into its meal. After completing my morning routine in the bathroom, I joined the husky for breakfast. Suddenly a thought struck me, and I inquired, Husky, what happened to that large spider? Master, I have placed it within the spirit sealing badge. It is quite docile now, the husky answered. Oh, that's good to hear. By the way, where is the soul-calling bell? I asked, looking at the husky. It is on the table, master. I swiftly finished my breakfast and tied the soul-calling bell with a string, fastening it around the husky's neck. Master, is this bell a gift for me? The husky, brimming with excitement, shook its head and inquired, Indeed, from now on that spider shall be your subordinate. I chuckled at the husky, for I believed it was far more suited to wield the soul bell than I was. Thank you, master, the husky joyfully rolled over. I paid no further heed to the little creature and made my way directly to the bronze mirror resting atop the cabinet. As I immersed my consciousness into it, I was transported into the realm within the mirror. Surrounding me was a vast expanse of green grassland, and I walked with familiarity toward the yurt, slipping inside. Young one, you have arrived, Ming Chun said softly, standing vigil by the bedside of the slumbering Wenyu. Upon my entrance, he continued in hushed tones, How is she faring now? I too spoke quietly, my concern evident. Well, her recovery is quite promising. She has regained some awareness, her intellect akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. However, it will take time for her to return to her former state. Ming Chun replied with a smile illuminating his face. Oh, that is reassuring, I responded. Young one, you appear to be unwell. Has something transpired? Ming Chun inquired with concern. Yesterday, I encountered that masked man again, I said with a wry smile. We clashed in several rounds, but fortunately, he ultimately fled. Upon hearing my words, a look of astonishment spread across Ming Chen's face, followed by admiration as he remarked, Well done, young one. You have indeed proven your mettle by driving off the masked man. Master, are you praising yourself? I teased. By the way, what kind of technique is it that allows him to burrow underground as he escaped? I gazed at Ming Chun, furrowing my brow as I spoke. Ah, that is the art of earth traversal, allowing one to navigate underground as effortlessly as on solid ground. Ming Chun smiled and replied, By the way, I have shared with you the knowledge of crafting the earth traversal talisman. You might consider making some when you find the time. It would serve as an excellent means of escape. Enlightened, I lightly touched my head and said, I see now, master. Very well, I shall proceed to create a few. After bidding farewell to my master, I returned to the hall. Just as I placed the bronze mirror down, a man entered from outside. Hello, may I inquire what brings you here? I greeted him warmly. Greetings. I wish to consult you about something, the man replied, a hint of bitterness etching his features. Of course, please have a seat and take your time, I urged, promptly guiding him to the sofa and pouring him a cup of hot water. After he accepted the cup and expressed his gratitude, he continued, Lately, I've been feeling as though something is following me. What sort of thing? I echoed in confusion. Indeed, no matter where I go or what I do, I always sense a presence trailing behind me. At night, I even feel a chilling sensation. Do you think I've come into contact with something unclean? The man spoke, anxiety evident in his demeanor. Have you encountered any peculiar occurrences lately? I inquired swiftly. Peculiar occurrences? The man furrowed his brow in contemplation before speaking. There is nothing particularly strange, though if I must mention something odd, it would be that some time ago, on my way home from work, I encountered a black cat that had been injured by a pack of wild dogs. I rescued the cat and brought it home. Yet within a few days, it passed away. Could it be that the soul of this black cat is now following me? Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. After all, you were its savior, I replied, my brow also furrowed. However, apart from that, I have encountered no other peculiar occurrences. Is that so? Allow me to give you a talisman to ward off any malevolent spirits. Keep it with you. If possible, I would like to visit your home to ascertain whether there are any unclean entities present, I offered, handing the man the talisman. Very well, but I am preoccupied at the moment. I shall invite you to my home tomorrow instead, he said, a fleeting look of discomfort crossing his face as he spoke hastily. All right, I nodded in agreement. After the man departed, I turned to my dog and inquired, Husky, did you detect anything peculiar about his scent? Indeed, master. I can perceive a strong scent of blood. The husky wagged its tail in response. That explains why something may be clinging to him. He was clearly concealing something from me. His reaction when I mentioned visiting his home was rather unnatural. I remarked slowly. Could it be that there are unspeakable things within his abode? Quite likely. Come, Husky, let us follow him. I spoke quickly to the husky. All right. Together, we dashed outside. Fortunately, the man had approached on foot, allowing us to catch sight of him turning a corner just as we emerged. We hastily pursued him, maintaining a safe distance. At that moment, a wild dog suddenly crossed paths with the man, causing him to abruptly halt. The husky and I quickly concealed ourselves in a corner, keenly observing the man's next moves. To our astonishment, he retrieved a biscuit from his pocket and tossed it in front of the wild dog. Initially, the dog was wary, but ultimately succumbed to the biscuit's allure, snapping it up before attempting to flee. However, it had scarcely taken a few steps before collapsing to the ground. My heart raced at this sight. Could there have been something sinister in that biscuit? But what could be the man's motive? The man cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before swiftly removing his clothing to wrap the fallen dog within it. He then hoisted it up and departed with urgency. Is he intending to eat the dog? The husky's voice queried beside me. Not necessarily. There are too many suspicions surrounding this man. Come, we must follow him. I replied, my brow furrowed in concern. Soon, we followed the man to a house. He produced a key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. I presumed it to be his residence. However, I quickly darted to the window, peering in with utmost caution. To my horror, I was met with a chilling sight. The interior was littered with the lifeless bodies of numerous small creatures, cats, dogs, and several hedgehogs. How could there be so many animal carcasses? Had this man truly been responsible for their demise? As I pondered this unsettling thought, the man unveiled the bundle he had been carrying and released a wild dog that had been ensconced within his garments. Grasping the dog's tail, he yanked with such force that it tore away, blood gushing from the animal's rear, while an unsettling thrill danced across his countenance. This man is a monster. Overcome by revulsion, I could no longer contain myself. I shattered the window and leapt inside with my husky in tow. What are you doing here? The man's surprise was palpable at my sudden intrusion. You depraved individual, did you slay all these innocent creatures? I exclaimed, my brow furrowed in anger. His astonishment morphed into disdain as he retorted, these animals are inferior beings. Only in their torment do I find joy. This is monstrous. No wonder you claim to be haunted. It seems the vengeful spirits of these animals have been tormenting you, I declared loudly. Is that so? If it is indeed their vengeful spirits that pursue me, then I fear nothing, he laughed maniacally. The man cast aside the talisman I had given him to ward off evil, tossing it onto the ground, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. It seems you are unafraid of their retribution. I spoke coldly. Of course, I fear nothing. They are merely lowly creatures, he replied with an amused expression. In that case, I shall refrain from intervening in what follows, I said, offering him a faint smile in return. The ensuing events puzzled him. Upon hearing my words, he noticed that the tail he had just torn away had abruptly transformed into a venomous serpent that lunged at his thigh. Ah, how could this happen? Help me, he cried, collapsing to the floor in terror. Yet I had no intention of intervening, for at that moment, the corpses of all the deceased animals in the room began to stir back to life, each one menacingly lunging at the man. The air filled with his anguished screams. Once the chaos subsided, the small creatures gradually became translucent and vanished from the room. I approached the man to check his breath. He still retained a faint pulse. It appeared that these so-called lowly creatures had ultimately spared his life. I shook my head in resignation, then called for an ambulance before returning to my office. Chapter 55. The terrifying game on the way back. The husky, with a hint of confusion, inquired, Master, why did you choose to assist him in the end? The tormented souls of those animals did not bring about his demise. How could I simply turn a blind eye? I sighed and replied, Indeed, Such a person is truly despicable, deriving pleasure from the torment of innocent creatures. The husky, sharing the guise of an animal, was particularly incensed by the man's cruelty. Remember, at times, humans can be far more fearsome than specters, I gently reassured, stroking the husky's head. Upon returning to the office, as I was preparing to draw a few talismans, I suddenly noticed a note on the coffee table. Curiously, I approached and picked it up. The contents read, "I have been cursed. Can you assist me? Due to this curse, I must go to the small pavilion in Tianxiang Park. I hope that upon seeing this note, you will come to find me there." After reading the note, a wave of perplexity washed over me. A curse and a summons to the small pavilion in Tianxiang Park. What could this mean? Nevertheless, saving a life was of utmost importance. I instructed the husky to remain at the office while I hailed a taxi to the park alone. Upon entering the park, I swiftly made my way to the small pavilion mentioned in the note, and indeed, there sat a woman poised on the stone bench within the pavilion. "Was it you who left the note?" I inquired with curiosity as I approached her. "Yes, it was I. Thank you for coming," she replied, gazing at me with gratitude. "By the way, you mentioned that you were cursed. What is the story behind it?" I inquired with a sense of curiosity, expressing my concern regarding the notifications on my phone that urged me to undertake certain actions, warning that failure to comply could result in peril. The young woman spoke anxiously. "What? Is such a thing possible? Could it be a prank?" I furrowed my brow in disbelief. Initially, I too was skeptical, yet I soon learned that horrifying events could indeed unfold. Gradually, she recounted her harrowing experience to me. This young woman, named Wang Jiao, had recently entered the workforce as a university graduate. Not long ago, feeling discontented with her job, she found solace in solitude, drinking alone in her rented apartment. It was during this vulnerable moment that her phone vibrated unexpectedly, revealing an unread message. Upon opening it, she discovered a chilling instruction to turn off the lights and spin clockwise 10 times in her room, with a dire warning that failure to comply would lead to terrifying consequences. Wang Jiao, unwilling to heed such absurd demands, dismissed them, yet her beer bottle suddenly shattered in her grasp, causing her hand to bleed profusely. At that moment, another message arrived, conveying a warning. It was then that she realized this was no mere prank, but rather a terrifying supernatural occurrence. Ignoring her injury, she hastily extinguished the lights and swiftly spun 10 times as instructed. When she dared to turn the lights back on, a ghastly, pale visage materialized before her, only to vanish in an instant. Simultaneously, another message appeared, congratulating her on completing the first task of the game. Upon hearing everything Wang Jiao had said, I was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Who was orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes? I hastily inquired, "Did you come here today because of a message you received?" "Yes," she replied, her face bearing an expression of trepidation. "The message instructed me to sit here, remove my shoes, and place them on the stone table in the pavilion, waiting for it to take them away." "It? Who is it?" I asked, my brow furrowing in confusion. "I don't know. That's just what the message said," she responded. "Very well. I shall wait here with you to see who comes to collect them," I said, rubbing my palms together before seating myself on the stone bench opposite Wang Jiao to begin our vigil. As seconds turned to minutes, no one arrived to claim Wang Jiao's shoes. Just as I began to feel like a fool, my phone suddenly rang. The caller was Lan Mengchen, and I quickly answered. "Hello, Mengchen, what is it?" I inquired. "It's already midday. Where have you gone? Didn't you promise to make me lunch?" Lan Mengchen's mildly reproachful voice came through the line. I felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, Mengchen, I'm sorry. I'll treat you to a feast later. I have something to attend to right now." "That is more like it," she said before hanging up. As I returned my phone to my pocket and looked back at the stone table, I was startled to find Wang Jiao's shoes were gone. At that moment, Wang Jiao wore an expression of sheer fear. I quickly asked, "What has happened? Where are your shoes?" Just now, they were taken by it," she stammered. Wang Jiao's voice trembled slightly. "Who is it? How did it happen?" I inquired, my urgency palpable. The shoes that had been present just moments ago had inexplicably vanished within the brief span of my phone call, leaving me utterly perplexed. While you were on the phone, a pair of hands suddenly appeared on the stone table. They were purple, and after seizing the shoes, they vanished, she explained. "What? Such a thing is possible? I exclaimed, unable to contain my astonishment. By the way, where's your phone? Here, Wang Jiao replied, pulling out her mobile device and handing it to me. As I accepted it, I noticed an unread message. Upon opening it, I discovered the content. Congratulations on completing the second game project. The third game project is to forward this message to the man standing in front of you. That man was me. I realized that if Wang Jiao failed to follow the instructions, she would be in grave danger. Therefore, I returned her phone and provided her with my number, urging her to forward the message to me. Suddenly, my phone vibrated, indicating a new message. I opened it, only to find that it was not the content Wang Jiao had forwarded, but rather, congratulations on becoming a game participant. The first game is to stand facing your door in a darkened room for 10 minutes at 10 o'clock tonight. No matter what occurs during that time, do not move. Stunned, I pondered whether I too had fallen victim to a curse, compelled to adhere to the ominous instructions lest I face dire consequences. What on earth was happening? I muttered to myself in disbelief. I apologize for involving you in this cursed game, Wang Jiao said to me with an expression of regret. It seems you are aware of certain matters, I replied with curiosity. Ever since the peculiar occurrences began, I took to the internet to research, and I discovered that I am not the only one afflicted by this curse. There are many others, and numerous souls have already perished. Wang Jiao's face turned pale. What? I exclaimed in surprise. Who could be orchestrating all of this, designing such a deadly game? However, there are those who will ultimately survive, as long as they complete the 8 tasks mentioned in the message. Wang Jiao informed me once again. Oh, so it could be approached this way? I raised my eyebrows in realization. Yet, each game becomes increasingly challenging and terrifying. I fear I may not cope. A hint of dread flickered across Wang Jiao's face. Do not worry, for I too am ensnared in this horrifying game alongside you. I will do my utmost to assist you, I reassured Wang Jiao. Thank you. She expressed her gratitude. After bidding farewell to Wang Jiao, I returned to the office, where Lan Mengqian had yet to arrive for work. Upon seeing me, she curiously inquired, Feiyu, what matter have you been attending to? Sighing, I replied, do not mention it. I have been cursed. Cursed? What happened? Lan Mengqian asked, her face filled with anxiety as she rushed to my side. I relayed the entirety of Wang Jiao's situation to her. Upon hearing my account, Lan Mengqian widened her eyes in concern and asked, will you be able to complete the 8 projects? I was uncertain, but assured her, for someone like me, who dabbles in the supernatural, it should pose no challenge. She nodded in relief. By the way, here is a talisman. If you find yourself in danger, simply hold it in your palm, and I will sense your location to assist you, I said, handing her the charm with a smile. You seem to care quite a bit for me, Lan Mengqian remarked with a knowing look. Don't overthink it. It's merely that Ma Jibin has vanished, and I'm concerned he might suddenly abduct you. If that happens, I want to be ready to rescue you, as this is a matter between him and me. All right, I understand, Lan Mengqian replied, rolling her eyes before driving off to work. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was past 9 o'clock in the evening. I lay in my room and opened my phone to read a text message, muttering, at 10 o'clock, turn off the lights and stand facing the door for 10 minutes. No matter what happens, do not move. It struck me as peculiar. Why would this curse manifest such a trivial game? The instruction to remain still regardless of the circumstances hinted at the likelihood of strange occurrences. Glancing at the clock, I realized it was nearly 10. Not wanting to take any chances, given my ignorance of the curse's potency, I decided to follow its directive. I rose from my bed, turned off the lights, and stood facing the door. Due to my extraordinary vision, I am able to perceive my surroundings even in the absence of light. However, after standing in front of the door for 5 or 6 minutes without any incident, it appears that, as Wang Jiao suggested, the initial horror game is rather simplistic. Just as this thought crossed my mind, the door before me suddenly swung open, and to my horror, a ghastly upper half of a corpse crawled in from the threshold, advancing directly towards me. The face of this decaying figure was smeared with gruesome blood, and I couldn't help but regret possessing such supernatural sight, wishing I could remain oblivious to the terrifying sights of the night. The dismembered torso, with its slender arms clawing at the floor, began to inch closer to me. Chapter 56. The tree beneath the ground. What is this creature doing here? A wave of unease washed over me, yet I remained motionless, compelled to adhere to the instructions relayed in the text message. No movement, regardless of the circumstances. Strangely, I could see a severed corpse crawling toward me, yet I was powerless to act. This was undeniably a tremendous psychological challenge. At last, the abominable half-corpse reached my feet, one of its hands pressing against my shoe. A shiver coursed through me, but I remained immobile. Simultaneously, the other hand of the grotesque creature also found its way to my shoe. Its intent clear, it sought to ascend my body. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. If anyone else were in my position, confronted in the dark by an unknown entity, how many could suppress their primal fear and remain utterly still? Just as the abomination was about to crawl onto my chest, it abruptly vanished. In that moment, my phone vibrated and I exhaled deeply. It seemed that the time had come. I switched on the light and inspected my clothing. A wave of metallic scent assaulted my senses. Blood. Stains marked the fabric, remnants left by the half-corpse. In truth, I could have dispatched that wretched creature in an instant. Yet the ominous forces behind this horror game remained a mystery. Thus, I had no choice but to abide by the rules of the game. I hastily took a shower and changed into a fresh set of clothes before returning to my room. Upon unlocking my phone, I discovered an unread message congratulating me on the completion of a gaming project, with a promise that details regarding the second project would be revealed in due time. Anticipation. Indeed, I felt a surge of irritation and tossed my phone onto the bed. Fortunately, I possess a certain composure. Had I been an ordinary individual, the arrival of such ominous messages might have led to a mental breakdown, culminating in a dreadful curse. What could be the origin of this sinister force? Contemplating this, I picked up my phone again. The number from which the message originated was a string of garbled characters, and calling it proved futile. It seemed I would have to undertake a gradual investigation later on. Feiyu, are you asleep? The voice of Lan Mengchen suddenly resonated from the doorway. Not yet. The door is unlocked. Feel free to come in. I was somewhat curious as to why Lan Mengchen sought me out at such a late hour. The door creaked open, and Lan Mengchen entered, taking a seat beside me on the bed. Miss Mengchen, what brings you here at this hour? With just the two of us in this room. You aren't about to reveal your innermost thoughts to me, are you? I teased, observing her reaction. Bah! Lan Mengchen shot me a disdainful glance and playfully punched my shoulder, saying, I am merely puzzled about a few matters. I grimaced in mock pain, rubbing my shoulder as I inquired, what matters? It concerns Ma Jibin. He had previously been persistently pursuing me, yet his demeanor was never bothersome. He does not resemble a malicious person. Lan Mengchen furrowed her brow and inquired, what do you mean? What has changed in Ma Jibin? Indeed, that is my belief. It seems he has been acting rather strangely since his encounter with the ancient tomb. She replied, nodding thoughtfully. Could it be that he discovered something within that tomb, or that the relics themselves have altered him? I pondered, my brow furrowed with concern. However, he has now fled, and we have lost track of him. He previously mentioned that he was but a step away from his objective, but what could that objective be? I possess a fragment of a clue, I continued. Ma Jibin once expressed a desire to take me on an excursion to the tomb, which I declined. Yet, when he spoke of it, his face was alight with excitement. Could it be that his transformation is linked to the changes he mentioned occurring within that tomb? Lan Mengchen leaned closer to me, her curiosity piqued. Do you know the location of the tomb he referred to? I quickly inquired. It lies within the Tianshan cemetery of the confused graves, though I am unaware of the precise entrance, she responded. Indeed, it is situated within the Tianshan cemetery of the confused graves. It seems highly probable that Ma Jibin, having fled that night, is now concealed within that ancient tomb. I must investigate that place tomorrow, I remarked, my brow still knitted in concentration. I shall accompany you, she offered. I will request leave from Team Leader Liu. No, there is no room for compromise this time. I cannot allow you to face any further danger, I said, leaning closer to Lan Mengchen with concern. Upon noticing my proximity, a faint blush suddenly adorned Lan Mengchen's delicate face. Pouting slightly, she remarked, all right, I understand. Just be careful. After uttering these words, she swiftly rose, her embarrassment evident, and left my room, leaving behind the lingering fragrance of her presence. Observing her hurried departure, a smile unconsciously graced my lips, It seemed that Lan Mingchen truly felt shy. I couldn't help but wonder if this young girl had developed some affection for me. Shaking my head to dispel such thoughts, I settled onto my bed to commence my mental cultivation, aiming to enhance my psychic abilities. The following day, upon awakening from my mental practice, I was immediately struck by the heightened clarity of my surroundings. Everything appeared to be within my grasp, suggesting a significant improvement in my psychic prowess. Seizing this opportunity, I set about crafting a few ground escape talismans. After nearly a morning's labor, I succeeded in creating two, wiping the sweat from my forehead with satisfaction as I tucked the completed talismans into my pocket. With preparations nearly complete, it was time to venture into the Tianshan graveyard for exploration. Lan Mingchen had already gone to work, and I called upon my trusty companion, the Husky, to begin our expedition. Soon, we arrived at the Tianshan graveyard, and I inquired of my canine companion, "Can you sense if there are any ancient tombs in this vicinity?" "Master, I can detect a strange aura emanating from beneath the ground," the Husky replied, shaking its head. "Oh, beneath the ground? Yet there appears to be no entrance. Must I excavate a considerable hole?" I couldn't help but furrow my brow and mutter, "My master, allow me to assist you." As I spoke, the body of the Husky began to sway, and the ground beneath us trembled, revealing a colossal two-headed spider. It was the Husky that had summoned this imposing creature. The Husky barked a few commands at the giant spider, which then commenced its excavation with its numerous furry legs. Witnessing this spectacle, I couldn't help but marvel. This enormous spider was akin to a multitude of excavators. After approximately 10 minutes of digging, a vast hidden chamber emerged beneath us, evidently the result of the spider breaching the upper level of the ancient tomb. "Husky, commanded to cease," I urged the Husky, concerned that further excavation might jeopardize the tomb's structural integrity. With a couple of barks and a shake of its body, the giant spider was summoned back into the spirit badge. I then affixed a body refining talisman and beckoned the Husky to leap into the ancient tomb. Upon landing, I quickly scanned my surroundings. To the southeast, I spotted a flicker of light, with a path leading towards it at a 45-degree incline. Curiosity piqued. I raced towards a downhill path, the Husky trailing behind me. As I ran, I couldn't help but reflect on how excessively long the descent seemed. After what felt like a considerable time, I finally arrived at the source of the light, and upon seeing it, I stood there momentarily stunned. The radiant glow emanated from the branches of a colossal tree underground, and what sent chills down my spine was the sight of human skeletal remains adorning each branch. What manner of tree is this? It exudes an aura of malevolence, accompanied by a frigid essence. As I furrowed my brow in contemplation, one of the branches suddenly stirred to life, lunging towards me with alarming speed. I was taken aback by the tree's capacity for aggression, and I swiftly evaded the oncoming branch. However, the branch I dodged slammed into the ground, creating a gaping hole, leaving me awestruck by its formidable power, reminiscent of a rapier. Could it be that the skeletons on this branch are the remnants of those who fell victim to its attacks, drained of their very essence? In the midst of these musings, a multitude of branches from the tree launched an assault on me, nearly sealing off all possible avenues for escape. In haste, I retrieved a Vajra talisman and beckoned my companion over, casting it above us. Instantly, a yellow protective barrier materialized, thwarting all assaults from the branches, which failed to breach the shield. It appeared that my enhanced mental prowess had significantly bolstered the talisman's defensive capabilities. I drew forth several fire spirit talismans and hurled them towards the malevolent tree. It must be eradicated, lest countless innocent souls be drained by its insidious grasp. Bang, bang, bang! A dozen flames erupted upon the trunk and branches of the sinister tree, which seemed to writhe in pain. To my astonishment, a green liquid began to ooze from its bark, extinguishing the sparks entirely. I furrowed my brow. Evidently, this malevolent tree possessed considerable resilience. However, I had numerous methods at my disposal. I commanded my loyal canine to summon forth the colossal spider once more. The two-headed giant spider then unleashed two substantial globules of corrosive liquid upon the towering tree. As the liquid made contact with the trunk, it swiftly corroded massive holes. emitting billows of smoke while the tree finally ceased its assault. I retracted the yellow light barrier of the Vajra talisman. With a thunderous crash, the once fearsome tree toppled backwards, uprooting its very roots. In the end, it was reduced to a pile of ashes. I stood there, momentarily stunned by the turn of events. What was happening? Just then, a radiant sapling emerged from the spot where the mighty tree had once stood. As I pondered this strange occurrence, a figure abruptly darted to the luminous sapling, yanking it from the ground and stuffing it into his mouth. To my bewilderment, the individual consuming the sapling was none other than Ma Jibin. Chapter 57. The Sealed Seedling. When did Ma Jibin appear? Indeed, he has hidden himself within this ancient tomb. Yet, why did he consume that seedling? And how did a seedling emerge after the destruction of the evil tree? Ha! After devouring the seedling, Ma Jibin suddenly threw his head back in laughter, a hint of madness flickering across his face. To my astonishment, grass began to sprout from his head. What on earth is happening? What have you done? I inquired, furrowing my brows at Ma Jibin. I owe you my gratitude for eliminating the sealed tree. Otherwise, I would have found myself in quite a predicament, he replied. At that moment, the grass atop his head had grown over a meter long, cascading like a woman's flowing hair, albeit entirely botanical in nature. The sealed tree, what exactly does it confine? And there appears to be a touch of green atop your head. Observing Ma Jibin's peculiar appearance, I found it inexplicably difficult to suppress my laughter. Ma Jibin, however, seemed oblivious to my mockery, instead tenderly caressing his long green tresses as he murmured, "A monumental transformation is about to unfold in this world, and I shall ascend as its king, acquiring all that I desire." "Surely you must be dreaming," I retorted, attempting to dissuade him while a sense of unease gripped my heart. Could it be that Ma Jibin's consumption of the seedling would precipitate something dreadful? "Young man, you remain ignorant of this world," Ma Jibin sneered, casting a disdainful glance in my direction. "I do not comprehend this world. Do you?" I shot back, rolling my eyes at him. "Forget it. Conversing with you is futile. I shall silence you now." A malicious expression transformed Ma Jibin's face, and his green hair suddenly elongated, manifesting countless green, sword-like beams that swiftly shot towards me. "Defend!" I shouted, and in response to the impending assault, I hurled a Vajra talisman, which instantly conjured a yellow barrier before me. The relentless barrage struck the barrier, producing a cacophony of clinks, while visible cracks began to form on its surface. A sense of foreboding gripped my heart. Ma Jibin's onslaught was unyielding, and if this continued, the barrier would shatter in no time. "Ha, boy, your resistance is in vain." Ma Jibin cackled maniacally at me. "Is that so? Then taste this." At last, the yellow barrier could no longer withstand the onslaught and shattered. In that instant, I swiftly darted to the side, unleashing a flurry of fire spirit talismans. Simultaneously, a flash of golden light ignited in my eyes, and I shot forth a powerful beam of golden energy directed straight at Ma Jibin. The sound of puff-puff resonated as my fire spirit talisman struck against Ma Jibin's green hair. However, as the flames reduced those strands to ashes, they were promptly replaced by an abundance of new hair. The golden beam that surged towards Ma Jibin compelled him to gather his hair to shield himself from my attack. Witnessing the spectacle left me momentarily stunned. It appeared that Ma Jibin had indeed become even more formidable after consuming that sapling, gaining this extraordinary ability. "Do you see it? Kid, stop your futile struggles. I have matters to attend to," Ma Jibin declared, and in that moment, an eruption of green luminescence enveloped him. Suddenly, I felt a tightening sensation around my ankles. Glancing down, I noticed that unbeknownst to me, tendrils of green had ensnared my legs. No matter how fiercely I struggled, I could not free myself, and these vines relentlessly pulled me downward, the earth beneath me becoming increasingly yielding. Within mere seconds, I found myself half buried in the soil. Wong Wong, my loyal husky, frantic with worry, attempted to grasp my clothing in his mouth to pull me out, but his efforts proved ineffectual. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of Ma Jibin's gaze shifting to my canine companion, and a sense of foreboding washed over me. "Husky, don't worry about me. Just run," I shouted urgently. Yet, Before the husky could comprehend, a multitude of green, sword-like beams struck him, and in an instant, he was hurled against the earthen wall, emitting a painful yelp before falling silent. "Husky!" I cried, my voice strained, but he offered no reply. "Annoying little creature, it's time for me to attend to my affairs," Ma Bean said, stroking his long, green hair with a hint of disdain. "I will not let you escape," I shouted back in a fit of rage. But before I could finish my sentence, I was forcefully dragged into the depths of the earth by those relentless green tendrils. Am I to perish within this ancient tomb? Entombed alive? I gradually sensed my breath growing more labored, a heavy suffocation constricting my chest. Yet, in this mire of earth, I found myself powerless to act. Otherwise, I could have utilized my earth escape talisman to flee. At this moment, I could only submit to the relentless tug of those verdant vines. Unable to endure the suffocating sensation any longer, I succumbed to unconsciousness. Time slipped away, and I awoke, opening my eyes to a realm adorned with crystals. I crawled from the crystalline ground, furrowing my brow as I surveyed my surroundings. Where am I? How did I arrive here? Could it be that those vines transported me? And what of Era? I must rescue Era. With this thought, I hastened toward an exit. However, upon reaching it, I collided with an invisible barrier. Cradling my throbbing forehead, I struggled to rise, extending my hand forward to feel the air. Indeed, there was nothing before me, yet my fingers brushed against an unseen wall. The exit lay tantalizingly close, yet I found myself trapped. Frustration surged within me, prompting me to hurl a dozen fire spirit talismans while golden light shot from my eyes. But alas, they were thwarted by the invisible barrier. What in the world is this place? In a fit of exasperation, I sat on the ground and cursed loudly. Suddenly, a chill washed over me from behind. My heart raced as I swiftly stood and darted aside, glancing back in haste. Behind me, unbeknownst to me, a pure white fox had appeared, standing silently with its soulful eyes fixed intently upon me. When I had just opened my eyes moments ago, I had not noticed this fox. How could it have suddenly materialized? A sense of wariness washed over me as I regarded it, for I understood that this unexpected fox was no ordinary creature. "Do not be alarmed, young one," the fox suddenly spoke, its voice resonating with a feminine tone. "You can talk?" I inquired, astonished. "Indeed, the situation is dire, and only you possess the power to thwart him," the fox affirmed, nodding as it continued its discourse. "Thwart him? Are you referring to Ma Bean?" I asked, furrowing my brow. "Yes, Ma Bean is indeed his name. He has obtained a seedling from the Tree of Seals, and soon he shall unravel the seals here, unleashing the terrors that lie beneath." "Seals? But how can I stop him if I cannot leave? And who exactly are you?" I swiftly posed my questions. "I am the essence of this Tree of Seals. Some time ago, the man named Ma Bean attacked me when I was unguarded, corrupting my true form into an evil entity. I can sense that he has taken the seedling of the sealing tree from my essence. Now, you must defeat him and reclaim the seedling. Thus, it seems that your present state is a consequence of his actions. Although I wish to confront him, he has grown exceedingly powerful after consuming your saplings, and I am simply no match for him," I remarked with a wry smile. "Fear not, I shall assist you. The saplings sealed within him cannot unleash their full potential." The white fox circled around me and proclaimed, "Very well, what shall we do next? Come closer to me. I am aware of his location, and I shall guide you there." The white fox gestured with its paw. "All right." Without hesitation, I approached the fox, which then pressed its paw against the crystal beneath us. Suddenly, I felt the ground give way, and my body plummeted rapidly downwards. "Where are we going?" I inquired loudly to the white fox beside me as I continued to fall. "To the place where he intends to unravel the seal." "What seal does he wish to break?" "A fissure in this world. If he succeeds in opening it, terrifying entities from other realms shall invade our world." The white fox explained. "What? A fissure in the world? Such a phenomenon exists," I exclaimed in astonishment. "After all, you are still young. There are many things in this world that remain unknown to you." "Very well." I found myself somewhat speechless as the fox addressed me in the manner of an elder. For several minutes, I felt myself plummeting downward. Just as I began to ponder whether this descent would lead me to the Earth's core, an unexpected force of air buoyed me upwards. Gradually, the speed of my fall diminished, allowing me to discern my surroundings, a stretch of yellow earth, permeated by the scent of damp soil. As my feet touched the soft ground, I turned to the fox and inquired, "Is Ma Jibin nearby?" "Yes, continue forward. There lies a sealed gateway," the fox replied. "A gateway?" The term filled me with confusion. Could it be a portal connecting different realms? I hastened after the white fox, sprinting for several hundred meters until we encountered a large mound of earth. I sensed an oppressive atmosphere enveloping us, and atop the mound stood a man with long green hair, none other than Ma Jibin. "I never anticipated you would arrive here, but alas, you are too late," Ma Jibin remarked, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. In that instant, a wave of dreadful foreboding surged within me, as if something terrifying was on the verge of emerging. Chapter 58. The Three-Headed Demon. "Alas, the portal is about to be opened," exclaimed the white fox anxiously at my side. As if in response to our alarm, Ma Jibin suddenly thrust his flowing hair into the earthen mound. I beheld green orbs of energy coursing through his verdant locks and into the mound, which then emanated a luminous green glow, intensifying the dread swelling within my heart. At last, Ma Jibin withdrew his hair and leapt down from the mound. I observed it pulsating like a beating heart, its movements accelerating until it erupted with a thunderous blast, revealing a vast black hole that exuded an aura of unfathomable terror. Ma Jibin, witnessing this spectacle, knelt beside the chasm, extending his arms and calling out fervently, "Arise." In response to his summons, I felt the ground tremble beneath us, and soon a colossal hand, akin to that of a digger, emerged from the abyss. My jaw dropped in astonishment as a gigantic figure, towering several meters high, ascended from the void, radiating an essence of death. This creature possessed 3 heads. One directed towards us bore a singular mouth lined with sharp teeth, while the other 2 heads were adorned with an array of eyes. "What manner of beast is this?" I inquired nervously of the white fox beside me. "It is one of the sovereigns of an alternate realm that I am tasked to seal, the Three-Headed Demon," the white fox replied, its voice trembling with fear. Amidst a fit of laughter, Ma Jibin gazed at the Three-Headed Demon with unrestrained delight. He approached the monstrous entity, his countenance radiating ecstasy as he proclaimed, "It was I who opened this portal and released you. Now, assist me in conquering this world." The Three-Headed Demon emitted a deafening roar, and with a sudden, powerful motion, one of its colossal hands seized Ma Jibin, lifting him before one of its myriad eyes. Startled by the creature's abrupt action, Ma Jibin struggled in its grasp, exclaiming, "I freed you. What are you doing?" The demon's multitude of eyes fixated on him, and with a fierce swipe, it hurled Ma Jibin against a nearby wall. His body felt like a marionette with severed strings. Crumpled on the ground, he coughed up a torrent of blood, his eyes brimming with malice. "I released you. If you refuse to serve me, then I shall obliterate you." With those words, Ma Jibin's emerald locks elongated dramatically, transforming into countless green sword beams that surged towards the Three-Headed Demon. Yet, despite their formidable appearance, the beams merely struck the demon's body, producing a metallic clang without inflicting any harm. "What is happening? Why is this creature attacking Ma Jibin?" I inquired, perplexed, of a nearby white fox. "This 3-headed giant lacks intelligence. Its instinct is to eliminate any living being it perceives. In the world where it resides, all living beings have been utterly annihilated by it. If we do not intervene, our own world shall succumb to the same fate." My heart sank upon hearing the words of the white fox. These 3-headed demon spirits have eradicated every creature in their realm, and now, even the immensely powerful Ma Jibin, employing his utmost strength, could inflict no harm upon this creature. How could I possibly stop it? Damn it! On the other side, Ma Jibin, relentlessly attacking the 3-headed demon, uttered 2 words before being grasped by the creature as one might squash an ant. Seemingly irked by Ma Jibin's incessant interference, the 3-headed demon brought its mouth-like head close to him and in a single bite severed Ma Jibin's head. With a swift motion, the head disappeared into the demon's maw, leaving only bare shoulders behind. Ma Jibin had permanently lost his life, his struggling limbs now helplessly dangling. Witnessing his lifeless body, the three-headed giant discarded his headless carcass aside. A chill gripped my heart. The formidable Majibin had met his end without a shred of dignity. You distract the three-headed giant. I shall retrieve my sealed sapling. The white fox urged me swiftly. What? Though a bitter smile graces my face at this moment, I find myself compelled to assist the white fox. For I am acutely aware that failing to do so would leave our world strewn with corpses at the hands of the three-headed demon. So be it. I shall embrace the role of a grand hero destined to save the world. With this resolve echoing in my mind, I swiftly affixed a body-refining talisman to my forehead and followed suit by hurling dozens of fire spirit talismans at the monstrous trinity. With a series of explosive pops, an array of sparks erupted upon the colossal forms of the three-headed demon. Yet, deep down, I recognized that my efforts would yield no tangible harm. Nevertheless, I had successfully captured the attention of the beast. It threw back its head and let out a deafening roar, its enormous hand swinging toward me. The rush of wind generated by its arm was distinctly audible to my ears. Seizing this moment, the white fox darted swiftly toward the headless corpse of Majibin. Empowered by the immense boost of the body-refining talisman, I sprang onto the palm of the three-headed demon just as its attack reached me, then hastened up its arm to perch upon its shoulder. The other head, adorned with a multitude of eyes, fixed its unwavering gaze upon me, unleashing a barrage of dark rays from its densely packed pupils. Startled, I propelled myself upward with all my might, narrowly evading the onslaught of black light. The walls behind me erupted with a cacophony of explosive sounds, and I needed not turn to witness the devastation wrought by those dark beams. Can your eyes attack? So can mine. I muttered a phrase, and in an instant, a golden light flashed in my eyes, subsequently striking one of the three-headed demon's eyes. Immediately, a stream of dark liquid oozed from the injured eye, revealing it to be the creature's blood. The three-headed demon let out a deafening roar in agony, its body trembling violently. Unsteady on my feet, I fell from its colossal shoulder, my heart sinking at the thought of the tremendous height, several dozen meters above the ground. Even if the earth below were as soft as silk, I could not possibly escape unscathed. Just then, my plummeting body fell to sudden lightness. Looking down, I discovered a mat woven from green vines had mysteriously appeared beneath me, gently cradling my descent. I realized that this miraculous act was solely the work of the white fox. Kid, I have acquired the sapling of my sealing tree. Now, all we need to do is drive this three-headed demon back into the portal, and I can seal it once more, the white fox exclaimed with excitement, darting beneath my falling form. As I neared the ground, I leaped off and, with a wry smile, replied, "It's easy for you to say. This creature is so massive. How could I possibly usher it into the portal? Regardless of the challenges ahead, we must not relent. Otherwise, our world shall meet its demise." Before I could utter another word, I was suddenly enveloped by a chilling aura from above. I hastily lifted my gaze, only to witness the enormous maw of the three-headed giant snap open with ferocious intensity. In an instant, a dense plume of black gas erupted forth, morphing into dozens of monstrous entities, each the size of an adult, adorned with bat-like wings. Each creature bore razor-sharp fangs, seemingly commanded by the three-headed giant to plunge towards me and the white fox with alarming speed. In a moment of desperation, I hurled a fire spirit talisman at the oncoming bat-like monstrosities. Fortunately, these fiends lacked the formidable defenses of the three-headed giant. My talisman struck true, causing them to lose their trajectory and crash into the wall. However, these creatures possessed an astonishing resilience. Upon impact, they merely trembled, and soon a dark swarm surged towards us once more. What to do? My attacks seemed futile. I shouted anxiously at the white fox. It did not respond, instead raising its head to regard the bat-like beasts, its eyes glowing with an emerald radiance. Suddenly, an array of thorns sprang forth from beneath our feet, wrapping us tightly in a cocoon of sharp spikes. I could hear the sound of the bat-like monsters colliding against the thorns, likely impaled like candied hawthorns on a stick. Although the formidable thorny defense created by the white fox was indeed impressive, It obscured our line of sight, and a sudden sense of unease surged within me. A colossal hand abruptly emerged from the thorns, seizing both me and the white fox. In an instant, our bodies were lifted, as it was the three-headed giant who, undeterred by the thorns' damage, had ensnared us. The white fox and I struggled fiercely, but the grip of the three-headed giant was akin to that of iron pincers, rendering our efforts futile. To my horror, I discerned that the three-headed giant seemed intent on devouring us, as it maneuvered its hand toward its gaping maw. In a moment that seemed to confirm my fears, the giant's hands suddenly spread wide, and with a powerful motion, it hurled us towards its mouth. The sheer force of the three-headed giant left us with no ability to alter our trajectory in midair. We could only watch helplessly as we drew closer to the creature's gaping jaws. Just as I contemplated closing my eyes to resign myself to this fate, I was startled by a tremendous rumbling sound emanating from the soil above. Suddenly, a gigantic two-headed spider descended from the earth, and perched upon its back was a husky. A rush of joy filled my heart, for it was the spirited husky adorned with his soul-requiting bell around its neck. Chapter 59. The Sealed Gateway. Era, save me, I cried out, my voice echoing as I called to Era, who was perched atop the back of a two-headed spider. Era shook his head, the soul-stirring bell jingling, and then barked twice. Instantly, a web shot forth from one of the spider's mouths, creating a barrier between me and the three-headed demon. As I made contact with the web, a soft sensation enveloped my body, and before I knew it, I was swiftly ensnared, pulled along with the white fox onto the back of the two-headed spider. As the web vanished, I gazed at Era with a mix of surprise and relief. "Urha, I'm so glad you're unharmed. How did you know to come here? I played dead when I was attacked, and then, guided by your scent, I had to dig down to find you," Era replied, pressing a plump paw against the two-headed spider beneath him. Upon hearing Era's words, I couldn't help but gently pat the little creature's head. He truly was a clever companion. "This little dog is quite an impressive spirit," remarked the rescued white fox, observing Era with keen interest. "Ah, you can speak too?" Era inquired, curiously approaching the white fox and sniffing at her. "Keep your distance," the white fox exclaimed, recoiling slightly at Era's advances. Seeing the white fox's disdain, Era sat down in a huff upon the back of the two-headed spider, looking somewhat dejected. However, I had no time to witness the antics of these two lively creatures. I cast a glance at the enraged, three-headed demon spirit, and then turned my attention to the colossal two-headed spider. Despite its formidable size, the spider's bulk was only comparable to the size of one of the demon's heads. Engaging the massive spider in a direct confrontation seemed futile. It was clear that cunning was the only path forward. After all, once this creature was delivered to the portal, the white fox would reseal it. With this in mind, I swiftly instructed the husky, have the giant spider spray webs at the demon's feet. The more, the better, to anchor them firmly to the ground. "Understood," the husky replied, and then began to thrash its body vigorously. The sound of the soul bell around the husky's neck resonated with a melodic chime. Following the command, the two enormous heads of the spider unleashed a torrent of vast white webs aimed at the feet of the three-headed demon spirit. The web shot forth in a continuous stream, and I could see the spider's abdomen rapidly deflating as it expended its silk reserves. I recognized that this extensive web spraying was depleting a significant amount of its stored silk, yet the outcome was gratifying. The demon spirit's enormous feet were soon encased in a thick layer of webs, firmly anchoring it to the ground. The three-headed demon began to thrash about in an attempt to break free, but thankfully, the strength of the webs held firm, preventing its escape for the time being. The three-headed demon's maw gaped wide, expelling a cloud of black mist that swiftly transformed into a swarm of humanoid-sized bat-like monsters. One segment surged towards us while another lunged at the two colossal feet of the three-headed demon, ensnared in webs. Upon reaching the captive appendages, they detonated in a series of explosions, releasing a noxious, ink-green liquid that hissed as it splattered onto the webs, generating a plume of white vapor and corroding a significant breach in the silk strands. Witnessing this alarming scene, I could not help but exclaim, "This web's binding won't hold for long." Xiaobai, Deal with these bat monsters while I assault the three-headed demon and drive it back to the portal." The white fox nodded, unperturbed by my use of the name Xiao Bai, its eyes shimmering with a greenish light. Instantly, thorns sprouted forth, impeding the diving bat creatures as they collided with one another. Seizing this opportunity, I propelled myself along the demon's form, executing several leaps until I landed in the center of its three heads. With a resounding shout, I summoned a flash of brilliance in my eyes, unleashing a beam of golden light towards the demon's heads. Despite the creature's formidable physique, it surely harbored a vulnerability. I intended to test this on its cranium. The sound of a metallic clang echoed as my golden light struck one of the demon's heads. Contrary to my expectations of creating a gaping hole, the impact did not go unnoticed, as a slight indentation appeared upon the targeted head. A thunderous roar erupted from the jaws of the three-headed demon, reverberating so intensely that it sent vibrations through my skull, nearly causing me to lose my balance and tumble down. It appeared that my assault had proven effective. Thus, I resolved to continue my barrage, aiming to create a substantial breach in its cranium. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a sudden whoosh of wind filled my ears. Alarmed, I realized that the demon's massive hand was descending upon me. I quickly glanced toward the source of the wind and saw a gargantuan hand poised to strike at the very spot where I was perched on its head. Swiftly, I slid down from the demon's crown to its neck, the scene reminiscent of my own attempts to swat a pesky mosquito. I could only imagine the demon's frustration, akin to that of a beleaguered fly. Having evaded that particular attack, I leapt once more onto the demon's head and unleashed another volley of golden light upon the previously targeted area. As I shot forth 5 or 6 beams of radiant energy, the demon's hand swept towards me again, forcing me to once again slide down its neck to evade the blow. After several such exchanges, my head began to swirl, the exertion of channeling golden light draining my mental fortitude. Nevertheless, I was triumphant in at last creating a small aperture in the demon's skull. "Hurry, you must act quickly. The restraints binding this creature's feet are on the verge of breaking free." The voice of the white fox echoed from below. "Understood," I shouted back, then produced a handful of fire spirit talismans, thrusting them into the small hole I had opened in the demon's head. I then called out to my companion, "Catch my body, Era." Having uttered my words, I leaped down from the head of the three-headed demon. Simultaneously, I silently invoked the word break in my mind. With a resounding bang, a magnificent black spark erupted from the demon's head, accompanied by a deafening roar that emanated from its mouth. A surge of joy filled my heart, for it appeared that my attack had borne fruit. Suddenly, I felt a soft landing beneath me as the two-headed spider, commanded by the husky, caught me. I quickly steadied myself atop it, concentrating the dwindling remnants of my mental energy and unleashing a beam of golden light from my eyes, which struck directly at the chest of the three-headed demon. Instantly, the creature's body swayed slightly. "Quickly, husky, everyone, unleash your most powerful attacks, while its heads are injured. Bring it down," I shouted at the top of my lungs. No sooner had my words left my lips than the husky directed the two-headed spider beneath us to launch another barrage of web projectiles at the demon's chest. Meanwhile, the white fox's eyes glimmered with a deep green hue, and countless massive vines twisted together, charging toward the three-headed demon. I, too, gathered all remaining fire spirit talismans and encased them within the golden barrier of the Vajra talisman, compressing them roughly before casting them forth. Our combined onslaught, my golden beam, the spider's web projectiles, and the white fox's vines, converged in a tremendous explosion. A gaping hole was torn into the demon's chest, and it could no longer maintain its balance, collapsing like a great mountain into the black hole formed by the previous mound of dark earth. "Have we succeeded?" I murmured in disbelief. "Not yet, kid." The white fox spoke to me and immediately leaped towards the dark abyss. "What are you going to do?" I asked in astonishment. "Seal the gateway," replied the white fox. Upon finishing its words, it hovered above the black void and transformed into a vibrant green sapling. The surrounding earth began to converge at the entrance of the chasm, and the sapling swiftly rooted itself in the soil, growing at an astonishing pace. In just a few minutes, it evolved into a towering tree, reaching a height of 100 meters. I stood there, awestruck by this remarkable transformation. "Thank you for your help in resealing the gateway. I have nothing to offer you, except for this wooden sword crafted from my essence." A resonant voice echoed around me. A branch of the great tree extended towards me, holding a sword entirely enveloped in green. I was taken aback as I accepted the sword, feeling its profound vitality coursing through it. "Thank you, little white. Is this tree your true form?" I expressed my gratitude to the magnificent tree. "Indeed it is. My vitality has been severely depleted this time. Hold on, my branch, and I will help you leave this place. I will take time to recuperate." The ethereal voice conveyed a hint of exhaustion. I nodded in understanding and instructed my companion to store the two-headed spider within the Spirit Guardian badge. I then bit down on the branch while swiftly reaching out to grasp it. The branch elongated rapidly, lifting both me and my companion upwards until we finally returned to the surface of the chaotic cemetery on Tian Shan Mountain. Once the task was complete, the branch quickly retracted back into the earth. Having returned to the ground, I gazed at the green wooden sword in my hand, my mind still somewhat disoriented. The events that transpired at the portal felt surreal, as if I had merely been dreaming. Who could fathom that I had just saved the world? A wave of exhaustion washed over me, and I collapsed, utterly drained, onto the earth of the desolate graveyard. Sighing, I felt as though my very essence had been extracted. It dawned on me that there exist portals connecting to other realms. Such a phenomenon is truly extraordinary. Our current world is not the sole existence. If that is indeed the case, could it be that creatures not of our original realm have infiltrated our reality? This thought tightened my heart, for the likelihood seemed considerable. Shaking my head, I steadied myself with the dark green wooden sword, rising to my feet. Regardless of the circumstances, the matter of the three-headed demon had been resolved, and justice had been served to Ma Jibin. With that, I resolved to hasten back to the affairs office. Chapter 60. The Golden Cudgel Sword After Much Effort. I finally managed to hail a taxi and return to the office, utterly exhausted. The moment I spotted the sofa, I collapsed onto it, feeling like a mere puddle of mud. "Master, how is your health?" inquired the husky companion beside me with genuine concern. "I'm fine. It's just that my physical and mental energy has been excessively depleted. A short rest will suffice," I replied to him with a smile. Glancing at the clock, I noted that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. It appeared I had spent nearly an entire day beneath the earth, and I anticipated that Lan Mengchen would soon finish work and return. As if summoned by my thoughts, a car pulled up at the entrance of the office. It was indeed Lan Mengchen's vehicle. She dashed out of the car and hurried inside, her face displaying a mix of anger and concern upon seeing me sprawled on the sofa. "I tried calling you numerous times, but you were unreachable. I was worried something had happened to you. It's possible that there was no signal underground," I managed to respond with a wry smile. "Underground? Have you discovered where Ma Jibin is hiding?" Lan Mengchen asked, her surprise evident. "Indeed, but he is already deceased." "What? How'd he die? What on earth transpired?" At that moment, she noticed my weariness and inquired with genuine concern. How should I describe it? It all felt like a dream. I took a deep breath and recounted the events regarding the sealed saplings and the gates to her. "What? There are other worlds?" Lan Mengchen exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. "Miss, could you lower your voice? My ears are nearly deafened." I cast a sidelong glance at Lan Mengchen. "Is it possible that somewhere in this world there exists a sealed portal?" Lan Mengchen exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. "If I had known, I would have accompanied you. I have missed such a grand surprise." "Surprise my foot. I nearly perished alongside Ha," I retorted, irritation lacing my voice. "At least you both returned alive. I never anticipated you would become a great hero, saving the world." Lan Mengchen beamed at me, then picked up the green wooden sword beside me, examining it closely. "This must be the wooden sword given to you by the great tree. It feels remarkably calming and centering to touch. Indeed, I have yet to study this sword thoroughly. I shall take my time to explore its intricacies when I can," I replied, secretly pondering the sword's potential as a formidable weapon, crafted from the essence of that great tree. "Well, seeing how arduous your journey has been with Ha, I shall personally prepare a grand feast to reward you both," Lan Mengchen declared, placing the wooden sword beside me as she made her way to the kitchen, her laughter trailing behind. I'll help you wash the vegetables, Sister Mengchen. Erha's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of a feast. Just relax. I can manage on my own. Lan Mengchen gently patted Erha's head, her affection evident. Understood, Sister Mengchen. As Lan Mengchen entered the kitchen, the spirited husky bounded to my side and whispered, Master, Sister Mengchen is becoming increasingly wonderful. You must seize the opportunity. I smirked at the canine, pinching its ear lightly. You think too much, don't you? After lounging on the sofa and regaining my strength, I made my way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower and changed into a clean outfit. Upon arriving in the living room, I was greeted by the sight of Lan Mengchen, who had adorned the table with an array of delectable dishes, their tantalizing aromas wafting through the air. The enticing scents provoked a salivary response, and I realized that my solitary meal of the day had been breakfast, leaving my stomach grumbling with hunger after the day's exertions. All right, let's dig in, Lan Mengchen declared, loosening her apron and smiling at both me and the husky. Sure thing, chef, I replied enthusiastically. Taking my seat at the dining table, I eagerly picked up a piece of braised pork with my chopsticks, the steam rising from it as I bit into the succulent meat, the heat swirling around my mouth. Can't you eat a little more slowly? No one is competing with you, Lan Mengchen remarked, casting me a disapproving glance while serving a generous portion of food to the husky, who was also eagerly devouring the meal, its mouth agape in a comical display of discomfort from the heat. The ranks of Lan Mengchen's disdain expanded to include the husky's antics. By the way, Mengchen, how is work treating you? I inquire between mouthfuls. Not too bad. My colleagues at the police station have been quite supportive, she replied. Lan Mengchen chuckled. Of course, after all, you are the stunning beauty here. A hint of bashfulness crossed her face at my compliment. By the way, Ma Jibin has passed away. It seems the investigation into that charred corpse case you were in charge of will come to naught, I suddenly remarked. Indeed, there's little we can do. The police station is burdened with numerous unresolved cases, she replied. After finishing our meal, I settled onto the sofa, picking up the green wooden sword and idly twirling it in my hands. To be honest, this wooden sword is truly remarkable. As I caressed it, a soothing energy coursed through my body, gradually restoring the physical and mental strength I had expended in my confrontation with Ma Jibin and the three-headed demon. I marveled at the sword's extraordinary properties. It must be infused with the essence of the great tree from which it was crafted, brimming with vibrant life energy. An idea struck me, and I began to channel my mental energy into the wooden sword. Instantly, an extraordinary sensation enveloped me. It felt as though the sword had become an integral part of my being. When I attempted to release my grip, the sword did not fall, but instead floated gracefully in the air. Strangely, my mental energy felt no strain at all. I effortlessly maneuvered the sword, dancing it through the air with ease. Feiyu, is this a flying sword straight out of a movie? Lan Mengchen exclaimed in astonishment as she observed my control over the wooden sword. Have you ever seen a flying sword this small? How could anyone possibly stand upon it? I cast a fleeting glance at Lan Mengchen, but in an instant, my mouth fell agape in astonishment, for the wooden sword had suddenly expanded significantly. I quickly recited in large in my mind, and to my amazement, the sword soaring through the air indeed grew larger once more. Excitement surged within me. Was this not akin to Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang? No, I reminded myself this was a sword. I continued to mentally urge it to grow, and the wooden sword swelled further in the sky. However, when it reached a length of 2 meters and a width of half a meter, it ceased to enlarge. As I began to feel my mental energy waning, it seemed I had reached my limit, or perhaps my mental power could not sustain a larger form of the sword. Wow, it truly is a flying sword. Beside me, Lan Mengchen, brimming with excitement, dashed to the enormous green wooden sword. I walked over in sheer astonishment, then, using my mental energy, guided the flying sword to rest beneath my feet. As I stepped onto the wooden sword, a delightful sensation welled up within me. I could actually fly with the sword. Hurry, I want to go up too, exclaimed Lan Mengchen, her childlike exuberance evident as she jumped with excitement upon seeing my ascent. All right, I replied, swiftly maneuvering the sword downwards so she could step aboard. Gripping my clothing tightly, she urged me to take flight. I began to control the wooden sword as it soared slowly ahead. Yet at that moment, the weight of both myself and Lan Mingqian bore down upon it. I felt my mental energy swiftly depleting. After it wobbled and circled the room for a brief moment, I hastily descended the sword to the ground, reducing it to the size of my palm and placing it in my pocket. Breathless, I collapsed onto the sofa. "Why didn't you take me up higher for a few more rounds?" Lan Mingqian remarked, somewhat reluctantly, after disembarking from the sword. "Sister, do you have any idea how much mental energy this consumes? If I were to take you for a few more rounds, I fear I would completely exhaust myself," I retorted, casting her a sidelong glance. Yet my heart swelled with excitement. If I could cultivate my mental energy to a higher level in the future, would I not be able to soar through the skies on my sword? How impressive! Had I known, I would have joined you. Perhaps I would have been gifted a wooden sword as well, Lan Mingqian expressed, a hint of envy in her tone. Her words elicited a chuckle from me. "Do you think this is just a twig? You can't simply request one and receive it. This sword likely embodies the essence of a tree that has existed for hundreds, if not thousands of years." Fine then. Just make sure to take me for a few more flights in the future," Lan Mingqian pouted. "That is certainly doable." "Young lady," I replied, patting my chest confidently. Lan Mingqian, still with a hint of envy, left the hall and headed to the bathroom, presumably to take a shower. I too felt somewhat drained and prepared to sit down and diligently meditate on my mental energy cultivation techniques. Just then, my phone's text message alert suddenly rang out. I picked up my phone and noticed a text message that read, "Reminder for the second game project. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Go to the Mingtai Mall to find a devil mask. Complete the task before 6 in the afternoon, and do not leave the mall during this time. Enjoy the game." Upon reading the message, I was momentarily stunned. The second game had arrived so swiftly. I was familiar with Mingtai Mall, a considerable department store in City A, featuring 4 stories and bustling with business. However, why was I tasked with locating a devil mask? This assignment seemed rather simplistic. I recalled that on one of the floors, there was a display selling various masks, making it quite easy to find a devil mask. As I pondered this, my phone suddenly rang. The caller was Wang Jiao. Curiously, I answered the call. "Hello, Master Feiyu. I just received that cursed text. Instructed me to go to Ming Tai Mall tomorrow to find a devil mask. What should I do?" Wang Jiao's voice trembled with anxiety. "What? You received that message too?" "My game project is the same as yours," I replied, astonished. "Really? That's wonderful. Tomorrow, Master Feiyu can accompany me to search for the mask." "Indeed. Though I am uncertain why we share the same task, I will exert my utmost effort to assist you tomorrow." After hanging up, I fell into deep contemplation. Our game projects, Wang Jiao and I, were identical. Did this imply that there were others under the curse who shared our task? Who was the mastermind orchestrating this game? Why must such peculiar games be designed? Chapter 61. The Devil's Mask. The following morning, after having breakfast with Lan Mingqian and the 2 huskies, I made my way to the Ming Tai shopping mall alone. I arrived just as the clock struck 9:30, and the mall was bustling with shoppers, as usual. Instead of promptly searching for the devil's mask, as indicated in the game, I settled onto a seat on the first floor, observing the throng around me while awaiting Wang Jiao, who had called me earlier, eager for my company in this quest. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Wang Jiao hurriedly entered the mall. Upon spotting me, the tension on her face eased slightly. "Master Feiyu, I apologize for the delay. I got held up on my way here," she said, a hint of contrition in her voice. "It's quite all right. There is still ample time. After all, finding a devil's mask shouldn't pose much difficulty," I replied, waving my hand and smiling reassuringly. "Where shall we begin our search?" Wang Jiao inquired, a look of uncertainty crossing her features. "The first floor houses general merchandise. The second floor is dedicated to clothing, the third to furniture, and the fourth to appliances. Naturally, we should commence our search on the first floor," I explained, feeling quite familiar with the layout of Ming Tai, having frequented in the past. "All right, Master Feiyu. I will follow your lead." Wang Jiao nodded in agreement. "Please just call me Feiyu. After all, we are of similar age. Being addressed as master makes me feel rather aged," I said with a wry smile. At my words, a flicker of amusement danced across Wang Jiao's face as she nodded, responding with a smile. "Very well, Feiyu. That's right. This sounds much more pleasant. Let's go. Generally, masks can be found in the children's toy section, I said, waving at Wang Jiao. Wang Jiao replied, following closely behind me. Navigating the familiar aisles with ease, I relied on my previous shopping experience to guide me towards the children's toy area. Soon, I arrived at my destination, where the shelves were brimming with an array of cartoon plush toys. Bald Chong, the Pink Panther, and Totoro, to name a few. Wow, how adorable! Wang Jiao exclaimed, hugging a Totoro plush toy with delight. Observing her reaction, I felt a twinge of exasperation. It seemed that girls, much like children, were enamored with plush toys. However, I was on a quest for a devil mask. I decided to let Wang Jiao bask in her ocean of plush toys while I searched for the mask. I glanced around, noting that the vicinity was filled with plush toys and children's games. After several fruitless circles of searching, I began to wonder why I couldn't find any shelves with masks. Scratching my head in confusion, I approached a store attendant who was organizing merchandise and asked, "Excuse me, do you have any masks for the head?" The attendant turned, a look of puzzlement crossing her face as she replied, "Masks? What exactly do you mean by masks?" Upon hearing her words, I was momentarily taken aback, pondering to myself that she must be a newcomer. Thus, I endeavored to elucidate. It is the kind of rubber mask that one could don upon their face, resembling a devil. However, upon listening to my explanation, the waitress's expression suddenly turned somewhat vacant, her eyes fixated upon me, rendered speechless. "Hey, do you not comprehend my words?" I inquired, furrowing my brow. Suddenly, the waitress's mouth twisted into an odd grin, and her entire head abruptly detached, rolling across the floor to one side. Witnessing this bizarre occurrence, I was instantly horrified. How could a seemingly ordinary person meet such an uncanny demise? What on earth was happening? Hearing the commotion, Wang Jiao set down the stuffed Totoro she had been holding and approached with curiosity. Upon discovering the solitary head on the ground, she could not help but scream, "Ah, a dead person." Even more bewildering was the indifference of the other shoppers in the mall. Upon hearing Wang Jiao's exclamation, they merely glanced over with disinterest before resuming their activities. Observing the reaction of those around us, a realization dawned upon me. Perhaps these individuals were not truly human. And the Ming-Tai Mall we had entered had transformed into a realm of the uncanny. Do not be afraid. We merely need to follow the game's instructions to locate the devil mask. Those around us may be specters, but as long as we maintain an air of normalcy, we shall be fine, I reassured Wang Jiao. But how are we to find that mask? She stammered, her eyes brimming with tears from fright. As long as we remain within this shopping mall, we are bound to discover something. After all, time is plentiful. Well, then I entrust this task to you. At this moment, Wang Jiao has regarded me as her pillar of support. I nodded and resumed my search, while Wang Jiao dared not stray a single step from my side, closely trailing behind me. To be candid, the current circumstances are the most peculiar I have encountered thus far. Even though I am acutely aware that everyone around us is a specter, we must feign normalcy. I have observed that as long as we refrain from inquiring about the devil masks, they behave like ordinary individuals. However, once the subject is broached, their expressions turn blank, and their heads fall. After scouring the first floor for approximately half an hour, we had yet to catch even a glimpse of the mask. Just as we were preparing to ascend to the second floor, a man's furious exclamation suddenly pierced the air behind us. "Damn it, what a ridiculous game. Asking a question could cost you your head." Upon hearing this, I felt a stir of curiosity and hastened towards the man. Noticing my approach, he displayed a hint of wariness and asked nervously, What do you want? Are you also a participant in the game from the text message?" I replied directly, surprised by my response. The man's face lit up with astonishment as he quickly exclaimed, "Indeed, are you also?" "Yes, and she is as well." I nodded affirmatively, gesturing towards Wang Jiao, who stood behind me. "That is truly delightful. With this, I shall not be waging my battle in solitude. To speak candidly, this game is exceedingly bizarre, yet I find myself compelled to partake. Otherwise, the next round would surely spell my demise," the man said with a hint of exasperation. "Which number is this game for you?" inquired Wang Jiao, her curiosity piqued. "The fourth, why do you ask?" The man responded, intrigued. "Oh, it's nothing. I've heard that completing 8 game projects will grant us release from this curse, Wang Jiao elucidated. So, if that is the case, once I finish this, I will have only 4 more to go. A glimmer of joy graced the man's countenance. However, the challenges in the games to come will only intensify. Wang Jiao continued. That is of no concern. I have faith in my ability to succeed. By the way, have you uncovered any clues regarding the mask? The man inquired. Not yet. As you may know, simply asking others about the mask leads to their heads falling off. It seems we're the only 3 survivors here. The others are but phantoms, I remarked with a frown. Indeed, I was startled just moments ago, but as long as they do not assault us, we shall be fine. After an exhaustive search of the first floor, which yielded no trace of the mask, we resolved to ascend to the 2nd floor to continue our quest. Along the way, I learned that the man's name is Lu Zhen, who had fallen prey to the curse of this terrifying game a month prior. He has completed 3 game projects thus far, and the current task of seeking the devil's mask constitutes his 4th endeavor. The 2nd floor is dedicated to clothing, and it seems unlikely that masks would appear here. Lu Zhen remarked with a hint of confusion as he surveyed the racks brimming with garments. I am uncertain. However, the masks, which should most likely be found on the 1st floor, are conspicuously absent. It appears they may be concealed in places we least expect. If we search diligently and leave no corner unchecked, we are bound to uncover them, I analyzed thoughtfully. Indeed, Feiyu is correct. Wang Jiao wholeheartedly concurred with my assessment. Subsequently, we commenced our separate explorations of the 2nd floor. I made my way toward the men's apparel section where several customers were trying on clothes, their faces adorned with smiles. Yet, I was acutely aware that these seemingly ordinary individuals might not be entirely human. Approaching a sales associate, I inquired, "Excuse me, do you have anything that can be worn on the face? Are you referring to masks? You can purchase them at the daily necessities section on the 1st floor." The associate replied, momentarily taken aback. Not masks, but rather items that can alter one's appearance when worn on the face. I hesitated, fearing that uttering the term mask might cause the sales associate's head to detach. "Are you referring to masks?" She pondered for a moment. No sooner had she uttered these words than her expression turned vacant, and her head fell to the ground with a thud. The customers around her continued to try on their clothes, seemingly unfazed by the incident. Witnessing this chilling scene, a shiver ran down my spine. It became evident that in this vast shopping mall, only Wang Jiao, Lu Zhen, and I remained truly alive. Without further inquiries, I continued my diligent search, scouring even the restrooms, yet no masks were to be found. Eventually, the 3 of us reconvened. "So what about you two? Do you have any leads?" I inquired, glancing at Wang Jiao and Lu Zhen. "None," they replied in unison, shaking their heads in tacit agreement. It seemed that this scavenger hunt was far more complex than the messages had suggested. Nevertheless, we must not lose hope, for we still had over 6 hours remaining. We had yet to explore the 3rd and 4th floors, leaving us with a glimmer of possibility. I smiled to encourage them. "Yes, we will definitely find the masks," Wang Jiao affirmed, rallying her spirits. Meanwhile, Lu Zhen remained silent, prompting my curiosity. "What is on your mind?" I asked him. A sudden thought crossed Lu Zhen's face, revealing a hint of discomfort. What if he began, "We do find a mask in the end, but there's only one. What then?" His words left both Wang Jiao and me momentarily stunned. If Lu Zhen's hypothesis were true, it would mean that ultimately, only one among us would be able to leave this place. Chapter 62. The True Demon. The likelihood of that scenario is quite slim. "Let's continue our search on the 3rd and 4th floors," I remarked with a smile. Yet, deep down, I understood that if such a possibility were to exist, our ensuing quest would inevitably be tainted by self-interest, as everyone yearned to escape from this place. Indeed, Feiyu is correct. There cannot possibly be just one mask, Wang Jiao said with a smile, though I discerned a flicker in her eyes, suggesting she was contemplating something ulterior. "Let's proceed to search the 3rd floor separately," I proposed. "I believe we should remain together. After all, we have ample time." Lu Zhen interjected with a sudden grin. "Yes, I concur," Wang Jiao quickly agreed. Noticing their sudden harmonious response, I recognized that their intentions were driven by the desire to find the mask first and abscond with it. But I chose not to expose their motives, merely reflecting on how matters concerning personal gain often foster a peculiar unity among individuals. Very well, let us search together, I said with a smile. Thus, the three of us ventured to the third floor, where furniture was sold, beginning our search. However, after over an hour of fruitless searching, the absence of the mask had begun to show on Wang Jiao and Lu Zhen's faces, which now bore expressions of anxiety, likely fearing they would fail to locate the mask. We proceeded to the fourth floor, the final level of the Ming Tai shopping mall, where we continued our search together. This floor was dedicated to home appliances, and it seemed improbable that a mask could be found in any corner. My impatience began to rise. Where on earth could the mask be? At that moment, Wang Jiao excitedly shouted from in front of a television cabinet, "I found it!" Lu Zhen and I hurried over to her side, where we saw her joyfully clutching a terrifying rubber demon mask to her chest. "Let me see it," Lu Zhen eagerly said as he leaned closer to Wang Jiao. "No way," she replied, protectively holding the mask tighter while regarding Lu Zhen with suspicion. "I won't snatch it from you. Just let me take a look," Lu Zhen said, somewhat indignantly, as he reached out to seize the mask. I stepped forward to restrain Lu Zhen, smiling as I said, "There's no need to rush. Since we found the first one, the second will surely appear." Lu Zhen turned to me, his expression wavering, before he conceded, "All right, but she can't be away from us. I will stay with you to continue searching," Wang Jiao quickly asserted. I nodded and resumed my search. However, after thoroughly scouring the entire fourth floor, we found no second mask, leading to an increasingly awkward situation. "What should we do? There's only one mask, and only one person can leave this place," Lu Zhen declared, his eyes reddening as he stared at the mask in Wang Jiao's embrace. "How about this?" The message said that finding the mask allows for departure. "So, let's have Wang Jiao take the mask and leave first, and when she exits them all, she can toss the mask back in. And we can retrieve it once more to leave," I proposed after contemplating the situation. "What will we do if she leaves?" Lu Zhen asked, casting a doubtful glance at Wang Jiao. "Rest assured, I'm not one to stand idly by in the face of danger. Once I am outside, I will certainly discard the mask in a mall," Wang Jiao replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Very well, I shall trust you this once," Lu Zhen conceded. The three of us then proceeded to the elevator and descended to the first floor. However, upon our arrival, an unsettling sensation enveloped me. The shoppers who had previously wandered the mall aimlessly now fixated their gaze upon us. Each individual approached as if they were mere soulless husks. What do they intend to do?" Wang Jiao inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Perhaps they have come to prevent us from leaving, having realized we found the mask," I mused, furrowing my brow. "You must leave here at once," Lu Zhen shouted, abruptly pushing Wang Jiao. Caught off guard, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Causing the mask, she clutched to slip from her grasp. It landed just as a nearby customer rushed to retrieve it. "Give it to me, that's mine," Wang Jiao called out in a panic. The customer, donning an unsettling grin, placed the mask upon their head and swiftly darted towards the mall's entrance. "This is bad, quick, pursue them," Lu Zhen shouted as he hurried after the masked customer. I too was taken aback by this unforeseen incident. In a hurry, I retrieved a fire charm from my pocket and hurled it at the customer who had snatched the mask. Yet, when the charm struck the individual, it elicited no response, leaving me momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Could it be that my talisman had failed? Before I could gather my thoughts, the masked customer had already dashed out of the mall, while Lu Zhen, unable to catch up, halted at the entrance. Suddenly, the masked figure was engulfed in black flames, and within mere seconds, both he and the mask were reduced to ashes. It was over. We were utterly doomed. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jiao plopped down onto the ground as if her soul had been lost. Lu Zhen approached with a defeated demeanor, muttering, "What should we do now? What shall we do? It's all your fault. If you hadn't pushed me, I would have been safe by now." Wang Jiao shouted at Lu Zhen. "I merely wanted you to leave this place quickly," Lu Zhen retorted loudly. "I believe you did it on purpose, trapping us here," Wang Jiao replied with a cold laugh. "Enough, enough. Since the mask is gone, we must devise another plan," I interjected, my mind racing. Everything seemed too coincidental, as if something was amiss. Yet I could not grasp a single clue. "So what options do we have left?" Wang Jiao said, her voice tinged with despondency. "Why don't we attempt to leave without the mask and see what transpires?" Lu Xun suggested suddenly. "Perhaps we shall, like that individual, turn to mere ashes," I remarked, furrowing my brow. "No, it's futile. The mask is gone. I must attempt it." Wang Jiao suddenly sprang to her feet and made her way towards the mall's exit. "Do not act recklessly," I cautioned, my unease evident. "After all, it's a matter of life or death. We shall know the outcome by trying." Lu Xun declared loudly from the side. "He speaks the truth," Wang Jiao said, glancing back at me, determination etched upon her face. Yet, as she prepared to open the door and depart, I abruptly stepped in front of her, pulling her back and imploring, "Do not do anything foolish." My intervention halted her, and she cannot suppress her tears. "I am so frightened. I do not wish to die. Woo-woo. Fear not. We shall not perish," I assured her, gently patting her back, though my gaze scrutinized Lu Xun. Truth be told, I sensed something was amiss with him. From the moment I first encountered him, he exhibited no fear towards those whose heads had abruptly rolled. Instead, he shouted curses intentionally. Such a reaction is peculiar, even for the boldest among us. Furthermore, he had mentioned that if only one mask were found among the three of us, how would they divide it? Yet, there truly turned out to be just one mask. Lastly, when Wang Jiao was poised to seize the mask and flee them all, although Lu Xun was well-intentioned in urging her to evade the encircling customers, in hindsight, it feels as though it was deliberate. Lu Xun is clearly hiding something. "Stay here and do not move. I shall investigate," I resolved. I whispered softly into Wang Jiao's ear before making my way towards Lu Xun. Upon seeing me approach, Lu Xun remarked, "It's all my fault. I was a bit too forceful and pushed her down. Otherwise, we would all have had a chance to leave this place. It's all right. After all, you meant well. Now that the mask is gone and the customers are no longer surrounding us, let us have a smoke. We still have over 2 hours. We will surely find a way to resolve this." I produced a cigarette and offered it to Lu Xun. "Thank you," he replied, taking the cigarette, lighting it, and inhaling deeply. However, as I stood so close to him, I suddenly noticed what appeared to be a peculiar ring around his neck. I discreetly moved behind him for a closer examination and discovered that the ring seemed to be made of human skin, as if his neck were enveloped in a mask of flesh. A jolt ran through my body, and a realization dawned upon me. Could it be that the so-called devil mask was not merely a mask adorned with a demonic visage, but perhaps a mask worn by a demon itself? Given Lu Xun's myriad suspicious behaviors, could he indeed be the demon? With this thought racing through my mind, I swiftly placed a hand upon Lu Xun's neck. Startled by my action, he inquired, "What is wrong?" "Nothing. There's a mosquito on your neck," I replied, as I delicately pinched the ring of skin with my fingernails and gently tugged upwards, revealing the flesh beneath. It truly was a mask made of human skin. How could there possibly be a mosquito in this place? Lu Xun asked, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing his words, I was unequivocally certain in my heart that at this moment, Lu Xun was donning a mask made of human skin. This incarnation of Lu Xun was the very demon lurking within the Ming Tai shopping mall. He exhibited no reaction as I tore away his human fade. Without uttering another word, I summoned my strength and abruptly ripped Lu Xun's entire face, complete with strands of hair, from his head. At that instant, his bloodied and disfigured visage suddenly turned towards me, revealing a peculiar grin. Daring not to linger, I swiftly handed Lu Xun's severed face to the already petrified Wang Jiao, exclaiming loudly, "Take this and run." At that moment, Wang Jiao, regaining her composure from the shock, clutched Lu Xun's face and dashed out of the mall. After safely exiting, she tossed the grotesque mask back inside. I felt an urgent need to act, so I sprinted to retrieve the face lying on the ground and fled the mall. Upon stepping outside, the mask in my hand transformed into a wisp of black vapor and vanished. Meanwhile, the bloodied Lu Xun and the soulless patrons remaining inside the mall were crowded at the entrance, directed towards Wang Jiao and me with their eerie smiles. Chapter 63. Frequent incidents gazing at the grotesquely disfigured Lu Xun within the shopping mall, alongside the customers who regarded us with unsettling smiles. I felt a flicker of anxiety within me. However, we had successfully completed this game project. As I sensed my phone vibrate, I pulled it out to read a message. Congratulations on completing the second game project. After absorbing the content of the message, I turned my attention back to the mall, only to witness Lu Zhen and the customers dissolve into a swirling mass of dark vapor. Thank you, Feiyu, Wang Jiao said, her body trembling slightly. You're welcome. It is my duty, I replied, waving my hand dismissively. Well, we've managed to get through this without any major issues. You should hurry home and rest. Just give me a call if anything arises in the future. All right, Wang Jiao responded, her face showing signs of fatigue, indicating that this ordeal had taken a toll on her psyche. After bidding farewell to Wang Jiao, I found myself walking alone on the path back to the affairs office, my mind incessantly pondering the enigmatic figure orchestrating this game, or rather, the devil behind it all. This devil possesses an extraordinarily high intellect, delighting in ensnaring humanity within a game of its own design, observing us as one might watch a theatrical performance. Most troublingly, my talisman proved utterly ineffective within the marketplace. It appears that this devil has curtailed my abilities to ensure the game's fairness, implying that in future endeavors, I shall hold no privileges, standing on equal footing with the ordinary populace. Only through successfully navigating the game may I hope to escape. If this is indeed the case, it constitutes the most terrifying game imaginable. Such thoughts filled me with a sense of suffocation, as my fate lay in the hands of another. If retribution were to befall me at the hands of a vengeful spirit, it would at least be somewhat justifiable. Yet here I was, living a normal life, suddenly afflicted by such a curse, subjected to the whims of a shadowy puppeteer who treats us like mere playthings, where failure equates to death. It is truly outrageous, and yet, I currently possess no leads regarding this orchestrator. Shaking my slightly dazed head to dispel these thoughts, I returned to the affairs office. You're back, Feiyu. What have you been up to today? Lan Mingchen inquired as she set the prepared dinner on the table. How should I put it? Let us eat first. I'm quite famished, I replied hastily, washing my hands before taking a seat at the table, immediately grabbing a piece of meat and devouring it. My master seems to be burdened with many concerns. The husky voice concern echoed from beside me. Please, tell me what has happened, Lan Mingchen inquired, a hint of urgency in her voice. Today, I had completed the second game project mentioned in the message. Subsequently, I recounted the events that transpired with Wang Jiao at the Mingtai shopping mall to Lan Mingchen. Upon hearing my account, her face was etched with surprise as she exclaimed, How is that possible? I specifically went to Mingtai shopping mall to buy some groceries at noon, and I didn't TC you or anyone else from the mall. Everything seemed perfectly normal. Perhaps we entered different versions of the Mingtai shopping mall, I suggested slowly in response to her words. Could it be that you entered a parallel world? Lan Mingchen sudenli punder alao. Parallel world? While I cannot ascertain if it is truly a parallel world, the Mingtai shopping mall I entered bears a resemblance to such a realm. I nodded in agreement. By the way, you mentioned that you believe there is a mastermind behind this horror game. Do you have any leads now? Lan Mingchen leaned closer to me, her curiosity piqued. I have none. My mind is presently a blank slate, I replied with a sense of helplessness. Nonetheless, I trust you, Lan Mingchen said earnestly, locking her gaze onto mine. Feeling the warmth of her gaze, I couldn't help but smile and responded, with such a beautiful and supportive ally by my side, I am certainly capable. Of course, Lan Mingchen retorted playfully, rolling her eyes before suddenly adding, By the way, in recent days, Lu and I have encountered several cases of assault. Did you catch the perpetrator? I asked, momentarily taken aback. No. However, the victim provided a description of the perpetrator's appearance. Lan Mingchen, as she spoke, set down her chopsticks and left the dining table, making her way to her room. Shortly thereafter, she returned, holding several sketch images, which she handed to me. As I accepted the sketches and examined them, I noticed that each individual appeared distinct. Furrowing my brow, I inquired, Are these the likenesses of all the suspects in these assault cases? Indeed, they are all drawn based on the verbal descriptions given by the victims, Lan Mingchen affirmed with a nod. Could it be that there have been multiple suspects assaulting female victims in recent days? I asked, perplexed, for it seemed unusual for several incidents of assault to occur within such a short span of time. Was it possible that a deranged criminal gang was simultaneously targeting victims? Initially, Team leader Lu entertained this theory, yet I discovered discrepancies while sketching the descriptions from several victims regarding the suspects. "Look here," Lan Mingchen said as she swept a plate aside, wiped the table with a cloth, and laid the sketches before us. She pointed to the eyes in the first sketch and then indicated the eyes in the third sketch. Following her gesture, I observed that the resemblance between these two pairs of eyes was striking. With a hint of confusion, I queried, could they be related by blood? "Continue looking." Lan Mingchen pointed at the mouth of the first portrait and then gestured towards the second. I observed that the similarity between their mouths was strikingly high. I began to comprehend Lan Mingchen's intention. As I gazed at the sketches laid out on the table, I was astounded to discover that although each suspect appeared markedly different at first glance, a closer inspection of their facial features revealed common characteristics, such as overlapping traits in their noses, ears, and eyes. What could this mean? I furrowed my brow and couldn't help but inquire. Moreover, based on the clues provided by the victims, we found that the suspect had attacked the women while they were returning home alone at night or jogging, and all the assaulted females were exceptionally beautiful. Lan Mingchen continued, "It seems these criminals are quite discerning," I remarked with a hint of indignation. At that moment, Lan Mingchen suddenly leaned closer, her enchanting eyes fixed upon me, and exclaimed, "Do you think I should act as bait to catch these evildoers?" Upon hearing her words, I raised an eyebrow, concern etched across my face as I replied, "If you truly encounter a suspect, you could be in grave danger." She waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, but you'll be there with me, and I'll also enlist Team Lu's assistance." With a smile, she patted my shoulder. "Very well. Since you insist, I shall ensure your safety. Moreover, if we fail to apprehend these despicable criminals, countless more women could be harmed," I declared, clenching my fist. "That as well, you should rest early today. We shall commence our actions tomorrow evening," Lan Mingchen remarked as she tidied the dishes. "Indeed, very well," I replied, gently stroking the fluffy head of my Siberian husky before returning to my own chamber. Seated upon my bed, I began to channel my mental energies, for it is only with a sufficiently robust spirit that one can enhance the potency of their talismans and subsequently gain better control over the dark green wooden sword nestled within my pocket. Time flew swiftly, and when I next opened my eyes, it was already the following morning. After a night of focused practice, both my mental strength and physical condition had improved beyond their usual state. Not in haste to partake in breakfast, I commenced the drawing of talismans, producing numerous familiar designs until my spirit could no longer sustain the effort. Once I had neatly stored the talismans, I glanced at the clock and noted that it was nearing noon. It was time to prepare lunch for Lan Mingchen. I entered the hall, retrieved a leftover fried dough stick from the morning, and called upon my husky to assist me, soon crafting a sumptuous feast. Just as the meal was completed, Lan Mingchen returned home in her car. Upon entering, she addressed me. "Tonight, we shall set our plans into motion. I have already spoken with Captain Lu. He will come by this evening, and you shall assist us then." "Very well, that poses no issue," I assured her, thumping my chest affirmatively. "All right, I shall purchase some clothing after work to serve as bait," Lan Mingchen replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. "Do you still need to buy new clothes for the bait?" I inquired with a hint of curiosity. "You will understand soon enough," Lan Mingchen replied with a dismissive glance. As the evening operation commenced, I finally grasped the reason behind Lan Mingchen's attire. At that moment, she sported a ponytail, clad in a snug, athletic tank top that revealed her delicate midriff, paired with athletic shorts that showcased her long, beautiful legs. Her feet were adorned with pristine white sneakers, perfectly accentuating her flawless figure. I found myself momentarily entranced. Even if I were not of ill intent, such a sight would provoke thoughts, let alone for a suspect. "Why do you keep staring at me, you lecher?" Lan Mingchen shot me a glare. "I can't help it. Your outfit is simply too alluring," I confessed candidly. "I agree." Lu Tianli, already present at the office, nodded in affirmation. "If it weren't for the baiting, I wouldn't wear such things." Lan Mingchen replied with irritation. "All right, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. It is time to proceed with our mission," I urged. Ultimately, Lan Mingchen opted for a less crowded tree-lined path to begin her jog, while Lu Tianli and I concealed ourselves within the surrounding foliage, awaiting the emergence of our suspect. After nearly an hour of waiting, Aside from the men on the road who cast their gazes upon Lan Mengchen, no other suspicious individuals had appeared. Just as we began to lose hope for any leads, a man entered my line of sight. Chapter 64. Disguise. A man emerged unexpectedly, surveying his surroundings before cautiously trailing behind the running Lan Mengchen. Although he maintained a considerable distance, I was still able to discern his features, approximately in his 30s. However, none of his attributes matched those depicted in the few portraits Lan Mengchen had shown me. Yet, there was something familiar about his nose. Upon reflection, it bore a striking resemblance to that of a man in one of the images. An unspoken understanding passed between Lu Tianli and me as our gazes met across the alley. We swiftly crouched in the underbrush, gradually closing the distance to Lan Mengchen. As she reached an area dense with trees, the man suddenly quickened his pace and lunged toward her. Alarm surged within me, and I promptly affixed a body enhancement talisman to my forehead. With a powerful push from my feet, I shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, dashing toward the man. It seemed my sudden movement caught his attention. He turned and displayed a flicker of anxiety before attempting to flee in the opposite direction. At that moment, Lu Tianli leapt out to intercept him. Thus, the three of us, Lan Mengchen, Lu Tianli, and I, managed to encircle the man. "Don't move. Police," Lu Tianli proclaimed, brandishing his badge at the man. "On what grounds are you apprehending me? What have I done?" Although the man's expression bore a hint of anxiety, his demeanor remained defiantly resolute. "Recently, numerous women in our city have reported incidents of assault occurring during the night, and I now suspect you significantly. I hope you can accompany me back for further investigation," Lu Tianli stated briskly. "I haven't assaulted anyone. On what grounds do you deem me suspicious? Is it permissible for you, as a police officer, to arrest people at will?" The man retorted with indignation. Upon hearing his words, Lu Tianli also felt that the evidence was rather scant. After all, one cannot hastily conclude that this man is a criminal simply because he is pursuing Lan Mengchen. My actions were driven by urgency, concern for Lan Mengchen's safety, which is why I rushed out. However, as I drew closer to the man, I suddenly sensed an unusual odor emanating from him. What could it be? Ah, yes, it was a scent of decay. How could a living person exude such an aura? This was indeed perplexing. My apologies. He is new to the department and lacks experience. "I regret the intrusion," I said to the man, feeling somewhat contrite, while simultaneously signaling to Lu Tianli and Lan Mengchen with a glance. "How ridiculous. You didn't even take the time to understand the situation before confronting me. I was merely out for a jog, and now you've dampened my enthusiasm." "Fine, I won't stoop to your level," the man said as he walked away. Once he had departed, Lu Tianli approached with curiosity, asking, "Feiyu, did you discover something?" "Indeed, why did you let him go?" "I felt he was uncomfortably close to me just moments ago," I replied. Lan Mengchen, equally perplexed, inquired, "I've detected a sense of lifelessness emanating from this man. However, we lack direct evidence to substantiate his status as a suspect. Although his nose bears a striking resemblance to that in the sketch, we cannot apprehend him solely based on that, for ultimately, he would be released due to insufficient evidence. Nonetheless, his previous demeanor was exceedingly anxious, which lead me to suspect he harbors ulterior motives, coupled with the aura of death surrounding him. I propose we allow him to leave for now and discreetly follow him to ascertain his destination." "An aura of death? Can the living truly exude such a presence?" Lu Tianli asked, astonished. "Since Feiyu has sensed something amiss, we should heed his intuition, Lu Captain." Lan Mengchen expressed her unwavering belief in me. "Indeed, I trust Feiyu, for I have witnessed his capabilities firsthand." Lu Tianli nodded in agreement. I removed my jacket and draped it over Lan Mengchen's shoulders, saying, "The night air is quite chilly. Wearing so little may lead to you catching a cold." "Thank you," Lan Mengchen replied, a hint of shyness illuminating her face as she caressed my jacket. Subsequently, Lan Mengchen, Lu Tianli, and I stealthily maneuvered through the underbrush, maintaining a cautious distance from the man. Eventually, after navigating a series of twists and turns, he arrived at a somewhat secluded residence. Upon witnessing the man enter the dwelling, Lu Tianli turned to me and queried, "It is rather peculiar for someone to reside in such a remote location." Now that he has entered, what shall we do? Rest assured, I have a plan. Let's approach that house, I assured him. After I finished speaking, I stealthily approached the window of the residence and peered inside, discovering that the man was absent from the hall. I then gestured for Lu Tianli and Lan Mengqian to come over cautiously. Where is that man? Lan Mengqian inquired softly, glancing at the window. He must be freshening up or something. Given the late hour, Lu Tianli replied quietly. I took a moment to observe the furnishings and appliances in the hall. Everything was quite complete. Noticing a shoe rack in the corner, I saw only a pair of slippers, suggesting that this man lived alone, without a girlfriend. Just as I continued my scrutiny, a shadow appeared at the doorway of a room, signaling that the man was about to emerge. I promptly signaled for the others to crouch down. After waiting for several moments, I heard the sound of a television emanating from the room, indicating that the man was likely relaxing in the hall. Slowly, I raised my head to look into the hall, but as I did so, I was taken aback. The man sitting with his back to me, engrossed in the television, was not the same individual who had entered earlier. Moreover, his profile bore an uncanny resemblance to one of the portraits Lan Mengqian had shown me. What was happening? Where was the previous man? Noticing my prolonged silence, Lu Tianli and Lan Mengqian cautiously peeked into the room. Upon realizing that the man inside was not the one they had seen before, a look of confusion crossed their faces. Why is there another man? Could he be a friend of his? Yet, why does his mouth seem so familiar? Lan Mengqian murmured, her brow furrowed in perplexity. Perhaps they are one and the same. I slowly began to speak, for I had already conceived certain thoughts in my mind. What? One person? Lu Tianli exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, you shall soon understand. With that, I abruptly shattered the window and leapt into the room. The man, who had been engrossed in watching television, wore a look of shock upon seeing me, and then nervously inquired, "What do you intend to do? Are you still pretending?" I regarded him with keen interest and replied, "Pretending? What do your words imply? You must be mistaken. Lu, you and Lan Mengqian should search the room. I'm certain you will uncover something intriguing," I instructed without glancing back at them. Understood. Both Lan Mengqian and Lu Tianli responded in unison. "You are trespassing." The man's face paled slightly at my command, and he attempted to obstruct us. Swiftly, I sidestepped to confront him, using my mental prowess to summon the dark green wooden sword from my pocket. It elongated to a meter and began to orbit around me. If he wished to avoid immediate demise, it would be prudent for him to comply. The man, witnessing my actions, was rendered speechless, rooted in place, too fearful to move. After a few minutes, Lu Tianli and Lan Mengqian emerged, their faces pale, carrying several glass jars. They approached me, and I noticed that the jars contained a liquid resembling water, within which floated various facial organs, ears, noses, eyes, and mouths. Upon seeing this, the man's expression turned ashen, and I confronted him fiercely, demanding, "Are you the criminal who assaulted multiple young women? You had better confess." "Yes, it's me," the man finally admitted. "What on earth is happening?" Lu Tianli asked, still puzzled. "I will demonstrate for you," I replied, retrieving an ear from one of the glass jars. I then walked over to the man and swiftly yanked his ear off. Remarkably, he did not utter a sound, and there was not a trace of blood at the site of the severance. I then placed the ear from a jar onto the man's severed ear, and, astonishingly, the exchange was successful. "So that's how it is," Lan Mengqian exclaimed with indignation. "No wonder he could brazenly show his face while committing such atrocities against women. He possesses this sinister ability. But how is this possible? After all, it defies scientific explanation," Lu Tianli said, furrowing his brow. "This is a legendary art of disguise from ancient times, which I stumbled upon in an ancient text. It is said that mastering this art is exceedingly arduous and greatly diminishes one's moral integrity. Typically, it was practiced by spies in antiquity for the purpose of gathering intelligence, suggesting that such individuals descended from ancestors proficient in this craft. However, he has chosen to employ this skill for nefarious purposes." I gazed at the man with indignation, clearly noting that the aura of death surrounding him was a result of his association with the organs of the deceased, indicating that his time alive was dwindling. Yet, how could one apprehend him? After all, who would believe such a tale? Lu Tianli remarked with a wry smile, "Do not fret, Captain Lu. Firstly, this individual must believe he will remain undetected. Hence, he will likely not take protective measures. If you can verify that the DNA on him matches that of the victims, you will have solid evidence. Moreover, he can only alter his facial features and cannot modify other parts of his body, making his fingerprints still valid evidence against him. I explained. Indeed, Brother Feiyu is quick on the uptake, Liu Tianli praised. At last, Liu Tianli escorted the man to the police station, while I strolled back along the tree-lined path with Lan Mingchen. The cool breeze of the late night enveloped us, and I involuntarily shivered. Having lent my coat to Lan Mingchen, she seemed to sense my discomfort but chose not to speak. Instead, she gradually leaned her body against my shoulder. Though we exchanged no words, an atmosphere devoid of awkwardness enveloped us. A unique understanding blossomed between us. We resembled a couple, nestled together. As we made our way slowly toward the office. Chapter 65. Fishing. Returning to the office, I nestled closely with Lan Mingchen. The husky was dozing on the sofa, but upon noticing our arrival, it immediately awakened, wagging its tail and greeting us. Master and Sister Mingchen are back. Yes, if you're tired, dear husky, you may rest without waiting for us, I said, as I approached and gently stroked its fluffy little head. Indeed, added Lan Mingchen, who returned my coat and then crouched down to caress the husky's body. If Master and Sister Mingchen don't come back, I can't sleep, the husky said, squinting its eyes in delight as it basked in our affection. Glancing at Lan Mingchen, who was half-crouched and revealing her alluring figure, I felt a warm flush and couldn't help but chuckle lightly, saying, Mingchen, I think you should change into something else. The temperature drops a bit at night. I'll go change right away. Otherwise, you'll take advantage of me, Lan Mingchen replied, realizing the situation and hurriedly dashed back to her room. Hearing her words, I couldn't help but smile helplessly. I was already quite content with our earlier closeness. Before long, Lan Mingchen emerged in casual attire and informed me, while changing. Team Liu called to inform me that the man skilled in disguise had entered the police station for less than an hour, when suddenly his features fell apart, bleeding from all orifices, and he lost consciousness. Oh, that was swift. Upon hearing this, I furrowed my brow and remarked, the prolonged presence of deceased organs within his own body has inevitably allowed death's essence to infiltrate him. He shan't live for much longer. It's merely surprising that it has come to pass so swiftly. Perhaps this is a case of retribution. So that's the case, Lan Mingchen responded, her expression one of sudden realization. Enough of this, it's getting late. You should retire for the night, I said to her. Not in a rush. Tomorrow is my day off. Lan Mingchen playfully grinned at me. Right, I had forgotten that you had a day off, I admitted, scratching my head. Thus, I plan to enjoy myself thoroughly tomorrow, though I have yet to decide where to go. You must accompany me, Lan Mingchen insisted, pointing at me. Without a doubt, it is my honor, as Qin Feiyu, to travel with such a beautiful lady, I replied with a smile. Oh, such flattering words. Very well. Then you must think of an entertaining destination. Lan Mingchen leaned closer and said, Let me ponder. Do you enjoy fishing? How about we go fishing? I suggested, reminiscing about my college days when I relished the activity, though time has eluded me since I took on this administrative role. Fishing? My father occasionally goes, but I have never been. Isn't it rather dull? Lan Mingchen inquired, a hint of skepticism in her gaze. Certainly not. We shall bring a stove, and whatever we catch will be our meal. I assure you, my skills are quite proficient, I boasted, patting my chest with a smile. I suspect it is you who wishes to go fishing, she teased. Lan Mingchen directly struck at the thoughts residing deep within my heart. Well, all right then. You take charge of the fishing while I focus on making it pleasant. A little diversion is certainly welcome, she said with a hint of resignation. Mingchen, you are simply wonderful, I exclaimed, unable to contain my enthusiasm. Why does it seem like my vacation is tied to yours? Lan Mingchen muttered under her breath. The following morning, I rose early and prepared nutritious breakfast, then called out to Lan Mingchen and the husky to wake up and eat. As we gathered around the dining table, Lan Mingchen, freshly washed up and patting the essence on her face, approached and, upon seeing the lavish spread, couldn't help but smile. How rare it is to see you up so early, and you even made breakfast. Of course, I've always been quite diligent, I replied with a grin. I see you're quite eager to go fishing, she remarked, casting a playful glance in my direction. Oh, come on. Let's not speak of what is already obvious, I said, feeling a bit bashful. Finally, after breakfast, I placed the fishing gear and some simple cooking utensils into the trunk of Lan Mengqian's car and promptly called to the husky and Lan Mengqian hop in. This time, I would be the one driving. Where are we going to fish? Lan Mengqian inquired curiously from the passenger seat. To Qingshui River in City A. I've heard it's a popular spot for anglers, and the surroundings are quite pleasant, I replied with a smile. It seems you've done your homework. Lan Mengqian observed with a knowing look. Haha, indeed, I said, starting the car with a chuckle. After approximately an hour's drive, we arrived at the Qingshui River. We parked the car, grabbed our fishing gear, and let Lan Mengqian carry 2 folding stools as we sought out a quieter spot by the water's edge to sit down. I prepared my fishing rod and some bait, then taught Lan Mengqian the basics of angling, while I eagerly set up my own rod. And our dog frolicked joyfully on the nearby grass. Feiyu, there are many fishermen here, are there? Didn't you say this is a great fishing spot? Lan Mengqian inquired, glancing at the scattered few fishing enthusiasts around us. Perhaps it's a bit early. Not many have arrived yet. This is actually advantageous for us, increasing our chances of catching larger fish, I replied nonchalantly. Oh, does the bobber moving mean that a fish is on the line? She asked. Indeed. Someone as bright as you will surely grasp it quickly, I said, unabashedly flattering her. Haha, of course. Lan Mengqian replied without a hint of modesty. In the following half hour, Lan Mengqian had already caught 7 or 8 small fish, while I had yet to land a single one. She playfully teased me, leaving me puzzled. What could be amiss? Had my skills deteriorated from a lack of practice? This felt utterly perplexing. Just as I was deep in thought, I suddenly felt a powerful tug on my fishing rod. A surge of excitement coursed through me. Surely, a big one had taken the bait. I was determined to impress Lan Mengqian. Watch closely, Mengqian. I'm about to reel in a whopper. I stood up, gripping the fishing rod tightly, pulling it with force while simultaneously reeling in the line. Before long, a sizable creature broke the surface of the water. Upon seeing what I had caught, Lan Mengqian was indeed taken aback, while I felt a tinge of embarrassment, for I had inadvertently hooked a toad. With a sense of resignation, I released the toad back into the water, feeling rather disheartened as I set down the rod and stepped beside Lan Mengqian to indulge in a cigarette. Truly, it was a rather humiliating moment. Feiyu, why have you stopped fishing? Lan Mengqian asked curiously, gazing at me. Well, I've come to realize that fishing is no longer suited for me. You go ahead and fish. It's nearly noon, and I shall prepare a pot for fish soup for lunch, I replied with a wry smile. Ha! All right then, go on, she said, quickly turning back with a cheerful expression, her focus returning to the bobbing float. At that moment, she was thoroughly immersed in the joys of fishing. I called out to the exuberant husky rolling about in delight, instructing it to gather some firewood for me. I then constructed a simple stove using bricks. After completing these tasks, I looked around and noticed that the number of anglers was still surprisingly sparse. It struck me as odd, for the Qingshui River was well known among the people of City A as a prime fishing spot, yet there were so few here today. As Chen Era had not yet returned, I approached a gentleman who was fishing nearby and cheerfully inquired, "Good sir, how has your catch been this fine morning?" The gentleman turned to me with a smile and replied, "I've managed to reel in 4 or 5 small fish, just enough for a pot of fish soup." It was rather unfortunate. I had not caught a single fish all morning. I chuckled bitterly and then curiously inquired, by the way, why are there fewer people fishing here nowadays? The older angler looked at me with a hint of confusion. You don't know? He asked. Know what? I probed further, intrigued. A few days ago, there was a fisherman who claimed to have seen something strange in the water, and later that night he returned home, drenched, and ultimately died drowned. He continued, since then, fewer people have come to fish here, fearing they might meet the same fate as that man. I have fished here for many years. I am not superstitious, the older angler remarked. Oh, I see. I nodded in understanding. Choosing not to engage further with him, I returned to my makeshift stove. My dog, Daha, trotted over, gripping a bundle of wood in his mouth. I praised him and then ignited a fire beneath a cast-iron pot filled with water. I swiftly cleaned the fish caught by Lan Mengqian and placed them into the pot, adding a few slices of ginger. Just as I was about to light a cigarette, I was suddenly startled by a loud splash. I turned quickly toward the sound, only to be astonished to see the very angler who had been speaking with me moments ago had inexplicably fallen into the river, his face a mask of terror as he struggled desperately. "Help! Help me!" I hurriedly rushed over, where several fellow anglers had gathered, their faces etched with anxiety, yet none dared to plunge into the water to rescue the man. They likely recalled the eerie incident a few days prior when a fisherman had mysteriously suffocated to death after returning home. A sense of dread lingered in their hearts. Without a moment's hesitation, I leapt into the water, determined to save the man. Once submerged, I sensed something was amiss. The water felt oddly viscous, and my movements were laborious. Before I could reach the struggling man, I suddenly felt the buoyancy dissipate and my body began to sink. Panic surged within me, but I quickly summoned my mental focus to control the wooden sword in my pocket, positioning it beneath my feet. Fortunately, the sword glided effortlessly through the water, and I was able to approach the man. With a firm grip, I seized his hand, and utilizing the sword, we ascended toward the shore. Though the anglers on the bank hesitated to enter the water, they extended their hands to assist us. In that moment, I discreetly returned the wooden sword to my pocket, not wishing for too many to become aware of it. Once ashore, Lan Mengchen rushed to my side, her expression filled with concern, while I was left with a multitude of questions about what circumstances had led the man, who had been fishing moments ago, to fall into the water. Chapter 66. The Water Ghost Brother. What caused you to suddenly fall into the water? I inquired, perplexed, as I approached him. There was a dark shadow pulling at my fishing line, dragging me down. His face was etched with terror. A shadow? Could it truly be a water ghost? How frightening. This place is indeed eerie. The surrounding fishermen, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of fear, hastily packing their gear and swiftly departing from the clear waters of the river. I moved closer to him and asked, "Did you manage to discern what that shadow was?" "No, it was too swift. I didn't have time to react. Thank goodness you saved me, little brother. Otherwise, I would have been taken by that water ghost." He expressed his gratitude, gripping my hand tightly. "Rescuing you was the least I could do, brother. You should hurry home and change your clothes to avoid catching a chill," I said, concerned. "Of course, little brother. Please leave me your contact information so I can properly thank you later," he replied earnestly. "All right." I willingly provided him with my number, adding, "Brother, if you encounter anything strange upon returning home, do call me immediately. I specialize in dealing with such matters." "You're a young master? No wonder you were unscathed while I, a proficient swimmer, found myself unable to save myself in the water," he remarked, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, brother. Do not hesitate to call me if anything unusual occurs upon your return." I reiterated my insistence. "Thank you, my dear brother." With that, the elder brother swiftly gathered his fishing gear and drove away from the scene. "What happened? Is there a water ghost lurking in the depths?" Lan Mingchen asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. "I'm not certain, but there is something peculiar about this water." When I plunged in to rescue him, it felt as though I was submerged in a swamp, with no solid ground to push against. Fortunately, I had that wooden sword. Otherwise, I might not have emerged at all, I replied, my brow furrowed in concern. "Could it be that there truly is a water ghost?" Lan Mingchen said, her voice quaking with trepidation. "Whether or not there is a water ghost remains uncertain, but there is indeed something amiss." The elder brother mentioned that a fisherman once saw a dark shadow in the water and, shortly after returning home, met an untimely demise, suffocated, with his body drenched. "This is likely why fewer anglers frequent this place," I elaborated. "But I was fishing here just moments ago and didn't encounter anything unusual. Perhaps that elder brother was simply unfortunate?" She pondered. "Perhaps, but I have left him my contact information. If anything strange occurs, he will inform me." I nodded in affirmation. "It seems we ought to refrain from fishing here any longer. Should we encounter anything bizarre, it would be best to forego it altogether. Instead, why not prepare some fish soup for me?" Lan Mingchen suggested, a hint of resignation in her tone. "We should probably avoid the fish soup as well. Who knows if the fish in these waters are safe?" I replied with a wry smile. "Oh dear, it's your fault for ruining my vacation. You must compensate me," Lan Mingchen exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in playful reproach. "Very well, I shall compensate you. Next time we take a holiday, I shall treat you to an amusement park." Shall I? I will cover all the expenses, I said with a smile. That is more like it. Lan Mingchen shot me a glance in response. After tidying up and placing our belongings in the trunk, we returned to the office. In an effort to cheer up Lan Mingchen, I hurried to the kitchen and prepared a feast of her favorite dishes, diligently serving her various delicacies. All right, I cannot possibly eat all this. I'm not even upset with you, Lan Mingchen remarked, gazing at the abundant spread before her with a smile. I assent it because I see that the young lady is rather slender. You should indulge a bit more to replenish your strength. If you become too plump, no one will want you, I teased, earning an exasperated glance from her. If nobody wants me, I would want you, I chuckled. My parents adore plump girls. Huh, I wouldn't want you, Lan Mingchen retorted, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Just as she was about to say something more, my phone suddenly rang. Noticing the unfamiliar number, I curiously answered. Hey, little brother, something strange has happened. Since I returned home, I've been sweating profusely, and there's this odd scent of aquatic plants on me. Did I inadvertently come into contact with something unsavory in the water? The voice on the other end belonged to the older brother whom I had rescued, sounding quite anxious. Do not worry, just provide me with your address, and I shall come over immediately, I replied swiftly. All right, I live at. He then proceeded to share his address with me. After hanging up the phone, I hastily took a few bites of my meal before preparing to leave. Lan Mingchen immediately rose to her feet and exclaimed, Is something wrong with that elder brother? I want to go too. All right, young lady, I replied with a hint of exasperation, casting her a fleeting glance. I then instructed Ha to remain at the office, and together with Lan Mingchen, we swiftly drove to the residential complex where the elder brother resided, arriving at the door number he had mentioned over the phone. I knocked gently. The door was opened promptly, and upon seeing me, the elder brother exclaimed, Young brother, can you see what has happened to me? Upon entering the room, I noticed beads of sweat continuously trickling down his forehead, and a distinct scent of the sea permeated the air. Do you currently feel any discomfort? I inquired quickly. Discomfort? The elder brother pondered my words, furrowing his brow before responding. If I must say, I feel a slight difficulty in breathing. Could it be that he is truly haunted by a water ghost? Lan Mingchen mused, her expression one of bewilderment. Upon hearing her words, the elder brother's complexion drained of color, and he nervously uttered, Am I destined to meet the same fate as that angler who perished before? Do not worry, elder brother. As long as I am here, I reassured him, giving his shoulder a comforting pat. I urged my elder brother to lower his head, and as I leaned in to part his hair, I discovered that water was continuously seeping from his scalp. It appeared he was not perspiring, but rather, the ocean's water had infiltrated his being. Indeed, something had entered his body when he fell into the water. However, I was left pondering what to do about this situation. Little brother, why do I feel as though I am sweating profusely? My breathing is becoming increasingly labored. My elder brother suddenly exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. I quickly turned my gaze to him and realized that he was not merely sweating. He was transforming into a veritable human waterfall. Fortunately, I had devised a plan. Elder brother, do you possess anything made of gold? I inquired urgently. He looked taken aback for a moment, then rolled up his sleeve and removed a thick gold bracelet from his wrist, handing it to me. Will this suffice? Upon seeing the bracelet, as thick as my thumb, I couldn't help but marvel at his newfound wealth. I accepted it eagerly, replying affirmatively, then turned to Lan Mingchen beside me. Please fetch me a basin of water, and also dig up a handful of soil from the flower pot in my elder brother's home. Understood, she replied, despite not fully grasping my intentions, and promptly set about her task. In the grand hall, I began to arrange yellow paper into the shape of a pentagram upon the floor. I then placed my elder brother's gold bracelet at one of its points and folded a floral branch to rest at another. At that moment, Lan Mingchen approached, cradling a cup of water in her left hand and a handful of soil in her right. I promptly urged her to place these at the remaining 2 points of the pentagram. Next, I bit my finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall into the center of the star, and addressed my brother, instructing him to stand at the very center. Very well, he nodded, carefully stepping over the yellow paper to position himself at the heart of the formation. I then produced a fire talisman and cast it toward the final point of the pentagram, silently uttering the word break. At the instant the talisman ignited at the last point, the entire pentagram radiated a brilliant yellow light. In that moment, my brother's body began to writhe in agony as a dark, monkey-like shadow detached itself from his back, seemingly attempting to escape. Yet it found itself ensnared within the luminous confines of the pentagram. I pulled my brother out of the formation, and, at that moment, no more seawater seeped from his head. "What is this?" my brother asked, astonished. "This should be what is referred to as a water ghost," I replied slowly. "But it seeks to flee," Lan Mingchen exclaimed anxiously, observing the chaotic shadow within the pentagram's glow. "Do not worry, it cannot escape." I chuckled softly, then silently uttered the word extinguish in my heart. In response, a blinding yellow light erupted, followed by a piercing scream, after which the yellow glow dissipated entirely, leaving only a pentagram's imprint on the floor. It was done. I had vanquished it. The pentagram formation that had just appeared was none other than my ancestral 5 elements rotation array. "Thank you so much, my brother. You have once again saved me," exclaimed my elder brother. He then made his way to the bedroom and shortly returned, a thick envelope in hand, which he directly pressed into my palm, expressing his gratitude. "Brother, I understand that your profession often involves trading money for peace of mind, and since I owe you 2 favors, please accept this money. If you refuse, it will be akin to slapping my face." Very well then." With my brother's words so earnest, I had no choice but to accept. After handing him a talisman to ward off evil, I departed with Lan Mingchen, driving back to the office. "Feiyu, what technique did you just employ? It was truly impressive," Lan Mingchen inquired enviously as she drove. "It is an ancestral method of exorcism known as the 5 elements rotation array, which harnesses the principles of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, to create a formidable formation. Could you possibly teach me?" she asked eagerly. "I would gladly teach you, but only if you agree to marry me," I jested. "Bah, you're always dreaming," Lan Mingchen retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully spat at me. Just as I was about to utter something, I suddenly felt my phone vibrate. Upon retrieving it, I discovered a message from that terrifying game.